Chapter 1. Transmigration. The sky was a deep blue, clear like a transparent mirror, with thick white clouds floating like cotton balls, rolling like waves, hanging on one side of the sky and adorning the other side, making the sky look picturesque. That moment. On what should have been a sunny day, an unidentified object streaked across the sky like a meteor, making a sound like the tearing of the air. In the worship hall. Grandpa, what's going on? That meteor-like object is descending rapidly. Qian Renxue, who was about to go undercover in Heavendo City, asked Qian Daoliu about the unidentified object in the sky. Qian Daoliu gazed at the meteor-like object in the sky, patted Qian Renshue's little head, and said, "Little Shui, I'll go take a look. If it crashes to the ground, it could cause significant casualties. When I return, I'll buy you your favorite oranges." "Okay, Grandpa, hurry up. I'm afraid that if you delay, it will affect innocent civilians." Qian Daoliu smiled upon hearing this. Protecting the people of Douluo continent is our Angel Clan's mission. It's truly gratifying to see you, little Shui, so aware of this at such a young age. Grandpa, you still haven't gone. Qian Renxue felt a little shy from the praise and just wanted Qian Daoliu to hurry and stop the meteor. All right. Grandpa will go now." With that, Qian Daoliu activated his martial soul and flew towards the meteor as a 99 level limit Douluo. Combined with his martial soul, Qian Daoliu reached the meteor in just a few moments. Just as he was about to attack, he suddenly noticed a baby's arm. Qian Daoliu immediately stopped his actions and flew towards the baby, preparing to catch the child. He successfully caught the child, but the inertia forced him back to the ground. Looking at the baby in his arms, he murmured, "How could a child survive such an impact? Where did this child come from?" However, Qian Daoliu didn't think much of it and flew back to the worship hall with the child. When Qian Renxue saw Qian Daoliu return, she stepped forward and asked, "Grandpa, didn't you say you would buy me oranges? Where are my oranges?" Qian Renxue then noticed the baby in Qian Daoliu's arms. "Grandpa, who is this child?" "Little Shui. This child is the meteor you just saw. I really don't know how this child survived in such circumstances." Qian Renxue looked at the baby, who was still sleeping and drooling, and said, "Grandpa, do you think it's possible this is a child of God? Otherwise, how could it survive such a situation and still sleep so soundly? A child of God? That is possible otherwise. It wouldn't have survived that situation." Qian Daoliu thought about the earlier events while looking at the child. At this moment, Qian Renxue asked Qian Daoliu, "Grandpa, what do you plan to do with this child?" "Let's first send him to the orphanage in Spirit City. After all, Qian Daoliu intended to say that the child had no parents or guardians. But looking at his granddaughter, he swallowed the words. After all, Qian Renxue was not much different from an orphan herself. Qian Renxue understood what her grandpa wanted to say and couldn't help but think of her own mother, Bibi Dong. After giving birth to her, she had never cared for her and had always despised her. "Grandpa, I want him to be my little brother. Is that okay?" Qian Renxue looked at Qian Daoliu, her eyes blinking. Qian Daoliu knew why Qian Renxue wanted this, and since he had been the only one accompanying her over the years, he readily agreed. "Okay, we'll do as little Shui wishes." Thus, Baiying became Qian Renshue's little brother. After Qian Renxue took the child, she looked at the still sleeping baby. As the baby turned over, a piece of paper on its back became visible. "Grandpa, look quickly." "Sure, what is it?" Qian Renxue took out the paper, which had the words Baiying written on it. "Baiying, is that the child's name?" "I think it should be." The Grand Priest Qian Daoliu had brought back a baby and returned to the worship hall, which caught Bibi Dong's attention. "Yuguan, Gui Mei." Bibi Dong called out to the two. Immediately, two figures, one yellow and one black, appeared in the hall. "Here." Upon seeing them arrive, Bibi Dong immediately asked, "I saw that the Grand Priest seems to have brought back a baby. I was just handling some affairs. Do you two know the details?" "Reporting to your holiness, just now, there seemed to be a meteor streaking across the sky. The Grand Priest went out to intercept that meteor to prevent innocent people from being harmed." "Yes, your holiness, but we don't know the child's situation. He should be a survivor affected by that meteor," Yuguan added. "I see. You may leave now," Bibi Dong said after hearing the results, allowing Yuguan and Gui Mei to return, leaving her alone in the vast palace. Intercepting a meteor. A survivor. Bibi Dong murmured, in Qian Renshue's chamber. It was very quiet, like a gentle breeze, bringing a sense of tranquility and serenity, elegantly surrounding the person. The originally peaceful room was suddenly broken by the cry of a baby, waking Qian Renxue, who was resting. "Ugh." Ah, Baing first stretched and then complained, what was I doing competing with those old men and diving? I should be in an ambulance or already in the hospital. Although Baing was speaking, others could only hear his cries. Qian Renxue approached Baing and looked at him, puzzled. Isn't he crying? Why are there no tears or any sign of having cried? Is it because his eyes are closed? After thinking it through, Qian Renxue felt it was indeed because his eyes were closed and then prepared to help Baing open his eyes to tea that moment. Baing was still singing with his eyes closed. I really came to Tianjin, but I didn't learn anything. I learned to drive a car and ran over more than 200. The police came to find me, scared me so much I shivered. I rolled and crawled into a rat's nest. Enter the rat's nest. Hey, it's really not bad inside. I looked left and right, and it's really spacious here. The rats saw me and were so scared they shivered, standing at attention, kneeling down, and knocking their heads. Just then, while still humming the song, Baing suddenly felt someone fiddling with his eyelids. Baing abruptly opened his eyes, startling Qian Renxue, who had intended to force him to wake up. Who dares to harm me? But the words came out as the cries of a baby, which Baing was completely oblivious to. Then, what came into view was a girl with golden hair and light purple eyes. You suddenly opened your eyes and scared me. After saying that, Qian Renxue looked at Baing in confusion. But there are no tears. Was my method wrong? Or, forget it, I'll ask Grandpa later. With that, Qian Renxue headed towards the worship hall to find Qian Daoliu, leaving Baing alone in the vast chamber. Chapter 2. Who am I? Where am I? Baing looked at the unfamiliar ceiling, tilted her head to glance around, and felt something was off. The resplendent room was filled with an air of elegance and luxury, and the scent of flowers lingered in the air. Something's wrong. This is definitely 12 parts wrong. Could it be that I was kidnapped after fainting and sold? She quickly brushed that thought aside. Looking at this decor, it seems like a wealthy family. Why would they bother to kidnap a single loser like me? Are they that bored? Could it be that I'm not opening my eyes correctly? Or am I still dreaming? Baing then closed her eyes again and reopened them, only to find that nothing had changed around her. Could it be that I'm an invisible rich person? Or like Wang Douluo, I have a long-lost relative with no one to inherit their fortune, so they have to pass it on to me? At this moment, Baing's back felt a bit itchy. After struggling with her little hands for a while, she found she couldn't scratch it and was puzzled. Wait, why can't I reach it? She then raised her hand and was shocked to find how small and childlike it was. Where's my hand? After saying this, Baing realized something was off. When she tried to stand up and walk, she found she couldn't get up at all and could only crawl around. Before long, she crawled to the edge of the bed, stretched out her little legs to try to touch the ground, and then found herself in front of a full-length mirror. Looking at herself in the mirror, Baing was stunned. Is this me? After saying that, she moved her hands and feet and saw her reflection mimicking her actions. Baing sighed. Has society developed so fast that it can make people young again? No, no, no. If such a good thing existed, would it even come to me? Am I reborn, or have I crossed over? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Just as Baing was pondering, Qian Renxue entered with a nanny. Seeing Baing sitting in front of the mirror, she was a bit surprised. Wow, why are you crawling around? Then she picked Baing up and scolded. Don't you know this is dangerous? What if you get hurt and need treatment? It seems I really have crossed over. But who is this person? She seems like a relative. What should I do? Should I just nod along? After thinking, Baing nodded in response. Seeing this, Qian Renxue was taken aback and said to the nanny, Did you see that? You can actually understand what I'm saying. The nanny was also surprised when she saw Baing nod. I've never seen a child who can understand speech at such a young age. Heh, I only used a little bit of skill, and you're already amazed. If I grow up and show my intelligence, you might be scared to death. The nanny then bowed to Qian Renxue and said, Young master, leave this to me. I will take good care of the young master. Qian Renxue carried Baing back to the bed, then walked over to the nanny and handed her a heavy bag of gold soul coins. Thank you for your hard work. I might be out for a while, and my grandpa and the others won't be able to take care of the child, so I apologize for the trouble. No trouble at all. It's my honor to help the young master. Seeing the nanny about to bow again, Qian Renxue quickly stepped forward to interrupt her. There's no need for such formalities between us. You took care of me when I was little, so we don't need these useless rituals. Hearing this, the nanny took a step back and bent down, saying, Young master, the etiquette between a ruler and subject is still necessary. Baing couldn't help but sigh. It seems this person is not bad. At least there won't be any trouble in getting along in the future. The nanny is also quite good and loyal. What she said is true. Even if we have a good relationship, the etiquette between a ruler and a subject is essential. But then she complained, but which strange world have I crossed into? There are even rituals between a ruler and a subject. Fortunately, you all speak Chinese, otherwise, I would think I've been reborn into that damned little day. Qian Renxue then walked up to Bai Ying, pinching her rosy cheeks, and saw Bai Ying's big, sparkling eyes. Qian Renxue was truly smitten at that moment. That's so cute. Mua. After saying that, she couldn't help but kiss Bai Ying on the cheek. Little Bai, I have important things to do and may not be back for a long time. You should spend time with Annie Nanny during these days. Be good. After saying this, Qian Renxue patted Bai Ying's head. Little Bai, are you calling me? Are you sure you're not calling a pet dog or cat? Qian Renxue then said to the nanny, I need to go to the offering hall first. After that, I might have to leave. Sorry for the trouble. Young master, just leave it to me. Bai Ying heard the conversation between Qian Renxue and the nanny and naturally caught the key points. The offering hall. Young master. Sounds so familiar. Time flies, and seasons change swiftly, passing through one's fingers before one can feel it, turning everything into a gentle caress. Suddenly looking back, there was frost on the head, mountains on the face, and the years flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, the day of the martial soul awakening was approaching. Old man, will Sister Shui come back today? Bai Ying asked Qian Daoliu, who was kneeling in front of the angel statue. Long ago, when Qian Renxue returned to the martial soul city for her birthday, she brought Bai Ying to the offering hall. When Bai Ying entered the offering hall and saw that sacred and majestic angel statue, she knew she had crossed into the Douluo continent. Have you finished training with your golden crocodile, Grandpa? Qian Daoliu didn't answer Bai Ying's question, but asked back. Sister Shui is coming back in a few days. I don't want to welcome her looking all disheveled. Bai Ying leaned against the wall, replying to Qian Daoliu. So you didn't complete today's goal? Qian Daoliu stood up to look at Bai Ying, a hint of parental authority in his eyes. Over the past 6 years, he had seen how Qian Renxue treated Bai Ying, and he regarded Bai Ying as his own grandson. Seeing Qian Daoliu stand up, Bai Ying quickly said, I completed it. I completed it. Hearing the answer, Qian Daoliu showed a hint of relief and said to Bai Ying, you haven't awakened your martial soul yet, so this is the best time for physical training. Once you awaken your martial soul, there will be little time for training. Bai Ying pouted and said, isn't it said that if children overtrain, they won't grow taller? And it can harm the body. Upon hearing this, Qian Daoliu came to Bai Ying's side and gave her a chop on the forehead. You think soul masters are the same as ordinary people? Bai Ying hugged her head, feeling wronged. I got a why hit me? Calculating the days, Schwerer should be back tomorrow. You don't need to train for these 2 days, just rest well and prepare for your martial soul awakening. Your other 6 grandpas and I all have high hopes for you. Chapter 3, System. Bai Ying, upon hearing this, did not linger and walked outside, saying, got it, I'm leaving. Back in her room, Bai Ying lay quietly on the bed, staring at the ceiling, murmuring, I really don't know what kind of martial soul I will awaken in a few days. Then she immediately changed her tone and began to complain, damn it, where's the system that is supposed to come with crossing over? It's been 6 years. If it doesn't come soon, I will give a 1-star review. Though she said this, she still hoped for a system. What if she turned out to be an unlucky person without a martial soul? Forget about anything else. Even leaving Martial Soul City would be difficult. System. After calling out twice with no response, he felt a sense of despair. God, Buddha, Lord, just bless me with a good martial soul awakening. Is it because I opened it the wrong way that I haven't summoned the system all these years? I've tried countless times to summon the system, but nothing worked. Now there's only one way left. With that, he directly stood in front of the window, looking at the white light outside, and shouted, System activation. As the white shadow fell, its eyes were instantly enveloped in white light. In the midst of this, 2 black Chinese characters appeared in the white light, which then transformed into English. As the English faded away, the white shadow regained its vision, and a mechanical voice echoed in its mind. Beep. Verifying if the command is correct. Verification successful. Please choose between the daily sign-in system and the goddess capturing system. Is it true? The system has really arrived? The white shadow was clearly a bit incredulous. After all, it had hoped for the arrival of the system for so many years, and now, just by saying system activation, it was opened. I'm just a kid, I can choose now. I had no choice before, but now I want them all. Beep. Merge successful. Welcome to the daily sign-in and goddess capturing integrated system. Would you like to sign in daily? Sign in. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in. Reward: 1 spatial ring. Detected that this is the first time the host is using the system. Additional reward: a beginner's gift pack. Would you like to claim the rewards? Claim. As the white shadow finished speaking, a ring appeared in its hand. Would you like to open the beginner's gift pack? Open. Beep. Opening. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the light and dark attribute Dragon Slaying Martial Soul. What does Dragon Slaying Martial Soul mean? I can understand it literally, but what is it specifically? The white shadow asked the system in confusion about the meaning of Dragon Slaying Martial Soul. The Dragon Slaying Martial Soul is specifically designed for hunting dragons, possessing great lethality against dragon-type soul beasts and soul masters with dragon-type martial. Souls that IT can battle against soul masters and soul beasts of a higher level than itself. Additionally, it sharpens the host's 5 senses. Note: soul masters with the dragon-slaying martial soul cannot absorb soul bones, but can become stronger by hunting dragon-type soul beasts. Only after bathing in dragon blood can they be truly called dragon slayers. I understand, but what do the light and dark mean? Is it a dual martial soul? To the host, it is a dual martial soul. Light and dark can be considered 2 types of elements. For example, your light attribute martial soul can only use light attribute soul skills, while the dark attribute martial soul can only use dark attribute soul skills. Furthermore, it is immune to soul skills that match its own attribute and can consume soul skills of the same element to replenish its soul power. IT can also consume black and white soul skills, objects, and food. Upon hearing this, the white shadow couldn't help but curse. Damn. If I fill the spatial ring with black and white things or food, wouldn't I be invincible? To the host, not invincible. You can only engage in significant cross-level battles with dragon-type soul beasts or soul masters, and can only consume soul skills or objects of the same attribute. If the opponent is a fire type, water type, or other types of soul master, and they are at a higher level than you, it will be very difficult for you to win given your current situation. I got it. I'm already very satisfied to have such a top-tier dual martial soul. After the system's explanation, the white shadow fully understood its yet-awakened martial soul. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, what was that fleeting aura just now? How could it possess such momentum? The Shura god, one of the 3 law enforcers in the divine realm and a member of the divine council, had been observing the situation in Douluo continent for a long time. At the moment the white shadow received the system's reward, it also caught the attention of the Shura god, who was unaware of this. The Shura god looked at this little fellow, the white shadow, and murmured, "Interesting. This momentum actually comes from this little brat. Let me observe you for a while." At the same time, the white shadow suddenly shivered. Why am I shivering on such a sunny day? It must be those old guys in the offering hall thinking of ways to mess with me. Those old geezers. The next day, the white shadow woke up early, tidied up its outfit, and then stood outside the offering hall waiting for Qian Renxue to return. After a while, a figure approached. It was Qian Renxue. Upon seeing her return, the white shadow waved. Qian Renxue, seeing the white shadow waiting for her, felt genuinely happy. "You finally came back. I thought you were going to break your promise," the white shadow said somewhat reproachfully, looking up at the currently taller Qian Renxue. "It was hard for me to get away. Besides, Little Bai is about to awaken his martial soul, so I naturally had to come back to witness your awakening. I've told you not to call me Little Bai, but if I awaken a useless martial soul, wouldn't that be a joke for you?" The white shadow said playfully. "How could I laugh at your misfortune? You are my only relative besides Grandpa. What about her?" Before the white shadow could finish, Qian Renxue interrupted, "She is not." In response, the white shadow felt a sense of helplessness in his heart towards these 2 women. They both regarded each other as irreplaceable family, yet they wouldn't say it. Qian Renxue perfectly inherited Bibi Dong's stubbornness, both unwilling to give in. Meanwhile, in a corner, Bibi Dong, feeling Qian Renxue's return, was eavesdropping on their conversation. When she heard Qian Renxue's resolute response, devoid of any hesitation, a sense of loss arose in her heart, but more so, guilt towards Qian Renxue. The white shadow then said, "I'll go out and buy some good food, and we can have a nice meal later." Qian Renxue smiled and said, "You should just stay here. You haven't awakened your martial soul yet." Let the servants handle it. The white shadow awkwardly scratched his head and said, "That's true, it might be quite troublesome if I go." Qian Renxue gently patted the white shadow's head and smiled. "All right, let's go inside and find Grandpa." Chapter 4. A strong kiss in the evening. Bai Ying carried a large plate full of lamb skewers to Qian Renxue's side. You really are a great cook. Not only does the food taste good, but you also care about what they call it? All right, the human world's warmth. Eating these lamb skewers outdoors really adds to the experience. Bai Ying smiled slightly and then sat down across from Qian Renxue, replying, "Of course. Eating barbecue is meant to be enjoyed outside. Look at us sitting on this balcony, eating barbecue, gazing at the starry sky, and watching the bustling city of Wuhan. Isn't that much better than eating indoors?" "That is true. It definitely feels better than eating inside." Qian Renxue nodded in agreement. "It would be even better with some beer." Qian Renxue then gave Bai Ying a light chop on the head, reprimanding, "You're still young and thinking about drinking beer?" Bai Ying waved his hand in explanation. "What? As the saying goes, barbecue goes with beer, fried chicken goes with cola. That's the perfect combination. That's just making excuses. You're not old enough to drink, do you know that?" I know. Qian Renxue then showed a satisfied smile. "Let us eat, and after you finish, make sure to rest well. Tomorrow is the day you awaken your martial soul. You can't be late because you overslept." Hearing this, Bai Ying complained to Qian Renxue. "Late? Do you think I would dare to be late these past 2 years? Not to mention the other old men. Just Jin is ruthless enough to train me to death. I'm only 6 years old. I don't understand what these people are thinking. What if they break me?" Upon hearing Bai Ying's complaints, Qian Renxue couldn't help but feel sorry for him. She had seen Jin's harsh training methods before, and they were indeed too severe, but the results were excellent. "All right, after you awaken your martial soul tomorrow, you want to have many opportunities to train with the offerings. Most of the time will be spent on cultivation, and by then, it will be hard for you to train with the offerings. That's not certain. If I have a useless martial soul, I want to have the chance to cultivate either." Qian Renxue teased him. "If you awaken a useless martial soul, I'll make you cook every day in the kitchen. Since your cooking is so good, it's also a skill. You'll be cooking for everyone in Wuhan City every day. But if your cooking skills are that good, what if your martial soul turns out to be a spatula or a kitchen knife?" Bai Ying played along and then exclaimed in surprise, "Really? Don't tease me." Qian Renxue found this amusing and laughed. "All right, just kidding." The next day, all eligible individuals in Wuhan City gathered in the square, waiting for their martial soul awakening. Among them were some high-ranking members of the Wuhan Temple, as well as some assistants and elders watching, ready to take in promising students. Dana, martial soul, steel sword, soul power, level 5. David, martial soul, owl, soul power, level 6, not bad. Xiao Sheng, martial soul, frozen fish, soul power, level 6. Xiao Chong, martial soul, grouper, soul power, level 7, very good. Xiaolan, martial soul, orchid, soul power, level 6, a support soul master reaching innate level 6 soul power. Very impressive. At the same time, Qian Renxue and Bai Ying also arrived at the scene. Looking at the crowd, Qian Renxue said to Bai Ying, "Let us go. I'll take you to the offering hall to awaken your martial soul." Bai Ying thought for a moment and felt it made sense. Waiting here might take a long time, so it was more practical to go directly to the offering hall to awaken his martial soul. Plus, it would be fine to let the offerings know about his twin martial souls directly, since each offering was loyal to the Wuhan Temple and the Qian family. If he awakened here and was later found out to have twin martial souls, it would be troublesome. "All right, let us go to the offering hall." Before long, Qian Renxue and Bai Ying arrived at the offering hall. Upon seeing them, Qian Daoliu asked, "What martial soul did you awaken?" "I haven't awakened yet," Bai Ying said awkwardly, scratching his head. Qian Renxue immediately said, "There are too many people over there. I want my grandpa to help Xiao by, shouting awaken his martial soul." Upon hearing this, Qian Daoliu stood up and looked at Bai Ying, saying, "Stand in the center. I'll help you awaken your martial soul." Just as Bai Ying was about to step forward, a voice suddenly rang in his mind. Beep. Detected the goddess Qian Renxue. System issuing task. Strong kiss Qian Renxue. Reward. Innate level 20 soul power. Task failure penalty, none. Upon hearing the system's task, Bai Ying cursed inwardly. What the hell? You didn't say anything yesterday when I was with her for so long, and now, when it's time to awaken my martial soul, you give me a task to kiss Qian Renxue? Qian Daoliu is still here. Do you want me to die quickly? Does the host want to abandon the task? Abandoning the task penalty, none. Damn it, I'll do it. After all, innate level 20 soul power is worth it. With Qian Daoliu's character, he won't say anything, right? As long as he helps me awaken my martial soul, this task will go smoothly. If he doesn't help me awaken my martial soul, I'll just go back to square. Fortune favors the bold, and the timid starve. Shouting. What are you thinking? Come over here. Qian Renxue urged Bai Ying, who was standing still. Bai Ying snapped out of it at the sound of Qian Renxue's voice and awkwardly replied, I was just too nervous about awakening my martial soul. Qian Renxue, hearing this, said helplessly, There's nothing to be nervous about. Besides, you've seen a martial soul awakening before. Sister Schwerer, can you come over here for a moment? Although Qian Renxue didn't know what Bai Ying wanted to do, she still walked over and asked, What is the matter? Just as Qian Renxue finished speaking, Bai Ying leaned in and kissed her soft, fragrant red lips. Qian Daoliu was taken aback by this sudden event, and soon realized that his precious granddaughter had been kissed. Feeling Qian Daoliu's reaction, Bai Ying quickly released Qian Renxue. What were you doing? Qian Renxue asked, a hint of shyness in her voice. Sister Schwerer, you will be mine from now on. As the two were talking, Qian Daoliu's voice came through Kid. At that moment, as Qian Daoliu's soul power erupted, Qian Renxue stood in front of Bai Ying, and seeing his granddaughter shielding Bai Ying, Qian Daoliu hurriedly suppressed his soul power. Schwerer, what are you doing? Qian Renxue stammered, I. Seeing this, Bai Ying stepped forward and knelt on one knee, saying, I came not only to awaken my martial soul, but also to propose to the great offering. Qian Renxue was taken aback by Ying's words. Propose? What qualifications or conditions do you have to propose? After the great offering helps me awaken my martial soul, you will know what my qualifications are. Upon hearing this, Qian Daoliu understood Bai Ying's meaning and said, Xiaoying, over the years, I and the other offerings have regarded you as family. You are indeed a talent we have our eyes on. But you say that after awakening your martial soul, we will know what your qualifications are. This means you are quite confident in your own talent. Huh? Do you know Schwerer's talent? Chapter 5. Marriage, so you are quite confident in your own talent? Do you know how talented Schwerer is? Qian Daoliu said with a hint of authority. Bai Ying had already anticipated Qian Daoliu would say this, and he raised his head to meet Qian Daoliu's gaze, showing no signs of fear. Of course, I know about Sister Schweer's talent. She possesses a divine-level martial soul, the six-winged angel, and has an innate soul power of level 20. But I don't think I will be inferior. After saying this, Bai Ying's heart began to race. What should I say next? 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Don't bully the young and poor. No. That saying is more suitable when being rejected or canceled a marriage engagement. Qian Daoliu hasn't clearly rejected me yet. He is still in a state of indecision, meaning he is assessing whether my talent matches up to Qian Renxue's. From his perspective, he probably thinks I won't have a divine-level martial soul, which means his requirement is at least that I have innate full soul power. System, are you there? He promptly called out to the system. Ding. Here. How may I assist you? Has my soul power been credited? Host, the reward has been automatically granted after your kiss. You now possess innate soul power of level 20. Congratulations on triggering the hidden task. Proposal successful. Reward, divine artifact, time battle blade. Upon hearing that the reward had been credited, Bai Ying couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It would be too awkward if he awakened a divine-level martial soul, but had no soul power afterward. Bai Ying then noticed the hidden task, but after just a glance at the requirement for a successful proposal, he did not dwell on it. The reward could be discussed later. No need to say more. Please directly let me awaken my martial soul, and we can talk later. Qian Daoliu, seeing this, couldn't help but admire Bai Ying's maturity. A 6-year-old child, though sometimes steady and sometimes unreliable, was already far beyond his peers. However, Qian Daoliu still maintained his previous authority and said calmly, Come here. Bai Ying walked up to Qian Daoliu, and as he approached, a golden light appeared, causing Bai Ying to float up alongside it. But soon, the entire sky of the martial soul city was suddenly shrouded in darkness. Qian Daoliu was taken aback by this scene. After all, the martial soul city was the ancestral home of the Qian family, and it was also the place of the angel god's inheritance, now enveloped in darkness in an instant. When Qian Daoliu saw the entire martial soul city covered in darkness, he already knew what kind of martial soul Bai Ying possessed. A martial soul that can trigger celestial phenomena. A divine-level martial soul. Suddenly, all the darkness was dispelled, and just as everyone thought it was over, the entire martial soul city was enveloped in white light, making it impossible to open their eyes. After the white light flickered for a while, the sky returned to blue, and at this moment, the various offerings of the martial soul hall also arrived. Great offering, what happened? Jin Yi, as the second offering of the offering hall, was only below Qian Daoliu in strength. As the leader of the remaining 6, he didn't speak, and the others wouldn't say much either. Qian Daoliu waved his hand to indicate that nothing was wrong and calmly said, "I'm just letting this brat awaken his martial soul." Awaken his martial soul? The 6 offerings never expected that the darkness that covered the sky and the blinding white light were caused by Bai Ying, who had been by their side for years. Everyone looked at Bai Ying, who had many patterns appearing on his body, with even his face and hair changing due to the awakening of his martial soul. The left side of Bai Ying's body was covered in many black patterns, and his face was similarly wrapped in black patterns, resembling dragon scales. On the right side of Bai Ying's body, however, were patterns that were completely different from the black ones, with only the facial patterns somewhat resembling the black ones. But they were white. Behind Bai Ying were 2 evil dragons, one black, filled with death, darkness, and evil. The other was the opposite, filled with light, holiness, and purity. This is twin martial souls, Guangling exclaimed in surprise. Qian Jun and Jiang Yamo, the 2 brothers, were also taken aback, not expecting this child to possess twin martial souls. It should be noted that twin martial souls are incredibly rare across the Douluo continent. When Qian Daoliu felt the aura emanating from the white dragon, he knelt down but still murmured, "This is even more sacred than the angel martial soul." Seeing this, Bai Ying quickly retracted his martial soul and hurriedly helped Qian Daoliu up. Once Qian Daoliu stood up, he immediately called for Qian Renxue. "Xue, come here." Qian Renxue walked to Qian Daoliu's side, puzzled. "What is wrong, Grandpa?" Qian Daoliu cleared his throat and instructed Qian Renxue, "You should communicate more with Xiaoying in the future, and don't bully him." Upon hearing this, Qian Renshue's face turned red, and shyly covering her face, she stammered, "Grandpa, what are you talking about? Why say such things?" Qian Daoliu said sternly, "Just answer whether you will listen or not. If you don't listen, you won't be my granddaughter anymore." Qian Renxue, feeling shy, stomped her foot and shouted, "Grandpa!" The other offerings behind them couldn't help but laugh, feeling happy for Qian Renxue. After all, they had watched these 2 grow up together, a match made in heaven, both possessing top-tier talents, a perfect pair. Seeing that Qian Renshue's face was so red it could drip water, Bai Ying quickly tried to change the subject. Can I test my soul power first?" Hearing this, Qian Daoliu took out the crystal ball for testing soul power, placed his hand on it, and then infused it with soul power. Bai Ying did the same, placing his hand on the crystal ball and beginning to channel his soul power, instantly causing the crystal ball to shine brightly. Innate soul power level 20. Although everyone was mentally prepared, they were still shocked upon seeing it. Good, good, good. Our martial soul hall has produced another genius with a divine level martial soul and innate soul power of level 20. Ha ha! Seeing this, Qian Daoliu forgot his serious demeanor as the great offering. It seems our martial soul hall will dominate the continent in a few years. 2 geniuses with innate level 20 soul power, both possessing divine level martial souls. The future certainly belongs to the martial soul hall. Bai Ying was very happy to see Qian Daoliu and the other offerings like this, but he interrupted, "What about my relationship with Sister Shui? Upon hearing this, Qian Daoliu immediately said, "What do you mean by your relationship? Your relationship is just one person's matter." "My grandson-in-law, what did you just say?" Qian Renshue's face turned red, covering her ears and closing her eyes, no longer looking or listening to their conversation. Bai Ying understood Qian Oliu's meaning and then cupped his hands and said, "It's nothing." Qian Daoliu wasted no time and directly announced the marriage between Bai Ying and Qian Renxue to the offerings, and thus laughter and joy, which hadn't even heard in a long time, filled the offering hall. But while some were joyful, others were troubled. At the moment Bai Ying awakened his martial soul, the elders also realized what had just happened. How could the unusual phenomena not attract Bai Dong's attention? Long before the white light dissipated, Bai Dong had hidden near the offering hall. When he heard everything inside, he was greatly shocked. A divine-level martial soul and a marriage proposal with Qian Renxue made Bai Dong see an added obstacle to his plan to destroy the angel lineage. Chapter 610 Core Theories. Qian Daoliu arrived beside Bai Ying and placed a large hand on Bai Ying's shoulder, speaking seriously. "Xiao Ying, remember this. Before you become a titled Douluo, never attach any soul rings to your second martial soul. Do you understand?" "I understand," Bai Ying replied. Seeing Bai Ying's understanding, Qian Daoliu nodded in appreciation and asked, "Don't you want to ask why I don't want you to attach a soul ring to your second martial soul?" Bai Ying, not wanting to pretend to be clueless, directly stated, "Dual martial souls are a rare existence on the entire continent. There was once a soul master with dual martial souls, but when he tried to attach a soul ring to his second martial soul, he unfortunately exploded. This is the downside of dual martial souls. If one doesn't pay attention to the age of the soul ring during absorption and ignores the rejection from the martial souls, blindly absorbing, it will only lead to the body being unable to withstand the pressure of the soul ring." The other worshippers nodded in agreement, indicating for Bai Ying to continue. "The reason you don't want me to attach a soul ring to my second martial soul is that you want me to attach soul rings of at least 10,000 years or more when I do so." Seeing that Bai Ying knew about dual martial souls, Qian Daoliu didn't hesitate to praise him. "That's right, you're correct. It seems that all these years you've been visiting the library and learning well. To understand so much at your age, you're truly a genius among geniuses." Bai Ying, hearing Qian Daoliu's words, cupped his hands and replied, "A genius is acceptable, but I can't claim to be a genius among geniuses. After all, there are always people better than oneself." The worshippers, upon hearing Bai Ying's words, felt gratified and praised him again. Yes, not arrogant or impetuous, not proud of having a divine-level martial soul and innate spirit power of level 20. Indeed, he understands that there are always people better than oneself. Qian Daoliu then asked Bai Ying, "Xiao Ying, have you decided which martial soul to attach a soul ring to first?" After a moment of thought, Bai Ying responded, "The difference between the white dragon and the shadow dragon is not significant. The white dragon focuses on strong attack and control, while the shadow dragon focuses on strong attack and agility. It's more suitable to use the shadow dragon in the early stages. Let us attach the soul ring to the shadow dragon first, the black dragon we just mentioned." The worshippers, along with Qian Renxue and the eavesdropping Bibi Dong, were indifferent about which martial soul to develop first, as both dragons emitted similar auras. "All right, in a few days, I will take you out to hunt soul beasts and obtain soul rings." Bai Ying cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, esteemed worshippers. I wonder which worshipper will take me to hunt soul beasts? It doesn't matter, anyone can do it. After all, everyone is in the worship hall, we can decide then." Bai Ying nodded. "That works, we can discuss it later." But what?" The worshippers and Qian Renxue turned to look at Bai Ying. Bai Ying sighed and began explaining. "I want to know why there are trash books in the library of the Martial Soul City." "What trash books?" Everyone present, including the eavesdropping Bibi Dong, was confused as the library of Martial Soul City contained the best books from across the continent, even if it wasn't complete. There shouldn't be any trash books. Seeing the worshippers' reactions, Bai Ying asked, "I came across a book while reading about various topics and knowledge of soul beasts in the library, titled The 10 Core Competencies of Martial Souls. What kind of trash book is this?" Some worshippers were unaware of the book, but Qian Daoliu and Jin Yi recognized it, knowing it was written by Yu Xiaojing, the former love interest of Bibi Dong. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong gripped her staff tightly, refusing to allow anyone to speak ill of Yu Xiaojing or defame his work. Bai Ying continued, I remember the first point. The strength of a martial soul determines the level of innate spirit power. What nonsense is this? A powerful martial soul may have high or low innate spirit power, but powerful martial souls are generally stronger. If this book's claims are true, wouldn't the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School be filled with soul saints possessing the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile martial soul? Wouldn't the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan be full of title Douluo and soul Douluo? If he had changed it to powerful martial souls generally have higher innate spirit power, that would be acceptable, but it can't be a blanket dismissal. And that's second point. There are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. This statement is even more ridiculous. A useless martial soul is simply a useless martial soul. How can there be a claim about useless soul masters? No matter how much a soul master trains with a useless martial soul, using all kinds of rare materials, they will still have a useless martial soul. From what I know, it seems the author of this book hasn't even broken through level 30, truly shooting oneself in the foot while claiming to be a genius. With a chuckle, Qian Renxue couldn't hold back her laughter and said, "Someone who can't even break through level 30 says there are no useless martial souls. Only useless soul masters." Haha. Bai Ying glanced at Qian Renxue and, seeing her so happy, continued. And the third point, martial souls are divided into two categories. Only beast martial souls and weapon martial souls. I have to criticize this statement. Who is the author of this 10 core competencies? Has he awakened martial souls for many people, or has he seen all soul masters? As far as I know, there are also body martial souls, which are parts of the body, like eyes, mouths, arms, ears, and other series of martial souls. This is stated too definitively. I want to go on about the rest. Some correct statements are recorded in other books. This person just copied them, and after adding some of his erroneous ideas, claims it as his own creation. How shameless. He doesn't even care about losing face. Truly a hypocrite who seeks reputation and craves fame. Qian Daoliu responded, "In that case, let us throw this book out of the martial soul hall. No need. I think it would be good to bring it out and publicize it to the people on the continent as a warning, to provide an explanation to those harmed by this book and its families. It also reminds everyone that much of the content in this book is incorrect and shouldn't be practiced lightly. All right, let us do as you say." Upon hearing this, Bai Ying secretly laughed in his heart. "You Xiaojiang. Oh, you Xiaojiang. Your good days are about to come to an end." Meanwhile, outside, the eavesdropping Bibi Dong was nearly furious, as Bai Ying repeatedly insulted Yu Xiaojiang's work and character. Now, she only wanted to kill Bai Ying. When she heard that the 10 core competencies of martial souls was going to be published to warn everyone, a smirk appeared on her lips. Worship Hall, your actions are truly shooting yourself in the foot. Everyone on the continent calls Xiaojiang a master. Let us see how the masses will resist you. Chapter 7, Not From This World in the Evening. Qian Renxue and Bai Ying were still sitting on the balcony, gazing at the stars and having dinner, feeding each other bite by bite, serene and elegant, truly delightful. However, Qian Daoliu and Bibi Dong, who were secretly watching from the side, were reminiscing about the past. Looking at the affectionate scene between Qian Renxue and Bai Ying, Qian Daoliu recalled his time with Poseidon, thinking how wonderful it would be if he were with Poseidon at this moment. Bibi Dong, on the other hand, remembered her past with Yu Xiaojiang, but then thought of Qian Xuanjia, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Qian Daoliu had already noticed Bibi Dong's presence, but did not step forward to stop her. It was understandable for a mother to check on her child. When Qian Daoliu sensed Bibi Dong's murderous intent, he was prepared to intervene at any moment. After finishing their meal, Qian Renxue and Bai Ying sat on the balcony, gazing at the stars in the night sky. Bai Ying teased Qian Renxue, saying, "Sister Schwerer, you will be my fiancé in the future." Qian Renxue blushed and retorted, "Go away. I haven't agreed yet, but your grandfather has agreed. My grandfather's opinion doesn't count. My future is up to me." Bai Ying smiled at her response, then looked up at the stars in the night sky and said in a slightly melancholic tone, "Schwerer, can you understand the sadness of stars that can never return to the sky?" Qian Renxue was taken aback and didn't understand what Bai Ying meant, asking, "Huh? What do you mean by stars that can't return to the sky?" "Ah, it's nothing." Qian Renxue then hugged Bai Ying, comforting him. "Are you homesick?" The spirit hall has always been your home. I still have my grandfather, and there are other elders. They are all your family. Always. Thank you. You know, that year, the sky, which was originally calm, as usual, suddenly had a shooting star. My grandfather and I thought it was just another shooting star. But when we got there, we found it was a child, and then you came to the spirit hall and became my family. I was very lucky to feel the presence of family aside from my grandfather. The two embraced for a long time before slowly parting. Bai Ying then softly asked, "So, how was that? My technique for flirting with girls isn't too bad, right?" Upon hearing Bai Ying's words, Qian Renxue proudly replied, "Not really. At least it doesn't work on me. Then why are you still holding me while saying those things? Swear, you really are proud. Idiot. I said it doesn't work. So it doesn't." After saying that, she punched Bai Ying on the head. Qian Renxue understood what Bai Ying meant. He was merely trying to give her an out, unwilling to show that fragile side. Love is like this. You don't need to say much. I understand it all. Bai Ying sat down again, looking at Qian Renxue, who then noticed Bai Ying was looking at her and asked, "What are you looking at? Am I that good looking?" "Good looking. But I have something to tell you." When Qian Renxue saw Bai Ying's serious expression as he spoke the second half of his sentence, she immediately asked, "Is it something important?" "Yes." "Do you know why I came to this world in the form of a shooting star?" Qian Renxue shook her head. "I don't know. I just know that you are my family. That's enough. I'm not from this world. I don't want to hide this from you. I come from another world." Bai Ying did not want to conceal this from Qian Renxue, as he felt he did not need to guard against her. "You're not from this world?" Qian Renxue asked in confusion. Bai Ying explained, "Yes, I'm not from this world. You can understand that I come from beyond the universe, another dimension, or from another vast world. Then how did you get here?" Qian Renxue grew more curious about Bai Ying's origins. Bai Ying felt awkward and thought, "I can't possibly say I lost a swimming contest against a bunch of old men and ended up here, right? That would be too embarrassing." But he still said calmly, "I don't know, but since I'm here, I will make the best of it." "Then why are you telling me this?" "I don't plan to hide this fact. To be precise, I want to tell you that besides me, there is another person who is not from this world." Qian Renxue was a bit shocked and asked, "There's another person besides you?" "Yes. That person is not a good person and will commit evil deeds on Douluo continent in the future. He will even destroy the spirit hall." Qian Daoliu and Bibi Dong initially believed what Bai Ying said, given that he arrived in Douluo continent as a shooting star. However, when Bai Ying mentioned that this person would destroy the spirit hall, Qian Daoliu and Bibi Dong clearly did not believe it and scoffed at the statement, thinking Bai Ying did not understand the spirit hall's strength. Destroy the spirit hall? How could that be possible? Qian Renxue exclaimed in disbelief, knowing that the spirit hall had more titled Douluos than the two empires combined. Bai Ying, seeing Qian Renxue so agitated, calmly said, "I know you will find it hard to believe, but now that I'm here, this will never happen again." "How do you know about that person? How do you know all this?" Qian Daoliu inquired. Bai Ying replied nonchalantly, "To be precise, I know everything about the Douluo continent, both the future and the past." "I don't believe it." "Don't believe it? Then go ahead and ask Qian Daoliu if he ever liked Poseidon Island's Bibi Dong. Ask your mother Bibi Dong if she really doesn't love you. You can also ask Qian Daoliu why Bibi Dong treats you this way." Qian Renxue looked at Bai Ying's serious yet confident expression and began to believe that he knew everything about Douluo continent. However, when she heard that Bibi Dong loved her, she found it hard to accept. Meanwhile, Qian Daoliu and Bibi Dong, upon hearing this, fully believed that Bai Ying was aware of the past and the future, as very few people knew about Bibi Dong's situation, let alone Qian Daoliu's past. "What is the name of the other person from another world? How did the spirit hall fall?" Qian Renxue asked. "His name is Tang San, and there are many reasons for the downfall of the spirit hall, not only because of traitors, but also due to the excessive leniency in allowing Tang San to grow. That old bastard Qian Daoliu just stayed in the worship hall every day. Even when Tang Hao came knocking, he remained silent." Upon hearing his name mentioned, Qian Daoliu was taken aback. It seemed that he bore some responsibility for the spirit hall's downfall. Bibi Dong glanced at Qian Daoliu, her eyes filled with mockery. "Traitors? Let him grow. And your grandfather?" Bai Ying sighed and continued, "Your grandfather, at the 99th level limit Daw, did not stop Tang Hao, ultimately allowing him to damage the heavenly stone statue in front of the Pope's hall and destroy the square, but this was not solely due to Tang San's strength. In fact, your grandfather Qian Daoliu had a minimal role in this. The biggest reason was still the traitors. Who were the traitors? Qian Renshue's expression turned cold. As soon as she knew who the traitors were, she would immediately go and kill them. Bibi Dong and Qian Daoliu listened carefully, fearing they might miss someone. Your mother Bibi Dong, as well as Hulaina, and you. Huh, me? Qian Renxue pointed at herself, indicating that she couldn't have heard correctly. Why am I included? Bibi Dong was also taken aback upon hearing her name, wondering why she was considered a traitor, but when she heard Hulaina's name, she was shocked again, realizing that wasn't she her disciple? Chapter 8. People worth winning over. Qian Renxue pointed to herself and asked in confusion, why would I be a traitor? You must be joking. She didn't care much when Bai Ying said her mother and Hulaina were traitors. But when it came to being a traitor of the Spirit Hall, she couldn't understand. The Spirit Hall was her family business and home. How could she possibly be a traitor? At least I haven't been one since I came here, but there are still 2 traitors now. Hulaina is manageable. She can be brought back, but your mother, that's troublesome. What about my mother? Qian Renxue asked. Bai Ying waved her hand and said, your mother's issues are numerous. She is a genius, an unparalleled genius. She has twin martial souls, innate full soul power, and has resolved the contradictions of twin martial souls. Among all the popes, she may not be the best, but she is definitely among the top. Hearing Bai Ying praise Bibi Dong, Qian Renxue felt a bit displeased. You're just saying nice things. Seeing Qian Renshue's expression, Bai Ying continued, don't rush, I'm not done. She has grand ambitions, like unifying the Douluo continent. But she has been blinded by love. Her disciple, Hulaina, is the same. She too can be blinded by love. Then she muttered softly, just like you. What are you talking about? Qian Renxue interrupted when she heard the just like you. Bai Ying felt a bit awkward, but continued. She's still thinking about that person. You Xiaojiang. How pitiful. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong, who was eavesdropping, thought, pitiful me? Bai Ying went on, still thinking about that hypocritical bastard Yu Xiaojiang. How pitiful and sad. She claims to love your mother, but after separating from your mother, he immediately went after her cousin, Lu Erlong. He doesn't even spare blood relatives. It's a seamless transition. Qian Renxue was furious upon hearing this. Regardless of whether this man owed Bibi Dong or if he didn't spare his own cousin, it filled Qian Renxue with immense anger. She suddenly stood up, slammed the table, and asked, where is Yu Xiaojiang? How could he do such a thing? I'm going to kill him. Seeing Qian Renshue's state, Bai Ying waved her hand to signal her to sit down. After Qian Renxue sat down, Bai Ying said that bastard Yu Xiaojiang is currently just wandering around, eating and drinking. Really useless. Qian Renxue remarked. His disciple Tang San, who is also Tang Hao's son, is our biggest enemy. Bai Ying added. Qian Renxue responded immediately. Then why not just assassinate him now? The elders in the Hall of Offerings, along with so many titled Douluo in your Pope Hall, wouldn't fear a Tang Hao, right? I estimate it won't be that easy to kill him. After all, he is likely the child of destiny on this continent. Let me meet him first. If he is truly protected by destiny, then I will have to find a way to disrupt his fortune, Bai Ying said. Qian Renxue laughed. Just you? Even if you know his background, you're just a level 20 Great Soul Master now. Can you defeat Tang Hao? Bai Ying's expression turned sharp, and her tone became indifferent as she said, so, I need to get my weapon back first. Qian Daoliu and Qian Renxue both looked puzzled. When they found Bai Ying, she had no weapon with her. Where did this weapon come from? Bai Ying replied, I can't just say it was given by the system. Can I? Do you know where your weapon is? Qian Renxue asked. I know it's not too far. When do you plan to retrieve your weapon? In a few days. Are you not afraid that your weapon might be picked up by someone chopping wood on the mountain or fishing in the sea and sold as scrap iron? Bai Ying then flicked Qian Renxue on the forehead lightly and said, Fool, that's my divine artifact. No one besides me can find it, let alone move it. Not to mention someone chopping wood or fishing. Qian Renxue and the 2 eavesdropping were shocked. They all understood what a divine artifact was. The angel sword of the angel god, the scythe of the Rakshasa god. Behind every divine artifact is a god. Qian Daoliu and Bibi Dong both suspected Bai Ying was a reincarnation of a deity. Otherwise, she couldn't casually say it was her divine artifact. But Qian Renxue didn't think as much as Bibi Dong and Qian Daoliu. Qian Renxue then asked, what does your divine artifact look like? Bai Ying looked at the description given by the system and replied, "It's a sword with a wide blade, a broad back, and a large guard. The hilt and guard are golden." Qian Renxue felt a bit disappointed. "I thought it was a sword. Turns out your divine artifact is a knife. How much longer can you stay?" Bai Ying asked. Hearing this, Qian Renxue felt a bit displeased and said with a hint of sorrow, "Why? Do you want me to leave so soon?" Bai Ying quickly waved her hand to explain, "Not at all. I want to spend time with you. I don't want you to return to that corrupt empire. After you hunt for a soul ring, you will need to go to the Spirit Hall Academy to study. I really look forward to your performance in the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition." Bai Ying, upon hearing that she would enter the Spirit Hall Academy, disdainfully said, "I'm not very interested in the academy, but the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition sounds a bit interesting. But if you don't join the academy, you can't participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition. Can't I just be an honorary member? Team members need to have synergy. If you're just an honorary member, how can you coordinate with the other team members?" Bai Ying was fully prepared for this, and then said to Qian Renxue, "I have made 2 plans. First, I will try to win Hulaina back. If I can bring her back, I will participate in the Advanced Soul Master Academy competition. If I can't bring her back, then I will find 7 people to represent the Hall of Offerings in the competition." Represent the Hall of Offerings? There are not many suitable candidates in the Hall of Offerings. You still have to find people from the Spirit Hall Academy, right? Bai Ying smiled slightly and said to Qian Renxue, "I will go out to find a few people and create a truly invincible team. It will be called the 7 Minions of Purgatory." Schwer has already left. Are you going to get a soul ring next? Qian Daoliu knelt in front of the angel god statue and asked Bai Ying behind him. "I know she has left. I came here with a request for you," Bai Ying said, leaning against the wall as usual. "What is it?" Qian Daoliu continued to speak calmly, which made Bai Ying wonder if he could really remain unaffected by the worldly entanglements day after day. "I need Grandpa Jean E and Grandpa Qing Wan to go out with me, and I would like to ask you to open a back door." Qian Daoliu was puzzled. He could understand Jean E and Qing Wan going out with him, as he had heard Bai Ying talking to Qian Renxue a few days ago. This time, they were likely going to retrieve her weapon, but what did opening a back door mean? "Jean E and Qing Wan will go out with you shortly, but you need to explain what you mean by opening a back door." Bai Ying said indifferently, "I want to win that person over to the Hall of Offerings." "What person?" Qian Daoliu asked, confused. "A person worth winning over for the Hall of Offerings." Chapter 9 Weapons 2. Qian Daoliu became interested upon hearing this and asked, "Who are you referring to that is worth pulling into the worship hall?" "Douluo. Although this person has a strange personality, I have a way to win him over. However, he isn't qualified to enter the worship hall due to his level, which is why I asked you to open a back door for him." Qian Daoliu was puzzled as to why Bai Ying was so obsessed with Douluo and inquired, "Why can one Douluo make you want to win him over so much?" Bai Ying smiled slightly at this and didn't answer Qian Daoliu's question immediately. Instead, she asked, "The conversation I had with Sister Schwer that night, the great worshipper should have heard it all, right?" Qian Daoliu was somewhat shocked upon hearing this. He didn't understand how someone who had just awakened their martial soul could detect him. He thought to himself, "How did he discover me? At that time, I was extremely concealed and even hid my soul power. I shouldn't have been detected." Seeing Qian Daoliu like this, Bai Ying laughed and said, "Are you curious how I knew you were in the corner? Tell me, how did you discover me?" Bai Ying then directly explained to Qian Daoliu, "That night when I was chatting with Sister Schwer, I suddenly felt a killing intent that made me feel very dangerous. This is what my martial soul told me. My martial soul is the Dragon Slayer martial soul, which innately possesses strong lethality against dragon-type soul beasts and soul masters. After awakening my martial soul, my 5 senses are much stronger than those of ordinary soul masters. I could sense that killing intent was directed at me. I thought about it. What I said at that time couldn't possibly elicit killing intent from you, so there must have been a 4th person present." Qian Daoliu nodded and said, "That's right. You are correct. There was indeed a 4th person present." He guessed, "Could it be from the Papal Hall?" Qian Daoliu nodded and asked, "How did you know it was her? I am not from this world, yet I know everything that happens here. You must have heard it too, right? That night, I mentioned you Xiaojiang. With her character, if you weren't there, I probably wouldn't be standing here." Qian Daoliu also nodded. "You are right. She did hear your conversation with Schwer, so you need to be careful in the future. Don't let her catch any weaknesses and don't give her any opportunities. I certainly know that. So you should also be aware of Tang San's situation, right? Douluo is a crucial step for Tang San's rise. If we fail to win him over, I don't need to say more about the consequences, but I can assure you that he will definitely ally with us. Understood. Jin E. Qing Wan. After finishing, Daoliu summoned Jin E. and Qing Wan to come here. The two quickly arrived after hearing Daoliu's summons and bowed in unison, asking, "Great Worshipper, what do you need us to do?" "You two will follow Xiao Ying to handle some matters and then hunt for soul rings. After that, accompany Xiao Ying to win over Douluo to join our worship hall. If he agrees to join, he will be directly appointed as the 8th worshipper. Remember, you must ensure Xiao Ying's safety." Jin E and Qing Wan exchanged glances, somewhat confused. They knew Douluo, but to think he could be directly won over by the great worshipper and even appointed as the 8th worshipper was truly absurd. "Do you two have any objections?" No. All right, then set off with Xiao Ying. After the three exited the martial soul city, Qing Wan summoned her martial soul to lead the trio forward. Along the way, Jin E and Qing Wan were puzzled about Daoliu's decision. "Second brother, why do you think the great worshipper wants to win over Douluo? Although he is a titled Daoliu, he seems to have no hope of advancing further in his life, and his strength also seems average," Qing Wan asked. "I also don't understand why the great worshipper would make such a choice, directly letting Douluo join the worship hall. However, in terms of strength, he wouldn't be able to defeat any titled Douluo in a one-on-one fight, but in a group battle, he is a formidable weapon." Just then Bai Ying said, "It was I who asked the great worshipper to do this. Although Douluo can't defeat any titled Douluo, he can still leave the opponent with only titled Douluos remaining." Jin E and Qing Wan both looked at Bai Ying, somewhat confused about why she wanted to do this. Bai Ying waved her hand and said, "Don't look at me like that. I'm doing this for the sake of the Martial Soul Hall. In the future, there will definitely be a battle between the Martial Soul Hall and the two great empires. You can imagine how formidable Douluo will be at that time." Jin E and Qing Wan thought about Douluo being deployed on the battlefield and felt a chill run down their spines. By that time, only titled Douluos would be left standing. "We don't even know if Douluo will be won over by us." "Yeah, it seems he is unwilling to join any forces," Qing Wan echoed. "You two grandpas needn't worry. Douluo will definitely join. He will." "Xiao Ying, are you so sure Douluo will be won over? You might not know the relationship between the Martial Soul Hall and Douluo, right?" Jin E looked at Bai Ying and said. But Bai Ying dismissively replied, "Douluo's relationship with the Pope isn't great. What does that have to do with our worship hall?" The two were momentarily at a loss for words, as there was no way to refute this, especially since the current pope was Bibi Dong, and the worship hall and the elder hall had split into two major factions within the Martial Soul Hall. "All right, stop here, Grandpa Qing Wan," Bai Ying said, looking at the cave below. "Huh? Why are we stopping here? There are no soul beasts or Douluo here," titled Douluo Qing Wan said, somewhat confused. Seeing this, Bai Ying also asked, "Did the great worshipper not tell you?" "Tell us what?" "X2, I'm here to do business, mainly to retrieve my weapon. Douluo's matter and the soul rings are not urgent." "Weapons?" The two were somewhat puzzled. "Xiao Ying, you grew up in the Martial Soul City and were taken care of by us. Where would you get a weapon?" "Yeah, even if you had one, it wouldn't be possible to find it in this wilderness." Upon hearing this, Bai Ying was momentarily speechless and then explained, "It's just that when I was born, my weapon came along with me. I only sensed it was here after my martial soul awakened." The three landed at the spot, and Bai Ying pointed to a nearby cave and said, "It's right there." Jin E and Qing Wan then led Bai Ying to the cave entrance, both using their soul power to sense the situation inside, but they didn't detect any weapons. As Bai Ying prepared to enter, Jin E and Qing Wan also ready to follow. "You two grandpas wait for me here. I'll come out once I've retrieved my weapon." The two exchanged glances and said in unison, "We need to protect your safety. What if something unexpected happens?" "Don't worry, my weapon won't harm me. You two grandpas guarding the cave entrance is also protecting my safety. Besides, if my weapon senses outsiders, it might pose a danger to you both instead." After exchanging glances, Jin E and Qing Wan chuckled. "Xiao Ying, do you know your grandpa Jin E's strength? Do you know your grandpa Qing Wan's strength?" Of course. I know both your strengths, but you might still get hurt. Jin Yi and Qing Wan were amused, and then said, then go retrieve your weapon. At that time, I and your grandpa Qing Wan will see what weapon can harm us. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing that the two would not enter the cave, Bai Ying walked deeper into the cave. Chapter 10. The doubts of Ning Fengji. After Bai Ying entered the cave, he took a look around. Judging by the abandoned state of the cave, it seemed that someone had once rested or sought shelter from the rain here, as it was already covered in cobwebs. After entering, Bai Ying still glanced back uneasily, fearing that the two guardians outside would come in. Once he saw that they had not arrived, he silently took out the reward. System, extract the reward. Ding. Extraction successful. Reward has been issued. Congratulations, host, on completing the task and receiving the reward. Time War Blade, artifact. As Bai Ying extracted the reward, the system's voice finished, and he took the weapon out of the storage soul guide. When he noticed that there was also a right arm armor and a right shoulder armor beside the weapon, he wondered, system, what is up with this arm armor and shoulder armor? Reply to the host, this is part of the reward. When you wear this right arm armor and shoulder armor, you'll experience unexpected effects. I mean, can't you give a complete set? Why just the right arm armor and shoulder armor? Reply to the host, this is indeed a complete set of equipment. Okay. My bad, sorry. It's fine, I forgive you. Bai Ying looked at the shoulder armor and arm armor, lost in thought. The sword was fine, but wasn't the shoulder armor and arm armor a bit too large for him right now? System, the sword is fine to carry on my back or at my waist, but this shoulder armor and arm armor seem a bit too big for me. Since you say this weapon is artifact level, the shoulder armor and arm armor must also be artifacts, right? Can they be made smaller? Reply to the host, the shoulder armor and arm armor are also artifact level, but they cannot be made smaller. They will only grow larger with your body. All right. After saying that, he picked up the Time War Blade. The moment he held it, he felt as if his body was about to merge with this artifact, and the pressure was immense. However, after a while, the Time War Blade merged into Bai Ying's body, allowing him to summon the weapon with his mind. Since it's an artifact, it should have some skills, right? After all, even the sea god's trident has skills. Reply to the host, of course it has skills. Current weapon skills, dissuasion, time seal, time scar. Dissuasion intimidates all opponents, creating pressure while making enemies feel as if they are facing a level 100 deity, causing a 30 reduction in all attributes. Time seal stops time. During the stop time, only the host can move freely, and the host can grant authorization to others, allowing authorized individuals to move freely as well. Time scar inflicts all past pains suffered by the opponent back onto their body for torment. Wow, that's awesome. What do I need a martial soul for? With these skills, I'm the strongest in the world, okay? Bai Ying exclaimed in surprise at the introduction. The host can use it by activating soul power. Since the host is not wearing shoulder armor and arm armor, there are currently only these 3 skills available. That's already amazing. Just then outside, the golden crocodile Douluo and the Qingwan rushed into the cave after hearing Bai Ying shout, fearing he might be in danger. After entering, the golden crocodile and Qingwan saw Bai Ying preparing to leave with a large sword on his back, and they quickly asked, what happened? Yes, Xiao Ying. We thought you were in danger. Bai Ying bowed slightly and cupped his hands, saying, sorry to worry you, sirs. You're fine. That's good. It seems you've got your weapon now. Is that big sword on your back your weapon? Qingwan pointed at the large sword on Bai Ying's back and asked. Bai Ying nodded and said, yes, this is my weapon. The golden crocodile Douluo.After. Was that weapon you mentioned that could hurt us this one? Ha ha ha. Do you not believe it, Grandpa Golden Crocodile? Bai Ying wanted to test out the skills. You've been in the offering hall for so many years. You must know the angel's holy sword, right? Let me tell you besides. The golden crocodile Douluo and Qingwan Douluo instantly felt a powerful pressure, with everything around them enveloped by immense soul power. The golden crocodile was momentarily rendered speechless by this pressure. After testing out the dissuasion skill, Bai Ying used the time seal, and suddenly the entire world was paused. In this pause time, only Bai Ying could move freely. The effect is great. Now it's a world for one, Bai Ying said, looking at everything. Then he walked behind the golden crocodile Douluo and Qingwan Douluo and released the time seal. Once the time seal and dissuasion were lifted, the pressure disappeared, and Bai Ying, who was just in front of them, was gone. Where's Xiaoying? Yeah, he was just here. Even a space soul skill couldn't disappear right under our noses, could it? Just then, Bai Ying stood behind the golden crocodile Douluo and Qingwan Douluo and said softly, I'm here. Upon hearing Bai Ying's voice, the golden crocodile and Qingwan turned to look behind them, and their hearts jumped in surprise. Bai Ying had instantly moved from in front of them to behind them without either noticing. Xiaoying, how did you do that? Qingwan asked. Bai Ying explained, Grandpa Golden Crocodile knows the angel's holy sword. So you must also know what just happened, right? The golden crocodile was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed, Are you saying? Bai Ying nodded. What are you talking about? Stop speaking in riddles. Qingwan quickly asked. The golden crocodile explained to Qingwan. The angel's holy sword is an artifact, and the sword on Xiaoying's back is also an artifact. What? An artifact? Qingwan Douluo was shocked and speechless. Then he looked at Bai Ying and asked, So how did you instantly move from your previous position to behind us? Bai Ying didn't want to reveal the skills that came with the artifact. After all, the fewer people who knew, the better. He smiled and said, Everyone has their little secrets, don't they? Qingwan scratched his head and laughed. That's true. Ha ha ha. Xiaoying is already gifted, and now with an artifact in hand. What worries do we have for the Martial Soul Hall's great cause? Then let's set off to find Douluo. After we find him and win him over, we'll go get soul rings. Okay. The three finished speaking and set off. Qingwan also used his martial soul, true body, and soul skills, and their speed was much faster compared to when they first left the Martial Soul City. On the way, many people and soul masters below saw the enormous Qingwan that blocked out the sun. Not far away, Ning Fengji and Sword Qianxin also noticed the situation. Uncle Jian, what do you think is going on? Ning Fengji asked the sword Douluo beside him. The sword Douluo flew into the sky, using his mental power to sense Bai Ying's direction. After Bai Ying and the others moved far away, Qianxin returned to the ground and said, I just used my mental power to check. There are two titled Douluo and a not-so-young child, probably not much older than Rongrong. What are their strengths? Ning Fengji asked. One is the Qingwan Douluo from the Martial Soul Hall, with considerable strength. The other one directly dispersed my mental power. He's also very strong. I noticed that child just before my mental power was dispersed. Ning Fengji murmured, Two powerful titled Douluo. Then he asked Uncle Jian, Is that child a boy or a girl? He's a boy. Is there something wrong with that, Sect Master? Ning Fengji waved his hand and said, It's nothing. Do you remember the message from the spies not long ago? Are you saying he's one of those 3 children? Ning Fengji nodded, very likely. One of the girls was taken as a disciple by the Pope, and this child should also be one of the 3. Chapter 11. Sunset Forest the next day. Bai Ying, along with Golden Crocodile Douluo and Qingwan Douluo, arrived at Sunset Forest. There were no powerful soul beasts in Sunset Forest, and it was rarely disturbed, making it a good choice for Douluo to live in seclusion, considering his strength and personality. Qingwan Douluo looked down and asked Xiaoying, Are you sure Douluo is hiding here? Bai Ying nodded slightly, indicating that Douluo must be living in Sunset Forest. Then, he looked at Golden Crocodile Douluo and Qingwan Douluo and asked, Do you 2 grandfathers know about the ice and fire yin-yang eye in Sunset Forest? Golden Crocodile Douluo and Qingwan Douluo exchanged glances and shook their heads, then asked in unison, Ice and fire yin-yang eye? What is that? You can understand it as a hot spring or a spring. Either works. Golden Crocodile Douluo understood and then asked, Are you saying that Douluo is hiding at a spring in the Sunset Forest? Bai Ying nodded and said, He must be in such a place. But I don't know if he's there now. Upon hearing this, Qingwan asked, Xiaoying, how do you know Douluo is at the spring? Bai Ying replied, Douluo has a reclusive personality. He wouldn't want to live on a bustling street. People need to solve their basic needs, and given Douluo's solitary nature, he probably wouldn't live in towns for long. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. If one day the elders of the Pope's palace decide to hunt down Douluo, he would definitely leave a backup plan. Sunset Forest is an excellent choice. There are no powerful soul beasts, and as long as he surrounds himself with poisonous mists, no soul beast will disturb him. Living near a hot spring is a great choice. he would definitely claim it as his own and use it as his refuge. Golden Crocodile Douluo and Qian Renxue nodded in agreement, feeling that Bai Ying was right, although they also felt he was wrong in some aspects but found no point to refute. Seeing this, Bai Ying felt relieved. After all, he had said so much just to lighten the burden. You two grandfathers should use your spiritual power to probe the surroundings first. Sunset Forest is not that big. I think we should be able to find Douluo's location quickly. Golden Crocodile immediately used his spiritual power to scan the surroundings, while Qian Renxue couldn't focus on the probing because he needed to maintain his martial spirit possession state. After a while, Golden Crocodile said, "There's a place over there where almost no soul beasts are nearby. Douluo must be hiding there." Qian Renxue immediately rushed toward the direction pointed by Golden Crocodile, quickly reaching the outskirts of the poisonous mists. "This is it," Bai Ying said lightly as he looked at the scene below. Hearing this, Qian Renxue released his martial spirit possession and caught Bai Ying, slowly descending to the ground. "Xiaoying, are you sure it's here? Why don't I see Douluo?" Golden Crocodile, Douluo asked. Bai Ying looked around and confidently replied, "I'm sure it's here. He must have just stepped out. Let's wait for him here." "Should we wait for him here or take you to hunt soul beasts and obtain soul rings first?" "Let's wait for him here. There's no rush for the soul ring." Golden Crocodile Douluo and Qian Renxue wanted to say something, but seeing Bai Ying's determined expression, they decided not to say more. However, Bai Ying was thinking of absorbing the celestial great herbs first before obtaining higher age soul rings. "System, can this soul guide device store living things?" Bai Ying asked, puzzled. "Of course, it can store living things, and it can even allow them to continue growing." "Got it." After saying that, Bai Ying began to pick the celestial great herbs around and put them into the soul guide device, which puzzled Qian Renxue and Golden Crocodile Douluo. Although they knew these were some herbs, they didn't realize they were the legendary celestial great herbs. "Xiaoying, if you do this, you're destroying Douluo's medicinal field. It will be harder to win him over." "Yes," Qian Douluo echoed. But upon hearing this, Bai Ying became even more motivated. His picking speed, which was already fast, increased even more. This scene left Golden Crocodile Douluo and Qian Douluo dumbfounded. Didn't they agree to win him over? Why was he destroying instead? After Bai Ying finished picking all the herbs in the medicinal field, he pulled out their roots and threw them into the ice and fire yin-yang before stopping his actions. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, he looked at Golden Crocodile Douluo and Qian Douluo and said, "These two herbs will require your assistance, grandfathers." Golden Crocodile Douluo and Qian Douluo noticed that there were two last herbs by the hot spring and then looked at the surrounding chaotic battlefield. They helplessly face-bombed and said, "Are you trying to empty his resources? Otherwise, if he still has resources, how can he come with us?" Golden Crocodile Douluo and Qian Douluo were somewhat stunned upon hearing this. It seemed to make sense. If he still had resources, it would be harder to join the Spirit Hall. This way, cutting off his thoughts would at least make it easier. The two also came to Bai Ying and asked, "What should we do? You two grandfathers just need to pick them after pulling them out for me." As they approached the eightfold ice crystal grass and the fire apricot flower, they felt an intense heat and cold, but their strength was undeniable. "You two grandfathers, be careful." After a while, the two herbs were delivered to Bai Ying. Before Golden Crocodile Douluo and Qian Douluo could ask anything, Bai Ying swallowed them. This action nearly scared the two elder souls out of them, and they hurriedly inquired, "Xiaoying, are you okay? Xiaoying, are you all right?" Bai Ying had just been thinking, "How should I eat these two celestial herbs? I remember it was one at a time." After eating, Bai Ying felt a wave of heat in his body and said, "I'm fine, but I need to absorb some energy first." He then asked the system in his mind, "System, should I directly enter the ice and fire yin-yang now?" "Host, please rest assured. With me here, you won't encounter any accidents. Then I trust you." Bai Ying jumped directly into the ice and fire yin-yang. Upon entering, Bai Ying's body felt a mix of heat and cold, but soon, his two martial spirits appeared, instantly suppressing the energies of the ice and fire yin-yang, the eightfold ice crystal grass, and the fire apricot flower. Bai Ying felt the discomfort he had just experienced vanish, and then asked System Is the absorption complete? How is it so fast? To answer the host, the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang is actually the resting place of the Ice and Fire Dragon King, which has slowly formed over time through the passage of time and the changes of the world. Your martial spirit is a Dragon Slayer martial spirit, which inherently has suppressive abilities over dragon-type soul beasts, especially against two souls that have been dead for who knows how long. So that's how it is. Chapter 12. The 9 Trials of Azura. Is my martial soul suppressing the power of the Ice and Fire Dragon King's soul? Yes. This is an ultra-ancient, mysterious martial soul that allows one to transform their body into a dragon. This martial soul can shatter dragon scales, damage dragon organs, and then hunt dragon souls, which is known as the Dragon Slayer martial soul, being also directly charged out from the Eye of Ice and Fire. After coming out, 2 strange patterns appeared on by Ying's arms. A blue pattern on the left arm, representing Ice attribute, and a red pattern on the right arm, representing Fire attribute. System, were these 2 patterns on my arms? The host's martial soul has mutated. Now the host is not only immune to light and dark attributes, but also to Ice and Fire attributes. At the same time, the host can devour Ice and Fire attributes to restore their soul power, making themselves stronger. However, Ice and Fire attributes are auxiliary attributes, and the host's martial soul's soul skills will not produce Ice and Fire attributes. Really? So I can now be immune to attacks from 4 attributes? Yes. Just as Golden Crocodile Daw and Qinghuan Daw were about to ask Bai Ying what was going on, a red light from the sky directly struck Bai Ying's body. Meanwhile, the Azura god in the divine realm was overjoyed and began to dance in the great hall. Wow, it's happening. Dual martial souls, with a natural suppression over dragon types. As for the talent, it's needless to say, innate level 20 soul power. Now, after directly hunting the Ice and Fire Dragon King's soul, the Azura god trial can be conducted. Should I give him some leeway and quickly pass on the divine position? Then he became serious and said, cough, cough, it's not about passing on the divine position, but my divine realm needs a god specifically targeting soul beasts. Currently, becoming a god through legitimate means is almost impossible, so I have no choice but to reluctantly give up my divine position. Hee, how smart am I? I need to quickly lower the divine trial to prevent it from being snatched by others. If I wait any longer, it will be too late when those 4 notice it. A voice also echoed in Bai Ying's mind. Young Junior, I am the Azura god in the divine realm. My status and power are the highest, one of the 3 law enforcers and 5 divine kings. Next are the 1st level gods and 2nd level gods, while I, the Azura god, am a divine king. I will directly grant you the Azura inheritance. Once you inherit the Azura divine position, you will directly inherit my divine realm's powers and status. I greatly admire you. Bai Ying replied, Okay, stop pretending. You just want to quickly find a suitable heir to pass on the divine position, right? You say you admire me, but I think you just want to pass it on quickly. Finding a suitable person is secondary, and actually admiring me is the last thing on your mind. This statement left the Azura god somewhat perplexed. How do you know? Your martial soul has a tremendous suppression ability against soul beasts, especially against dragon-type soul beasts. Back in the day, during the war in the divine realm, it was at odds with the beast god. Later, the dragon god fell, the golden dragon king was suppressed by the divine realm, and the silver dragon king fled. Your abilities truly impress me. With you in the divine realm, the silver dragon king won't be able to stir up trouble. Well, I know. This left the Azura god completely shocked. You know? How is that possible? Nothing is impossible. Don't you want to leave the divine position to see the outside universe and the vast world? I come from one of many worlds. Sure enough, beyond the universe lies a vast world. Bai Ying then looked at the Azura god and said, I promise to inherit your divine position, but you better not be stingy. What do you mean? The Azura god asked in confusion. Seeing that the Azura god didn't understand, Bai Ying explained, You should know many things about Douluo continent, right? The Azura god nodded in acknowledgement. Then do you know that our spirit hall's pope inherits from the Rakshasa god? The Azura god replied, I know about the spirit hall. It's the place left by the 1st generation angel god. The pope you mentioned is the inheritor of the Rakshasa god? Bai Ying nodded yes. She is the inheritor of the Rakshasa god. You see, After she underwent the Rakshasa trial, she still has to work so hard every time. And the rewards from the divine trial are either non-existent or pitiful. What do you mean? Don't be like the Rakshasa god, stingy to the core. The tasks are so difficult. Don't worry, I won't be like that Rakshasa god. Then Baiying continued, my fiancé is from the Qian family, with innate level 20 soul power, and in the future, she can become the angel god. The matters regarding the first generation angel god. What's in the past is in the past. I understand. The Azura god also understood what Baiying meant. Upon hearing this, Baiying felt relieved and said, I'm still young, and I can't go to the god of slaughter to obtain the first trial. I know, the divine trial is set by me, and I won't let you go to the city of slaughter just yet. Baiying then asked, that's good. What is the first trial of Azura? Azura inheritance first trial. Hunt 30 soul beasts with dragon bloodlines. Requirements. No less than 100 years. Cannot rely on others. Time limit. 6 months. Reward. 2 divine bestowed soul rings. Little guy, how about it? Does this task and reward meet your expectations? The Azura god said proudly, yes. Only by bathing in dragon blood can one become a true dragon slayer. Ha 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 ha. Good. After speaking, the Azura god vanished, and Baiying's consciousness returned to reality, with a blood-red mark appearing on his forehead. Second brother, what's going on? Douluo asked Golden Crocodile Douluo, as the red light around Baiying disappeared. Golden Crocodile also saw the mark on Baiying's forehead. It wasn't that the patterns on his arms were not obvious. It was that the mark on his forehead was too prominent. It immediately caught Golden Crocodile Douluo's attention. Divine trial? You mean? Qinghuano also looked at Baiying, only to see a blood-red mark appear on his forehead. Divine. Inheritance. Golden Crocodile Douluo and Qinghuano then approached Baiying to inquire, Little Ling, did you obtain the inheritance of a deity? Baiying nodded and then made a shushing gesture. Golden Crocodile Douluo and Qinghuano understood what this meant. The fewer people who knew about this matter, the better. So it was best not to make it public. Golden Crocodile Douluo then quietly asked, which trial is it? Of course, it's the 9 trials. Upon hearing this, Golden Crocodile nearly fainted, stuttering, nine trials. Fortunately, Qinghuano was quick and caught Golden Crocodile. Otherwise, he would have fallen to the ground. Qinghuano asked Golden Crocodile what 9 trials. Golden Crocodile whispered in Qinghuan's ear, nine trials, which means he will become a god in the future. What? Qinghuan shouted, completely collapsing to the ground with Golden Crocodile. However, the appearance of the red light also caught the attention of Douluo, who was rushing back. Douluo was also speeding towards his medicinal field with Douluo, as he believed there were herbs inside that might cure his granddaughter's poison. Chapter 13. Joining the spirit hall, Baiying looked at the eye of ice and fire, and then a special idea was born in his mind. I am now immune to ice and fire, and I can also absorb ice and fire attributes. What would happen if I drained the energy from the Dominator Spring? The Golden Crocodile Douluo watched Baiying staring at the spring and suddenly had a bad feeling, quickly asking, Xiaoying, what are you planning to do? Baiying seemed to have not heard and jumped down again. Once he re-entered the spring, Baiying opened his eyes wide and began to absorb the energy from the spring frantically, causing the originally distinct red and blue eye of ice and fire to instantly turn into a vortex. The water level was rapidly dropping, and all the energy in the spring was being devoured by Baiying, absorbed into his body. In no time, the entire eye of ice and fire was completely dried up as if it were a dry well. Now he truly felt an endless supply of soul power. Seeing the spring dry up, Golden Crocodile Douluo and Qinghuano looked down at Baiying and asked Xiaoying, what have you done? Why is the entire spring dried up? Baiying shouted up, it's nothing. I just absorbed all the energy from this spring. And, can you help me get back up? I can't get up. Qinghuano then used his soul power to pull Baiying back up. Xiaoying, you said you absorbed the energy, but why is the spring dried up? Asked Golden Crocodile Douluo. Baiying shook his head and said, I don't know. After absorbing the energy from the spring, the water just disappeared. Qinghuano immediately asked, Xiaoying, you didn't drink all the water, did you? Baiying replied, it shouldn't be. I only absorbed the energy. The spring water should rely on energy to sustain it. After I absorbed the energy, the spring dried up. Golden Crocodile nodded. Feeling that Bai Ying made sense. While Bai Ying was chatting with Golden Crocodile Douluo and Qingwan Douluo, Douluo arrived with his granddaughter. How bold! Who dares to trespass in my medicinal field? Do you want to die? Without seeing anyone, he heard their voices and questioned from a distance. Golden Crocodile Douluo and Qingwan Douluo scoffed at Douluo's words. One was the second elder of the Spirit Hall, second only to the Grand Elder Qian Daoliu, and the other was the third elder, currently ranked third in the Spirit Hall. Bai Ying held a divine artifact and had passed the divine test, destined to become a god in the future. How dare you, Douluo? When Douluo arrived with Doulu Yin and saw the scene before him, he was stunned. The eye of ice and fire was dried up, and the precious medicinal herbs were completely gone. Did you do this? I will kill you. Douluo, seeing this situation, was filled with rage and directly attacked without noticing who the people were. When Douluo reached the front of the group, he immediately recognized Golden Crocodile Douluo, who presided over his promotion to title Douluo. Then he looked at the other person and felt immense pressure, clearly another elder of the Spirit Hall. Finally, he glanced at the young boy beside them, who was obviously a key figure being cultivated by the Spirit Hall. Douluo felt a bit awkward. He had just said he wanted to kill them, but seeing two elders of the Spirit Hall here, he wondered who would fight whom. Realizing he could not escape, Douluo acknowledged that with Golden Crocodile Douluo at level 98, he could not shake him even if he risked his life. And even if he fought desperately, he could only kill a child. His granddaughter would surely be in danger. So Douluo used his soul power to convey a request to the three. Please don't let my granddaughter see when you kill me. I beg you, spare her life. I just want her to grow up safely and happily, living a stable life. Please. Bai Ying took a step forward and smiled. I think Elder Douluo must have misunderstood the situation. We have no other intentions. Hearing Bai Ying's words, Douluo looked at Golden Crocodile Douluo and Qingwan Douluo, and seeing their lack of reaction, he understood that the child before him was the one with real power to speak. It was wrong of us to inadvertently damage Elder Douluo's medicinal field. I apologize. Douluo recognized that the child was giving him a way out since Doulu Yin was still watching. He quickly waved his hand, saying, forget it. It's just a medicinal field. Seeing Douluo stepping back, Bai Ying said directly, Junior prefers to be straightforward. We came here to invite Elder Douluo to join the Hall of Offerings. Douluo hesitated upon hearing this. Joining the Spirit Hall meant he would be bound for life. If he refused, he and Doulu Yin might perish today. Bai Ying noticed Douluo's hesitation and softly said, why not listen to the reward the Hall of Offerings has for you? Reward? Douluo was puzzled. Was this how the Spirit Hall operated? The reward the Hall of Offerings offers is to remove the poison from you and your granddaughter. This reward should be enough to move you, right? Douluo's eyes lit up at these words, but then he became despondent, muttering, if only it were that easy to detoxify. Elder, you still don't fully believe us. Bai Ying said, I can understand. After all, the actions of those in the Pope's Hall would make anyone angry. That's why we want Elder Douluo to join the Hall of Offerings. Douluo then realized Bai Ying never mentioned the Spirit Hall or the Pope's Hall. Only the Hall of Offerings. Hall of Offerings. Bai Ying nodded, saying that's right. As long as you agree to join the Spirit Hall, you will become the 8th Elder of the Hall of Offerings. This is something I discussed with the Grand Elder. If you agree, you will directly enter the Hall of Offerings as the 8th Elder, and we will also detoxify both you and your granddaughter. He added, you will not have to obey any elder or offerings, nor will you have to heed the orders of the Pope or the Grand Elder. In other words, you will be a nominal elder, free to live your life as you wish. Douluo thought about it. Not only could he join the Hall of Offerings directly, but he could also detoxify, and he wouldn't have to follow anyone's orders. Still, he felt a bit uneasy and asked, then who will I obey? Bai Ying had anticipated this question and replied, you will only obey me. I prefer a friendship over a subordinate relationship. How about that? It was indeed a tempting condition. I want to build an invincible team, and I see your granddaughter as an excellent addition. This way, you won't have to worry about her. She will enjoy the highest treatment and the best resources in the Spirit Hall. After receiving the answer, Douluo said directly, okay, I will join, but you have to promise that none of the conditions I just mentioned can be missing. Bai Ying smiled and said, no problem. I can even let you beat up Douluo as a welcome ceremony for your joining the Hall of Offerings. Yuguan, you are something. You are so high and mighty. Buying. Elder Ju, I apologize for the inconvenience. Chapter 14 resolved at this moment. Douluo was troubled again, and then helplessly said, I am now a guest elder of the Tiando royal family. No problem. You can continue to serve as a guest elder in the Tiando royal family for a few more years to repay their kindness. After you have repaid them, you can leave. After all, no one in the Tiando royal family can keep you here, and they also dare not force you to stay. After saying this, Baiying looked at Douluo, who was about the same age as him, and then asked, Where is your granddaughter studying now? Douluo replied, At the Tiando Royal Academy. I understand. After saying that, he walked towards Douluo and introduced himself. Hello, my name is Baiying. May I ask for your name? Miss, I am Douluo. Douluo, what a nice name. Are you a student at the Tiando Royal Academy now? Douluo nodded and said, Yes. I am currently a student at the Tiando Royal Academy. Baiying then asked, Is there a girl named Yi Lingling in your school? Yes, but she is a bit withdrawn and doesn't like to talk to people. She has no friends other than me. After receiving Douluo's response, Baiying softly said, I see, thank you. Baiying then approached the three titled Douluos and asked, Does anyone know where the Nine Hearts Sea Tang Soul Master is? It seems to be near Tiando City. Are we going there? Qing Wan asked. Baiying nodded, of course. This is just the right time to bring the Nine Hearts Sea Tang Soul Master to the Spirit Hall. Just as Qing Wan was about to summon her spirit, she was interrupted by Baiying. It's better not to go there so openly. I felt someone was watching us when we came here. The golden crocodile, Douluo, disdainfully said. It's just Jian Daoqian. Still better to keep a low profile. The three titled Douluos, along with Baiying and Douluo, did not act too conspicuously and soon arrived at their destination. Is this the place where the Nine Hearts Sea Tang Soul Master lives? Douluo surveyed the surroundings. The golden crocodile Douluo sighed. I didn't expect the Nine Hearts Sea Tang to have fallen into such a state. Indeed, a family in decline. Qing Wan looked at the scene and couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. Just as the three were still lamenting, a child's figure peeked through the door crack at the group, and then went to find an adult in the house. Before long, an old lady and a middle-aged woman came out with Yi Lingling. Lingling, Yinzi, Douluo and Yi Lingling hugged each other upon meeting. The golden crocodile Douluo saw the newcomers and asked, Where is your family head? However, the woman sensed the powerful aura of the three in front of her and immediately understood their strength, then said, You all must be tired from your journey. Let's talk inside. Inside the house. I'm a family head, the woman said. The golden crocodile was a bit taken aback and then asked, Where's Yi Zhongping now? My father has passed away for a long time. As she spoke, a hint of sadness appeared in the middle-aged woman's eyes. The golden crocodile also expressed regret. I didn't expect Yi Zhongping to have gone so soon. Sigh. He then asked, You're his daughter. What is your name? My name is Yi Xuejing. Who are you to my father? Upon hearing this, the golden crocodile waved his hand. I was once injured, and your father healed me. I intended to return this favor during my visit, but I didn't expect him to. You are? Yi Xuejing asked. I am the second elder of the Spirit Hall, Golden Crocodile. To be honest, I came here to invite your family to join the Spirit Hall and repay the favor from years ago, but I didn't expect your father to be gone. Second elder of the Spirit Hall. My father never mentioned it to me. I didn't expect you to come so suddenly, and we haven't prepared anything. The golden crocodile waved his hand to signal Yi Xuejing to stop. Forget it, forget it. At this moment, Baiying spoke up. Then let me repay the favor of the second elder. What do you think, second elder? The golden crocodile Douluo understood what Baiying was trying to do, helping him repay the favor while also proposing to recruit them. All right, then let Xiao Ying handle it. Who is this? Yi Xuejing asked. He is the holy son of our Spirit Hall. Baiying was a bit taken aback upon hearing this. Huh, me? When did I become the holy son of the Spirit Hall? I didn't know about it. Who conferred that title to me? But Baiying did not voice his thoughts. So it turns out he is the holy son of the Spirit Hall. I really have poor vision. Baiying also said, No problem, let's get back to business. I will help you resolve the issue of your Nine Hearts Sea Tang martial soul, which can only have two at the same time, as a way to repay the favor owed to the golden crocodile Douluo and to recruit your family. How about it? Upon hearing this, Yi Xuejing was surprised and then asked, "Can you really solve our martial soul's flaw?" "Of course, but not right now. You need to decide whether to join the Spear Hall first. If you choose not to join, I will help your family restore its former glory. If you join, then your martial soul's issue will naturally be resolved." Without thinking, Yi Xuejing immediately stood up and said, "I certainly choose to join the Spear Hall." Over the years, the oppression from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School has not been noticed at all by the Tiando royal family. What kind of emperor's weighing of power is this? Old Qiuye is always obsessed with the harem. I heard it's all the prince managing things. If it weren't for the oppression from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, how could our 9 hearts Si Tang have fallen into such a state? Bai Ying then said, "Kings force everyone to kneel with hereditary power and false names, as well as that so-called bloodline. The Spirit Hall wants everyone to stand up, to allow everyone to be reborn." Bai Ying then took out the rare mushroom, the heavenly chrysanthemum, and the fragrant Shuo immortal product, as well as the 9-petal purple orchid, and began to absorb them directly. Half an hour later, ding! Congratulations. Host has gained the ability, Poison Immunity. Is it because of the fragrant Shuo immortal product? Yes, with the help of this system, the host has gained the ability of Poison Immunity. System, you haven't given me the sign-in rewards for the past few days. The rewards are automatically sent to the host's ring. Congratulations, host has received Detox Pill X2, Crimson Ghost Mask X1, Cola X10. Detox Pill eliminates all toxins in the body. Crimson Ghost Mask can conceal one's aura and strength. Soul Ring. Cola, a drink that brings joy. Thank you. This really solves my urgent problem. If it weren't for the detox pill, I might have to detox like Tang San. By the way, can you let Dugu Yin absorb the blood-colored swan kiss? Yes, as long as the host assists from the side. Bai Ying then took out the herbs picked from Dugu Bo's medicinal field and gave them to Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling. This is the herb from Senior Dugu's medicinal field. After absorbing it, your talents will become even stronger and your soul power will increase rapidly. It can solve the issue with your martial soul and even allow your martial soul to undergo positive mutations. This Chilua tulip is very compatible with Yi Lingling's martial soul. After absorbing it, it will lift the curse on your family. This one is the blood-colored swan kiss. It is a special immortal herb that can exponentially amplify toxins. Ordinary people cannot absorb it at all, not even your grandfather, so you'll need me to assist you while you absorb it. Chapter 15. Evolution of the Martial Soul. 2 hours later, Yi Lingling had finished absorbing the Chilua tulip and immediately opened her eyes. "Mom, I've already become a great soul master, and I feel like my martial soul has also changed." After saying this, Yi Lingling summoned her martial soul to show everyone. This is the 10-heart begonia, Yi Lingling's mother, Yi Vin, Acclaim. The golden crocodile Douluo, the Qingwan Douluo, and the poison Douluo all turned to look. And indeed, it was the legendary 10-heart begonia. At the same time, Dugu Yin, guided by Bai Ying, was also close to completing her absorption. After a moment, "Grandpa, my soul power has increased significantly, and it seems my martial soul has changed." Dugu Yin joyfully ran to Dugu Bo's side. Bai Ying, seeing that Dugu Bo wanted to check on his granddaughter's condition, also said, "These are celestial-grade herbs. They won't harm the body. There's no need to worry about your granddaughter's foundation being unstable." Dugu Bo, hearing this, finally relaxed. Just as he was about to say something, Bai Ying directly took out 2 detox pills and tossed them to Dugu Bo. These pills are detox pills. Taking them will eliminate the side effects your martial souls have caused to your bodies, and they won't diminish your strength, providing a permanent solution. Dugu Bo looked at the 2 pills in his hands, momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing Dugu Bo silent for a long time, Bai Ying smiled and said, "It seems this old poison master still doesn't trust me." Dugu Bo quickly explained, "It's not that I don't trust you, but it's just that a problem that has plagued our family for generations is being resolved today. I wonder if I had joined the Spear Hall earlier, could this trouble have been eliminated?" Bai Ying laughed and said, "It's not too late to join now. I think Dugu Yan's martial soul should also have undergone significant changes." Dugu Bo smiled and patted Dugu Yan's head, saying, "Yin Yin, summon your martial soul and show Grandpa." Dugu Yin obediently nodded. "Mmhm, She then summoned her martial soul. Originally a green-scaled snake martial soul, the moment she summoned her martial soul, it transformed into a dragon. This is the green-scaled poison dragon. Douluo looked at the scene before him in astonishment. Bai Ying interrupted everyone's thoughts. All right, you should take the detox pills first. Then we will directly head to the Stardow Forest to obtain soul rings. Seeing this, Douluo also fed one of the pills to Dugu Yin and took the other himself. Both of their bodies expelled a lot of black substances, and the long-accumulated toxins were all eliminated. However, compared to Douluo, Dugu Yin had very little toxin in her body, as she had awakened her martial soul not long ago, and most of it was inherited toxins. Before long, the two had digested the pills. Douluo, seeing the black substances on his body, burst out laughing. Haha, all the toxins in my body have been expelled, and my soul power has actually broken through to level 93. Ha ha ha. The Qingwan Douluo said somewhat disdainfully, You old poison master, stop laughing. Hurry up and take a bath or rinse off. You're dirty, smelly, and fishy. Douluo was not offended by this, as he and his granddaughter had resolved all the toxins in their bodies. Nothing could make him happier. Although Tang San's method was also feasible, it wasn't a permanent solution, as the toxins stored in the soul bones would eventually fill up, and soul bones were quite rare. Where would you find so many soul bones to fill with toxins? The golden crocodile Douluo looked at Douluo and sighed. It really is miraculous. Even his hair and beard have turned black, and his complexion has improved a lot. He seems to have aged considerably less. The Qingwan also noticed Douluo's changes and then walked over to Bai Ying's side, whispering, Xiao Ying, Grandpa Qingwan has treated you well, but celestial-grade herbs are useless for us. Do you still have that detox pill? At this time, the golden crocodile also leaned in, agreeing. Your grandpa golden crocodile is also trying to better train you. If you have that detox pill, save me one. After all, who doesn't want to be younger? Bai Ying then explained. This detox pill only detoxifies. It can't make people younger. Douluo was originally supposed to be like this. It was the toxins in his body that made him look old and unhealthy. You all have no toxins in your bodies, so taking it would be useless. At this moment, Douluo stood up, preparing to go outside to wash off the expelled dirty substances, and heard what Bai Ying and the others said. He then remarked, You all are already at the age you should be. Why continue pursuing these things? Bai Ying nodded in agreement with Douluo's statement. After Douluo washed off the toxins in his body, Dugu Yin also took a bath at Yilingling's house. Everyone gathered together, ready to set off to obtain soul rings. On the way, Xiaoying, you, and Dugu Yin now both have dragon-type martial souls. So you must hunt soul beasts that possess dragon bloodlines, preferably at the sub-dragon level. Have you decided which type of soul beast you want? Bai Ying waved her hand and said, I don't need a soul ring. My first task is to personally hunt 30 soul beasts with dragon bloodlines. They must be no less than 1,000 years old. No outside interference. Douluo looked at Bai Ying with some confusion, not understanding why she wanted to do this. The golden crocodile, Douluo noticed the puzzled look in Douluo's eyes. So he used his soul power to form a thin thread and transmitted it to Douluo's ear. I'll tell you when you return to the spirit hall. No one outside the offering hall can know about this. Once they landed on the ground, they began to search for suitable soul beasts. Just as the two were about to set off, Bai Ying called out, Wait. Remember, they must be 1,000-year soul beasts. Both of them have consumed celestial herbs, and their physiques are no longer comparable to ordinary people. Everyone still trusted Bai Ying, and soon set off to look for soul beasts. Before long, the Qingwan Douluo returned with a silver-horned wolf that had just surpassed 1,000 years old and placed the half-dead silver-horned wolf in front of Yilingling, asking, Is this your first soul ring or your second? Second. Yilingling was still a bit hesitant to speak. The Qingwan Douluo comforted her. Don't be afraid. This soul beast has no strength to resist now. You can't rely on your mother to help you. Now you must take the knife in your hand and understand its life. This way, when you become stronger, you can protect your mother. Mmchem. At this moment, Bai Ying leaned in close to the golden crocodile Douluo's ear and whispered, It seems there's something going on. The golden crocodile nodded in agreement. But all of this was noticed by Qingwan and Yi Jingxue. Yi Jingxue then shyly remained silent, while Qingwan shouted loudly, Second brother, why are you being reckless like Xiaoying? Chapter 16. Return to the spirit hall. All right, enough of the nonsense. You should try to find more soul beasts with dragon bloodlines, said the golden crocodile. Hearing this, the Douluo nodded and disappeared, setting off to search for soul beasts with dragon bloodlines that were over 100 years old. In the evening, Douluo returned with a poisonous scaled giant python that was over 1,000 years old and placed it in front of Douluo. Douluo, having some experience, quickly killed the poisonous scaled giant python with a swift strike. Not long after, Qingwan returned with nearly 20 soul beasts that were around 100 years old and had dragon bloodlines, including several subdragons. In total, there were about 23 soul beasts. Xiaoying, what do you plan to do now? Bai Ying looked at the soul beasts, and a time battle knife appeared in his hand as he said to Douluo, "Release them all at the same time. Release them all at the same time." Everyone's first reaction was disbelief. How could Bai Ying manage to release over 20 soul beasts at once? Xiaoying, are you planning to kill over 20 soul beasts that are over 100 years old? Some of them are high-level subdragon soul beasts. The oldest among them is over 900 years, said the golden crocodile. That's right, I just want to practice a bit. Seeing Bai Ying's confidence, Qingwan released the soul beasts and stood opposite Douluo to prevent them from escaping, while Bai Ying, Yilingling, her mother, and Douluo, along with the golden crocodile, formed a triangular encirclement. When the soul beasts realized they were no longer restrained, some tried to escape while others charged at Bai Ying and the others. Bai Ying smiled slightly as he raised his knife, and then everyone, along with the many soul beasts, became completely still. The time seal can pause time. What a great skill. Bai Ying then struck at the vital points, necks, and heads of the soul beasts, and after finishing, he returned to his original position and released the time. At this moment, everyone had not yet reacted when Douluo and Douluo stepped forward, ready to intercept. The golden crocodile shouted angrily, looking for death? What happened? What is going on? They saw that many soul beasts had fallen to the ground in an instant, while Bai Ying stood still, his movements identical to those from before, and his position unchanged. The golden crocodile and Qingwan looked at Bai Ying. This feeling was only experienced once when Bai Ying obtained the divine artifact. And this time it must also be the power of the divine artifact. At that moment, Yi Jingxue covered her mouth in shock and said, in an instant, all these soul beasts are dead. How did the Holy Sun do it? Douluo was also astonished. Everything happened in an instant. I didn't notice anything at all. Holy Sun, how did you do it? Bai Ying waved his hand, saying, you two don't have to call me Holy Sun. Just call me Xiaoying like Grandpa Golden Crocodile and Grandpa Qingwan. As for how I did it, that's a secret. Everyone has their own secrets. Just like I haven't asked you about your secrets. Douluo and Yi Jingxue nodded in agreement and stopped questioning. At this moment, Bai Ying looked at Douluo and asked, Grandpa Qingwan, did you injure one of the soul beasts? Qingwan nodded. At first, I didn't pay attention to the degree and accidentally injured one. Well, now it's just 22. It's fine. There is still plenty of time. We can slowly look for the 8 more. Then the golden crocodile said, let us camp here for the night. We can return to the spirit hall tomorrow. There are soul beasts raised there, so we lack for 8. Bai Ying then asked, then why did we come to the Stardow Forest? Wasn't it you who said to come to the Stardow Forest? Bai Ying's expression became a bit awkward as he said, what I meant was, why did that old man, Daoliu, make me travel all the way to the Stardow Forest to get a spirit ring? The golden crocodile slapped Bai Ying on the head and scolded, calling me grandpa in front of others but old man behind my back? Have you ever called me that behind my back? You can't be so disrespectful in the future. The group then set up 2 tents to spend the night here, preparing to return to the spirit hall the next day. Yi Jingxue, Yilingling, and Douluo had already fallen asleep, while Qingwan rested in another tent. After all, the last 2 days had been spent either traveling or capturing soul beasts, and they would set off for the spirit hall tomorrow. So they needed to rest and recover their spirit power and mental strength. The golden crocodile and poison Douluo leaned against the campfire, closing their eyes to rest, while Bai Ying leaned against a tree, looking at the night sky. At that moment, Douluo noticed Bai Ying's emotions and came over with some roasted soul beast meat and 2 bottles of wine. Douluo tossed one of the bottles to Bai Ying, then sat down and placed the roasted meat down, slowly saying, what is wrong? Grandpa Poison, can I call you that? Of course. What do you think I should do about my mother-in-law? Douluo chuckled. How old are you to be talking about a mother-in-law? Besides, as long as you have strength, whether it's 3 wives and 4 concubines, or a mother-in-law not agreeing, in the face of strength, it's all trivial. The Douluo continent has always been based on strength. True, it's early to think about this, but I do want to rebut you on one thing. Douluo became interested and asked, "Oh, what is it?" Not all mother-in-laws look at strength. Their essay saying, "How does it go? Mother-in-law, big bad wolf." Though the golden crocodile was resting with his eyes closed, he heard their conversation. In a world where strength was paramount, having strength made 3 wives and 4 concubines a small problem, and the golden crocodile thought there was nothing wrong with that. However, when the golden crocodile heard Bai Ying's line, "Mother-in-law, big bad wolf," he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He understood that Bai Ying was referring to Bibi Dong as the big bad wolf. The next day, the group rode on Douluo's spirit and quickly arrived at Spirit City. Flying was not allowed above Spirit City, so they had to land and walk to the offering hall. At that moment, a high-pitched voice rang out, "You old poison, how dare you come to Spirit City?" Douluo looked at the Douluo appearing in the sky without saying anything, merely watching him flaunt his power. Seeing no one respond, Douluo looked at Douluo and noticed 2 people glaring at him beside Douluo, causing him to hurriedly land and bow, saying, "Greetings to the 2nd and 3rd offerings." Douluo leaned closer to Bai Ying's ear and said, "You know that I don't get along with this guy." The golden crocodile and Douluo heard this, and before Bai Ying could speak, they immediately said, as an elder of the Spirit Hall, Douluo ignored the regulations against flying in Spirit City and even provoked the 8th offering. Douluo offering, go teach him a lesson. The Spirit Hall will fulfill its promises. Douluo was shocked, what? But the golden crocodile and Douluo instantly used their spirit power to bind Douluo. To avoid embarrassing the elder of the Spirit Hall, they specifically took Douluo to a secluded place. After a while, Douluo came out looking satisfied, and Douluo quickly followed, but he had almost no injuries. Douluo had mostly used verbal provocation, leaving Douluo in a daze, striking at the heart while avoiding direct confrontation. Chapter 17, the first test was completed. After all, I'm a 95-level title Douluo and an elder of the Spirit Hall, yet I was defeated by someone. However, what infuriated Douluo even more was that Douluo actually became the 8th offering. He had worked hard for many years, but never qualified for the 8th offering. In the offering hall, seeing Bai Ying return safely, Daoliu finally breathed a sigh of relief. After arranging for Douluo and the others, Douluo and Douluo could not wait to share this great news with Daoliu. Shouting, "It seems you truly deserve to be the holy son of the Spirit Hall. Yes, yes. From now on, both grandfathers will keep an eye on you. Both grandfathers have praised me, but I'm just lucky. Don't be so humble. Your achievement in passing the Shura God's 9th test has already proven your talent. In the Stardow Forest, you were able to instantly defeat so many century-old soul beasts. Your potential is simply terrifying." Hearing these words, even Bai Ying felt a bit giddy from the praise. After meeting Daoliu, the two shared everything that had happened in the past few days. Even Daoliu, the unparalleled Douluo, was taken aback. Once the two had stepped back, Daoliu looked at Bai Ying and asked, "Did you really obtain the divine test?" Looking at the blood-colored totem on Bai Ying, Daoliu couldn't help but ask. Bai Ying helplessly replied, "Of course it's true. Do you think this totem could deceive you? Old man, you are also an unparalleled Douluo. Besides, you are the first offering of the Spirit Hall. Can't you pay a little attention to your image? Do you know how difficult it is to obtain the inheritance of a god?" Daoliu couldn't help but say that his dear friend Tang Chun had gone missing while searching for the inheritance of a god. "It's just a divine test. Isn't it? Look at how excited you are. The one who passed the test is me, not you. How about that? My son-in-law isn't bad, right? Not bad. Not bad. Really good. It seems heaven truly has eyes. From now on, you are the holy son of the Spirit Hall. You have the right to allocate any resources." The holy son of the Spirit Hall? That sounds pretty good, but is it time to compare with Dong? If she dares to disagree, just watch how I deal with her. Daoliu had never been this happy before. He looked at this child he had picked up and felt a surge of pride in his heart. Please complete the first test of Ashura God as soon as possible. Hearing the system's voice, Bai Ying said helplessly, Didn't you see that I just got back? Can't I get some rest? Don't you know that not resting well will affect my body? Host, you're not an ordinary person. You are a spirit master, so it won't affect you. Old man, I need to complete the first test of the Ashura God as soon as possible. I have to hunt down 30 soul beasts, and I'm still short of the last 8. If there is nothing else, you can take me there. I heard from Grandpa that the Spirit Hall has 8 soul beasts in captivity. All right, I'll take you there now. Qian Daoliu took Bai Ying to the place where the Spirit Hall kept the soul beasts in almost an instant. When the guards saw Qian Daoliu, they immediately bowed and kneeled, saying, Greetings, great offering. Are all the captive soul beasts here? Yes, they are all here. Good, you can step back. Saying this, he instantly brought Bai Ying to the captive area. All right, old man, leave the rest to me. Qian Daoliu nodded and stepped aside, wanting to see just how strong his grandson was to be chosen as the inheritor of the Ashura God. Although the captive soul beasts were much easier to deal with than wild soul beasts, it was still quite difficult for a spirit master without any soul rings to handle them. Bai Ying quickly found the 8 soul beasts with his perception, which was several times more sensitive than that of an ordinary person. You want to deal with 8 soul beasts at the same time? Are you crazy? Qian Daoliu suddenly spoke up, but Bai Ying replied with a hint of exasperation. Don't worry, old man, I won't be in trouble. Finding them one by one is too troublesome. It's better to take them all at once. Let me show you my true skills. Bai Ying immediately took out the time battle knife. Time seal. As he activated the artifact's skill, time suddenly froze around him, as if the entire world was frozen in that moment. The 8 soul beasts, which had been leisurely wandering, suddenly found themselves unable to move, as if they were trapped by an invisible force. Even the air seemed to solidify at that moment, making it hard to breathe. Qian Daoliu stood to the side, watching this scene with a flash of surprise in his eyes. Although he was an unparalleled Douluo, he still felt insignificant compared to the power of the artifact. He could clearly sense that powerful force, but was unable to resist it. At that moment, Bai Ying moved. Holding the time battle knife, he moved like the wind, quickly weaving between the 8 soul beasts. Each time the blade flashed, one soul beast would disappear. The entire process seemed to be completed in an instant, dazzling to behold. Instantaneous collapse. What just happened? Old man, I just used the artifact skill to briefly pause time. Pausing time is really a cheat. Qian Daoliu thought to himself, and then said, Your first test should be completed now, right? Should be considered completed. Above Bai Ying's head, the red totems suddenly released a brilliant red light, as if flames were burning or blood was boiling. The light grew stronger until it dyed the entire space blood red. At that moment, Qian Daoliu felt as if a killing god was descending, and the terrifying aura made even this unparalleled Douluo feel his heart race. Immediately afterward, 2 dazzling orbs of light appeared out of thin air in front of Bai Ying. They slowly rotated, emanating a heart-pounding aura. Each orb seemed to contain endless power, making it hard to look directly at them. At that moment, a majestic and murderous voice echoed in the space. The first test of the Ashura God has been completed. Reward, 2 divine spirit rings. Damn, just as I was talking about Chow Chow, he arrived. Divine spirit rings. This is actually a divine spirit ring. Back then, even he himself only received 1 divine spirit ring after completing the 8th test, but now this kid directly obtained 2. His luck is simply off the charts. Oh man, envy me. This is a divine spirit ring. In light of your exceptional talent, I won't beat you this time. I'm naturally talented. If my talent were lacking, how could I possibly become your son-in-law? Chapter 18. The second trial of the Ashura God. You old man can look at me. This is the fortune you have accumulated over several lifetimes. Do you know that? You still don't cherish it. You brat. It seems like 3 days without a beating, and you're already getting too bold. Huh? The Ashura God, far away in the divine realm, is currently very pleased. He didn't expect to break through the first trial so quickly. It seems this kid's talent is indeed impressive. Keep letting him off easy. I must let this kid inherit my divine position soon, so I can retire early. Life in the divine realm has been truly boring. Even as the enforcer, the Ashura God feels lonely during these dull days. At this moment, the Ashura God's voice boomed like thunder in Bai Ying's mind. as if it were going to shatter his consciousness. Bai Ying felt a rumble in his mind, followed by a massive flood of information rushing into his sea of consciousness. The 9 trials of Shura, the second trial, endure the time of 2 incense sticks under the hand of the unrivaled Douluo. Duration, 3 years. Each word struck Bai Ying's heart like a heavy hammer. He instantly understood that this trial was far more difficult than the first one. I didn't expect my second trial to be this. You brat, it seems you can't escape this beating. You have to endure the time of 2 incense sticks under my hand. At this moment, Qian Daoliu was completely laughing, and his smile gave Bai Ying a chilling feeling. Old man, you must show mercy. I am your granddaughter's husband. You have to show mercy. Show mercy? Weren't you just very arrogant? You said you were a genius. Why are you so cowardly now? I was just talking nonsense earlier. Consider it all rubbish. Don't worry. As the examiner, I will take good care of you. Finally, Qian Daoliu had a legitimate reason to teach this grandson-in-law a lesson. Although this grandson-in-law had great talent, and he had watched him grow up, he had treated Xiaoxue very well over the years. Therefore, this time, he would let him pass the trial, but he would not spare him from hardship. The two returned to the Spear Hall. Since the Shura God's second trial is to make you endure the time of 2 incense sticks under my hand, then fine. Starting today, I will personally train you. This training will be stricter than before. Old man, you can't be seeking personal revenge, right? This isn't fair. I am a title-level powerhouse. Don't worry, I will only help you complete the trial. I will 1T take your life. I have a bad premonition. Why is this damned Shura God like this? Host, don't worry. He won't kill you, and even if he does, I can revive you. So don't worry. I'm not worried about not passing the trial. I'm worried that I might suffer a lot. Forget it. I still need to discuss with Xiaoxue quickly. Otherwise, this old man might not show me mercy. Thinking of this, Bai Ying felt much more at ease. Looking at the 2 divine soul rings that appeared, Bai Ying spoke. Old man, please protect me. Qian Daoliu nodded and then said, You brat, still so disrespectful? Just wait and see how I deal with you during the second trial. Bai Ying showed an expression of I knew it. Absorbing divine soul rings can grant the most suitable soul skills, and unlike ordinary soul rings, they can evolve. As long as one's ability to bear is strong enough, the soul rings might even become 10,000-year or even 100,000-year soul rings. The 2 divine soul rings entered his body in an instant, and a terrifying aura spread out, making him feel as if he were covered in a layer of blood-red hue. The terrifying energy impact continuously baptized his meridians. The next moment, under Qian Daoliu's astonished and fearful gaze, the 2 soul rings slowly unfolded, revealing black 10,000-year soul rings. This is a 10,000-year soul ring, and there are 2 of them from the first martial soul. These are indeed 10,000-year soul rings. Originally, he planned to let him cultivate the first martial soul to title Douluo before cultivating the second martial soul. This way, his body's ability to bear would be greatly enhanced, and later, when adding soul rings over 10,000 years to the second martial soul. He didn't expect he could achieve this at the first martial soul stage. What kind of freak is this? Even BB Dong has never done this. A genius is indeed a genius. How long has it been? Bai Ying slowly opened his eyes. Looking at these 2 10,000-year soul rings, he was a bit shocked. What are your first and second soul skills? Show me. Okay. Bai Ying stepped forward, and the Shadow Dragon martial soul appeared. My first soul skill is called Shadow Dragon Roar. It is a mental control skill. As long as my opponent's soul power level is lower than mine, I can directly stun them or cause their soul to completely collapse. A mental attack skill? Not bad. My second soul skill is Shadow Dragon Claw. The soul power directly acts on my arm, transforming it into a dragon claw. It is an attacking skill. It seems this harvest is quite good. You didn't disappoint me. Now, try the power of these 2 soul skills. Let me see how strong they really are. All right. The Shadow Dragon let out a roar, and in an instant, Qian Daoliu felt a momentary daze in his brain and spirit. Though it was only a few seconds, it shocked him immensely. He was a titled Douluo, and half a foot had already stepped into the divine level. Bai Ying almost reached him right before launching the attack. His arm transformed into a dragon claw, and with a bang, Qian Daoliu laughed and said, Not bad, not bad. Being able to unleash such power. I can guarantee you are already an invincible existence among your peers. Invincible? I can't call myself invincible, at least not yet. I want to become stronger. To protect Xiaoxue. One day, I will defeat you. Very good, you have confidence. Let us go. The two of us return to the worship hall. Daoliu said, you should go check on Xiaoxue first. I feel that she has been troubled lately. There is a problem with Qian Renxue. This one do. Could it be that Bibi Dong said something to her again? Or has she developed some feelings for Bibi Dong? He didn't care about anything else and left directly. On the way there, he thought of a lot, preparing many words. Xiaoxue, how are you? Before hearing her voice, he heard her sound first. Buying pushed open Qian Renxue's door, and at that moment, he saw a scene he would never forget. He saw Qian Renxue's golden hair slightly wet, her fair skin exposed. She radiated an indescribable charm. Xiaoying, what are you doing here? I didn't know. I was taking a bath. You pervert. Chapter 19. Xiaobai's greedy paranoia. You quickly turn around. Qian Renxue's little face turns slightly red. However, Beiying seems deaf, completely unable to hear. Detected host's emotional excitement. Issuing task, kiss Qian Renxue. Hearing the system's words and seeing such a scene, Beiying can't help but swallow hard. Xiaoying, you should leave quickly. I'm sorry, Sister Schwer. I lost my composure a bit. I'll go out first. You hurry and put on your clothes. With a loud bang, the door is heavily closed. Beiying is still outside, not having reacted yet, and when he thinks of the scene in the room, he can't help but feel a bit dreamy. Qian Renxue's figure is simply stunning. He really doesn't understand why he liked Tang San, that hypocrite, so much back then. But fortunately, she has already become my fiancé, so it should be fine, right? No, that's not very safe. In fantasy novels, there are too many instances where a fiancé falls for the male lead, so I must prevent this from happening. Wait, the system seems to have given me a task to kiss Qian Renxue again. Wouldn't that be too sudden? Would it make her think I'm a rogue? Thinking of this, if Qian Renxue ends up disliking me and categorizes me as a despicable rogue, I would definitely cry to death in the toilet. However, before he could think it through, Qian Renxue's door was opened. At this moment, Qian Renxue is only wrapped in a nightgown, her perfect figure subtly visible, her snow-white skin mostly covered but still noticeable. Beiying is immediately captivated. Xiaoying, did you come to see me for something? Nothing, it's just that Grandpa said you seemed a bit off. So I came to check on you. I missed you. Oh, is that so? Then come in and talk. Qian Renxue's face was already flushed, and hearing the words I missed you, her heart started pounding as if it was about to jump out. As soon as he entered the room, Qian Renxue directly gave Beiying a light chop and said, how dare you sneak a peek while I was bathing at such a young age? It's not like that. It's not like that. I really didn't. It's Grandpa who said. All right. It seems your heart is really a little rogue. Oh no. Qian Renxue is right. She is starting to dislike me. Would that mean I would repeat the same fate in the future? Would she fall for Tang San? Qian Renxue was completely amused by Beiying's reaction and said, All right. I was just teasing you. Why are you acting like a wooden head? Are you this silly? Will I be happy if I marry you in the future? Sister, how can you hit me? No matter what, I'm your future husband now. I seriously suspect you might domestically abuse me in the future. You rascal, we aren't even adults yet, and you're thinking about such things. Remember, although we have an engagement under Grandpa's witness, as my Qian Renxue's man, you must become strong. I don't like to be with weaklings, understand? Then if I really become a weakling in the future, will you fall for someone else? He made a pitiful face, looking at Qian Renxue with tearful eyes. Qian Renxue ruffled his hair and said, All right, it's fine. I was just joking with you. Suddenly, Beiying pulled her in tightly, imprisoning her in his embrace. Schwer, I like you. I like you more than anyone else. Saying this, in the astonished gaze of Qian Renxue, he kissed her. Qian Renxue's mind went blank. She never expected that her little brother, whom she raised since childhood, would do such a thing to her. Although he had kissed her before, this time it was clearly more domineering and greedy. Xiaoying, Qian Renxue felt herself sinking in, and it took her a while to say this. She originally wanted to push him away, but looking at his handsome face, she ultimately gave up. Kiss completed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 5 space transfer talismans. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a 3-minute god-level experience card. Sister, You shouldn't joke like this. Do you know you are my life? What? You little rascal. Are you afraid I'll run away? I'm just afraid my sister will run away. Do you remember I told you that I know everything that will happen in Douluo continent in the future? I can tell you right now, in the future, you will fall for Tang-san. You will let him go time and time again. For him, you might even completely sever ties with your mother, Bibi Dong. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue's first reaction was, how could that be possible? How could I fall for an enemy and let him go time and time again? That's absolutely impossible. However, hearing Bang speak so earnestly, it didn't sound like he was lying. Qian Renxue patted Bang's back to comfort him, saying, I already have Xiaoying. How could I possibly fall for an enemy? You can rest assured, I only like you. Qian Renxue's movements were gentle, as if soothing a big dog throwing a tantrum. Really? Will you always like me? Host, I didn't expect you to be so good at acting cute. You're simply a master at it. What's this? Back in the day, I was a master at flirting, okay? Don't say a little Qian Renxue, even Bibi Dong if given time. I could probably win her over. Besides, without some ability, do you really think I'm just eating free meals? Wei was almost pressed against Qian Renxue, his hands tightly hugging her delicate body, feeling that exquisite touch. Qian Renxue looked at her little brother, sighed helplessly, and suddenly realized that he seemed to have changed into a different person after returning. Tang-san would fall for an enemy in the future, although she didn't know whether it was true or false. She had to make plans early for the Spirit Hall and for Xiaoying. Qian Renxue gently said, all right, you can get off me now. Upon hearing this, Bang was a bit reluctant, but ultimately complied. Although I don't know whether what you said about the future is true or false, I promise you, Xiaoying, I will definitely marry you in the future. I will definitely become your wife, and I won't abandon you. So don't worry. Is what you said true? Sister, remember what you said today. Once I complete the second test of the Sure God, I'll have Grandpa hold a wedding for us. How about that? You're afraid I'll run away, aren't you? Okay, I promise you. What, don't you believe me? When have I ever lied to you? But what if Sister really falls for Tang-san? What will happen then? Chapter 20 The Truth. So what would it take for you to believe me? Qian Renxue's tone was teasing. This demeanor made Bang feel like he was on fire. In the next moment, Qian Renxue unexpectedly kissed him. At this point, even he was a bit at a loss, wondering why he suddenly did that. Can it be proven now? Don't worry. I will only have you and no one else. Feeling her delicate skin, Bai Ying's face turned red as the warm sensation in his mouth made him unconsciously sink into it. Just as he wanted to deepen the kiss, he suddenly felt a breath quietly appear around them. Bibi Dong stood outside the door. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, she was deeply attracted by the child's words about the future destruction of the Spirit Hall. With her formidable strength, she could see what was happening in the room. What is this little brat doing? How could he engage in such lewd behavior? Although Qian Daoliu had already betrothed Qian Renxue to him, it was still inappropriate to act like this. This kid is indeed a lewd person. All men are the same. Inside the room, the two were reluctant to separate. Bang felt somewhat unsatisfied. Sister Schwerer, you say I'm a rogue, but I think you seem even more like one. You get lost. I'm not the kind of person you imagine. All right, I'm becoming more and more interested in Tang-san that you mentioned. How did I come to like him? And how did he cause the destruction of the Spirit Hall? This was precisely the question Bibi Dong was most concerned about. She perked up her ears to listen carefully to the sounds in the room. Then I'll start with your reasons. In my understanding, you should be plotting a plan right now. That is to infiltrate the Tiando royal family, wait for the right moment to overthrow the entire Tiando Empire. You plan to disguise yourself as the Tiando Crown Prince Xue Qinghe, right? Qian Renxue was shocked by this plan. How could Bibi Dong know it? Only she and her grandfather knew about it, and this plan was only proposed a few days ago, so Bang couldn't possibly know in advance. Don't be surprised. I told you, I know everything that will happen in the Douluo continent in the future. Through internal means, recovering the Tiando Empire is indeed the most beneficial, and it can preserve the power of the Spirit Empire to the greatest extent. As you expected, this place was very successful, and you successfully gained the trust of the Tiando royal family and were made the crown prince. It was also at this time that Tang-san appeared, shining brightly as the son of Tang Hao from the Qian sect during the Continental Soul Master Competition. It was at this moment that you were attracted to him and developed ambiguous feelings for him. In the end, you clearly had the opportunity but still wanted to subdue Tang-san and even entertained the thought of marrying him. Because of this thought, you repeatedly spared Tang San. You had numerous opportunities to kill him, and you could have become a god even earlier than him. You could be said to be the first person to become a god in the Douluo continent in 10,000 years. But it was precisely because you liked him that this tragedy ultimately occurred. Xiaobai, are you saying that most of the reason for all this is my fault, right? Most of the reason is not entirely your fault. It's merely a kind of fate. But rest assured, since I am here, the future outcome will definitely change. Bibi Dong, who was eavesdropping outside the door, was also shocked, although she did not know whether what Bai Ying said was true. She could clearly sense that Qian Renxue's emotions had changed dramatically. Qian Renxue, the cat swapping the prince, infiltrating the Tiando royal palace to undermine the Tiando royal family. Although not everything can be believed, it cannot be entirely dismissed either. Qian Renxue would indeed come to like Tang San, the son of the Hao Douluo. It seems this Tang San really needs to be taken seriously. Xiaobai, please continue. Qian Renxue's expression was already extremely unpleasant, but she gritted her teeth and continued to listen. She was very clear that the person in front of her could not possibly be lying to her. Sister Shuer, I know that you may not believe this now, but everything I said will come true, so you must be prepared in advance. Is it enough if I just don't like Tang San? Of course not. You merely played a facilitating role. The biggest reason is the extreme disunity within the Spirit Hall. Your father, the previous Pope Qian Renxue, do you know how he died? Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue's expression changed, and she almost gritted her teeth in response, saying it was all that woman's fault. Hearing this, Bibi Dong looked at Qian Renxue, who was filled with rage and felt a pang of pain in her heart. I was never favored by him since childhood. He viewed me as a stain in his life. My grandfather told me this a long time ago. Grandfather said that one day, the position of Pope of the Spirit Hall would definitely be mine. Shuer, you are mistaken. I believe I've already told you part of the truth, but there's still a part you do not know, and I do know it. As your mother, Bibi Dong actually loves you very much. Love me? She is not worthy of being my mother. She is not worthy at all. If she loved me, she wouldn't have isolated me when I was a child. I hate her. I even wish I could strangle her. At this point, a deep hatred flashed across Qian Renxue's face. She no longer regarded Bibi Dong as her mother. In her heart, there was only hatred. Hearing this, Bibi Dong felt a deep pain in her heart again as she looked at her biological daughter, who so despised her. What mother would not find this ironic and painful? If I told you the truth about your father's death, I believe you would no longer hate your mother. Sister Shuer, please calm down for a moment, all right? Qian Renxue took a deep breath to stabilize her emotions and gritted her teeth to continue listening. He wanted to tell Shuer about the matter, but no. She absolutely cannot know it now. If Shuer learns the truth, what kind of impact would it have on her? These two questions suddenly surfaced in Bibi Dong's mind. Although she had always viewed Qian Renxue as her stain, Bibi Dong also admitted that she indeed had a trace of feelings for Qian Renxue. When Qian Renxue was born, Bibi Dong had thought about eliminating the future trouble, but she was stopped by Qian Daoliu. After so many years of interaction, although both acted with extreme hatred, in Bibi Dong's heart, humility prevailed. After all, she was her biological daughter, and that was a fact that could not be changed. Thinking of this, Bibi Dong suddenly pushed open the door and said, "Enough." Chapter 21, The Cruel Truth of My Biological Mother. Upon seeing Bibi Dong's sudden arrival, Qian Renxue immediately stood up and asked, "What are you doing here? Leaving?" "Bibi Dong, I'm still your mother. Is this how you treat your own mother?" "Mother?" Qian Renxue sneered. "Do you even deserve that title? I've said it long ago. I have no mother, only the enemy who killed my father. You are not worthy to be my mother. Do you understand? Now, tell me, what exactly are you here for?" Bibi Dong replied, "Does a mother need a reason to see her daughter? Enough from both of you." Seeing the tense atmosphere, Bai Ying stood up and said, "Xiao Shua, it's a blessing that the Pope has come. It seems the Pope has been eavesdropping outside for quite a while, hasn't he? You brat. It seems you've already figured it out. Let me tell you, there are things you cannot speak of. What kind of truth could make you so emotionally charged? I want to hear it." Qian Renxue's interest was piqued as she said, "Xiaoying, tell me the truth you know. Don't worry, with me here, he can't hurt you." Qian Renxue, is this how you treat your own mother? Qian Renxue, hearing her mother's title again, smiled and said, "Your Highness the Pope, it seems you are deaf. I've said I have no mother, only the enemy who killed my father. From the moment you personally killed my father, from the moment you wanted me to be at the bottom, I regarded you as an enemy, not as a mother. Sai, we are the same root. Why must we harm each other so hastily? Xiaoxue, today I will tell you everything in front of His Holiness the Pope. At first, Bibi Dong was indeed your father's favorite disciple. She was the first to possess twin martial souls in Douluo's history and was hailed as the next pope of the Spirit Hall. But everything changed the moment she fell in love with Yu Shaojing. She even wanted to leave the Spirit Hall for him. At that time, your father certainly disagreed. And to keep your mother, she used despicable means. She forcibly possessed your mother and gave birth to you, which is why your mother developed a dislike for you. Both Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue changed their expressions upon hearing this. Bibi Dong's face showed a strong, killing intent, as if recalling the torment she suffered from the bastard Qian Xuanji during that time, the day she least wanted to remember. Xiaoying, is everything you said true? Did my father force my mother to give birth to me in the end? Qian Renxue still couldn't believe it at this moment. She looked at Bibi Dong, whose face was filled with anger and fear, and felt a bit of pity. Did her father really do such inhumane things back then? Why did you never tell me? Why? Qian Renxue's voice trembled as she repeatedly asked Bibi Dong. At this moment, Bibi Dong's hand holding the Pope's staff trembled slightly, taking a few steps back. In her eyes, a deep pain flashed, and then she spoke. What can you change now that you know? If you were aware, do you feel relieved? If it weren't for you, I would have long been with Xiaojing. If it weren't for your grandfather, I would have killed you long ago. You are nothing but a spawn of evil. Do you really hate me this much? Of course, Bibi Dong said without hesitation. Seeing you reminds me of that person torturing me. However, I have come to understand something. Since you destroyed my everything, I will destroy everything you cherish. One day, I will kill you and destroy your angel clan. Bibi Dong, I will ask you one last question. Did you ever consider me your daughter? Was there ever a moment? Bibi Dong, I understand now. I'm your stain. I shouldn't expect anything. Qian Renxue's figure appeared exceptionally fragile in front of Bibi Dong's indifference. She stood there, her smile gradually fading, replaced by endless sorrow and relief. It seemed she finally understood her position in this world and the complex feelings her mother had for her. Suddenly, her body swayed, as if all her strength left her in an instant. She tightly closed her eyes, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, a symbol of her inner pain. Her body slowly fell, like a withering petal, gently touching the ground. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, and only Bibi Dong stood there, her eyes flashing with a complex emotion. She watched Qian Renxue fall to the ground, but did not step forward to help. Her heart was also in turmoil, but pride and anger prevented her from taking that step. Xiaoxue, are you okay? Just as she was about to fall, Buying quickly supported her and said, "How about it? I'll go get a doctor for you. You mustn't be hurt." "I'm fine, don't worry." After getting up, Qian Renxue looked at Bibi Dong with a very complex expression. "Bibi Dong, I owe you a life, and I will repay that life to you sooner or later. So don't worry." Bibi Dong quietly looked at Qian Renxue, her eyes flashing with a complex emotion. She bit her lower lip, seemingly trying to control the turmoil within her. Finally, she took a deep breath, turned, and resolutely left. Her figure gradually blurred in the light until it disappeared around the corner. Qian Renxue stood in place, gazing blankly in the direction where Bibi Dong had left. Her heart was filled with loss and helplessness, as if the whole world had collapsed at that moment. She knew that the rift between her and her mother was irreparable, and this relationship would ultimately come to an end. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, quiet enough to suffocate. Qian Renxue slowly lowered her head, tears swirling in her eyes. She clenched her fists tightly, trying to numb the pain in her heart with pain. Yet, that pain surged like a tide, making it impossible for her to resist. "Thank you, Xiaoying, for letting me know everything. Sister Schwerer, please don't blame yourself. This is not your fault. It's all caused by your father. There is no connection here. You are innocent. Please don't let this matter affect you. Otherwise, I will feel guilty, truly." Seeing Bai Ying worried about her, Qian Renxue smiled and said, "Don't worry. I won't be affected. That's good." On the other side, Bibi Dong returned to the papal palace. In her chamber, Bibi Dong could no longer control her emotions and began to cry loudly. What have I done? What have I done? Qian Renxue, after all, is my daughter. She is my daughter. I'm not a qualified mother. Not knowing how long she cried, Bibi Dong finally regained her composure, becoming the cold and resolute pope once more. Qian Daoliu, you are very clever. You chose my daughter and also chose him, wanting to use him to restrain me. But unfortunately, he is just a child now. I must become strong as soon as possible. Thinking of this, she called out to the outside, let Zhu Thaw and Gai Thaw come to the papal palace. Chapter 22, Yi Lingling, Your Holiness. Why did you call us here? Inside the Pope's chamber, Zhu Douluo and Gai Douluo stood respectfully. Your Holiness, we plan to visit the Star Do Forest soon. I need 100,000 year spirit ring for my second spirit, so the two of you need to prepare. We'll set off tomorrow. Understood, Your Holiness. Zistak Suya, I have a gift for you. A gift? What kind of gift? It's a divine herb found in the Sunset Forest that can enhance your talent and make your cultivation journey smoother. Look, this herb is called Xiangxi Duanshanghong. Its effects can bring the dead back to life. It must be used by two people who love each other. You can use a drop of blood on the herb, and if they are truly in love, the dark stone attached to it will disappear. In other words, only those who genuinely care for each other can make Xiangxi Duanshanghong recognize them as its master. All right, let me try. Qian Renxue bit her finger and dripped her blood onto Xiangxi Duanshanghong. In the next moment, the herb burst into a dazzling red light, and the stone attached to it suddenly shattered. It really worked. Swear, eat it quickly. As long as you take this herb, I can guarantee your spirit power will increase by at least 5 levels. Qian Renxue looked at Xiangxi Duanshanghong, but chose not to eat it. Instead, she said, this flower looks nice. I feel it's a bit of a waste to eat it. Since it's your decision, I'll let you handle it. By the way, I need to discuss something with you. Can you not go undercover in the Tiando Imperial Palace? Honestly, it's not suitable. Not suitable? Why is it not suitable? Tell me. Working undercover in the Tiando Imperial Palace will waste a lot of time. With your talent, if you stay in the Spirit Hall and with Grandpa's help, you might inherit the position of the Angel God within 10 years. Once you become a god, you'll have an even greater role in unifying the continent. As the saying goes, power is paramount in Douluo continent. I need to think about this more. You don't need to worry about it. Is there anything else? Of course. I have received the recognition of the Shura God. He wants me to inherit his position as the Shura God. And the second test is to endure 2 incense sticks worth of time in Qian Doulu's hands. I believe you can do it. If there's nothing else, you can leave first. I want to be alone for a while. Bai Ying sighed. All right, if you have any issues, you must tell me. Don't bear it alone. Don't worry, I definitely will. After Bai Ying left Qian Renxue, he went directly to find Yi Lingling. How's your stay? Are you getting used to it? Bai Ying looked at Yi Lingling. Not bad. Thank you. Yi Lingling said coldly, then added, did you come to find me for something? Is it wrong to come without a reason? Bai Ying smiled and said, by the way, I've noticed a serious problem with you. Are you always this quiet? It's a bad habit to be so cold and distant. I'm worried that no one will come to marry you in the future. Your Highness, understand. I will change in the future. Bai Ying stood up and said, I'm not blaming you. Come on, I'm in a good mood today. Let's go for a walk. Bai Ying extended his hand, and Yi Lingling's face turned slightly red, like a big apple. She felt as if her heart was about to leap out. Your Highness, where are we going? Maybe you're a bit hungry? You haven't eaten yet, right? I haven't. Then let's go eat. Let me tell you, my cooking skills are unmatched. Being led by a man, she felt a sense of security she had never experienced before. The two arrived at the kitchen, and Yi Lingling had little to do, watching Bai Ying's skilled movements as he heated oil. After a while, a large plate of grilled skewers was freshly made. He then took out the cola rewarded by the system. Eat up. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingling quickly grabbed a skewer and stuffed it into her mouth. Just as she was about to put it in, he stopped her and said, don't be so nervous. It's just a meal. Don't worry, it's not anything bad. The skewers are just made and very hot. Eating them like this will definitely burn your mouth. You need to blow on them. Bai Ying said, then took a skewer, blew on it, and put it in his mouth. Seeing this, Yi Lingling did the same. By the way, there's something I want to ask you. Why are you so quiet? Is something wrong? Upon hearing this, Yi Lingling seemed to recall something unpleasant But looking at Bai Ying's probing gaze, she finally spoke. My father passed away when I was young. Now, in the Jiu Xian Haidang family, there are only my mother and me left. We've been bullied since we were young, so I don't like to talk. You must remember that here, no one will bully you. If someone does, you must tell me. Let's see if I won't deal with them and make them regret it. In fact, I came to find you today for another reason. I want to form the strongest team. Would you like to join my team? The strongest team? Can I? You should be more confident. Don't forget, your spirit is the 10-star Haidang. Even the 7-treasure glazed tile, known as the #1 support spirit in the continent, pales in comparison to yours. Okay, as long as your highness doesn't mind, I am willing to join your team. Hidden mission triggered. Please kiss Yi Lingling. System, you truly understand me. Whatever I think, it comes true. Of course, this system knows the host's thoughts. Otherwise, how could it become your system? Your highness, what are you thinking? Yi Lingling asked, feeling very awkward at this moment. She had never been alone with a man before. What did you say? I didn't hear you. Can you say it again? Come a little closer. My ears might be a bit bad. Yi Lingling obediently moved a little closer, then said, I asked you, Your Highness, what exactly are you thinking? Come a little closer, and you'll find out. Yi Lingling still obediently moved closer. At this moment, the distance between the two was very close. Bai Ying thought to himself, what a great opportunity. I need to quickly complete the mission. Chapter 23 Shyness. After Yi Lingling approached, Bai Ying acted swiftly. With a sudden peck, Yi Lingling didn't even have time to react. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Soul Evolution Pill. After taking the Soul Evolution Pill, the soul can undergo a qualitative evolution once. This reward is quite nice, right? It took Yi Lingling a long time to react, and she suddenly pushed Bai Ying away. Your Highness, what are you doing? Didn't you just say you could read my thoughts? Well, I can tell you now. I was thinking about you. Caught off guard by the sudden confession, Yi Lingling felt dazed, her words stuttering. You mean it, Your Highness? Of course it's true. Sorry about earlier. How do you feel? Bai Ying said shamelessly. I feel. Okay, Yi Lingling said, and as realization hit, her face turned beet red. It seems you should try it out. I don't want to. What's wrong? Are you blushing now? Hearing this, Yi Lingling wanted to leave immediately, but her hand was grabbed by Bai Ying, who pulled her into his embrace. Feeling the warmth and softness in his arms, Bai Ying leaned in closer. Lingling, you really are beautiful. You are one of the most beautiful girls I have ever seen. I fell for you at first sight. Once again caught off guard by a sudden confession, Yi Lingling looked at the handsome man in front of her and said, You're so handsome. Lingling, you really have good taste. How about you become my woman in the future? Your woman? But I heard you seem to have a fiancé. Don't worry. I will handle that. Just as Yi Lingling was about to speak, she suddenly shuddered as Bai Ying bit her ear. In that moment, Yi Lingling pushed him away and, blushing, said, Your Highness, let's talk about this later. I need to go back now. All right, we'll discuss it later. You will definitely become my woman in the future. I promise. By the way, I have time tomorrow. Let's go out and have some fun. After hearing this, Yi Lingling's face turned even redder, and she ran away without daring to look back, looking quite awkward. What a timid woman, but I like it. Yi Lingling felt as if all her strength had been drained. When she got home, she gasped for breath, her face flushed as she recalled what had just happened. Her heart racing. Did he just kiss me? Indeed, no man is good, but that feeling was truly wonderful. Yi Jingxue came out of the kitchen wearing an apron and asked, Lingling, where have you been? I didn't see you earlier. Mom, His Highness called me to discuss something, so I didn't see you. Oh, that's fine. Hurry up and eat. I already ate, and I'm leaving first. I need to rest. Saying this, she closed her room door. How strange. Why is today so odd? At Douluo's place, Bai Ying arrived and saw Douluo and Yin. How have you been, Senior Douluo? Bye, kid. I've been very comfortable. My toxins are gone, and I feel my response is better. You seem to have made a new breakthrough, almost touching the threshold of level 94. Then congratulations, Senior. No need to be so polite. Speaking of which, I should thank you. You let me vent my anger on Zhuhua. If it weren't for him bullying me with his level 95 soul power, I wouldn't have had to rely on the Tiando royal family. That's only natural. We are all family. No need for such politeness. By the way, I'm here today to form a battle team called the 7 Kin of Purgatory. You want to train your own people, right? Exactly. Senior, you really understand me. I must build my own team. This battle team will definitely win the championship in the Continental Soul Master Competition, and I want its name to be renowned throughout the Spirit Hall and the entire continent. Good kid, you have ambition. If you need anything, just let me know. Can you let me talk to your granddaughter alone? Of course, no problem. Yin Yin, you chat with him. Dugu Yin nodded, and the two stepped aside. Are you feeling any discomfort in your body now? No, thank you. I can clearly feel that my cultivation has become much stronger and my training speed has increased. That's for sure. Your current martial soul is the Azure Phosphor Poison Dragon, which is distinctly different from your Azure Phosphor Snake. The two are not on the same level. As long as you work hard enough, becoming a title Douluo or even a Peerless Douluo in the future is a sure thing. By the way, I want to ask, do you think the Spirit Hall is better than the Tiando Royal Academy? The Spirit Hall, at least here there are no arrogant noble offspring, although most people are commoners. I feel the atmosphere here is better. As Dugu Yin spoke, she noticed Bai staring at her, and she felt a bit uneasy, causing her voice to become softer. Your Highness, why are you looking at me? Nothing. I just find you too beautiful and can't help but be captivated. Am I really that beautiful? Dugu Yin asked, feeling a bit insecure, thinking she might be slightly more attractive than average, but not stunningly so. Of course, in my eyes, you are the most beautiful. By the way, there's one more thing. In the Spirit Hall, don't call me Your Highness. You can call me Bai Ying or Xiao Bai. Either is fine. Just don't keep saying Your Highness as it feels like we're not close. I'm just an ordinary person, and there aren't so many rules in the Spirit Hall. Okay, I understand. Bai Ying, I've said what I needed to say. Now I have a small request. I happen to have time tomorrow. Would you like to go shopping together? Shopping? Sure. I'll definitely go tomorrow. Dugubo naturally heard the conversation between Bai Ying and Dugu Yin and could tell that Dugu Yin had a slight interest in Bai Ying. So after he left, he asked granddaughter, what do you think of Bai Ying? He's great, and he's also very handsome, Dugu Yin said, her face turning red. Dugubo noticed his granddaughter's shyness and said, Granddaughter, I heard from the Golden Crocodile Douluo that this kid has passed the god's test and may become a god in the future. Though I don't know if it's true. His potential is definitely frightening. Why don't you try pursuing him? Grandpa, what are you talking about? Chapter 24. Undercurrents, moreover, they might not even think highly of me. Dugubo said that descendants will have their own fortunes, so I might as well go to sleep. The next morning, has the host's reward been signed in? Do you want to extract it? Extract. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Qian Divine Ring. The Qian Divine Ring contains infinite space, surpassing the soul guide previously provided by this system. Inside, time passes much faster than the outside world, equivalent to 10 years in the outside world for every day inside. Additionally, the cultivation speed will increase rapidly within it. More importantly, it can hide one's aura. With this Qian Divine Ring, even god-level powerhouses cannot detect your aura, and it can even change your appearance. Immediately, a ring appeared in Bai Ying's hand. After putting the ring away, he went to the offering hall. Old man, how are you going to train me? Qian Daoliu knelt in front of the angel statue and said, the best training is real combat. You mean to let me fight you? I'm just a level 20 soul master, and you're a 99 level Peerless Douluo? That's just not fair, okay? Besides, I still have plenty of time for the second test from the Shura God. Why are you in such a hurry? Qian Daoliu's gaze shifted towards the silver direction. Heavy with meaning as he spoke, I want you to grow quickly. Didn't you say that the Spirit Hall will be destroyed by someone named Tang San in the future? Therefore, to prevent the Spirit Hall from being destroyed, I must make preparations. Bai Ying sighed and said, fine, but old man, I must tell you. You have to go easy on me, don't kill me. Qian Daoliu did not respond, but suddenly emitted a terrifying aura, an invisible pressure spreading out. Bai Ying, unable to care much at this moment, directly unleashed his super artifact, the Time Battle Blade. First soul skill, Hidden Dragon Roar. Time Battle Blade, first divine skill, Dread. A dragon's roar echoed in Qian Daoliu's ears, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly suppressed, causing no impact. He maintained his original posture as if the dragon's roar was just a faint sound in the wind, insignificant. Seeing this, Bai Ying smiled slightly, secretly admiring. He knew that the power of this dragon's roar was terrifying, but in front of Qian Daoliu, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, silent and unnoticed. This is the strength of a Peerless Douluo, unfathomable. He took a deep breath, and his aura surged instantly, a divine presence radiating from him. As if he were the ruler of the world, everything under his control. Qian Daoliu felt his soul power being suppressed, and his expression changed abruptly. Time battle blade. Time seal. As soon as the words fell, the surrounding time froze. Just as Bai Ying was feeling a bit smug, Qian Daoliu spoke, "I have to admit, you really are impressive. If your soul power could reach the soul sage level, combined with this artifact, I might really not be your opponent. But right now, you are still too weak to exert the true power of the artifact." Second soul skill, Holy Light Illuminates. Golden light unique to the angel god erupted from Qian Daoliu's entire body, and the moment the golden light touched Bai Ying, he felt like he was done for. His soul power was suppressed, and he had no strength to resist. First soul skill, Sword of Judgment. The golden light condensed into the shape of a sword and instantly slashed towards him. With a loud bang, Bai Ying was sent flying and crashed heavily to the ground. Bai Ying clumsily got up from the ground and said, "Old man, are you trying to kill me? You bully the weak with your strength. You disrespect your elders." Disrespecting elders? Today, I'll let you see what true disrespecting elders means. A pig-slaughtering-like voice echoed in the offering hall. How long had it been? Bai Ying, dragging his injuries, arrived at Qian Renxue's residence. "Great offering. Isn't this a bit too hasty?" The golden crocodile Douluo in the offering hall said, "Little Ying is still a child. Even if he has passed the 9th test of the Shura God, as he said, he has plenty of time. Sigh. All of this is not only for his good, but also for Xiao Xue's good. I can sense that Bibi Dong has also obtained the divine inheritance. Although I don't know which deity's inheritance she received, it is definitely not simple. He must grow quickly. Only then can he protect the angel lineage. I understand, great offering." When Qian Renxue saw Bai Ying's injured state, she immediately felt heartbroken and asked, "Who did this?" "It's nothing, it's just Grandpa. He's helping me complete the Shura God's assessment. Grandpa has already gone easy on me. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have a chance to make a move in front of him." "All right. Remember we said yesterday that we would go shopping. Did you forget? Can you still go shopping like this?" "It's fine, it just looks scary. They're all superficial injuries." Qian Renxue felt heartache looking at him, but still nodded in agreement after meeting up with Du Yin and Yi Lingling. On this day, Du Yin and Yi Lingling both intentionally or unintentionally glanced towards Bai Ying's direction. Only Qian Renxue remained gloomy, as if she had something on her mind. In the evening, Du Yin and the others left directly, while Qian Renxue and Bai Ying returned to Qian Renxue's residence. "Little Ying, I've made a significant decision." "What decision?" "I'm going to the Tiando Imperial Palace." "Are you crazy?" "Sister Schwerer, I told you long ago that you would definitely fail. You might as well stay in the Spirit Hall and cultivate. With Grandpa's help, you will definitely be the first to become a god." "Little Bai, I've thought about this decision for a long time, and Grandpa agrees." "What? The old man agrees?" "That damn old man, I'm going to find him. Do you know how dangerous it is to infiltrate? Didn't I say that after I passed the 2nd test of the Shura God, we would only be together? I'm begging you, Sister Schwerer, please don't go. My mind is made up. I must go." Seeing Qian Renxue's attitude, Bai Ying sighed. "It seems that I really can't change your mind. Well, since this is your decision, I wish you good luck. I'm leaving. Is it really fate that can't be defied? Or is it destiny?" As Bai Ying walked away, he suddenly saw dozens of soul sages moving in an orderly fashion towards a certain direction. What are they doing? Is there some action going on? I have a bad feeling about this. At that moment, among the group, the figures of Judo, Ghosto, and Bibi Dong appeared from the Spirit Hall. What exactly are these three planning to do? Chapter 25. Saving Xiao Wu right, go ask Qian Daoliu? He must know what exactly happened. In the worship hall, the old man said, "Come out. Why did you let Schwerer go to the Heaven Do Palace?" Qian Daoliu heard the voice from afar and knew that someone had come to settle the score with him. He stood with his hands behind his back and said, "This is Xiao Xue's own choice. I have no right to interfere. Are you not afraid that your granddaughter will encounter any accidents? This is your own granddaughter. If something happens to her, what should I do? I've told her, and I've told you, that this infiltration plan is far from complete. She is more useful by your side. If she can stay by your side, then with her talent, she will definitely inherit the angel god sooner." I said, "This is Xiao Xue's own decision. Besides, this matter is also a form of training for Xiao Xue. Do you have anything else to say?" If you want me to persuade Xiao Shui to give up this plan, then you can go back. All right, old man. Since this is Xiao Shui's own decision and you won't persuade her, then I won't waste time here. I want to ask you, how many people from the Spirit Hall are going out this time? What exactly are they doing? Bibi Dong seems to be going to the Starred Do Great Forest to obtain a 100,000-year spirit ring. A 100,000-year spirit ring? Starred Do Great Forest? Why does that sound so familiar? It seems like there's something I can't remember. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special mission. Save Xiao Wu. Mission reward. Soul power increased by 10 levels. Xiao Wu's favorability 100. Why didn't I think of that? According to the current plot development, Bibi Dong is going to deal with Xiao Wu and her mother. Old man, then promise me one thing. As long as I can pass the second assessment of the Azura God, I want to travel around Douluo continent. Fine. Bai Ying saw this and stopped talking, directly leaving to return to his room. Just now, seeing Bibi Dong's momentum, there were many Soul Saint-level powerhouses, with 2 titled Douluo among them, plus him. There were a total of 3. It seems I can only do this. System, I want to use the 3-minute God-level experience card. Congratulations to the host for successful use. A terrifying power instantly surged out from within him. Bai Ying put on the Qinkuan ring, then disguised himself in night clothes, and finally, relying on his powerful strength, forcibly tore open the space. Stardo Great Forest, Bai Ying arrived here. Bai Ying immediately released his spiritual power to start searching for Xiao Wu and the other's location. Xiao Wu, hurry and run. Mom will hold them off for you, hurry. Aro was shouting hoarsely at this moment. Facing the siege of many soul saints and 3 titled Douluo, she was clearly exhausted. You will never get my spirit ring and spirit bones. Aro knew she was doomed today, but she absolutely could not let them have it easy. Just as she was about to self-destruct and destroy her spirit bones, Bibi Dong coldly glanced at her and said, "Want to commit suicide? Unfortunately, you can't. Don't worry, after you die, I will get your spirit ring and spirit bones. I will let your daughter join you soon." Space tier, abyss slash. A terrifying soul power tore through the void and directly attacked Aro. Invincible golden body. Aro's face showed a hint of despair, and in an instant, golden light enveloped her body, barely blocking this attack. At this moment, the 2 titled Douluo, Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo also made their move. 9th soul skill, Ju Hua can, countless injuries, flowers fall, hearts break. 9th soul skill, Hell Wraith. Countless chrysanthemum petals transformed into sharp blades, like a declaration of death, mercilessly rushing towards Aro. At the same time, countless ghostly hands suddenly sprang up from ground, like spirits from hell, trying to pull her into the endless abyss. Facing the deadly attacks coming from all directions, a glimmer of despair flashed in Aro's eyes. But she did not give up resisting. She once again erupted with a strong wave of soul power. Amidst all these attacks, Bibi Dong's figure descended like a demon. The 6 spider spears behind her emitted a cold light, carrying destructive power and fiercely charged toward Aro. These 6 spider spears seemed capable of penetrating all defenses. Even though Aro had used all her strength, she still found it difficult to withstand this lethal strike. At that moment, an invisible pressure suddenly spread, and the attacks of the 3 people visibly dissipated. Aro disappeared directly into midair. Who is it? Bibi Dong looked around cautiously, and, at that moment, a figure in black clothes, obscured from view, appeared here. Who are you? I am from the Spirit Hall, but get out of the way, or the only outcome for you will be death. The figure gradually became clear in midair, his face obscured by a black night outfit, revealing only a pair of deep, star-like eyes. He held Aro in his arms, that nonchalant posture as if protecting his most precious treasure. He waved his finger lightly, pointing at Bibi Dong and the others below, and that invisible pressure instantly plunged the entire Star Do Great Forest into silence. You 3 leave. Bai Ying's voice was calm and authoritative, as if it came from the heavens above, carrying an irresistible power. Bibi Dong, Ju Douluo, and Ghost Douluo exchanged glances. They had never encountered such a powerful opponent. The sense of oppression made it hard for them to breathe. They could clearly feel that their soul powers seemed to be bound by some mysterious force, making even the most basic operation exceedingly difficult. Is this power from a god? Impossible, impossible! How can there be gods in the Star-Do Great Forest? Time's trace. As soon as the words fell, Bibi Dong and the others found themselves enveloped in a layer of radiance. At that moment, an extreme pain that penetrated their souls appeared, and this pain was unavoidable. The three of them immediately cried out in agony. Ninth soul skill, Undying Body. How is this possible? I clearly activated the Undying Body. Why can I still feel pain? This move can actually ignore physical and soul defenses. What kind of technique is this? This is a divine technique. Bibi Dong, do you see? The gap between mortals and gods is immense, so I advise you to leave early. Otherwise, I won't mind letting you stay here forever. Run. The three could sense a terrifying, killing intent. Far in the divine realm, the Azura god suddenly felt something and abruptly opened his blood-red eyes to see the situation here. What is going on? Why does he have the aura of a god? Could it be that other gods are interfering? What boldness! Don't let me find out, or I will make him pay. Chapter 26. Aru's sacrifice. No. The inheritor I have finally acquired must not be snatched away by others. With this thought, a divine thought from the Shura god was sent out, and the Shura god mark on Bai Ying's forehead suddenly flickered. The second trial of the Shura god was completed. The reward was a 5-level increase in soul power. Far away in the divine realm, the Shura god finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, I must not find out which bastard wants to snatch my inheritor, or I will definitely kill them all. What the hell is going on? Why did my second trial of the Shura god pass so confusingly? Kid, did you receive the inheritance of other divine positions besides me? Tell me, which bastard is it? The Shura god's voice was filled with killing intent, which left Bai Ying feeling a bit puzzled about what was meant by receiving the inheritance of another divine position. So that's how it is. No wonder the Shura god made my second trial so easy to pass. It turns out he sensed the divine aura on me and was afraid his inheritor would run away, which is why he let me pass. What are you trying to say? I haven T receive the inheritance of any other gods. It's best that you haven T, otherwise if I find out, I will kill that bastard. After the Shura god's voice fell, Bai Ying could clearly sense a feeling of jealousy and fear. Mom, how are you? In the distance, Xiao Wu ran over and looked at the severely injured Aru, tears uncontrollably flowing from her eyes. Bai Ying helped Aru up and tried to input soul power into her body as gently as possible. Oh no, am I still too late? Please, save my mom. Xiao Wu looked at the unconscious figure with pleading, tearful eyes, as if she had grasped the last straw of hope. Sigh, aren't you afraid? And I'm also a bad person. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu shook her head without hesitation and said, I know you must be a good person. Only good people would help us. Please, save my mom. A good person? I do want to save her, but before she dies, she wants to self-destruct her soul rings and soul bones. Just now, it was forcibly interrupted, and her body has already suffered irreparable injuries. I am powerless. How can this be? How could you not save her? My mom, please. Just then, Aru slowly woke up, realizing her time was short, and turned to Bai Ying, saying, Thank you for saving me. I'm sorry. I am powerless. Your injuries are too severe. I understand. Those people who didn't get my soul rings and soul bones will definitely come back. Xiao Wu, you must leave quickly. Mom, I won't leave. In the distance, Bai Ying watched this scene, feeling very distressed. Great Shura God, are you still there? What do you want? Great Shura God, I want to ask you for a favor. You must have a way to bring this soul beast back to life. Why should I help you? It's just a soul beast. Moreover, gods cannot interfere in the affairs of the mortal world. I can tell you this right now. Great Shura God, as the enforcer of the divine realm, if you break the rules, who could say anything to you? Besides, rules are dead and people are alive. Please do it for my sake. Save her. The Shura God furrowed his brows, thinking it was not easy to wait for an inheritor. What if he doesn't meet his requirements and runs away? At that time, his retirement would definitely be postponed indefinitely. If he had to find another inheritor, who knows how long that would take. However, he really didn't want to interfere in mortal affairs anymore. There's a way. Given that you are my inheritor, I will tell you. But this method will be a bit difficult. I understand. What is the method? As soon as he finished speaking, the blood-colored phantom of the Shura god suddenly appeared in the Star-Do forest. 100,000 year, old soft-bone rabbit. I am the Shura god. I give you a chance to become a god. Are you willing? Both Xiao Wu and Eru were startled, then realized that the Shura god referred to a true god. As a 100,000-year soul beast, Eru had some understanding of gods. Moreover, the strength of the phantom before them was incredibly powerful. To annihilate them would probably be just a thought. Xiao Wu looked at the blood-colored phantom and immediately knelt down, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, "Please, save my mom." Seeing this, Buying quickly helped her up and said, "The great Shura god is very powerful. He will definitely be able to save your mom. Don't worry." "Really?" "Yes, really. Great Shura god, but he is a god, a true god." "That's great." At this moment, Eru was also very happy. She did not want to leave Xiao Wu. After all, which mother wouldn't want to see her children more? "Senior, what method do you have?" The Shura god's cold voice rang out. "This method is easy to say and difficult to do. The decision is still in your hands. You must gather your soul within your soul rings and sacrifice it to my inheritor. When he inherits my divine position in the future, you will be able to come back to life." Sacrifice. Eru hesitated for a moment. She understood that voluntarily sacrificing her soul rings and soul bones, even merging her soul into the soul rings and soul bones, could be completely absorbed by even a weak person. Looking at Xiao Wu's tearful eyes as a mother, she also understood that she no longer had a choice. Rather than waste her soul rings and soul bones, it was better to take a gamble. "I understand. Senior, I know what to do." Bai Ying and Xiao Wu also heard this method. At this moment, Xiao Wu truly felt a deep sense of despair. Bai Ying never expected that the Shura god would come up with such a method. With his ability, if he were willing, he would definitely have other ways. He was doing this, surely for himself, to ensure a smoother inheritance of his divine position. "Benefactor, may I ask you for one thing?" Bai Ying took a deep breath and respectfully said, "So you agree?" Eru nodded and said, "Rather than waste it, it's better to give it to you. I can see that you're a kind person. May I ask you one thing? It's very simple. I hope that after I die, you will not harm my daughter. This is my only request." The only thing Eru was worried about was her daughter, Xiao Wu. "You can rest assured about this. I am not that kind of person. I can swear that I will absolutely not harm your daughter." "Good, thank you." Eru's body began to tremble. Her life was rapidly slipping away. She understood that this was her final moment. She took a deep breath, a look of determination flashing in her eyes. Then her body suddenly ignited, flames appearing blood red, like the sunset scorched by the blazing sun, beautiful yet tragic. These flames were not ordinary flames, but a special fire that would only appear during the sacrifice of a soul beast, representing Eru's determination and sacrifice. The flames spread rapidly, completely engulfing her body, and her figure became blurred within the fire. Eru's figure gradually dissipated in the flames, transforming into a dazzling light that shot into the sky. Within this light, a 100,000-year soul ring instantly condensed and took shape as if it had absorbed all of Eru's essence and vitality, shining with a dazzling brilliance. This soul ring was unique. It was not only a symbol of Eru's strength, but also a culmination of her endless maternal love for Xiao Wu. The soul ring slowly rose like a mysterious vortex, rotating slowly in the air. Bai Ying felt a powerful attraction, and his body involuntarily lifted into the air, flying toward that soul ring. The 100,000-year soul ring actively merged into Bai Ying's soul ring. After the sacrifice ended, Xiao Wu became completely lost, staring blankly at her mother's disappearance. "Mom, I'm sorry. If I could be a bit faster, your mother would definitely not have died." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu wiped her tears and said, "It's not your fault. It's them. They killed my mother. My name is Bai Ying. Little sister, what is your name?" "Xiao Wu. That's a nice name. It seems your mother really loves you. Don't worry. Your mother will definitely come back to life. When I become a god one day, I will bring her back to your side." "Okay, I believe you. Congratulations, host." Mission completed. Soul power increased by 10 levels. Congratulations. Host Xiao Wu's favorability 100 meeting is fate. How about you call me brother? Being my sister won't be a loss for you. Your mother has already died, but since I have your mother's soul ring, I have the obligation to take care of you. Do you want to recognize me as your brother? Brother. Chapter 27, When My Sister. Do you really want to be my brother? Xiao Wu asked with an unusually serious expression. Of course, I never lie. As long as you are willing, I will be your brother. All right, then I will be your sister from now on. Bai Ying was very satisfied with this answer. As the saying goes, the one closest to the water gets the moon first. Tang San probably never imagined that his future wife confirmed that I would be her brother now. Here, this is for you. This ring contains a space where training inside is equivalent to 3 years outside in just one day. And it also has the ability to hide your soul beast aura. Thank you, brother. This is too precious. I can't accept it. It's not given to you for free. There are conditions. In our human world, giving a girl a ring means that you will marry her in the future. How about this? Accepting this ring signifies that I will marry you in the future. Marry me, brother. You really will marry me? Xiao Wu's thoughts were very simple, and she had been living in the Star Doe Forest for a long time, so she was naturally swayed by Bai Ying's sweet words. Of course, but this ring is only given to you. Remember, wearing this ring on your hand proves that you're my woman. Xiao Wu looked at the ring with great fondness and cherished it, putting it on her finger. All right, then I am willing to marry my brother. Are you serious? Such matters are not a game. They are real and come with responsibilities. My mother has passed away, and besides the Ming and Heir Ming, you're all I have left. I believe my brother would never lie to me. All right, I will definitely protect Xiao Wu and will not let her suffer any harm. If anyone dares to hurt you, they will have to step over my dead body first. My mother said that when I find a man willing to comb my hair, I should give him this comb. Brother, you gave me a ring, and I have nothing to give you. This is the only thing my mother left for me. While speaking, Xiao Wu took out a wooden comb from her little rabbit backpack. Here, this is for you. Seeing the comb, Bai Ying immediately stepped forward and said, Don't worry, I will take good care of this comb. After Bai Ying put away the comb, he then took out some celestial herbs from his storage soul guide. Unexpectedly, the host is so shameless. What does it matter to be shameless? Have you ever heard the saying? A tree that doesn't shed its bark will surely die, and a person who is shameless is invincible? What is face? As long as I can achieve my goal, any means are acceptable. Brother, I have to go now, but I promise I will come back to find you. If you go to the human world, you must come to Nodding Academy. Brother, I will be waiting for you there. Do you understand? Brother, are you leaving too? Xiao didn't want you to go now. I want to leave the Star Doe Forest with you to seek revenge on those people. Please take me with you. Your strength is too weak, and those people are too strong. They're all titled Douluo level powerhouses. So if you want to take revenge, you must become stronger. Do you understand? Before you become strong, do not seek revenge. Do not let yourself get hurt because of me. Otherwise, your mother's sacrifice will be meaningless, and I will worry about you. Do you understand? Xiao Wu understood. Be obedient. This is for you. This is called Bodhi Transformation Saliva. It is a celestial grade herb that can improve your physique and give you higher talent. Absorb this, and then when the time is right, leave the Star Doe Forest and come to Nodding Academy to find me, understand? I understand. Thank you, brother. After absorbing the Bodhi Transformation Saliva, Xiao Wu seemed to grow a little taller. Then, Bai Ying ruffled her hair and said, You must wait for me, understand? Be sure not to expose your soul beast identity in the human world. Be careful, and do not take off the ring I gave you. After saying this, he took one last look at Xiao Wu and said, System, activate the teleportation talisman. Use successful. Fortunately, the system's task has been completed. This time, defeating Bibi Don heavily injured her, which made both Ju Douluo and Gui Douluo suffer a significant loss. However, as the saying goes, losing is a blessing, right? Suddenly, the voice of the Shura god appeared in Bai Ying's mind. Shura 9 trials. The third trial, kill a titled Douluo level powerhouse within 10 years. Titled Douluo? It seems this trial is still quite simple. Arriving at the offering hall. Old man, I have good news for you. I have passed the second trial of the Shura god. At this moment, Qian Daoliu felt speechless upon hearing this. Did this kid go mad? Xiao Ming, I know you are worried about Xiao Shui, but you must not lie. Do you understand? Old man, you think I'm lying? Feel the vitality aura on me. Haven T, I broken through level 30. Not only that, but I also obtained a 100,000-year soul ring. Look, as he spoke, he released the 100,000-year soul ring, and Qian Daoliu was completely stunned. When did the goddess trials become so easy? Back then, He had to take a considerable amount of time to complete the Angel S6 trial, and some trials nearly cost him his life. Could it be that the Shura God S trials are easier? Or is the Angel God S trial too strict? Qian Daoliu silently thought to himself, and at this moment, he looked at Baiying and asked, "How did you pass the trial?" "You wouldn't understand. It was the Shura God who saw how hard I worked and directly let me pass the second trial. To be honest, I don't even know how I passed it so muddled." "What do you mean muddled?" "You are lying. But how can this kid explain it? By the way, the Shura God has already told me about the third trial. I have to kill a title Douluo-level powerhouse within 10 years. How about that? Isn't it simple?" Upon hearing the word simple, Qian Daoliu couldn't help but curse. "You kid, do you know what kind of existence a title Douluo is? Killing a title Douluo-level powerhouse is an incredibly difficult task. What's so hard about it? Isn't it just killing a title Douluo-level powerhouse? It's not a problem for me." Qian Daoliu said, Fine. Since you have passed the second trial, in a few days, Xiao Shue's replacement plan will begin. Go see her off." "I understand. Through this night, I have also realized many things. Only when my strength is strong enough can I protect those around me. I need to become strong enough to surpass everything, and then I will make sure Xiao Shui doesn't have to suffer so much." Qian Daoliu spoke. "After all, this is all my fault." Chapter 28. Assassination of Xueqinghe. "All right, old man, stop blaming yourself." "Old man, I want to ask you for a favor." "What is it?" "I want to travel across the continent, and most importantly, I want to go to the Nodding Academy in the Heaven Do Empire to be a teacher. Although Nodding Academy is a junior soul master academy, I have reliable information that Tang San is studying there. You must promise me this. Are you going to take action against Tang San?" "Of course not. I want to take away his most important possession." "It's settled then, old man, I'm leaving. Goodbye. By the way, you must have a way to hide my identity, right?" "Please, Grandpa." Baiying understood that some things cannot be changed. "I must be fully prepared. It seems it's time to leave." The next morning, the Snake Spear Duo and the Qingwan Douluo team received reliable news that the second prince of the Heaven Do Empire, Xueqinghe, would be going out for a leisure trip today. The roads had long been prepared, and many soul masters from the Spirit Hall, including 2 title Duo, were stationed there. This plan was absolutely seamless. A luxurious carriage appeared in the distance, swaying as it moved. The carriage was inlaid with gold trim, shining brightly in the sunlight, as if showcasing the supreme dignity of the royal family. The surrounding people spontaneously knelt on the ground, not daring to raise their heads, out of respect for the royal family of the Heaven Do Empire. As the carriage slowly approached, the window was half open, and a faint fragrance of flowers wafted out. The ambushers from the Spirit Hall were on high alert, holding their breath as if even the slightest sound would disturb this sacred moment. Their eyes were like torches, fixed on the carriage, and the weapons in their hands trembled slightly, expressing their inner excitement and tension. Inside the carriage, the second prince, Xueqinghe, sat upright. He had a handsome face, and his eyes sparkled with light. Dressed in luxurious royal attire, he exuded an extraordinary temperament. He smiled gently, his voice tinged with pride. "Finally, I have become a soul master. Now my father will surely value me even more." When the carriage reached a deserted corner, a sudden attack occurred. "Quick! Protect His Highness the Second Prince." The guards protecting the carriage were instantly killed by the rushing soul masters from the Spear Hall. In the next moment, the Qingwan Douluo acted simultaneously, and the Soul King inside the carriage had not even reacted before being blown apart. This scene terrified Xueqinghe, who had never seen such a bloody scene as a prince. "Do you know his identity? He is the second prince of the Heaven Do Empire. If you dare to harm him, the Heaven Do Empire will never let you go." One of the soul saints shouted, believing that few would not fear the identity of the second prince. "These people must be here to rob." However, before he could finish his words, a spear suddenly pierced through. With a chilling sound, the soul saint's head was severed, looking quite terrifying. Xueqinghe trembled and asked, "Who are you?" "I am Xueqinghe." Qian Renxue slowly walked over, emanating a strong, killing intent. "Don't come any closer. I am the second prince of the Heaven Do Empire." "The second prince? We are here to kill the second prince. Someone, save me." However, his guards had already been dealt with by the many ambushers from the Spirit Hall. so no one could hear his cries for help. Qian Renxue swiftly ended Xue Qing's life and then ordered, dispose of the body. Understood, a soul master replied. The plan was very successful. You two go tell Grandpa, Qian Renxue said, using his soul bone skill to transform into Xue Qinghe, speaking calmly. His gaze was directed outside the window, seemingly waiting for someone. Noticing Qian Renxue's worry and self-blame, the snake spear Douluo spoke up. The grand offering doesn't want him to come, fearing he would let his emotions interfere with the infiltration plan. I understand. Let us go back to the Heaven-Do Palace. Wait, Baiying, panting, said. The snake spear Douluo asked, shouting, why are you here? Hurry back. How did you know we would leave on this day? The Qing Wan Douluo inquired. However, Baiying did not answer, instead walking towards the carriage. I just want to say goodbye to Sister Xue. It won't take much time. You can rest assured. I know what I should do and what I shouldn't do. The two did not stop her as she entered the carriage. Bai Ying and Qian Renxue both fell silent, as if there were 1,000 words to say, but they could not express anything. Sister Xue, take care. Qian Renxue nodded and asked, do you have anything else? Seeing the plan successfully completed, Bai Ying said, I don't know what to say, but please remember, everyone has their own responsibilities. Since you have made your choice, I respect you. Rest assured, I will grow strong quickly, and by then, I will protect you well. With that, Qian Renxue noticed Bai Ying looking at the carriage and asked, don't you hate me? I'm sorry. However, she did not respond. And seeing the expressions of the snake spear Douluo and Qing Wan Douluo return to normal, she respectfully said, please go back and tell the grand offering that I want to travel across the Douluo continent. He doesn't need to worry about me. When the Elite Soul Master Tournament comes, I will return. I want to become stronger. Hearing this, Qian Renxue cried uncontrollably in the carriage, while the snake spear and Qing Wan Douluo silently nodded. The carriage restarted towards the Heaven-Do Palace. Congratulations to the host. The main quest has been activated. Please head to Nodding Academy to take on the role of a teacher. Host, I feel that your emotions are not right. Having lived together for so long, suddenly leaving would always be a bit sad. What is today's sign-in reward? Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bronze mask. The bronze mask can change a person's appearance and conceal their aura once worn. The effect far surpasses that of the Qinkuan Divine Ring. It seems like a very good item. Thank you, system. In the offering hall, after the successful replacement plan of Qian Daoliu and Qian Renxue, a feeling of indescribable sadness arose in his heart. The snake spear Douluo bowed and said, Grand offering. Do you really not mind Xiao Ying leaving the spirit hall to travel across the continent? Qian Daoliu sighed, turning his back and saying, people must grow. If they always stay in a comfortable environment, they will never grow. He is a strong person. He should understand this principle. Since Xiao Ying arrived here, she has always been accompanied by various anomalies. I believe she will definitely become strong in the future. Chapter 29. As a teacher, Nodding Academy. The only junior soul master academy in Nodding City. After several efforts, Baiying finally arrived here. From a distance, he noticed a huge archway at the academy. Although its area could not compare to other junior academies, it was still considered good in this rundown small town. Baiying immediately walked over. But just as he reached the entrance, a young man at the door stopped him. What are you doing here? This is a soul master academy, not a place for country bumpkins like you. Upon hearing this, Baiying spoke up, I am an intern teacher sent by the Spirit Hall. Look, here are my documents. The young man merely glanced at him, and then sneered, you think I would believe that a little kid like you is an intern teacher sent by the Spirit Hall? You're looking down on me. Let me in, or else you'd better watch out. You dare to insult me? A little kid actually dares to insult me? If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know how powerful I am. The young man clenched his fist and threw a punch at Bai Ying's face. Baiying calmly replied, I didn't want to cause trouble, but if you force me, then don't blame me. With a swift motion, Baiying firmly grasped the young man's incoming fist, exerting a powerful grip that made the young man involuntarily step back. No matter how the young man struggled, he couldn't retract his fist and scowled. Let go of me, or else you'll regret it. Let go. Sure, I'll let go right now. With a loud slap, Baiying struck the young man hard, causing him to fall to the ground. Holding his now red and swollen face, he looked furious. You dare to hit me? I said it before, I hit you because you wouldn't let me in. You could have just let me in, but you had to make trouble. So now I have no choice but to hit you. At that moment, the principal of Nodding Academy suddenly appeared. Seeing the principal, the young man immediately gained confidence and, emboldened by his position, said, "Principal, it's bad. Someone has intruded into the academy." The principal ignored him and instead looked at Bai Ying, who was dressed elegantly, clearly a child of a wealthy family. The principal asked, "May I ask why you hit him?" He tried to sound gentle since he didn't know the other's identity, and appearances were the best proof in such cases. "Hello, I am an intern teacher sent by the Spear Hall. Here is my identification." Saying this, he took out a document. The principal was a bit stunned as he looked at the young child in front of him and said, "This is no joke. Although the Spirit Hall will send soul masters to assist the teachers at Nodding Academy in the coming days, I never expected it to be a child." Looking at the identification in his hand, despite his reluctance, the principal had to greet Bai Ying with a smile. "Oh, so you are a teacher sent by the Spirit Hall. I apologize for not welcoming you promptly. That was indeed my oversight." The principal sighed, realizing that regardless of how unimpressive this boy might seem, he had to give him face. Over the years, the teachers sent by the Spirit Hall were mostly mediocre. Although some were relatively strong soul masters, they usually returned to the Spirit Hall after a while. "Is there a problem?" Just as Bai Ying was about to enter the academy, the principal looked at the identification and said, "Although you are sent by the Spirit Hall, the minimum requirement for Nodding Academy is a 3-ring soul master. If your strength doesn't meet this requirement, even though Nodding Academy is not too famous, the attitude is clear: we do not recognize your strength." "Just 3 rings? Watch closely." Bai Ying's figure instantly straightened, and an indescribable aura burst forth from him, as if it wanted to envelop the entire Nodding Academy. This aura was so intense, it felt like the stillness before a storm, making people involuntarily hold their breath. At that moment, a shadow dragon appeared behind Bai Ying, flickering in and out of visibility as if it was traversing from another space. It opened its massive dragon mouth and emitted a deafening roar that shook the surrounding air. The students of Nodding Academy all poked their heads out of the classrooms, surprised by the scene. 3 soul rings slowly rose beneath Bai Ying's feet, each radiating a strong light. Due to the cover of the bronze mask, the 3 soul rings displayed an alternating pattern of yellow and purple, dazzling like a rainbow. The principal's eyes widened at the sight, and his heart surged with shock. "Now, can I go in?" The principal's attitude did a complete 180-degree turn as he said, Of course, of course. Look, I'll take you to your teacher's dormitory right now." A genius of this age was indeed someone the Spirit Hall was focusing on cultivating. If he could establish even a slight relationship with this person, it would surely bring him benefits. "Thank you for your trouble." "What's the trouble? This is all part of our duty." Arriving at the dormitory, the conditions were quite simple, but all the necessary facilities like desks, chairs, and beds were available. The principal cautiously asked, "Is there anything else you need? If you need anything, just let me know, and I'll take care of it right away." Bai Ying glanced around and replied, "Actually, I would like to add another bed." The principal looked a bit confused and said, "But there is already 1 bed here. Why do you need 2 beds? Bai Ying smiled slightly and mysteriously replied, "You don't need to ask. Just do as I say." Although the principal was puzzled, he didn't dare to ask further and nodded in agreement. He hurriedly left the dormitory and soon returned with several workers and a brand new bed. "Congratulations, host. Rewards have been issued. 6 bottles of foundation-building spirit liquid." Hearing the system's voice, Bai Ying didn't pay it any mind. Looking at the newly set-up bed, he nodded in satisfaction. He sat on the bed, gently touching the bronze mask, seemingly lost in thought. According to the original story, the soft-boned rabbit, Xiao Wu, should arrive in the next few days. Tang San and Xiao Wu's first meeting was in the dormitory, and now he wanted to see how Xiao Wu would react to Tang San. It was time to meet the so-called Master Yu Xiaojiang. Arriving at the teacher's cafeteria, all the students' gazes were drawn to the person in front of them. Bai Ying, wearing the bronze mask, had an unclear face, but his aura was extraordinarily transcendent, mysterious, and carefree. "This is the teacher's cafeteria, not the student's cafeteria," a teacher said. "I'm one of the teachers here, just new, so it's normal that you don't recognize me." "A new teacher? You look about the same age as the students." Chapter 30. Master of Nonsense Yu Xiaojing Teacher Bai. "You're here for dinner too." The dean rushed over in a flurry, his expression extremely humble. Did the dean know this teacher Bai? Everyone was puzzled, but at that moment the dean spoke up, introducing him as a new intern teacher sent by the Spirit Hall. Don't be fooled by his young age. He has already become a three-ring soul master, and his future prospects are limitless. A three-ring soul master? So this is actually a three-ring soul master. Upon hearing what the dean just said, everyone realized that this person was definitely someone the Spirit Hall was focusing on training with immense talent. After dinner, Bai Ying was about to leave when a voice suddenly called out from behind, "Teacher Bai, please wait." The speaker was a middle-aged man with a steady demeanor and a bit of stubble on his face. Bai Ying looked at him and suddenly recalled something. He turned around and said, "Hello, may I ask what you need?" It seemed this was Master Yu Xiaojiang. He didn't know what he wanted from him. "Hello, Teacher Bai. Can we have a chat?" Of course. As the saying goes, one doesn't strike a smiling face. The two went to Yu Xiaojiang's residence, which was mostly filled with books. "May I ask, what do you need from me, teacher?" Yu Xiaojiang didn't answer immediately. Instead, he gazed intently at the person before him, thinking to himself that this person definitely had extraordinary talent. If he could take him as a disciple, he could make a name for himself. Yu Xiaojiang didn't rush to respond. Instead, he maintained an air of mystery. "Bai Ying, is that your name? Your martial soul is the Shadow Dragon. I see from your certification that you have innate full soul power, right?" "Yes. Is there a problem with that?" "No problem at all. However, there is one thing the certification doesn't state correctly. You should have a twin martial soul, and your innate soul power should have reached level 20, right?" Bai Ying spoke up. "How did you know this?" Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang secretly laughed in his heart, wondering how to fool him. He couldn't just say someone from a spirit hall told him, could he? So he replied, "It's not difficult at all. It's simple. I'm a master, not just a teacher. Although I'm not a teacher at this academy, just a regular resident, I want to take you as my disciple. I have investigated many people with martial souls, but no one has talent like yours, so I can conclude that you must have another martial soul. How about it? Am I impressive? Want to worship me as your master?" Bai Ying understood his intention. He just wanted to take a disciple. However, he still pretended to be very polite and said, "Actually, I already have a teacher, so I can't take you as my master. I hope you can understand." Disappointment flashed across Yu Xiaojiang's face, but he quickly regained his composure. Yes, a soul master with twin martial souls is certainly worth the Spirit Hall's utmost effort to cultivate. I was thinking too much. So who is your teacher? Bibi Dong. Upon hearing the name Bibi Dong, Yu Xiaojiang's face filled with hope as he said, "You are actually her disciple. I didn't expect that. No wonder you have twin martial souls. All right. My name is Yu Xiaojiang. If you have any issues at the academy, feel free to come find me." "You say you are Yu Xiaojiang, the one who created the 10 core theories?" Yu Xiaojiang proudly replied, "That's right. I'm the one who created the 10 core theories. You can call me Master." "Master? So you actually created the 10 core theories? No wonder you're just a waste." "Teacher once said there was a waste who pursued her for many years and even wrote the 10 core theories, flaunting it, and it turns out to be you." "How can you speak like that, child?" "That's just how I speak. I thought you were some great figure, but it turns out you're that waste. The first point of the 10 core theories is already wrong. Martial souls are only beast martial souls and tool martial souls. And the second point states there are no waste martial souls, only waste soul masters." Aren't you just a waste? Yet you still think you deserve to have me worship you as a master? This statement completely choked Yu Xiaojiang. He wanted to argue, but he didn't know where to start. He could only clench his fists tightly to express his inner anger. He originally thought there was something important for him to discuss, but it turned out he really wanted him to worship him as a master. "Let me tell you, even if I didn't have a teacher, I absolutely wouldn't worship a fraud like you as a master. You only mislead students. You don't understand martial souls at all. There are no waste martial souls, only waste soul masters. That nonsense is only suitable for children." Seeing that Yu Xiaojiang was already angry, Bai Ying decided to add fuel to the fire. "My teacher, Bibi Dong, once said that a waste pursued her for many years. He almost made her fall for him, but luckily her teacher, Qian Renxue, ended up with her. Otherwise, with his talent, he might have been delayed by this waste. I didn't expect it to be you." "Enough. Did Bibi Dong really say that? Otherwise, how would I lie to you? Since the master has nothing else, I'll take my leave. By the way, I might remind you, master, to take a good look at your book, The 10 Core Theories, which has already been proven by the Spirit Hall to be nonsense for children. You must not believe it. Lastly, I want to remind you, without sufficient strength, don't write so many theories. Theories can only be written on the foundation of strength. What you did was just organize what others have achieved and claim it as your own theory. Such a person is a plagiarist. Real theoretical knowledge must be grounded in reality. Bai Ying left directly, leaving Yu Xiaojiang furious. He knocked over the books on his desk to hide the anger in his heart. Damn BB Dong. One day I will prove myself and make you regret it. Yu Xiaojiang was a waste soul master, but he considered himself a master of invincible theory. In the original novel, he also used the title of master to swindle and took in a talented disciple, Tang San, yet insisted it was his invincible theory. Arriving at the dean's office. Teacher Bai, what brings you here? The dean greeted him with a smile. Bai Ying indeed had to ask, what kind of person was Yu Xiaojiang? Oh, you mean him? Yes, just a resident. He and I are friends. What's the matter? He said he wanted to take me as a disciple. I can tell you, it's best to stay away from such people. There are no waste martial souls, only waste soul masters. The fact that he could produce such garbage theories proves that he is a waste. I don't want such things to happen again. The dean was taken aback. Then sighed, I understand. Don't worry, such things will definitely not happen again. Chapter 31, Xiao Wu appears. Failed to download this chapter. Chapter 32, the leader of Dormitory 7, of course it's true. Let's go. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Hearing this, Xiao Wu didn't notice anything unusual in the words, but instead, she was very happy and said, Brother, have you been waiting for me all this time? Of course. Let's go. Let's head to the academy first. Bai Ying took the bag from his waist and led her into the academy. You entered the academy as a work-study student. Yes, brother. What's wrong with that? It's nothing, Xiao Wu. You see, I have a room in the academy with an extra bed, just enough for 2 people. The room is quite spacious, so why don't you stay with me? Okay, let's go. A beaming smile spread across Xiao Wu's face, her eyes sparkling as if filled with stars. It was a joy and comfort that surged from her heart. Looking at Bai Ying in front of her, she silently thought, I finally found my brother. That feeling of having lost and then found made her entire world brighten. They arrived at the teacher's dormitory, and Bai Ying carefully helped Xiao Wu organize her things, gently placing each item in the most suitable position. Xiao Wu's clothes were neatly hung in the wardrobe. Books were categorized on the shelves, and her daily necessities were placed in convenient spots. Everything felt so warm and homey. Meanwhile, Tang San was no longer in the picture. Under Xiao Wu's influence, he quickly became the leader of Dormitory 7. Just then, a teacher walked in and said, Teacher Bai, I heard you brought a work-study student. Is there a problem? It's like this. The academy's rule states that only teachers can live in the teacher's dormitory, and students cannot stay with teachers. This is a rule, and I hope you can understand. The teacher appeared very respectful, clearly recognizing Bai Ying's high status in the Spirit Hall, perhaps due to a prior conversation with the principal. And about the work-study student, this young girl will need to do some work. Besides, if you live together in the teacher's dormitory, it might be a bit inconvenient. Bai Ying replied, What rule states that students can't live with teachers? Besides, do you want me to have a chat with the principal? All right. I won't make it difficult for you. I'll first take my sister to see the environment of the work-study dormitory. If the environment is acceptable, then I will let her move there. But if I think it's not suitable, then it's just not suitable. If it really doesn't work out, I will cover her tuition. Okay. After sending off the teacher, Xiao Wu said, Brother, should I move out? I'll first take you to see the work-study dormitory. If it's really not good, then I'll find a way to talk to the principal. Upon arriving at the work-study dormitory, they saw Tang San sitting cross-legged on the bed, and the other residents of Dormitory 7 looked on in confusion and asked, Are 2 more people coming? Tang San opened his eyes and saw the familiar voice. Immediately jumping off the bed and respectfully saying, Hello, teacher. Bai Ying nodded. What? He is actually a teacher? Is there a mistake? He looks to be about our age. Yet he has become a teacher. Is this the work-study dormitory? It looks lively. Brother, I like it here. Hello, everyone. My name is Xiao Wu, the Dance and Dance. And I'm also a work-study student. Is a work-study student the same as them? Tang San cleared his throat and said, That's right. Everyone who enters this dormitory has to spar. Teacher, do you think that's okay? Whoever wins will be the leader of this dormitory. The sparring seemed fun, brother. Can I join? Everyone turned to look in his direction, and Bai Ying nodded without refusal. I also want to see how strong you really are. Great. Before Tang San could react, Xiao Wu stepped forward with her right foot, attacking him. Tang San, as expected, slightly shifted his body to the right to dodge Xiao Wu's kick, then grabbed her ankle and threw her forward. If it were an ordinary person, this move would have thrown them out directly, but Xiao Wu was very flexible and quickly adjusted, applying her agility to counter. She swiftly wrapped her legs around Tang San's neck, using her own flexibility to throw him away. Bai Ying could clearly see that Tang San hadn't used his full strength. If he had, Xiao Wu probably wouldn't last a round. According to our dormitory's rules, you are now the leader of Dormitory 7. Leader? This looks interesting. Brother, am I awesome? Awesome, very awesome. Just then, the principal rushed in upon hearing the news and saw Bai Ying. Upon seeing this revered figure, he quickly said, Teacher Bai, what brings you to the work-study dormitory? It's nothing. This is just a playful interaction between the kids. By the way, my sister and I need to stay in the teacher's dormitory. Is that okay? The principal looked at Xiao Wu and said, Of course, that's no problem. Is there anything else you need? All right, if the principal has nothing else, you can leave. I still have matters to attend to. What kind of identity does this teacher Bai have? Why is the principal so respectful towards him? After the principal left, the students gathered around and chattered. Leader, your brother is amazing. Even the principal treats him with such respect. Xiao Wu was also exceptionally proud, saying, Of course, he is my brother, a very powerful person. He has already broken through to the third ring. Third ring's sole master. All eyes were on Bai Ying, who smiled and said, It's just luck. All right. Since Xiao Wu has become the leader of this dormitory, if you have any issues in the future, you can come to the teacher's dormitory to find me. If anyone bullies you, you can also come to me, and I will stand up for you. Is that true? That's great. With Teacher Bai here, those noble kids won't look down on us anymore. At this moment, Tang San felt a strange sensation in his heart. He could vaguely sense how important Xiao Wu was to him. Why do I have such feelings? Why do I feel this way about a young girl? What's going on? Xiao Wu really wanted to stay here, but Bai Ying would never agree. He didn't want Tang San and Xiao Wu to develop such a relationship, as all his efforts would be in vain. Brother, why can't I? I want to live with my classmates. Why can't I? Bai Ying replied, Anyway, it just can't be done. You, a girl, living in a boys' dormitory? What kind of talk is that? Besides, if anything happens to you, how am I supposed to explain it to your mother? Chapter 33. Show me your strength. Besides, I'm your brother. How could I harm you? And Tang San is not a good person. Be careful and don't get too close to him. However, Xiao Wu looked at Bai Ying, a hint of hesitation and confusion flashing in her eyes. Bai Ying's words made her feel a bit uneasy, but she couldn't refute them. After all, in her heart, Bai Ying had always been the good brother who loved and took care of her. Bai Ying watched the expression on Xiao Wu's face and sighed gently in his heart. He knew that his words might be difficult for Xiao Wu to accept. Xiao Wu, you have to trust me. Bai Ying's tone softened. I won't harm you. I just hope you can avoid those who are not good for you. Tang San is not someone you can handle. Okay, I understand. Let's go eat first. Bai Ying's words were like a spring breeze, dispelling the gloom in Xiao Wu's heart. As soon as she heard the word eat, her eyes immediately lit up, as if all her worries were driven away by the temptation of food. She happily jumped up, her face showing a childlike, innocent smile. Great, there's good food to eat. Xiao Wu's voice was full of anticipation and excitement. Bai Ying looked at her and felt a warmth in his heart. He reached out and gently ruffled her hair. Then the two of them walked towards the dining hall together. The cafeteria at Nodding Academy was indeed a bustling place. They passed through the crowded crowd and arrived at the second floor. Unlike the noisy environment on the first floor, the second floor was particularly quiet and more elegantly decorated. Only a few students were sitting here. Clearly, the prices here were not something ordinary people could afford. Bai Ying skillfully ordered a few signature dishes, each one delicious and mouth-watering. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled like two little stars as she eagerly picked up her chopsticks to taste these rare delicacies. So good, so good. Xiao Wu enjoyed her meal, completely forgetting her previous worries. Seeing her satisfied, Bai Ying felt immensely gratified. As they were leaving, Xiao Wu glanced at the dishes that Wang Sheng and the others were eating on the first floor, most of which looked unappetizing. Bai Ying understood what Xiao Wu was thinking and decided to treat the whole class to a meal but he glanced around the cafeteria and did not notice Tang San. "Where's that strange Tang San?" After leaving the cafeteria, they saw Yu Xiaojing and Tang San together. Arriving at the teacher's dormitory, Bai Ying officially began to guide Xiao Wu in her training. Over the years in the Spirit Hall's library, he had not wasted his time. His understanding of spirit theory far exceeded that of ordinary people. Plus, he had often discussed spirit knowledge with those extraordinary Douluo in the offering hall. Their experiences were not something Yu Xiaojing could compare to. "Starting today, I will guide you in your training. You have to listen to me, understand? Brother, will you still guide me in training?" "Of course. I'm much stronger than any master." "All right, but before that, absorb this soul bone." What Bai Ying took out was the soul bone that Xiao Wu's mother had sacrificed for him. Due to the nature of his spirit, he couldn't absorb the soul bone, so he had kept it in a storage-type soul guide. Now it was perfect for Xiao Wu. Seeing the soul bone, Xiao Wu's eyes moved and tears involuntarily fell. Through the aura, she knew this was the soul bone left by her mother, sacrificed for Bai Ying. "This is your mother's soul bone. Using it on you is like returning it to its rightful owner." "Brother, but this is something mother left for you. I can't take it." Bai Ying sighed and gently tapped Xiao Wu's head. "What are you doing, brother? You really are a silly little sister. My spirit is quite special. I can't absorb any soul bones. So this soul bone is completely useless to me. Moreover, your mother gave me a 100,000-year soul ring, which I'm already very grateful for. I originally intended to keep this 100,000-year soul bone for you." "I understand, brother." The soul bone emitted a faint pink glow, as if containing endless warmth and love. When Xiao Wu pressed the soul bone tightly against her forehead, the light instantly became gentle, like her mother's caress, warm and kind. Xiao Wu closed her eyes and wholeheartedly immersed herself in the process of absorbing the soul bone. Her body gradually emitted a faint pink halo, responding to the light of the soul bone. In just a moment, she had completely absorbed it. "Brother, I did it." Xiao Wu was very excited. Bai Ying said lightly, "Good. Shall we have a match? Remember to unleash all your strength. Don't hold back. Let me see how far you've come." Xiao Wu nodded, her eyes sparkling with anticipation and curiosity. She also wanted to know how powerful the soul bone from her mother was now that she had absorbed it. 100,000 years soul skill, instant movement. Xiao Wu almost instantly appeared in front of Bai Ying and used her agility technique. One of her jade feet kicking towards Bai Ying with lightning speed. Second soul skill, Dragon Claw. Third soul skill, Invincible Golden Body. Bai Ying was enveloped in a layer of golden light, but his right arm transformed into a terrifying form covered with strands of black mist. Xiao Wu's attack had no effect whatsoever. After realizing that her soul skills were ineffective against Bai Ying, she quickly locked her legs around his neck, intending to throw him using her agility techniques. In the next moment, Bai Ying reacted even faster, directly taking off into the air. His agility technique paused for a moment, and he seized that moment to pull Xiao Wu down. "Is this your full strength? If so, you're not my opponent." In his heart, he indeed marveled, "Not bad. Not bad. Those legs are really impressive." Xiao Wu was indeed relying on her agility rabbit's body, and the flexibility was simply not on the same level as those models from his past life. "These legs are so slender, it feels amazing." At this moment, Xiao Wu laughed and said, "Brother, you are too small. Just look at me." In an instant, one foot was on Bai Ying's neck, and the other followed suit, both feet tightly restraining his neck. Then she executed the 8. As long as she executed the first throw, he would have no chance to resist, and this time, it seemed like she would win. However, Bai Ying had a mischievous smile on his lips. First soul skill, Dragon Roar. Third soul skill, Invincible Golden Body. A loud dragon roar echoed, causing Xiao Wu's mind to go blank, and she involuntarily began to fall. "Be careful." Seeing Xiao Wu about to fall, Bai Ying hurriedly caught her in midair and reversed their positions. Chapter 34. Taking advantage with a loud bang. Neither of the two were injured due to the existence of the invincible golden body. Bai Ying let out a sigh of relief upon seeing that Xiao Wu was unharmed. Looking at the unconscious Xiao Wu in his arms, he called out, "Wake up! Xiao Wu, wake up quickly!" When he saw that Xiao Wu still hadn't regained consciousness, Bai Ying couldn't help but panic. What if her soul had sustained some irreversible damage? Should he perform artificial respiration? The thought of this made Bai Ying feel a bit excited. Xiao Wu, if you wake up, please don't blame your brother. It was truly unavoidable. He wondered what Xiao Wu's lips tasted like. The more he thought about it, the less he could control himself. The beast within him stirred restlessly. Without hesitation, he pounced forward and kissed her heavily. Then, pressing on her heart, he tried these methods, unsure if they would work. A rabbit's heart should be similar to a human's, right? Xiao Wu, in a daze, felt something in her mouth and couldn't help but suck on it. This action made Bai Ying's entire body tense up. The beast sealed within him nearly broke free. What is this? It tastes so sweet. As Xiao Wu groggily opened her eyes, she saw Bai Ying leaning over her, their position quite intimate. Brother, what happened to me? Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly realized what had just happened. She instinctively pushed Bai Ying away. Although Xiao Wu had just entered the human world, she knew what had occurred. It was clearly an act done by animals during mating. Thinking of this made her face flush bright red. How are you feeling now? Are you uncomfortable anywhere? Brother, I'm fine. What we just did was... Bai Ying pretended to be a gentleman, saying, you were unconscious, so I did that. There was no other meaning. Please don't misunderstand. I really didn't do anything. At this moment, Bai Ying's face showed a hint of guilt. After all, what he had just done was seen by her, and anyone would feel guilty in such a situation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's face turned even redder, as bright as a sunset. Her heart raced like a drum, her shyness evident. She slightly lowered her head, tightly gripping the hem of her clothes, seemingly searching for a sense of security. Her voice was as soft as a whisper. I understand, brother. Bai Ying looked at Xiao Wu's shy demeanor, and an inexplicable impulse surged within him. He tried to suppress his feelings, gently stroking Xiao Wu's head and softly said, Xiao Wu, I'm glad you're okay. Now, back to our previous topic. I already know about your physical condition. You absorbed a 100,000-year-old spirit bone, so your physical quality has far surpassed that of ordinary people. A 100,000-year-old spirit beast transforming into a human loses all its power. This is why such spirit beasts rarely choose this path. Human greed is simply too dangerous. However, there are two benefits. Generally speaking, transformed spirit beasts can produce their own spirit rings. This way, they can obtain skills that suit them best. According to my research, the limit for absorbing spirit rings varies from person to person based on their physical condition. Like me, with my twin martial souls. The reason my first and second spirit rings are both of the 10,000 year level is that my body has reached an unimaginable level. Now that you've obtained your mother's 100,000 year spirit bone, combined with the dual enhancement from the Bodhi transformation, your physical condition will definitely be stronger than that of an average transformed spirit beast. Therefore, when you reach level 20, you must produce at least a 1,000 year spirit ring. I understand, brother. That's good. Remember, aside from me, never let anyone else know your spirit beast identity, and don't appear in front of Title Douluo. Title Douluo? There can't be that many? In this academy, it seems there are no Title Douluo level powerhouses. Besides, with the ring you gave me, as long as I don't say anything, no one will know. No, there are always exceptions. If someone happens to discover your identity, I won't be able to protect you. The reason I don't want you to interact with Tang San is not only due to his character, but also because his father is a Title Douluo level powerhouse. Xiao Wu's mouth fell open in surprise. Brother, you can't be serious. Tang San's father is a Title Douluo level powerhouse? How is that possible? There's no mistake. His father is the Qian Renxue Hao, the strongest on the entire continent. So you absolutely cannot appear in front of him. As a Title Douluo level powerhouse, Tang San's father must have extraordinary discernment. Avoid Tang San and don't have too much contact with him. The further away, the better. At this moment, Xiao was genuinely scared. If her identity were exposed, not only would she be in danger, but even the people she cherished would also be at risk. Seeing Xiao Wu's low spirits, Bai Ying felt a pang of heartache. He gently sighed, reached out, and tenderly rubbed her little rabbit ears. This action surprised Xiao Wu. She looked up at Bai Ying's concerned eyes, and her anxiety and worries seemed to ease a bit. Bai Ying smiled gently, a hint of warmth in his eyes. Xiao Wu, don't worry too much. As long as we are careful, your identity won't be exposed. Besides, I will always be here, protecting you. Bai Ying thought of Xiao Wu's rabbit ears and recalled the rabbit girls he had seen in his past life. Unable to help but glance at Xiao Wu, he wondered how beautiful she would look in a rabbit girl outfit. Just thinking about it made him excited. Calm down, it's not the time yet. As he continued, Bai Ying's grip became stronger. The sensations coming from Xiao Wu's rabbit ears intensified, and her face began to look strange. Brother, please stop rubbing my ears. I feel a bit uncomfortable. I can't take it anymore. Seeing Xiao Wu's strange expression, Bai Ying suddenly remembered that the ears were one of the most sensitive parts of a rabbit. It was no wonder that she felt uncomfortable with him rubbing them so hard. As night fell, Xiao Wu, afraid of the dark, ended up sleeping with Bai Ying. Mom, I found my brother. If you were still here, Xiao Wu really misses you. Don't worry. I will make sure that the murderer pays in blood for their crimes. Chapter 35 lessons the next day. Bai Ying got up early and went outside. What is today's sign-in reward from the system? Congratulations, host, you have signed in for the Heavenly Alchemy technique. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying's previously indifferent expression immediately changed. The Heavenly Alchemy technique. Many organizations and fantasy novels are mostly alchemists, and sometimes they gain the favor of beautiful characters by helping them detoxify. He went to the cafeteria, packed his meal, and returned to the dormitory. Looking at the still sleeping Xiao Wu, he gently rubbed her rabbit ears and said, "Little rabbit, it's time to get up. Don't you remember you have to clean the back garden of the playground? Hurry up and get up." Xiao Wu slowly opened her sleepy eyes, and upon seeing the sumptuous meal on the table, her previously displeased mood instantly turned into excitement. "Brother, this is so delicious. If it's delicious, then eat more. By the way, you're now a working student, so don't forget you still have to clean the playground." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's heart sank, and she thought to herself, "It's over. Brother, I have to go now," she said hurriedly as she rushed out. At this time on the playground, Tang San was panting as he cleaned. Tang San's situation was quite different from Xiao Wu's. He didn't have much money. To be exact, he had none, because most of his money had been spent by Tang Hao on drinking. Therefore, he could only work at the blacksmith shop. Bai Ying, who was observing from the shadows, felt a strange sense of satisfaction. "Sorry, Xiao San, I'm late." Xiao Wu expressed her guilt, but Tang San waved his hand and said, "It's fine. Since you helped me clean for so long, I'll give you this." Saying that, he took out a gold soul coin from his rabbit backpack. "This is actually a gold soul coin? This was given to me by my brother. He said that if you receive benefits from others, you should also share with others. This is called sharing." Tang San looked at the gold soul coin that Xiao Wu handed over and felt a bit of disappointment. "Take it. I have plenty more. You know, since we are the same age, your body should look older than mine. I have never received such benefits from Master Yu Shaojing. At least he wouldn't give me this much money. What I got was merely theoretical guidance." For Tang San right now, money was the most needed thing. Everything else seemed less important. "Thank you," Tang San said. "I didn't expect you to be so wealthy. I will definitely pay you back." "You silly. I'm the boss of the 7th dormitory. Isn't it natural for the boss to take care of the little brothers? If you have something you can't solve, you can come to me. Even if I can't solve it, my brother will definitely have a way." Tang San thought for a moment and then asked, "Can I go to the hunting soul forest to get a soul ring in the next few days? If you help me clean for a few days, I'll take care of a week's cleaning when I return." "No, how about a month's cleaning?" Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, and time passed quickly. "Brother, what are you going to teach me today?" Bai Ying thought for a moment and asked, "What level have you reached in your soul power?" "I'm almost at level 20. I'm absolutely confident that I can break through to level 20 in the next few days." "Good. Then adjust your mindset and practice hard these days to prepare for the breakthrough to level 20. Before that, I told you not to have any excessive intimate contact with Tang San. Do you understand?" "Brother, why do you have such a strong hostility towards Tang San?" "Because his father is my enemy." "Never mind. You wouldn't understand these things. Telling you would only add to your worries. Anyway, you can't have any intimate contact with him. If I see it, I'll break your legs." Seeing Bai Ying so serious, Xiao was momentarily stunned and said, I know. How many times do you have to say it? You sound like an old mother." That evening, Xiao Wu and Tang San were stargazing when Xiao Wu suddenly proposed to have a match. Tang San naturally agreed, sensing that Xiao Wu seemed really important to him. Xiao Wu lunged forward, her braided hair whipping like a long whip towards Tang San. At that moment, Tang San quickly retreated, using Xiantian Gong to entangle with her. The two fought passionately, completely oblivious to Bai Ying's jealousy that seemed ready to burst into flames. Just as their sparring was escalating, Bai Ying interrupted. "What are you two doing?" "Xiao Wu. Hello, instead of studying, you're learning to fight, right?" The sudden voice made Xiao Wu feel a chill down her back, and she quickly turned her head, her forehead sweating. "Brother, we're just sparring," Xiao Wu answered stubbornly, feeling a suffocating sense of danger in front of Bai Ying. "Really just sparring? Why do I see your movements so intimate?" Tang San immediately said, "Teacher, we really are just practicing. There's no other meaning." "Oh, then I might have misunderstood. But it's so late now. Xiao Wu should go back." "Come on, you little one." "Teacher Bai, what are you doing here?" A teacher walked over, having witnessed the scene, and was about to step in when Bai Ying preempted him. "Nothing, just two little friends practicing." "Is it really just practice? I see their movements are quite." "Teacher Bai, I advise you to educate your sister well and never let her go down the wrong path." "Thank you for the reminder, teacher. My sister is a bit naughty, so it's my responsibility as her brother." "Don't worry. Such things will definitely not happen again in the future. Aren't you going home? Why are you still standing here?" "Oh, okay, brother." Xiao Wu, like a quail, shrank her neck and dared not resist, only following behind him back to their room. Once they arrived at the teacher's dormitory, Xiao Wu didn't dare to look at Bai Ying. "What did I tell you? You're not allowed to get too close to Tang San. What have you done?" If others had seen that just now, what do you think they would have thought? You are still young and not learning well, just sparring. Do you know what it means to know someone else's face, but not their heart? "Brother, I really messed up this time. Please forgive me, my good brother." As the saying goes, if a child is not taught, it is the father's fault. If the teaching is not strict, it is the teacher's laziness. You are relying on my affection to behave recklessly at Nodding Academy. I can indulge you, but why must you get close to Tang San? I have told you this several times. Chapter 36. Spanking staying up late at night and choosing to fight instead. And the teacher saw it. "Do you know where I can put my face?" Bai Ying's aura was fully unleashed as he spoke the simplest and most direct words. As the saying goes, if you make a mistake, you have to be punished. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu felt a bad premonition and immediately took off running. But before she could get far, Bai Ying instantly blocked her path. Xiao Wu's heart raced like thunder, and she quickly made a decision. Using her exceptional flexibility, she leaped forward, attempting to break free from Bai Ying's grasp. In the room, her figure was like a nimble rabbit, tracing an elegant arc in the air. However, at that moment, a hand, like an iron claw, firmly caught Xiao Wu midair. Her body lost control, and she fell heavily into Bai Ying's arms. His breath brushed past her ear, carrying an undeniable seriousness and depth. Xiao Wu's heartbeat intensified. She looked up and met Bai Ying's deep-set eyes. She struggled, trying to escape his embrace. But that iron grip locked her tight, rendering her immobile. She felt her cheeks warm slightly, and her heartbeat echoed in her ears, as if it might burst out. "Let me go, brother. I really made a mistake." Xiao Wu's voice trembled, and she bit her lower lip, trying to control her emotions. Bai Ying looked at her, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He leaned slightly closer, whispering into her ear in a deep voice that seemed to have a magical effect, causing her body to stiffen involuntarily. "Do you really know you've made a mistake?" Xiao Wu suddenly smiled, a sly glint in her eyes. She adjusted her body and launched another attack. However, this time, Bai Ying's reaction was even faster. He smiled slightly, his finger gently pressing down on Xiao Wu's acupoint. "Unexpectedly, you dare to resist? It seems you know you've made a mistake, but refuse to correct it. I didn't want to hit you. I just want to scare you a little. But now, you've really made me angry, denying your mistakes, and even wanting to fight back. It looks like I need to teach you a good lesson. Don't worry, I only press your acupoint. This will just make your body unable to move." Xiao Wu's body instantly stiffened, as if held by an invisible force. She widened her eyes, looking at Bai Ying in disbelief. The numbness rapidly spread from the acupoint throughout her body, making it exceedingly difficult for her to move. Though Xiao Wu was controlled, her expression was defiant, as if daring him to hit her. She was certain that her brother wouldn't really hurt her. He would only scare her at most. Bai Ying looked at Xiao Wu's expression, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. He chuckled lightly. "It seems you won't cry until you see the coffin." He then walked over to the bed and slowly placed her across his lap. Mom said that bad kids need to be spanked. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's face fell, panic flashing in her eyes. As the head of the academy, she was an untouchable figure. If others found out that her brother spanked her, how could she maintain her status in the academy? Wouldn't her image and position be completely ruined? At that moment, Bai Ying's finger lightly tapped her bottom. Though it wasn't hard, it felt like she had been struck by lightning, causing her to stiffen. She felt a searing pain on her backside. No wonder it's the main characters, but the sensation was simply incredible. It felt like hitting a sponge, and it was so soft. Xiao Wu's bottom was the first to be touched by me. Please, don't hit me anymore. I really made a mistake. Her pleas for mercy didn't elicit any sympathy from Bai Ying, whose voice echoed above her like that of a devil. Did you consider the consequences when you did it? Since you knew you would be punished by me, why didn't you listen to me? Let me tell you, you can't escape this punishment. The sound of slaps echoed in succession, and Xiao Wu immediately burst into tears. Now you know it hurts. What were you doing earlier? Did you really think I wouldn't hit you? Did you really think I was being lenient with you? It was unclear how long it lasted, but Bai Ying finally stopped and released the acupoints on Xiao Wu's body. She jumped up immediately, but the fiery sensation on her bottom made her wince in pain. Brother, you're such a pervert. Can't you hit a little softer? Besides, it wasn't intentional. All right, if you don't want to be hit again, just shut up. Your bottom needs treatment. I'll go get some medicine. You just lie here and don't run around. As for the matter with Tang San, I will inform the school. From this year on, I will take care of your living expenses. Is that okay? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu felt a bit better. Her bottom really hurt. This stinky brother didn't know how to cherish his sister or feel sorry for her. Were you thinking? Hurry up and lie down. I'll apply the medicine. After seeing this scene, Xiao Wu's complaints about Bai Ying finally ceased. Once she lay down, a blush appeared on her face as the cool ointment was applied to her pert bottom. It made her feel a strange sensation, and she couldn't help but let out a moan. Bai Ying was momentarily stunned. The beast within him was barely under control, and now her sounds made it even harder to maintain composure. He closed his eyes, using all his willpower to barely keep himself in check. After applying the medicine, Bai Ying set the ointment aside and seriously warned Xiao Wu, if you dare to get too close to Tang San again, the next time will be much worse. Do you believe me? Xiao Wu completely believed him this time. She didn't want to experience the spanking again. She nodded wildly, affirming that even if she walked with Tang San in the future, she would vividly remember the shadow of that day. The pain on her bottom quickly faded under the effect of the ointment. All right, it should be fine now. It's late. Let us sleep, Bai Ying said as he lay beside Xiao Wu, wrapping an arm around her waist. Xiao Wu's whole body shivered slightly, but it was just for a moment. Looking at her brother, she couldn't help but say, "You're such a bad guy. If I had known, I wouldn't have recognized you as my brother." What did you say? Chapter 37. Disturbance. I didn't say anything. At this moment, Xiao Wu felt extremely flustered and secretly wondered why he wasn't asleep yet. Bai Ying's hand, which was resting on her waist, gently moved down, and his deep, magnetic voice slowly emerged. I heard you. It seems you plan to deny me as your brother, right? Let me tell you, that's impossible. Our relationship has already been established, you know? You said you would marry me. Have you forgotten? Feeling his touch, Xiao Wu couldn't help but speak up. Of course I haven't forgotten. I was just saying it casually. But I don't like it. So don't say that again in the future, got it? Brother, will you really marry me? Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Wu felt herself being restrained. As she slowly opened her eyes, she saw Bai Ying's eyes, which were like the brightest stars in the night sky, emitting a soft yet firm glow. Those eyes seemed to contain countless words, deep affection, and endless promises for her. Xiao Wu's heart was completely captivated at that moment, as if she were deeply drawn into the world within those eyes, unable to extricate herself. I've said it before, I will definitely marry you. Don't forget, you see my wedding ring. In our human world, a wedding ring is our promise. I understand, brother. Suddenly, Xiao Wu felt a warm, wet sensation on her lips. Bai Ying pressed himself against her, kissing her passionately, and this feeling made him unable to pull away, as if he were drowning in it. Xiao Wu's heart raced, but she also loved this sensation, and the two continued to kiss. After a long while, they finally separated. Xiao Wu, you will never leave me, understand? Don't worry, brother. I will never leave you. That's good. Tomorrow, I'll help you obtain your second spirit ring. When the time comes, just leave everything to me, don't worry. The next day, in the room, Xiao Wu sat cross-legged, fully relaxed. Suddenly, a layer of pink light appeared around her. These sparkling lights gradually converged into a purple thousand-year spirit ring. Bai Ying felt a sense of pride upon seeing this purple thousand-year spirit ring. As he guessed, from the moment Xiao Wu absorbed the 100,000-year spirit bone left by her mother, her physical limits had already far exceeded those of other humans. Even now, with Tang Sect present, the second spirit ring could only be a century-old yellow spirit ring. Brother, I succeeded. As you said, everyone's physical condition is different, and the spirit rings they can absorb are also different. It's just a pity that my second spirit ring is a 1,000-year spirit ring. What's so regrettable about that? Relax. Your second spirit ring is a purple 1,000-year spirit ring, which is already above most of your peers. As long as you work hard, you will definitely become a tidal dual-level powerhouse. You must work hard. Brother, don't laugh at me. Your first and second spirit rings are both 10,000-year level, and even your third spirit ring is at the 100,000-year level. Although it was sacrificed by my mother for you, you are really amazing, truly worthy of being my brother. It's nothing. You have already reached 2 rings at the age of 10. Just work hard, and when the time comes, you can take revenge for your mother with your own hands. At the mention of revenge, Xiao Wu's expression suddenly turned sad. Brother, do you think if my mother were still here, she would feel comforted? I think if she could see you, she would definitely feel proud of your growth. All right, you should go to class now. After Xiao Wu left, Bai Ying relaxed completely. This should be fine now. Host, there's something I don't know whether to say or not. Just say whatever you want, system. Host, if you keep flirting like this, and your cultivation stagnates, if Tang Sect surpasses you, then you can't blame me. Do you think I want this? I can feel that my cultivation seems to have hit a bottleneck. My soul power has reached level 27, and I'm just a little bit away from breaking through level 30. But I've tried countless methods and still can't break through. Your martial soul is a true divine level martial soul, so it'll be harder for you to break through the cultivation bottleneck than ordinary people. But with me here, rest assured, as long as you can complete tasks well, I will definitely find a way to help you improve by leaps and bounds. But you haven't issued any tasks now? Instead of worrying about that, Bai Ying decided to buy various herbs, as in all fantasy novels. The protagonist needs to be prepared. After browsing the market, Bai Ying bought some ordinary herbs and began to concoct medicine. After a whole afternoon, he finally prepared all the medicine. Just as he was about to relax, suddenly there was a loud banging at the door. Not good, teacher. Xiao Wu, something happened. What happened? What trouble has that girl stirred up again? It's the senior student Xiao Qinyu. He's bullying us. Xiao Wu want to stand up for us. Xiao Qinyu? I heard his father is the Lord of Nodding City. It seems that the tiger doesn't show its might, and they really think I'm a sick cat. Where are they fighting? The student gasped on the back mountain. All right, I understand. Don't worry, I will handle this matter. Anyone who dares to bully me will pay the price. Little girl, you look good too. Want to be my lackey? I'm in need of one right now. Xiao Qinyu had a smug look on his face. As the boss of the academy, he naturally knew that Xiao Wu was just a first-year student. His soul power level was the highest in the entire academy. Xiao boss, right? Are you afraid of me? Afraid that if you lose, you'll have to be my lackey? Less nonsense. Let's fight if you want to. Are you still a man? Xiao Wu's face showed obvious impatience. Xiao Qinyu said, what a little girl. Oomph. Today I'll beat you until you can't find your teeth. Even if the person in front of him had a higher cultivation. So what? He had senior students backing him. And as the saying goes, 2 fists can't defeat 4 hands. Even if he couldn't beat her, there were so many people to rely on. He wasn't afraid of her alone. With this thought, Xiao Qinyu's face was filled with confidence. What are you guys doing gathered here? Xiao Wu, didn't I tell you not to fight? Chapter 38. Taking action, you are all just students, spending your days not studying properly, yet you come here to fight. Are you all that idle? The sudden appearance of Bai Ying startled everyone. Facing this teacher, everyone felt a deep sense of apprehension. At this moment, Tang Sect also arrived, intending to take this opportunity to make a good impression in front of Xiao Wu. Yes, Xiao Qinyu initiated the trouble. Bro, I really didn't start the trouble this time. My little followers have been bullied, and as their big sister, if I don't stand up for them, What will happen to my prestige? Bai Ying looked at the flustered Xiao Qinyu and said, So you bullied my student, right? So what if I did? Xiao Qinyu clearly lacked confidence, but still put on a brave front in front of his subordinates. Do you dare to fight me? If you win, you could do whatever you want. But if you lose, you have to go back to class immediately. Don't worry, you can all come at me together. Seeing Bai Ying's calm demeanor, Xiao Qinyu realized he had kicked a metal plate today. Do you dare? Hurry up and give me a clear answer. Otherwise, just admit defeat. Teacher, are you sure you want to fight us? Even if your level is higher than ours, you should be about the same age as us. At most just a year or two older. And we have so many people. Less nonsense. Since that's the case, please allow me to have a lesson, teacher. The many students surged forward. Bai Ying indeed smiled and said, as the saying goes, it is immoral to bully the weak. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. With a whoosh, Bai Ying kicked off the ground and flew into the air, then heavily kicked one of the students. Lu Long couldn't help but cry out in pain and fell to the ground. Then, using him as a springboard, Bai Ying threw out a punch, and the sound of slaps rang out one after another, leaving clear handprints on everyone's face except for Xiao Qinyu. Your father is the Lord of Nodding City. Today, I will spare you for your father's sake. But if you continue to team up with older students and let my sister be bullied, do you know what the consequences will be? Even if your father kneels before me later, he probably won't be able to save you. As he spoke, Bai Ying exuded an extremely terrifying pressure. 3 soul rings rose slowly, and a dragon's phantom suddenly appeared. 3 rings, 2 of which were 1,000-year soul rings. This is something we can't afford to mess with. Teacher, I was wrong. I really was wrong. Since you know you were wrong, let us go by what you and Xiao Ji agreed upon. But I must remind you, this matter will end here. Otherwise, if you cause trouble again, do you know what the consequences will be? Tang Sen was truly stunned at this moment. Even he couldn't understand what kind of identity this teacher had to reach the level of a 3-ring soul master at just 7 years old. If he said there was no background, he would never believe it. All right, everyone disperse. Bro, you're so handsome. Of course. Tang Sen quickly caught up, a bit awkwardly saying, Teacher Bai. The key was that the person in front of him was not much older than him, at most just 1 or 2 years. Is there something you need? The teacher said to see when you have time to come over. Yu Xiaojing wants to see me. What does this kid want? I understand. Thank you. Xiao Wu, you, and Xiao Sen go ahead. Arriving at Yu Xiaojing's study. Yu Xiaojing, what do you want with me? Facing this hypocritical master, he couldn't muster a good expression. I want to discuss a deal with you. A deal? What do you and I have to talk about? You previously said my 10 core theories were wrong. May I ask what evidence you have? I genuinely want to know. Just because of this, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll tell you, you know you were wrong. Yu Xiaojing would certainly not genuinely admit to being wrong. He just wanted to see if he could gain some useful theoretical knowledge from Bai Ying. Additionally, he wanted to know about Bibi Dong's current situation. Did you add the Manta Ray soul ring to her first soul ring? Bai Ying sat down, looking like an elder. What is the problem with that? The problem is significant. You don't understand what true martial soul theory is? Do you know the conditions that give rise to twin martial souls? Remember, only 2 martial souls with similar qualities can give rise to twin martial souls. Although I don't know what her second martial soul is, I can feel that her second martial soul must be incredibly terrifying. How could a soul master with twin martial souls have a first soul that is just an ordinary blue silver grass? Also, everyone has different limits, so the capacity to absorb soul rings varies. As long as the body can handle it, absorbing soul rings over 10,000 years is completely fine. And you're so-called master. Have you really practiced? True theory requires practical experience to be called true theory. I understand. Thank you. May I ask you one more question? Is Bibi Dong doing well now? Since she's willing to talk to you about my matters, then I believe you are her confidant. Can you tell me about her situation? Mind your own business. You don't need to worry about her. With that, he slammed the door and left. In the evening, Xiao Wu, do you think you can let your soul enter the Qinquan ring? I'll give it a try, brother. Xiao Wu slowly exhaled, and within the Qinquan ring, it seemed to have an attractive force, drawing her entire being inside. Once inside, Xiao Wu felt that the aura in the ring was extremely abundant, seemingly much better than the outside world. All right, starting today, you don't need to attend classes at the academy. I will ask the teacher for leave. You need to cultivate here for the next few days. But before that, The most important thing is your physical body. The ability to absorb high-quality soul rings depends on your physical capacity. Your current body is too weak, so instead of focusing on cultivation, you should pay more attention to enhancing your physical body. I want you to reach the level of 3 souls before graduation. What? I'll be exhausted. Xiao Wu couldn't refuse at all and could only accept it. Hello, everyone. In this chapter, I really struggled to write well. Originally, I planned to go directly to Shrek Academy, but I felt this chapter still needed to be written, so it turned out a bit poorly. Please don't mind. The next chapter will definitely have what everyone wants to see. Chapter 39. Saving Zhu Zhuqing the next day, Xiao Wu arrived at Nodding Academy with panda eyes. Xiao Wu, did you not sleep well? You didn't sleep well either. I just trained too hard. Time passed quickly, and under the influence of Baiying, Xiao Wu's relationship with Tang Sect was no longer as close as it was in the original novel. As graduation approached, Baiying felt quite troubled these days because Yu Xiaojiang had mentioned more than once about Xiao Wu graduating and going to Shrek Academy. To shake off his entanglement, Baiying directly took Xiao Wu away a few days before graduation. Brother, why are we leaving at this time? Because you are graduating. Besides, I also need to plan whether to return to the Spirit Hall or continue traveling the continent. Brother, I don't want to go to the Spirit Hall. My mother died because of that woman, and I will never go. Don't worry, I won't lead you into a tiger's den. Where we're going now is Soto City. According to Yu Xiaojiang, there is a Shrek Academy, a place exclusively for geniuses. Really? That's great. Baiying had no good feelings toward Shrek Academy. It was essentially a school that deceived people. However, he had no choice but to fulfill the system's requirements to go to Shrek Academy and join it. This made things a bit complicated for him, but he ultimately took Xiao Wu on the road to Shrek Academy. As night fell, after a day of exhausting travel, Xiao Wu had truly fallen asleep. Please complete the hidden task to save Zhu Zhuqing. Reward: Zhu Zhuqing becomes the host's most loyal servant. Upon hearing this task, Baiying perked up and headed towards the distant woods as indicated by the system. Second miss: don't blame us, blame your royal birth. In the distance, dozens of men in black completely surrounded Zhu Zhuqing. Sister, do you really want me dead? Zhu Zhuqing's expression was cold, showing no sign of fear. At this moment, her left arm had been pierced by a sharp weapon, and blood had already stained her leather clothing, leaving her swaying unsteadily. But she knew she absolutely could not fall. If she did, only death awaited her. She slightly bent forward into a crawling position, took a deep breath, and attacked the group of men in black. But her 2 fists could not fight against 4 hands, and she was ultimately injured. Am I really going to die here? Zhu Zhuqing, you are truly unwilling. Boss, this one looks decent. Why not let the brothers have some fun? What are you thinking? Do you know how significant this person is? If the Zhu family finds out, you won't be able to handle it. One man in black said to another, Boss, if you don't say anything, I won't tea either. Who would know? Besides, in this desolate place, she can't escape. Don't you want to try her taste? One of the men in black showed an extremely lewd expression, looking at Zhu Zhuqing in a way that disgusted him. How dare you treat me like this? The Xingluo royal family will never let you go. Second miss, do you still not understand the situation? As long as you die, no one will know about this. Even if they did, it would just be a lesson for us. Oh dear, second miss, you are truly pitiful. To search for that useless prince, you actually came alone to the Heavendo Empire. And now you're about to die in this wilderness. I really feel it's not worth it for you. I heard that the useless Prince Dai, Mubai, spends all day indulging in pleasures to escape the air competition. Does he even deserve you? As the men in black approached, Zhu Zhuqing step by step with wicked smiles. She tightly gripped her dagger in her left hand. Although she was injured, she was still capable of launching an attack. Is it not shameful for you big men to bully a young girl? A sudden voice broke the silence of the night. The men in black were startled by the sudden voice and paused, looking around to identify the source. At this moment, Baiying appeared relaxed, as if he had walked out from the darkness, quietly standing there, blending into the night. He gazed at Zhu Zhuqing, whose exquisite face appeared even paler under the moonlight. Yet her determination remained undiminished. Her left arm was still bleeding, but she seemed to feel no pain, tightly holding the dagger, ready to respond to any potential attacks. Baiying couldn't help but admire her. She was truly amazing. The black, tight-fitting outfit clung to her body, slightly trembling with her movements, perfectly outlining her curvaceous figure. In the moonlight, her skin displayed a faint jade color, like a fairy under the moonlight, ethereal and refined. The standard cleavage was even more prominent against the tight outfit, resembling two towering peaks standing proudly. Her cold demeanor resembled a winter plum blossom. Though proud, it had an irresistible charm. Is it interesting for so many of you to bully one person? Who are you? How dare you interfere with our business? Do you know our identity? Oh, what identity? As the saying goes, this mountain is mine, and this tree is mine. If you want to pass through here, leave some tolls. You are on my territory. Bullying a weak woman is unacceptable. Brother, stop talking and just kill him. Kill me? With you lot? The leading black man saw the confidence of the man before him and understood that the other party was a master. He said, I advise you not to interfere in this matter to avoid trouble. We are members of the Xingluo noble royal Zhu family. As long as you leave now, the Zhu family will be very grateful. Members of the Xingluo royal noble Zhu family? Then I absolutely cannot let you go. If you are just ordinary people, I might consider letting you go, but since you are nobles, I'm afraid that's not going to happen. Remember, the one who kills you is the Holy Son by Ing of the Spear Hall. Don't forget when you get down there. Spear Hall people? How could they be here? Even if you are from the Spear Hall, are you sure you want to interfere? I will manage the matters in front of me, and I have taken a liking to her. I want her to be my woman. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing was instantly stunned. She had stepped from the wolf's den into the tiger's lair. Chapter 40 Zhu Zhuqing's servant. We must leave quickly. This person's strength is certainly terrifying. Buying. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's movements, naturally understood what he intended to do. He then spoke, I advise you to stay here obediently. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe. Once I've dealt with these trash, you'll be mine. I didn't expect to find a scoop here, a royal noble. It seems my gains will not be small. At this moment, Bai Ying looked at the black-clad men with a playful glint in his eyes. You can run if you can escape, if you manage to survive. It means your fate is not yet sealed. I can reluctantly let you go. What do you think? The black-clad men were immediately enraged. After all, they were Soul Masters of the Soul King and Soul Douluo levels, and judging by his age, he shouldn't be that strong. In the next moment, 3 soul rings slowly rose. Bai Ying, wearing a bronze mask, concealed his aura, displaying the most standard combination: 100-year soul ring, 100-year soul ring, and 1,000-year soul ring. I thought he would be formidable, but it turns out he is just a 3-ring soul master. Looking at us, so many of us. Can't we take down one of them? Go on, kill him. First soul skill, Shadow Dragon Roar. The dragon's roar echoed in the minds of everyone present, causing intense pain in their brains. Second soul skill, Shadow Dragon Claw. With a few cracking sounds, several black-clad men were torn apart. I gave you a chance to escape, but you chose death. There's a saying, enemies not only refuse to surrender, but dare to attack me, truly seeking death. The gruesome deaths of those few black-clad men completely stunned the remaining ones, who began to flee in panic. I gave you a chance to run, but you didn't take it. Now you want to run? Where's my face in this? Time Blade. Time Seal. The space around them instantly froze, and a gust of wind blew through. When time resumed, they were shocked to find their heads had been severed, truly a separation of body and soul. How did this happen? Who are you? I didn't expect the dead to still have so much to say. After dealing with those men, Bai Ying turned his gaze to Zhu Zhuqing, looking at her injured state. He felt a pang of heartache. What if she ended up with a scar? Then he couldn't enjoy this little cat properly. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Slave mark has been issued. Do you wish to use it? Use. As soon as the words fell, a beam of light swiftly entered Zhu Zhuqing's body. Who are you? Zhu Zhuqing's face was filled with fear as she retreated step by step. What am I? You only need to remember one thing. I am now your master. Master? No, I have no master. Zhu Zhuqing slowly stood up, her left arm injured, but her eyes were filled with killing intent as she tightly gripped the dagger in her hand. I don't care who you are. Get away. 2 soul rings rose beneath Zhu Zhuqing's feet, entering an attack stance. What a disobedient little cat. Do you really think you can resist me? Get away. First soul skill, Netherworld Stab. Just as Zhu Zhuqing's attack was about to land on Bai Ying, he lightly coughed and sat upright. In the next moment, Zhu Zhuqing's body completely lost its control, and she abruptly sat back down. What is happening? Why can't I control my body? What did you do to me? What did I do? Of course, I made you my exclusive little cat. The Xingluo royal family is a huge gain. How could I let you leave so easily? Are you not afraid the Xingluo Empire will come to settle the score with you? They dare to trouble me? Do you think that's possible? My identity is the holy son of the Spirit Hall. I have the entire Spirit Hall behind me. Besides, who can prove that I took you away? Even if they could prove it, do you think the Xingluo Empire would offend the entire Spirit Hall because of you? And if you want to live, then behave. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes were filled with killing intent. She desperately wanted to rush over and kill this person. However, her body was firmly controlled by a force, completely unable to move. Don't even think about it. I have already secretly controlled your body, and you can't escape my control. I will kill you one day. Zhu Zhuqing gritted her teeth, her hand tightly clenched. Then I'll wait for that day. Can you come and kill me now? Becoming my servant is your only choice. Get up. I'll take you to deal with your wound. Otherwise, it will leave a scar, and that won't be pretty. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing showed a face full of helplessness. Just as she wanted to refuse, her body, uncontrollably, followed him into the woods. The intense pain from her body, combined with the inability to control it, caused tears to appear on her originally cold face, making her look pitiful. Not long after, she fell to the ground due to the pain. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's wound had started to inflame, Bai Ying had to stop. He slowly squatted down, looking at Zhu Zhuqing with a face full of disgust, and harshly said, "Don't die on me, otherwise I'll be at a loss." Then, to his astonishment, he tore open her clothes. Pervert! With a loud slap, Zhu Zhuqing's palm heavily struck his face. Bai Ying was completely stunned. Wasn't he supposed to have complete control? Why could she break free? System, what's going on? You need to give me a reasonable explanation, or I won't let you off. Sorry. There's a slight issue with the system's functionality, but it has been resolved now. You call that a slight issue? I got slapped because of it. My handsome face was hit. Do you know how much damage that does to me? Zhu Zhuqing didn't expect to regain control of her body instinctively and wanted to attack him, but found she couldn't do it. Zhu Zhuqing was now scared. Now you're scared? Forget it. Once your injury heals, I'll settle the score with you. When that time comes, I will definitely make you pay. Either kill me now and give me a release. Don't try to provoke me. It won't work on me. Besides, such a beautiful woman. I can't bear to kill you. You are still very useful. I need someone to warm my bed, and you are just suitable for that. How about it? My arrangement for you is quite nice, isn't it? Being able to warm my bed is your honor. Just be secretly happy about it, and thank me properly. Chapter 41. Taking a catgirl as a wife, as a noble of the Douluo Empire. Zhu Zhuqing has her own temperament, and she certainly refuses. Haven't you recognized your current situation? You have no say in this now. Your life and death are in my hands. I have many ways to deal with women. Do you want to try? You despicable scoundrel, taking advantage of others' misfortunes. Bai Ying laughed and said, as the saying goes, in warfare, deception is key. As long as the goal is achieved, any means can be used. The strong survive, the weak perish, survival of the fittest. As a noble of the Douluo Empire, you shouldn't be ignorant of this principle. Bai Ying said, you seem quite tough. You must still have some strength. Be careful not to die. Bai Ying directly put Zhu Zhuqing into his storage soul guide. When he returned to the hotel, it was already late at night. He turned on the faucet, filled the tub with water, and added a lot of the medicinal liquid he had prepared. Finally, he released Zhu Zhuqing, who still showed a defiant expression. Take off your clothes. The smell on you is too strong. You need a good bath. Impossible. Zhu Zhuqing directly refused. I told you, this is not up to you. Controlling Zhu Zhuqing's body, you made her remove her clothes one by one. You beast, once I find an opportunity, I will not let you go. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes were filled with tears, but her movements did not stop at all. Soon, she had completely stripped, revealing her fair skin, which was covered in numerous scars. As her jade feet stepped into the tub, she felt her body heat up. This is the medicinal liquid I meticulously prepared. It's a pity for you. This medicine can also relieve fatigue and restore strength. Bai Ying's gaze fell on the shocking scars on Zhu Zhuqing's body, and his expression softened a bit. He softly said, it seems you have experienced quite a few assassination attempts. Zhu Zhuqing gritted her teeth, her eyes flashing with stubbornness as she coldly replied, "What does it have to do with you?" Although her voice was filled with disdain, Bai Ying could hear the deep fear and unease beneath it. Bai Ying did not respond, merely watching her quietly. He smiled slightly, his eyes revealing an undeniable dominance. "You are now my servant. This is an unchangeable fact," he said, lightly tracing Zhu Zhuqing's delicate cheek with his finger, as if admiring a precious piece of art. Zhu Zhuqing's body trembled violently, anger and fear flashing in her eyes. She bit her lower lip tightly to prevent herself from making a sound. She knew that she was utterly powerless to resist now and could only let this mysterious man manipulate her. Bai Ying seemed satisfied with Zhu Zhuqing's reaction. He slowly released his hand and turned to walk toward the door. "Remember, I am your master. Your life and death, your honor and disgrace are all in my hands. By the way, after your bath, remember the clothes I specially bought for you." Zhu Zhuqing's whole body trembled, her teeth clenched, her eyes filled with despair. She never expected that just coming to the Heaven Do Empire to find Dai Mubai would result in being kidnapped. Falling to this state. Was it due to moral decay or the injustice of fate? "I must escape. I must get away from him. I must find Dai Mubai." Zhu Zhuqing silently encouraged herself. After a long time, she turned her gaze to a piece of clothing in the bathroom. It was a catgirl outfit, exquisitely made. It fit her figure well. She had to admit it was truly beautiful. Zhu Zhuqing sighed and ultimately decided to step out of the tub and humiliatingly put on the outfit. The moment Zhu Zhuqing emerged from the bathroom, Bai Ying was stunned. "This outfit really doesn't suit you. It's too revealing. And it's that sexy style, not bad. I didn't expect the system to reward this." Bai Ying stared at Zhu Zhuqing like a hungry wolf. "Come here." Just two simple words made Zhu Zhuqing, who had been feeling relaxed, instantly tense up as she walked over nervously. "All right, now let me bandage your wounds. By the way, how do you like this outfit? I designed it myself. Pretty good, right?" Zhu Zhuqing was slightly taken aback upon hearing Bai Ying's words, then quickly understood what he meant. She looked down at her catgirl outfit and then up at Bai Ying, her eyes flashing with a complex emotion. Although the outfit made her feel humiliated, it indeed showcased her figure perfectly. Bai Ying walked to Zhu Zhuqing's side, gently holding her wrist and carefully bandaging her wounds. His movements were gentle and skilled. In no time, the wounds were completely treated. "All right, your wounds are taken care of. It's late now, we should sleep. Their essay saying, early to bed and early to rise is good for your health." Zhu Zhuqing jumped up suddenly, quickly stepping aside. Her eyes filled with vigilance as she stared at the man. "I actually felt a bit moved just now. Indeed, everything is fake." Thinking this, Zhu Zhuqing's body instinctively prepared for an attack, while Bai Ying chuckled and said, "You're still too young. I have no interest in children." Hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's face turned red, and she inwardly protested. "Where am I small? Here or there? All right, if you're not going to sleep, then just obediently stay by my side. I'm going to sleep now. After a long night of busy work, I'm already exhausted. By the way, don't touch those bottles on the table. They contain poisons I specially developed. Just remember not to touch them. What do you want to do?" "What I want to do? Don't you already know? To take a beautiful cat girl as a female slave. This feeling is quite nice. All right, I won't tease you anymore. You can either sleep on the sofa, or you can rest assured. I'm just too weak to do anything." With that, he fell asleep. Zhu Zhuqing still didn't dare to relax. Facing this unfamiliar man who insisted on his own way, her vigilance was unprecedented. What was his real purpose in capturing her? "I must make a choice quickly. Otherwise, my future will be ruined by him sooner or later. By the way, I can control my body now. Didn't he say that those jars contain poisons? As long as I ingest these poisons and wait for the right moment, perhaps there will be a chance. I'll risk it." Chapter 42. Unusual Punishment. This is the only chance. With that thought, Zhu Zhuqing walked directly to the edge of the table. Without thinking twice, she swallowed all the medicine in the vial. The intense effects of the medicine took hold of her body, causing her immense pain. Cold sweat dripped from her forehead, and her breathing became increasingly difficult. Am I going to die? Death would be better. At least I wouldn't be controlled by the family anymore. Zhu Zhuqing said this with a relieved expression, yet the severe pain did not last long. Zhu Zhuqing was astonished. Could it be that this poison doesn't kill? Was he lying to me, doing this on purpose? With these thoughts, she fell into a complete despair. Her intermittent cries echoed throughout the room, stirring Bai Ying from his daze. Enough! Stop crying. Bai Ying got out of bed and was about to embrace Zhu Zhuqing when he suddenly realized that all the carefully concocted medicine was gone. Looking at the empty vial, Bai Ying's heart ached as if it were bleeding. Do you know how much effort I put into this? You wanted to commit suicide with poison, didn't you? Zhu Zhuqing's silence was a tacit admission. Bai Ying covered his face in pain, feeling both grateful and deeply regretful. Why didn't I put everything away? All the good medicine is gone. All gone. Everything is gone. Suddenly, Bai Ying thought of something important and turned to Zhu Zhuqing. How do you feel now? Is there anything uncomfortable? These medicines are all supplements. There aren't many bottles of poison. Most of the poison I've already used up. So, the medicine couldn't possibly kill you. Hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing didn't know whether to feel happy or sad. Happy that she was still alive, but sad that she was still in the hands of this demon. Zhu Zhuqing slowly stood up and looked at the man in front of her. What do you want from me? You can kill or torture me as you please. Oof. You think too highly of yourself. If I killed you, wouldn't my medicine be wasted? I want to make a losing deal. After all this, do you think your body can handle it? My Tian Shan Snow Silkworm, my 1,000-year-old ginseng, and my ice spirit fruit, fire spirit fruit. Do you know that the medicines you drank were all brewed from these top-grade herbs? Don't you feel anything? These herbs are extremely potent. Ordinary people would be in life-threatening danger after consuming just a little bit. Zhu Zhuqing, with a defiant attitude, replied, How could I possibly have a problem? I'm fine. Either you let me go now, or I will do this again in the future. Let you go? Dream on. You think it's that easy? Don't think I'm afraid to kill you just because you're acting so brazenly in front of me. I initially wanted to talk to you, but you insisted on courting death. With that, Bai Ying picked Zhu Zhuqing up and placed her on the bed. Zhu Zhuqing tightly closed her eyes, as if that would provide her with a sense of security. However, what Zhu Zhuqing didn't expect was that Bai Ying took out a feather. In a moment, I'll let you experience the taste of torture. You must enjoy it. Zhu Zhuqing thought to herself, what harm could a feather cause me? However, to her surprise, Bai Ying directly removed her shoes and socks. Zhu Zhuqing felt a chill sweep over her feet as the feather gently brushed against her soles, like a light breeze passing by. But this breeze carried an indescribable, tickling sensation, making her want to pull her feet back. She tried to control herself, but the ticklish feeling seemed to have a magical power, causing her toes to involuntarily curl and her soles to start wriggling. She wanted to suppress her laughter, but it erupted from the depths of her heart, impossible to contain. Zhu Zhuqing's laughter echoed in the room. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and her expression became distorted. She wanted to escape this torment, but that large hand firmly gripped her ankle, preventing her from escaping. Ha 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 ha! The continuous laughter made Zhu Zhuqing feel utterly hopeless. So how is it? Will you admit your mistakes? Bai Ying looked at Zhu Zhuqing and chuckled, joining in her laughter. I spit on you. If you have the guts, challenge me head on. What kind of ability is this scheming? Gradually, Zhu Zhuqing could no longer endure it, and Bai Ying finally stopped. Zhu Zhuqing's laughter gradually subsided, her face flushed, breathing rapid, her chest heaving. Her eyes sparkled with anger, but there was also a hint of helplessness. She struggled to sit up, but Bai Ying gently pressed her down. What? Still not admitting defeat? A glint of mockery flashed in Bai Ying's eyes as he released her, allowing Zhu Zhuqing to sit up. Zhu Zhuqing shot him a glare, but did not respond. Her heart was filled with humiliation and anger, but she knew that she was not a match for this man at the moment. She had to remain calm and look for an opportunity. Bai Ying watched her, a hint of appreciation flickering in his eyes. He knew that although this woman was stubborn, she was also clever. He wouldn't let her off easily, but he also wouldn't allow her to die just like that. What he wanted was for her to submit to him. Let us forget about today's incident, but if you dare to make the same mistake again in the future, the punishment will be the same as today. After speaking, Bai Ying lay down and held Zhu Zhuqing tightly to prevent her from pulling any tricks. However, at that moment, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly felt as if a fire had ignited within her body, making her breathless. An uncontrollable flame burned inside her. Her cheeks felt hot, as if two flames were burning. Her heart raced, as if it would leap out of her chest. She looked down at her body and saw a faint blush spreading across her skin, as if it had been scorched by a raging fire. This flame not only burned on her skin, but also rampaged through her blood vessels. She felt as if her body was being consumed by this flame, trembling uncontrollably. What is happening? What have you done to me? Why am I like this? You lecher. I will never let you go, even in death. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze began to blur. Her body seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, uncontrollably leaning towards Bai Ying. Her heartbeat echoed in her ears, as if it would jump out of her chest. Her cheeks were burning, her lips slightly parted, and she occasionally let out a moan. Oof. After consuming so many supplements from me, it would be strange if you didn't feel this way. You should be grateful that I'm not the kind of person who takes advantage of others' misfortunes. Otherwise, I could have had my way with you right now. Zhu Zhuqing strained to threaten. You dare. Chapter 43, What do I have to fear? What do I have to fear? Zhu Zhuqing forced herself to speak with her last bit of rationality. If I lose my purity, I will kill you first and then commit suicide. Bai Ying said, You're just a stubborn dead duck. Let us see how long you can hold on. Time passed second by second, and Zhu Zhuqing felt the heat in her body becoming stronger. She gasped for breath, her eyes gradually becoming hazy. Her red lips could not help but swallow saliva, and she felt herself losing control. I must leave quickly. With this thought, Zhu Zhuqing struggled to get out of bed, trembling as she supported herself against the wall and walked towards the door. Just as she steadied herself and took a step out, she felt her body suddenly weaken and was about to fall to the ground when Bai Ying firmly caught her. Going out now won't solve any problems. Besides, don't worry. As my woman, I won't treat you badly. Do you understand? Zhu Zhuqing's mind was in chaos, and she murmured, No, I must go out. The strange sensations in her body forced her to stop and look at the man in front of her. Bai Ying leaned his entire body against hers, and Zhu Zhuqing instinctively leaned closer, feeling the heat radiating from him. How can you hold on for so long? Zhu Zhuqing was completely enchanted, her eyes seeming to have a myriad of charms, and she became exceedingly seductive. It's so cold. Get a little closer, my body is so hot. Zhu Zhuqing's voice sent shivers through Bai Ying, who looked at her and swallowed hard, saying, My little kitty, you asked for this, so don't blame me. The longer they delayed, the more confused Zhu Zhuqing became, and the next moment, she directly embraced Bai Ying and kissed him passionately. What's going on? Although the little kitty has taken the initiative with me. You are Dai Mubai's fiancé, Are you really willing to give yourself to me? I want to be with you. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing so proactive, Bai Ying could no longer suppress the fire in his heart and suddenly pushed her down. Their battle was very intense. Before they knew it, morning had arrived. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly woke up, looking at the disheveled marks on her body and the streak of bright red on the sheets. What did I do last night? Just thinking about last night's experience made Zhu Zhuqing feel as if she had fallen into hell. Seeing Bai Ying sleeping beside her, a murderous intent grew in her heart. Seemingly sensing the killing intent from Zhu Zhuqing, Bai Ying slowly opened his eyes and saw her filled with hostility. What's wrong? Did you sleep well last night? Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing angrily said, I want to kill you, you little man who ruined my purity. Heaven and earth have a conscience. You were the one who took the initiative last night. I had no need to hide anything. I even asked you, do you not remember? Moreover, was it I who made you take the pills? Those were all very precious, each bottle worth a fortune. After taking the medicine, you still did that to me, and now you blame me? Is there any justice in this world? Zhu Zhuqing heard this and found she had no reason to refute, as if it was indeed her reckless use of medicine that led to the current situation. You big bad guy, what should I do now? Zhu Zhuqing completely broke down, unable to hold on any longer, and cried out loudly. You big bad guy, you ruined my purity. If Dai Mubai finds out, he won't let me off. Thinking of Dai Mubai and her family, Zhu Zhuqing immediately made a decision. I must kill you now. After killing you, I will commit suicide. Bai Ying, however, smiled and said, You have a better choice. Join the spirit hall. Don't worry, I will treat you well. You beast, I want you dead. I want you dead. Zhu Zhuqing lunged at Bai Ying's neck with lightning speed. But Bai Ying's physical body was incredibly strong, far beyond what she could damage. After half a day, Zhu Zhuqing realized there were no marks on his neck. Bai Ying said, "Stop wasting your effort. My body is very strong, and with your current strength, you can't cause any harm. The reason you want to find Dai Mubai is that you don't want to die, you want to live, right? In the Star Luo Empire, through cruel competition, only one king will emerge. Why not choose me? I can give you a chance to live. I am more outstanding than Dai Mubai." Seeing Zhu Zhuqing still crying, Bai Ying continued, "Zhu Zhuqing, now I give you a choice. Either you can leave now to find Dai Mubai, but there's a high chance you will die, or join the Spirit Hall. And I can guarantee you will never die, as long as you obediently listen to me. In time, I will help you take revenge on your sister." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing immediately returned to her cold demeanor and said, "What makes you think you can oppose the entire Star Luo Empire? Just based on my strength. In the future, I will definitely stand at the pinnacle of the Soul Master world on the Douluo continent, and the entire Star Luo Empire will surely bow at my feet. That is my confidence." Zhu Zhuqing fell silent, while Bai Ying, with an indifferent expression, got up and began to wash up. After a while, Zhu Zhuqing asked, "Will you take responsibility for me?" Of course, a real man must take responsibility for his actions. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's emotions stabilizing, Bai Ying walked to the bedside. His deep voice sounded, "Yesterday I helped you. Do you want to give me some compensation?" "Compensation? I was the one who suffered, okay? I need compensation. You took advantage of me and still act cute. All right, I will now properly compensate you. Last night, I made you suffer for so long. Today, I will definitely compensate you well." Zhu Zhuqing recalled what had happened last night, her face immediately turning red, and with her neck stiff, she said, "Pa, what will you use to compensate me? You will know soon." Before Zhu Zhuqing could react, Bai Ying lunged at her like a hungry wolf. Zhu Zhuqing was startled and thought, "Damn, not again. Is this guy a perpetual motion machine?" Zhu Zhuqing couldn't resist this time and could only passively accept. At first, she felt some disgust, but later she began to enjoy it. Half an hour later, Zhu Zhuqing curled up weakly in Bai Ying's arms, exhaling like orchids, and said, "You will take responsibility for me, right? Of course, don't worry. Rest assured, I will take care of everything. Nothing will happen. I will deal with your fiancé. You just need to be my little kitty." "I am not a little kitty. I am a wildcat." Chapter 44, Confrontation 1. Wildcats can hurt people. Zhu Zhuqing said with a proud expression, "Letting you know that I have now boarded your pirate ship. If you can't treat me well, I will definitely go down with you." Bai Ying slightly exerted force with his left hand and patted Zhu Zhuqing's perky bottom, saying, "Don't say such ominous things like going down together. Don't worry, nothing will happen, and I actually like this kind of little wildcat the most." Zhu Zhuqing felt a light slap on her bottom. Her face flushed slightly, and some unusual sounds escaped her mouth. "Anyway, I'm sticking with you." After saying that, Zhu Zhuqing directly kissed him, which startled Bai Ying. Soon, the sounds of spring blossoming echoed in the room. Meanwhile, Xiao finally got out of bed and tidied herself up. "Brother, are you still not awake? You used to always say I was a little lazy bug. But now look at you, sleeping like a pig. Forget it. Since you've been good to me, I'll reluctantly go wake you up." When she reached the door of the room, Xiao Wu heard another voice, which startled her. "Brother, are you awake?" Upon hearing Xiao Wu's voice outside, both of them responded at the same time. Bai Ying said, "I'm not awake yet. I'm getting up now." "Who is outside? From a sound, it doesn't sound good. Is it another girl besides me?" "Well, if my fiancé is outside, would you believe it?" "Forget it. No need to worry about that. Just hurry and get dressed." Zhu Zhuqing felt a strange emotion in her heart. She had known all along that the man in front of her wouldn't have just one woman, but hearing it from his mouth brought her a sense of loss. After all the effort she put into finding a man she was satisfied with, she didn't expect he couldn't belong to her alone. "Brother, are you okay? I'm coming in." As soon as Xiao Wu's words fell, she pushed the door open and walked in. Zhu Zhuqing and Bai Ying exchanged glances with Xiao Wu, and when Xiao Wu saw the two of them, she was momentarily at a loss. Once they were dressed, Xiao Wu pointed at Zhu Zhuqing and asked, "Brother, who is she?" Bai Ying introduced, "Let me introduce you. This is Zhu Zhuqing, my new concubine." "Concubine? Brother, did you do something bad?" "Brother, you really are a fickle man. Besides me, you actually have other women. Do you not want me anymore?" A series of questions made Bai Ying hurried to explain, "Brother doesn't not want you. It's just that things are a bit hard to control. Do you understand? Don't worry, since I promised your parents, I won't go back on it. Zhu Zhuqing also returned to her cold demeanor, and compared to earlier, it was like two different people. When she heard the words concubine, her expression changed slightly, but quickly returned to normal. Of course, a concubine. I am a noble of the Xingluo royal family, not just any concubine. Besides, is there anyone as beautiful as me to be a concubine? Xiao Wu asked. Really? You can't be lying to me. When have I ever lied to you? Saying this, he swiftly leaned in to kiss Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu trembled slightly, her body reacting before her soul, and she began to lose control. Even Zhu Zhuqing, who had a thick skin, felt a bit embarrassed at this scene. Don't you see there are other people here? Besides, you lousy man. You bullied me, and now you're bullying other women in front of me. Do you really think I don't exist? As the two slowly separated, Xiao Wu blushed and said, Brother, you smell so good. I really like it. It seemed that brother still had me in his heart, and now I can rest assured. Bai Ying sighed in relief. Managing relationships with women was indeed harder than ascending to the heavens. Host, please keep up the good work. This system has great expectations for you. They say harem relationships can easily ignite fires. Dog system, stop teasing me. What's today's reward? Congratulations, host. You have gained a 3-level increase in soul power. As soon as the system's voice fell, Bai Ying felt his bottleneck seemingly break through. Originally, he had 32 levels of soul power but had been unable to break through. Now he had reached level 35. Level 35, the dog system is really not bad. Thus, the three continued on their journey, but along the way, Bai Ying felt the atmosphere was off. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing appeared fine on the surface, but their looks at him were downright chilling. It's over, it's really over. Even if they rushed, it took the 2 days to reach Soto City. During these 2 days, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were constantly at odds. Xiao Wu was competing for Bai Ying's affection, while Zhu Zhuqing was equally aggressive, knowing she had already betrayed Dai Mubai and could only rely on Bai Ying. Thus, Zhu Zhuqing always intentionally or unintentionally flaunted her affection in front of Xiao Wu to show that she was his favorite now. Bai Ying, being quite clever, naturally noticed this, and during these 2 days, he was either mediating or on the way to mediate. These two women are truly living ancestors. No, 2 living ancestors. I can't afford to offend either of them. Finally arriving at Soto City, located in the Baloch Kingdom, which held the military power over the Tiando Empire. It was the strongest among the several vassal states. If it weren't for the Tiando royal family controlling the army's mobilization, the Baloch Kingdom would have long seized power. The current situation was characterized by the corruption within the Tiando royal family and the exploitation of the lower-class citizens, reaching a very terrifying phenomenon. Among these vassal states, everything was completely autonomous except for necessary tributes. This was also a reason for the further decline of the Tiando Empire. Finally, we've arrived after a full 2 days. We finally made it. Looking at everything in Soto City, Xiao Wu couldn't help but be curious, looking left and right. Brother, look. Soto City is completely different from Notting City. Can you accompany me to explore it well? Sure, no problem. What kind of academy is Shrek Academy? I'm really looking forward to it. Then let's find a place to rest first. Look, this one seems nice, she said, pointing in a direction. As Xiao Wu spoke, she was full of infinite imagination about the future, and at this moment, the three arrived at the entrance of a hotel. Rose Grand Hotel, the name sounded good. Xiao Wu pointed at the Rose Grand Hotel and said, Look at this decoration, it's really nice. But Zhu Zhuqing and Bai Ying both knew that this was definitely a couple's hotel. Chapter 45 Rest, Xiao Wu hopped in, while Zhu Zhuqing shot a glare at Ying and tried to lower her voice as she said, You foul man, just wait. What does this have to do with me? Damn it, I'm a victim here. Just then, Zhu Zhuqing spotted someone incredibly familiar. In the distance, a blond man was slowly approaching, flanked by a pair of sisters who looked very close to him. Zhu Zhuqing would never forget this man. He was the reason she had come to the Heavendo Empire. Dai Mubai. Zhu Zhuqing didn't expect to meet Dai Mubai in this way. Should I go greet him? Or in what capacity should I? Zhu Zhuqing felt as if her body had frozen, unable to move her legs. She wanted to confront Dai Mubai about who these two women were, but then she thought, what difference was there between her and Dai Mubai? What right did she have to accuse him? Realizing this, Zhu Zhuqing's expression changed slightly, and Ying naturally noticed this shift. Isn't that your fiancé? Why not go say hello? Zhu Zhuqing's expression changed suddenly, and she turned to see Ying's half-smiling expression, immediately saying, I have no relationship with him anymore. Stop joking. I'm already yours. Let's hope so. Should I wear a mask? I can sense your fear. Your heart must be racing right now, right? Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Ying took out a bronze mask and said, if you don't know how to face him, then don't face him for now. As for our relationship, if you don't want to interact with him or are afraid to face him, I can talk to him. I believe he's a smart person and should know what to do that is best for him. Zhu Zhuqing quickly responded, after all, I grew up with him. We are childhood sweethearts. I'm already yours, so please don't hurt him, even if I beg you. All right, for your sake, I'll hold off for now, as long as he doesn't provoke me. Upon entering the hotel, a wave of rose fragrance greeted Zhu Zhuqing, instantly relaxing her. Xiao Wu, looking displeased, said, Brother, why did you take so long? All right, we're in now, aren't we? The receptionist looked at Ying with envy, giving a knowing expression. One room, please. Okay, guest. What a coincidence. We only have 2 rooms left. The receptionist's eyes scanned Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, revealing envy. Zhu Zhuqing wore a mask, but it couldn't hide her cold and shy expression. This was her first time in such a place, being from the Xingluo royal family. What am I thinking? Zhu Zhuqing, what are you struggling with? Dai Mubai has already forgotten you. Look at him. He has forgotten you, and you should forget him and start anew. Don't forget, you're someone else's woman now. If you really meet him, in what capacity will you interact with him? Let's go. We should rest now. Suddenly, Ying's words brought Zhu Zhuqing back to her senses. Zhu Zhuqing took one last look at the door. The hotel's interior was simply colored, making it easy to see. The deeper they went, the stronger the rose scent became, providing an extremely comfortable feeling, as if washing away all fatigue. The doors of the rooms were various colors, representing different types of roses. Opening the door, a faint rose fragrance wafted in, and the entire room was immersed in a soft, warm tone. The walls were deep black, resembling the night sky, mysterious and profound. In the center of the room was a massive bed with black sheets and pillowcases embroidered with silver rose patterns, both noble and elegant. On the bedside table was a delicate lamp, emitting warm light, adding a touch of coziness to the room. Ying looked at the sign at the door, which read black and sexy. He gulped, then turned his gaze to Zhu Zhuqing. Looks like I chose well. Brother, this hotel's room is so big. It's much larger than the academy dormitory. Of course, what do you think this place is? After such a long time, we can finally have a good rest. Entering the bathroom, Zhu Zhuqing turned on the tap, preparing to enjoy a nice bath. However, the sound of running water couldn't mask Zhu Zhuqing's anxiety. Xiao might not know, but Zhu Zhuqing was well aware of what this place was. Even though she kept telling herself to stay calm, how could she possibly be calm in this situation? Ying slowly removed his clothes, preparing to enjoy a bath. Xiao lay on the big bed, rolling back and forth. Just then, Ying's voice came from the bathroom. Zhuqing, I need to talk to you, come in. Zhu Zhuqing's heart leaped, as if gripped by an invisible hand. She stood at the bathroom door, gripping the hem of her clothes tightly, filled with unease and hesitation. She knew she couldn't escape, she could only face it. Taking a deep breath, she mustered her courage and pushed open the bathroom door. The sight before her left her momentarily stunned. Ying stood in the bathtub, surrounded by steam, his skin appearing even more perfect under the light. His deep gaze was fixed on her, as if trying to see through her heart. Zhu Zhuqing's heart raced again. She felt drawn in by Ying's gaze. Unable to look away, she bit her lip, trying hard not to show her panic. Zhuqing, what are you thinking? Come give me a shoulder massage. Zhu Zhuqing's mood relaxed slightly at Ying's teasing. She walked to his side, looking down at his strong shoulders, and gently placed her hands on them. Her fingertips glided over Ying's shoulders, bringing a subtle sensation. Ying closed his eyes, enjoying Zhu Zhuqing's massage, his shoulders gradually relaxing under her touch. He felt the softness and delicacy of Zhu Zhuqing's fingers, which ignited an inexplicable heat within him. Zhuqing, your fingers are so soft, Ying said softly. His voice filled with magnetism, making one unable to help but be captivated. Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed, and she didn't speak, focusing more on massaging Ying's shoulders. Don't be so shy. It's not our first meeting. With that, he suddenly grabbed Zhu Zhuqing's hand that was massaging his shoulder and turned to kiss her. The movement immediately caught Xiao Wu's attention. What are they doing? Chapter 46 Determination. They can't be up to no good again, right? No, I must go take a look. I can't let someone else take my man. Just thinking about this made Xiao Wu furious, and she kicked open the door. At that moment, Bai Ying and Zhu Zhuqing both turned towards the door and relaxed upon seeing Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, what are you doing here? I came to take a shower, Xiao Wu said, blushing. Bai Ying and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances, and Zhu Zhuqing, understanding the situation, stepped outside while glancing at Xiao Wu, saying, now he is yours. Perform well. Xiao Wu nodded, her face still red. In the bathroom, only Bai Ying and Xiao Wu remained, and neither knew what to say. After a long time, Bai Ying spoke up, Xiao Wu, weren't you going to take a shower? I'll be done soon. You can go out first, Xiao Wu replied, clearly unhappy. Brother, you are being too unfair. Why can he do it, and I can't? You're still too young. Do you understand? Hearing this, Xiao Wu's anger flared up instantly. Where am I small? After taking a few deep breaths, she looked at him and said, brother, I'm not small anymore. Didn't you say you would marry me? Why can't you marry me yet? Let me serve you, okay? I promise I can do better than her. Xiao Wu, do you know what you're saying? I'll give you one chance. Hurry up and look, or you'll do what? Brother, I want to see what you can do to me. As she said this, she approached step by step, a seductive smile appearing on her face as she slowly began to remove her clothes. Stop it. Why should I stop? Didn't you say you would marry me? I want it now. Xiao Wu silently activated her second soul skill, enchantment. It must be admitted that Xiao Wu, as the female protagonist in Douluo, really has an attractive appearance. With the enhancement of the charm skill, Xiao Wu became even more alluring. Detected host hesitating. This system specifically issues a task. Dual cultivation with Xiao Wu, reward. Increase soul power by 5 levels. The system's voice at this moment seemed particularly intrusive. He wanted it, but his rational mind told him that it wasn't the right time. Outside the door, Zhu Zhuqing tightly covered her ears. Although she had experienced this kind of thing once, hearing in person still made her face flush. This bastard is indeed going after another woman. What a jerk. A scummy man. To be honest, I no longer have the right to choose. I just hope the person I've chosen can help me survive. With this thought, Zhu Zhuqing sighed and sat down to wait. Some people can choose everything, while others find it hard to even live. In the room, Bai Ying's expression became exceptionally serious. He reached out and gently held Xiao Wu's shoulders, causing her body to tremble slightly. His voice was deep and powerful, as if each word carried a heavy responsibility. Xiao Wu, are you really willing to be with me? His gaze was profound, as if he could see through Xiao Wu's soul. This was not a joke, but a true promise. I am a man, but I'm also a responsible man. If you are willing, I will use all my power to protect you, cherish you, and love you. Xiao Wu looked at him, her eyes shining with determination. She nodded and softly said, I am willing. Ever since a road died, Xiao Wu's world had only Bai Ying left. In her heart, she had long regarded Bai Ying as her man, so she was willing. Xiao Wu's eyes were filled with resolution as her hands slowly climbed up Bai Ying's neck. Their gazes met at that moment, as if the whole world had come to a standstill. She gently kissed his lips, and in that instant, all emotions surged forth like a flood breaking a dam. Bai Ying tightly embraced her, as if he wanted to merge her into his body. Their heartbeats echoed in the quiet air like a beautiful symphony. At this moment, they seemed to merge into each other's souls, becoming indispensable parts of each other's lives. How long had passed? Xiao Wu lay weakly in Bai Ying's arms. Unexpectedly, this dog system directly raised my soul power to level 40. Now I must obtain a 4th soul ring, this time go to Shrek Academy. I hope it could bring me more gains. With this thought, Bai Ying glanced at Xiao Wu, who had already fallen asleep, gently picked her up, and walked out of the bathroom. After placing her on the bed and covering her with a blanket, he heard a voice behind him. Are we done? Can we talk? Zhu Zhuqing's voice rang out. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing seemed to have figured something out. Of course, let's go outside and talk. Xiao Wu is very tired right now. Sitting on the sofa, neither spoke. Say what you want to say. Why are you looking at me like that? I want to talk about the situation between me and Dai Mubai. Now I want to clarify things with him. The atmosphere fell into silence, as if time had stopped at that moment. Zhu Zhuqing sat on the sofa, her hands tightly clasped, her gaze resolute. She took a deep breath and finally broke the silence. I've realized that instead of avoiding it, it's better to face it directly. Zhu Zhuqing's voice was low but filled with determination. She raised her head, bravely looking into Bai Ying's eyes, and continued. I know you have a special relationship with Xiao Wu. I don't want to ruin it or compete for anything. I just hope you can help me break free from Dai Mu Bai and the Star Luo royal family. So you're saying you want to clearly establish boundaries with Dai Mu Bai? If you have already figured this out with Dai Mu Bai, then I can help you now. Please help me. I don't want to die, nor do I want siblings to harm each other. So I will talk to Dai Mu Bai and tell him I've joined the Spear Hall. You need to make him completely give up. You're right. Dai Mu Bai's strength is too weak. He has a Davis above him. With his strength, it's impossible for him to inherit the throne. If you follow him, you will only have a dead end. Don't worry, I'll help you with this. Let's go. Dai Mu Bai should still be downstairs. I'll take you to clarify things with him now. Zhu Zhuqing said, try not to resort to violence. After all, I want to break up peacefully, not see him get hurt. We grew up together, so there is still some affection. Okay. Chapter 47 Falling for Him, Take It Slow. Dai Xiao. In the lobby of the Rose Hotel, Dai Mu Bai was flirting with two women. I can't slow down. They are a pair of beautiful sisters. Tall and not exactly stunning, but definitely not ordinary. Dai Xiao, you haven't been here for a while. We missed you. Yes, yes. Where have you been all this time? Dai Mu Bai smiled at the two women and said, haven't I been busy fighting in the Soto Great Soul Arena? Finally have some free time today. I've been holding back for so long, I must let it all out. You two better serve me well tonight. Don't worry, I won't forget your benefits. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing and Bai Ying walked down. Bai Ying meaningfully patted Zhu Zhuqing on the shoulder and quietly said, let's see your performance. You won't disappoint me, will you? After saying that, she left directly. When Dai Mu Bai saw that familiar figure, his relaxed expression changed dramatically. Zhu Zhuqing, why are you here? He pushed aside the two women beside him and looked at Zhu Zhuqing. He had imagined many scenarios for their reunion, but he never expected it to happen here. Just because you can come, why can't I? Zhu Zhuqing coldly looked at him and said. She had indeed felt a bit scared facing Dai Mu Bai earlier, but now she was completely fearless. If there was even a hint of guilt in her heart before seeing him or talking to him, it had completely vanished now. What could a prince who drowned himself in wine and women offer her? Relying on him would only lead to her demise. For Zhu Zhuqing, the most important thing now was to survive. Only by living could she think about other matters. Dai Mu Bai, in his current state, looked completely incapable of achieving that. He couldn't even protect himself. Dai Mu Bai, I want to talk to you. Oh, Dai Xiao, is this your little sister you provoked first? She looks to be about your age. I didn't expect you to like this type. Facing the sister's teasing, Dai Mu Bai indeed lost interest, feeling only guilt towards Zhu Zhuqing. As a prince of the Star Luo Empire, how could he not know the rules of the new Luo Empire's royal family? Every generation's heir must kill each other, and the eliminated ones would either have their martial souls abolished or be killed. Both outcomes were worse than death. Dai Mu Bai could only imagine how much Zhu Zhuqing had sacrificed to come find him, which made him unable to face her directly. Zhu Zhuqing, however, remained silent and said, I originally thought you were just temporarily avoiding it, but I didn't expect you to have fallen to such depths. As a prince of the Star Luo Empire, you clearly know the rules, so why did you run away? Do you know how much this has affected me? Dai Mu Bai couldn't find any words to refute her. He knew himself well. Since his second brother died, he had lived in fear, unwilling to compete with his older brother, always overshadowed by his brother Davis. So he could only indulge himself to numb that pain, hoping to forget. Zhuqing, I'm sorry. Let me explain. It's really not what you think. Dai Mu Bai quickly grabbed Zhu Zhuqing's wrist, but she shook him off and said, I don't want to talk to you anymore. Talking to you is simply a waste of my time. Ever since I was born into the Zhu family, I've been bound to you for life, with no choice at all. I'm tired. I'm really tired. For all these years, I've asked for nothing but to live, but unfortunately, even that trivial request can't be fulfilled. The lobby of the Rose Hotel had already been cleared by the manager. Zhuqing, listen to my explanation. It's not what you think. I've tried, but everything has failed. However, I believe that as long as I work hard enough, I will one day surpass my brother. Surpass your brother? Wouldn't you guarantee that? With the way you are now? Do you think a waste who spends all day in indulgence can offer me anything? Dai Mubai, please let me go. For you. I've tried to resist, but now I understand. You're just a rich young man with a bit of talent who knows nothing about the cruelty of royal struggles. Please don't bother me anymore, and I won't bother you either. Let's both let each other go, okay? Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai immediately said, "No way. You are my fiancé, How could I let you face this alone? You have to believe me, trust me. One day, I will make you regret it and rise to that position, and then you'll be the exalted princess." Zhu Zhuqing laughed and said, Dai Mubai, Dai Mubai. I didn't expect that after all these years, you are still so naive. Do you think I would believe your nonsense? Let me tell you, it's impossible. Now, she was completely disappointed in Dai Mubai, a prince who only knows indulgence and a young man with exceptional talent backed by the spirit hall. It was obvious who to choose. Enough. I already have a boyfriend. Let's not contact each other anymore. I don't want my boyfriend to misunderstand. A boyfriend? How could that bastard dare to steal? My woman, Dai Mubai's woman? Zhu Zhuqing, are you lying to me to make me change my mind? You must be lying to me. I'm not lying to you. This is true. I don't want to keep up appearances with you anymore. I want to live for myself. The one you saw just now is my boyfriend, the one I truly like now. So, Dai Mubai, we are really done. Impossible. I don't agree. You are mine. This is absolutely false. That person just bewitched you, right? Think whatever you want, just don't show up in front of me again. After Zhu Zhuqing finished speaking, it felt like a huge stone had been lifted from her heart. Her whole body relaxed. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai was completely stunned. He seemed unable to recover from his shock. Could it be that he was really that useless? Zhu Zhuqing had grown up with him, and now she had fallen out with him for some outside man. How could he, with his violent temper, endure this? I need to see what kind of person this is that can make Zhu Zhuqing turn against me. I will prove that I am the best one. As he walked out of the lobby, Bai Ying immediately pulled Zhu Zhuqing into an embrace and asked, "Are you done?" Chapter 48. The man's battle. As Bai Ying spoke, he pressed himself closer to Zhu Zhuqing, whose expression changed slightly. She couldn't help but scold him, say it clearly. "You need to stop. You can't do this anymore. What's wrong? You look very nervous." Zhu Zhuqing thought to herself, how could I not be nervous? At that moment, Dai Mubai, who had chased after them, happened to see this scene. When he saw his fiancée, who had a formal engagement with him, being so intimate with another man, his anger surged, feeling as if he was wearing a green hat. Dai Mubai clenched his fists and stared at the two of them, and upon feeling their gaze, they quickly separated. When Zhu Zhuqing saw Dai Mubai, her expression changed, returning to her cold demeanor as she spoke. "What are you doing here? Didn't we say we would go our separate ways?" Dai Mubai pointed at Bai Ying and said, "Is this the boyfriend you found? Just a pretty boy, right? I thought you were looking for something better. But it seems he has just a useless pretty face. Don't forget, you are a noble of the Douluo Empire. Who else on the continent besides me is worthy of you? What you just said, I'll pretend you never said it. Come back to me now." Bai Ying laughed and said, "Do you really think you're some kind of genius? As if everyone else is a fool. The prince of the Douluo Empire. Maybe others see you as high and mighty, but in my eyes, you're nothing. Do we need you to, but in on our conversation? What is your status? Zhu Zhuqing is mine. She is my fiancée. Our engagement was set by our elders since childhood, and it's not something you can change. A person with an unclear background like you is simply unworthy of her. Whether I am worthy or not is none of your business. I already made it clear to you before. Zhu Zhuqing no longer likes you. Please leave. As for my relationship with her, you don't need to worry about it." Bai Ying grabbed Zhu Zhuqing's hand, interlocking their fingers as if to show off. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned slightly red, but she did not resist, allowing him to do so. This scene completely enraged Dai Mubai. How could he tolerate his fiancée becoming someone else's? Have you heard the saying that the unloved is the third party? From today on, we will be together openly, while you will continue to indulge in debauchery. By the way, I believe you won't be able to enjoy this life for long. According to the rules of your royal family, even if you try to escape, you will eventually have to face it. Don't worry, considering you and Zhu Zhuqing grew up together. When the time comes and you're dead, I will let Zhu Zhuqing burn some incense at your grave, which will be the last bit of respect I show you. Okay, you're the first person who dares to speak to me like that. Dai Mubai's eyes turned crimson in an instant. His clenched fists seemed ready to crush the air, with veins bulging on his arms like twisted earthworms. His clothes rustled in the wind, as if they would be torn apart by his furious power at any moment. His breath became rapid and heavy, like a beast about to explode. His gaze was like a knife, slicing through the tightly held hands of Bai Ying and Zhu Zhuqing, a flash of madness appearing in his eyes. His body began to tremble slightly, a terrifying power surging within him as if it would burst forth. His steps unconsciously moved forward, each step carrying the force of thunder, causing the whole space to tremble. Seeing Dai Mubai react this way, Bai Ying felt incredibly pleased. Dai Mubai was completely a bad person. As the prince of the Star Luo Empire, he had embraced countless women, yet in the end, he still ended up with Zhu Zhuqing, ultimately ascending to godhood. Even Zhu Zhuqing eventually forgave him. If it were him, he would have slapped him twice to let him know he was not to be trifled with. I understand now. What kind of means he used to win Zhu Zhuqing over? As he spoke, both of their expressions flashed with a hint of unnaturalness, which Dai Mubai captured with precision. From his understanding of Zhu Zhuqing, her cold personality would never casually choose a man. This person must have used some despicable means. However, from Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor, he couldn't tell she was forced. It appeared she was acting on her own. Zhu Zhuqing and I have mutual feelings. Although we haven't spent much time together, we have ultimately fallen in love with each other. This is called fate. Do you understand what it means to use despicable means? Just because you can't catch up to Zhu Zhuqing, you think I used underhanded tactics. Brother, times have changed, but not to the point of being as ridiculous as you. Also, since you chose to indulge and escape, Zhu Zhuqing's change of heart is only a matter of time. Do you really think she would place her hopes on you? A useless prince from so far away? Even without me, she would probably change her heart. I will not let you two dog lovers get away with this. Upon hearing the words dog lovers, both Bai Ying and Zhu Zhuqing's expressions changed. Zhu Zhuqing was about to speak, but Bai Ying stopped her. Looking at the angry Dai Mubai, he decided to add fuel to the fire. He slowly wrapped his left arm around Zhu Zhuqing's waist and planted a kiss on her cheek. You shameless rogue, don't do that. It's not like we haven't done it before. Why are you shy now? It seems your fiancé still doesn't know. We have already. Halfway through his sentence, even a fool would understand what he was implying, and at that moment Dai Mubai said, "So you two have long been together. I'm just a clown, right? You just realized? Looks like you're not that dumb. You're looking for death." A white tiger's phantom appeared behind Dai Mubai, and 3 soul rings appeared beneath his feet. Do you have the guts to fight me? Good, just in time. I also want to see how strong you really are. Let's go outside and have a proper fight. Oh my, Dai Xiao is actually angry. This is rare. Dai Mubai's identity had always been mysterious. Even though the manager of the Rose Hotel had hosted him multiple times, he only knew he was a soul master and had no idea how strong he truly was. Now, as the manager saw Dai Mubai manifesting 3 soul rings, it was evident he was a soul ancestor. I'll be right back. Chapter 50. Dai Mubai's anger. You must not be here. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing was truly scared, because she knew that this person could do anything. Compared to Dai Mubai, if one were to describe his schemes in one word, it would only be terrifying. The events of the past few days only confirmed this viewpoint, forcing her into a corner where she had no choice but to choose him. One might ask, who else could employ such means? Well, since the matter has been perfectly resolved, I should relax a bit. Immediately, the two held hands and returned to the room. They arrived at a huge sofa that could accommodate several people, and Zhu Zhuqing was both excited and shy. Bai Ying wrapped his arms around Zhu Zhuqing, his hot breath fanning her neck, making her feel a tingling sensation throughout her body. At this moment, her face was as red as blood. Zhu Zhuqing spoke. What if Xiao Wu wakes up? What should we do? No problem. Without paying attention to Zhu Zhuqing, he directly leaned over. After a fierce battle, both Bai Ying and Zhu Zhuqing were panting heavily. How do you feel? Not bad. You still say that. Right now, I don't even have the strength to stand up. Now, I'm already yours, you bad man, always bullying me. How can you say it's bullying? Besides, wasn't this your choice? Zhu Zhuqing realized she couldn't argue with Bai Ying, let out a gentle sigh, and then sat cross-legged to begin channeling her soul power to recover her body. Seeing that Zhu Zhuqing wasn't speaking anymore, Bai comfortably lay back on the sofa, calling out to the system in his mind. What is today's reward? Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Qian Renxue Kung Fu. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Universal Disguise Break card, which, as the name implies, allows you to see the value and function of items. The duration is 3 minutes. He didn't know what this card was for, but since it could see through any item's disguise, it must be a good item. He decided to keep it for now. The Qian Renxue, it was the most top-notch kung fu in the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. With this, his strength would definitely be greatly enhanced. Host, I must remind you that the Qian Douluo, being an ultimate internal skill, must be practiced with extreme caution, or there is a high probability of going astray. With your current soul power, you can only cultivate to the 2nd level, and you must not forcefully practice to the 3rd level, or the consequences will be dire. I understand. The more profound internal skill, the higher the requirements for personal comprehension, right? Don't worry, I understand. In the next moment, a flood of knowledge surged into Bai Ying's mind, causing him immense pain. It felt as if countless pieces of information were wildly spinning and colliding in his mind, each impact making his head throb. However, he knew this was the inheritance of the Qian Renxue, the key to enhancing his strength. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stay awake while enduring the pain. His vision began to blur, but gradually cleared, and words appeared in his sight. He seemed to see the ancient heart method mantra of the Qian Renxue, each character shining with a mysterious light. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to stabilize his mind. Following the patterns and words in his mind, he slowly began to cultivate the Qian Renxue. His internal soul power began to surge, flowing along the route of the Qian Renxue, and each flow made him feel a wonderful power growing within him. As time passed, Bai Ying's body began to change. Waves of internal power slowly appeared around him, traveling through his meridians and gradually flowing into his dantian. The Qian Renxue was indeed exquisite. Even after tempering through the ice and fire yin-yang well and absorbing 2 10,000-year soul rings and 100,000-year soul ring, his physical quality could only cultivate it to the 2nd level. Bai Ying slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in them. He felt as if his body was filled with a powerful force, a feeling he had never experienced before. He gently clenched his fists, as if he could feel that power pulsating at his fingertips. At that moment, Xiao Wu also woke up, getting out of bed and seeing Bai Ying and Zhu Zhuqing. Brother, you guys are up. Why didn't you call me? I thought you could sleep a bit longer. Now it's not too late. Why don't you sleep a little more? I'm too hungry now. I want to eat. Bai Ying nodded and said, Okay, after Zhu Zhuqing finishes her cultivation, I'll take both of you to eat. Just take your time to adjust yourself. In 2 days, we'll go to Shrek Academy, so you can relax during these 2 days. After a while, Zhu Zhuqing slowly opened her eyes, and the 3 of them went down to eat. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai, who had been beaten, was becoming angrier by the minute. Not only had he been beaten, but it was also in front of his fiancé, which made him feel humiliated. He could never forget that he had been carried back by the hall manager. As a student of Shrek, he had never felt so embarrassed. At this moment, a chubby boy walked in. This chubby boy looked plump with red hair. Big brother Dai, what happened to you? I heard you were carried back. At first, I thought it was a joke, but it turned out to be true. Ma Hongjun looked at the wounds on Dai Mubai and felt that he had been beaten quite badly. Fatty, stop making sarcastic remarks. Be careful I beat you up. As soon as Ma Hongjun heard this, he instantly shrank back, carefully looking at Dai Mubai and asking, Who beat you? Is the other party's soul power level higher than yours? Should we go find teacher, Zhao, to seek justice for you? There's no need. This matter is my own, and I don't need anyone else to interfere. Besides, even if teacher Zhao knew, he probably wouldn't help me. To put it bluntly, I'm angry. I was beaten by a soul master younger than me. You didn't get beaten while trying to hit on girls, did you? Ma Hongjun's words instantly made Dai Mubai even angrier, and he growled, What is it to you? Oscar also walked in and took a look, saying the same thing. Big brother Dai, aren't we brothers? Why don't the 3 of us go together to seek justice for you? Oscar said cautiously, knowing that Dai Mubai was the strongest among their class in Shrek Academy. All right, Since you don't want to go find him, Teacher Zhao, you should eat Oscar's sausage first. This way, you'll recover a bit faster. Once you're better, we'll go find him to seek justice for you. Dai Mubai thought for a moment and then sighed. Looks like I have no choice. This debt, I will settle sooner or later. Bai Ying was out shopping with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing when he suddenly felt a chill run down his back and sneezed without warning. How strange. Why am I sneezing? Is someone thinking of me? Chapter 51 Treasure Brother, what's wrong? Hurry up, Xiao Wu urged, and Bai Ying could only helplessly follow them. There were many shops along the street, selling all sorts of things. Every time they reached a shop, Xiao Wu would buy a lot of items. Xiao Wu, your brother's money doesn't come from the wind. If you keep buying like this, we won't have any money left before we even get to our destination. Bai Ying couldn't help but admire the strong purchasing power of women. The three of them finally arrived in front of shop, where three signs hung at the entrance: a sword, a dragon, and a hammer. Let's go in and take a look. I feel like there must be good stuff inside. As soon as they approached the store, they sensed a special wave of soul power. Pushing the door open, they saw a very familiar person. Tang-san, how come you're here? Tang-san turned around and saw Bai Ying and the others, saying, Teacher Bai, what are you doing here? Don't call me Teacher Bai anymore. I'm getting old. It's still your teacher, Yu Xiaojiang, who sent me to that Shrek Academy. That's why I'm here. Why are you here? According to Yu Xiaojiang, Shrek Academy is a monster academy that only accepts monsters, so I was curious and wanted to take a look. The master said I should go and apply to Shrek Academy. Tang-san glanced at Xiao Wu, his eyes showing a hint of amazement. In his 2 lifetimes, he had never felt unable to look away from someone like he did with Xiao Wu, as if his heart had slowed down a beat in her presence. Teacher Bai, I'll be going now. Tang-san, holding a crystal, hurriedly left. Brother, didn't you say that Yu Xiaojiang is just a name dropper? Why do we still have to go to Shrek Academy? Can't we just take a look? Besides, I like being around monsters because talking to them is very interesting. The shopkeeper had been napping in a recliner. He had a face that looked like a shoe, wore glasses with a cynical expression, and had a sly look on his face, clearly a shifty businessman. It's over. In the original novel, Flander is definitely a scammer, a shifty businessman. Buying things from him means you're throwing away money for nothing. Boss, do you have any good items here? Sitting in the recliner and pretending to nap, Flander said coldly. Can't you see for yourself? What kind of attitude is that? Xiao Wu said angrily. She really didn't like this middle-aged uncle, and Zhu Zhuqing also stared angrily at Flander. You just said you were going to apply to Shrek Academy, right? So what? What does it have to do with you? Xiao Wu couldn't help but snort coldly and turned to Bai Ying, saying, Brother, I think this person is just a shifty businessman. He doesn't seem like a good person at all. Don't worry, Xiao Wu. I told you that people can't be judged by their appearance. First, you should know how to be polite, okay? Upon hearing that the three of them were going to apply to Shrek Academy, Flander straightened up and slowly got up from the recliner. You're actually recommended by the master? Your talent should be decent. Yu Xiaojiang. Are you finally willing to meet me? Thinking of this, Flander slowly walked over and said, Today I'm in a good mood. Whatever you like, just take it. I'll give it to you for free. How about that? Bai Ying felt extremely pleased upon hearing this. As a shifty businessman, Flander had now managed to trick him, causing him to lose everything. How could he not be excited and happy? But he couldn't show it and said, If you do this, won't you lose money? I'm curious why you want to give it to us for free. It seems unrelated. It might not be related now, but it will be in the future. Do you want it or not? Today I'm in a good mood, so I'm giving it to you for free. Don't blame me later if I change my mind. Since that's the case, then I'll respectfully accept. The items in the shop were mostly ancient, including some minerals and strange stones. As they went further inside, they saw some unknown antiques on the shelves. Brother, I don't see anything good in this store. Should we go look elsewhere? No need, I've already found something good. System. Use the Universal Disguise Breakthrough card. Usage successful. In the next moment, all the information about the items in the store was clearly displayed. Bai Ying's gaze landed on a very worn-out box, and his expression suddenly brightened. He rushed to the counter, directly took down the box, and opened it to see countless blueprints and some cannons. However, most of these cannons were oddly shaped, and there was a pair of wings that looked dull. But what surprised him the most was the rhombus-shaped soul guide device in the upper left corner of the box. Bai Ying's heart stirred as he withdrew his injected soul power. The light dimmed again, and the rhombus soul guide device seemed to fall back into slumber. He looked up at Flander with a sly glint in his eyes and said, "Boss, this soul guide device doesn't seem to be as simple as you said." Huh? Flander's eyes flashed with surprise, but quickly returned to calm as he smiled. "Oh, you noticed? This is indeed an extraordinary item, but it has lost its functionality. I just consider it decoration." Decoration? Bai Ying's lips curled slightly, but he didn't believe it. He could clearly feel the immense energy contained within this soul guide device. Although it was currently sealed, it was far from being an ordinary decoration. "Take these items away. Anyway, leaving them here would just be trash. Then I'll thank you in advance. Don't mention it. We will meet again." Bai Ying, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing left the shop, carrying the worn-out box filled with blueprints, peculiar cannons, and the rhombus soul guide device. Flander stood at the door, watching them leave with a sly glint in his eyes. Walking on the bustling street, Xiao Wu excitedly shook the box in her hand and curiously asked, "Brother, do you know what the things in this box are for? Especially that rhombus thing. I feel like it's quite extraordinary." Bai Ying smiled and shook his head, saying, "I'm not sure about the specific function, but I can feel the immense energy contained in this rhombus soul guide device. Today, we could say we hit the jackpot. Could this possibly be a level 9 soul guide device?" "A level 9 soul guide device? What is that? You're so happy." Chapter 52. Repairing the soul guidance device. Bai Ying rushed back to the hotel, immediately dumping the large box on the floor and starting to rummage through the other soul guidance devices inside. Besides the blueprints and a pair of flying wings, there was also this diamond-shaped soul guidance device. Bai Ying's hand explored the box until his fingertips touched a hard object. He was intrigued and carefully took it out. It was a carving knife, long and about 30 centimeters in length, with finely engraved, ghostly patterns on the blade. The blade shimmered with a cold light, as if it could penetrate a person's soul. Bai Ying held the handle, feeling a chill radiate from his palm, as if it could pierce his heart. He was astonished. This carving knife was definitely not an ordinary item, but the work of a master craftsman. "Bro, look at you getting so excited. I think all this stuff is junk." "These are not junk at all. They're soul guidance devices that can kill title Douluo." "Kill a title Douluo? How is that possible?" "Most soul guidance devices today are auxiliary ones, because the vast majority of soul guidance manufacturing technology has been lost." "Do you think I would lie to you? All right. During this time, you guys just have fun and don't disturb me." After sending the two away, Bai Ying was still so excited he could hardly contain himself. Others might not know the true power of these soul guidance devices, but as a seasoned novel enthusiast, he certainly understood the terrifying strength of soul guidance technology in a society thousands of years later. It seemed these must be remnants from the Sun-Moon continent. In 10,000 years, soul guidance technology had developed rapidly, and during that time, even title Daw could be in danger in front of some powerful soul guidance devices. Most of these devices were damaged, but as long as he could repair their core formation, they could definitely be used again. According to the original Douluo novel, the use of soul guidance devices far exceeded that of hidden weapons. The biggest difficulty with hidden weapons was that they could only be used through specific techniques, while soul guidance devices didn't require any of that. As long as one was a soul master, they could use them without training. Bai Ying decided to first repair some of the simpler soul guidance devices. Who would have thought that even the simplest soul guidance devices had a complexity in their core formations that was beyond the understanding of today as Douluo continent? Damn it, the disconnection is so severe. Ah, baby, I can only look and not use them. It's so painful. After putting away the treasures, Bai Ying felt deflated like a punctured ball. Dear host, in light of your efforts to complete the task, this system specially rewards you with complete knowledge of soul guidance devices. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying became excited again. System, you really are my dad. You must be the worm in my stomach, knowing what I think. Host, no matter what, I am your system. We are one. All right, don't keep asking for more, or I will be very happy. Also, don't think this is free. Giving you this reward in advance comes with a task. However, this task is really too difficult for you right now. Are you saying this reward isn't free and I have to complete a task? Bai Ying thought to himself, I knew you weren't a good thing. You've been a system for so many years, and you can't even give me a reward? You're really stingy. This is what you humans call a change of face. Forget it. I won't argue with you. The task is to kill Tang Hao. But don't worry, this task has no time limit. As long as you succeed in killing Tang Hao, it counts as completion, and there will be a huge reward for you. Meanwhile, Tang Sen had also found a small inn. He was entranced by the crystal and then pulled out a massive hammer from his soul guidance device. With a powerful swing, the crystal shattered into powder, transforming into numerous small spheres. Great, it's really spirit crystal. I finally acquired a highly ranked hidden weapon from the Shantian treasure record. What a huge bargain. After putting the items away, Tang San lay on the bed, constantly thinking about the little dance he encountered again during the day. He always felt that this girl was very important to him. This feeling had even appeared while he was cultivating, and no matter how much he forcibly suppressed it, it was futile. Little dance? From what Bai Ying said, this should also be going to Shrek Academy like me. Once I get a Shrek Academy, relying on my charm and the experiences from my 2 lifetimes, making a little girl like me should definitely not be difficult. Little dance, you are mine. Their essay saying that goes well. Fate brings people together from thousands of miles away. Thinking this, Tang San gradually fell into a dream. After gaining knowledge about soul guidance devices, Bai Ying eagerly began the repair work. Bro, it's been 3 whole days. Are you alright? Ever since Bai Ying returned last time, he and T left his room, continuously studying those soul guidance devices. Zhu Qing, I'm really worried about my brother. What if he has gone crazy? 3 days. That's a full 3 days. And he has just been repairing those junk. What do you think he sees those things as treasures? I don't know. Zhu Qing replied coldly. He has always been a smart person, and Shun Ti makes such a foolish mistake. I think those things should really be treasures. I did it, Bai Ying shouted, his voice filled with joy and excitement. Outside, Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Qing heard the sound and immediately pushed the door open to enter. They saw Bai Ying sitting amidst a pile of sparkling soul guidance devices, his face beaming with an unprecedented smile, his eyes sparkling with excitement and pride. Looking like a madman, the previously damaged and regarded as junk soul guidance devices now radiated new vitality in Bai Ying's hands. They had been perfectly repaired, transformed, and emitted a faint glow, as if telling the stories of their glorious history. Bai Ying carefully picked up one soul guidance device, examining it as if appreciating his masterpiece. Finally succeeded. I didn't expect I would repair a level 9 soul guidance device. Fortunately, these things only required fixing the core formation. Otherwise, with my current abilities, it would have been impossible. Finally fixed. Bro, are you okay? Xiao Wu asked cautiously. I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong with me? Xiao Wu, could you bring me a glass of water? Chapter 53 Shrek Academy, are you really okay? At this moment, even Zhu Qing spoke up. Bai Ying, seeing this, directly hugged Zhu Qing and kissed her without hesitation. Zhu Qing was stunned for a long time and only reacted after pushing Bai Ying away. Bai Ying grinned and said, See, I told you I'm fine, don't worry so much. Xiao Wood also returned at this time and, noticing the unusual atmosphere, asked, What happened just now? Are you okay? Bai Ying handed 3 pairs of wings to Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu and said, These are gifts for you. Try them on and see if they fit. Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu took the wings, their eyes sparkling with excitement. The material of the wings resembled the purest moonlight. Shimmering with a faint silver glow, when gently waved, it seemed to stir the surrounding air. Zhu Qing put on the wings first, and they contrasted sharply with her black bodysuit, making her look even more stunning and noble. Xiao Wu was not to be outdone. After putting on the wings, she danced gracefully in the sunlight, resembling a beautiful and agile fairy. This is a flying soul guide, and you can fly by using your soul power. You too should give it a try. Okay. Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing stood on the ground, their eyes filled with anticipation for the unknown. Zhu Qing took a deep breath, spread her wings, and gently leaped into the air. At first, her body swayed in the air like a drifting leaf. But soon she found her balance and began to fly freely. Xiao Wu closely followed, her wings shimmering with rainbow colors in the sunlight, transforming her into a dancing butterfly. The two intertwined and spun in the air, enjoying the thrill of flying. The speed of the flying soul guide was astonishing, quickly attracting the admiration of passersby. Soon, the 3 arrived at the Shrek registration area. Looking ahead, there was an endless line of people. Xiao Wu looked at the crowd and said, When will it be our turn? You need to be a bit more patient. If you're really dissatisfied with this academy, we can just leave. Anyway, I only have a little interest in Shrek Academy. Besides, with our talents, if we really want to join, we have plenty of options. As they spoke, Dai Mubai noticed three very familiar figures. It's them. Dai Mubai was filled with anger upon seeing Bai Ying, and he jumped down from the tree to confront Bai Ying. Well, you didn't take the path to heaven, but you came to hell on your own. I wasn't looking for you, yet you came to me. Dai Mubai's sudden appearance made Zhu Zhuqing a bit nervous. Bai Ying stepped directly in front of Dai Mubai and said, "You are a student of Shrek Academy? I thought the students here were some impressive figures. I didn't expect you to be one of them. You really disappoint me." You. Dai Mubai gritted his teeth in anger. His fists clenched tightly as he constantly reminded himself not to get angry. At this moment, Li Yusong, the admissions teacher, also noticed the situation and slowly approached the two, saying, "Mubai, what's wrong with you today?" "It's him. He hit me last time." "Mubai, there's so many people watching you. If you want to fight, wait until after the registration is over. It's not too late to fight then." Li Yusong turned to Bai Ying and said, "You also came to register?" "Of course. If I didn't come to register, what am I doing here? I just didn't expect to run into the person I hate the most here." "So, you hit Dai Mubai." Li Yusong's expression was serious, while Bai Ying looked indifferent and said, "So what? If you want revenge, come at me." "What a little monster. Shrek Academy needs monsters like you. Someone who could defeat Mubai at such a young age. You really are a genius. Can you show me your hand?" Li Yusong said. "Sure." Bai Ying then extended his hand. Li Yusong placed his hand on Bai Ying's, examining it closely, then tapped his leg. "Not bad. All right. What is your martial soul?" "Shadow Dragon." Immediately, a gigantic dragon appeared behind him. The terrifying aura caused the old man to change his expression slightly, and he said, "Mubai, take him inside." Dai Mubai looked reluctant, but under the teacher's authority, he eventually led Bai Ying inside. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu also passed, and were brought in as well. Dai Mubai whispered, "Just you wait. Once we're in the academy, you'll see how I deal with you. I'm so scared. A loser trying to show off in front of me. Let me tell you, you better not mess with me, or don't blame me for hitting you again. You and T1 experienced the feeling of being paralyzed all over, would you?" This statement successfully frightened Dai Mubai. He felt both fear and anger, taking several deep breaths to calm himself down. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu walked aside and said, "Brother, are you okay? Did he do anything to you?" "Don't worry. I'm Fine." In front of so many people, he wouldn't dare to do anything. Besides, if he really tried something, I'd just hit him back. With his strength, he has no match for me. Xiao Wu nodded and said, "My brother is amazing." Meanwhile, seeing Zhu Zhuqing constantly in front of Bai Ying without even glancing at him, Dai Mubai's heart was bleeding. "No, I can't let him bully me on my own turf. Once I become stronger, I'll make you kneel beneath my feet and wish you were dead." Dai Mubai thought to himself, clenching his fists with a dark expression. At this moment, the registration was still ongoing, and Shrek Academy could be described in one word: dilapidated. Most of the buildings were old and, if viewed from Earth, would be considered dangerous. Many of the roof tiles were missing, and the courtyard walls were leaning precariously, seemingly ready to collapse with a gust of wind. The ground was uneven and covered with dust. The trees on either side were also withered and lifeless. Just then, Tang San also appeared. Upon seeing Xiao Wu, Tang San's face became extremely excited. He had no resistance in front of her. "Xiao Wu, I didn't expect you to arrive even faster than me." "What do you mean, Xiao Wu?" "You should call me Sister Xiao Wu." "Tang San, our relationship isn't that close yet. Don't let my brother misunderstand." Tang San nodded and said, "I forgot. I should call you Sister Xiao Wu. That's more like it. Don't worry, I'll still protect you like before." Chapter 54. The immovable King Zhao Wujia. At this moment, Tang San couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. He didn't understand what this feeling was about. Bai Ying was staring intently at the entrance when a pretty girl walked over. It was Ning Rongrong, the princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and she looked quite nice. "Brother, I want to eat sausages," Xiao Wu said, looking at a sausage stand at the academy's entrance, where many people were already buying. The vendor was a bearded man, looking like a middle-aged uncle. "Xiao Wu, can't we eat this? Is there something wrong with the sausages?" Tang San asked, seizing the opportunity. "Is there a problem with the sausage?" "It's just a sausage. I'll buy it for you," he said, walking over. Oscar's gaze also turned towards them. having been focused on Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong. "Uncle, give me a sausage," Oscar said, a bit angrily. "I'm not some old uncle. I'm your senior." "Sorry, senior. I was being presumptuous." Tang Sect took the sausage to Xiao Wu, but as she reached out, Bai Ying stopped her. "Boss, please make another one. I guarantee the quality of this sausage. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it." "Brother, what's wrong with this sausage?" Tang Sect asked. "I think these sausages are perfectly fine and smell good." Bai Ying replied calmly. "Wait until you see how it's made, and you'll understand." "Bro, if I'm not mistaken, your martial soul should be a food-type martial soul, right? And since you're selling sausages here, I deduce that your martial soul is a sausage. I've heard that food-type soul masters have many strange soul abilities. I wonder what yours is?" Oscar's expression changed slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Dai Mubai then said, "Didn't I tell you not to sell grilled sausages at the school gate? You're really embarrassing the academy." Hearing this, Bai Ying looked at Oscar with a gaze that seemed to want to devour him. Oscar sighed as if resigned to his fate and said, "I've got a big sausage." As soon as he spoke, Xiao Wu was stunned. She finally understood why her brother said there was something wrong with this sausage. Looking at it, she couldn't help but show a look of disgust. At this moment, Tang Sect felt like he couldn't clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. He looked at Oscar, who still appeared polite on the surface, but was furious inside. Just when he finally had a chance to show off, everything was ruined. "All right, let's go in for the exam. Dai Mubai, can you lead the way?" Dai Mubai was genuinely surprised by what was happening. How did this person know that Xiao Ao's sausage had a problem? Originally, he wanted to wait until the person finished the sausage before telling him about the issue, just to make him feel sick for a while. He didn't expect his eyesight to be so keen. Dai Mubai glanced at Bai Ying, feeling a bit unconvinced, but still led the way. "Teacher, they don't need to participate in the second round. I'll take them directly to the fourth round." At this moment, someone was dissatisfied, questioning why they could directly pass the second round. Dai Mubai took out the crystal ball to test their soul power, and Bai Ying was the first to test, surprisingly reaching level 40. The second was Xiao Wu, whose soul power also reached level 29. The third was Zhu Zhuqing, who also reached level 30. The fourth was Tang Sect, who reached level 29 as well. The last was Ning Rongrong, who was at level 26. Those who were dissatisfied instantly became convinced and could only dejectedly participate in the second exam. Tang Sect and Dai Mubai were talking in front while Bai Ying began to observe the surrounding environment. Most of the teachers at Shrek Academy were above level 60, with the highest being Douluo, making this a top-tier existence on the entire continent. However, they were still too weak. Dai Mubai and Tang Sect continued to converse. The dean had said that at Shrek Academy, they would only accept monsters and never useless people, even if they had to shut the doors. The academy had previously admitted 26 people, but only 14 graduated, with the most outstanding one becoming an elder of the Spear Hall. "Ha ha ha, you really crack me up. Dai Mubai, do you boast without a script? Becoming an elder of the Spirit Hall? Do you think I would believe such false propaganda here? Don't go too far." Dai Mubai was now completely angry, but due to Bai Ying's overwhelming strength and the pain he had experienced for being beaten, he ultimately held back. "I've heard of most elders of the Spear Hall in my family, and some even have good relations with my family. Which one are you talking about? To become an elder of the Spear Hall, one must either be a theoretical master or have soul power reaching level 90 to become a title Douluo level powerhouse. But I've never heard of any title Douluo level powerhouses appearing in Shrek Academy. You don't know? It's because you're ignorant. All right, I won't talk to you anymore." They quickly arrived at the final round. They saw a person sitting on a chair who was as sturdy as a small mountain. "Teacher Zhao, I'm here to bring them for the assessment. I didn't expect to find 5 this time." "Hello, I'm Zhao Vude. You all are directly entering the 4th round. So I believe you are all geniuses. I won't say much. Let's have some fun. I'll give you an incense stick of time, and within that time, as long as one of you doesn't fall, you pass." "The immovable king? I didn't expect to encounter the immovable king here," Bai Ying suddenly said, which made Zhao Wujia's face show a hint of pride. "Kid, have you heard of my great name? The younger generation of my family mentioned it casually, but I didn't expect you to be teaching here. May I ask if any means can be used in the 4th round of the exam?" Zhao Wujia nodded. "As long as you can last for an incense stick of time in my hands, you can use any means you want." "All right, let's begin then. The fearless young bull doesn't fear the tiger. Since you've heard of my great name, you should know my strength. Let's skip the nonsense and start fighting. It's just right to meet a worthy opponent. Teacher Zhao, how about this? I'll challenge you alone. If I lose, I voluntarily leave Shrek Academy. But if I pass the exam, then do they also pass? Of course. Chapter 55. The Power of the Level 9 Soul Guidance Device. Well, that's enough. Shall we begin? At this moment, Dai Mubai sneered coldly in his heart, thinking that the other party was overestimating themselves, and soon they would know what true crushing meant. Dai Mubai had deep resentment towards Bai Ying for stealing his fiancé, and publicly beating him, causing him to lose face. With these two factors combined, any man would be unable to hold back, but unfortunately, his strength was much weaker than that of his opponent. Brother Bai, don't be impulsive. Don't worry. I'm confident this will be over soon. All right, I've seen arrogance before, but never like yours. You guys discuss it first. Since he wants to seek death, I'll just have to beat him into submission, Zhao Wujia said slowly. At this moment, there was a smile in Bai Ying's eyes that didn't reach the bottom. It was rare to have a soul sage as a test subject, a chance that was simply hard to come by. The two walked to one side. Zhao Wujia waved his hand and said, "You go first. Let everyone see what abilities you really have. I'll tell you, with just you alone, you won't last even a single incense stick under my hands. I advise you to give up." What flattering words. Don't worry, you'll soon experience what it's like to be defeated by me. Zhao Wujia couldn't help but smile. He was the mighty, immovable king. As a 76th level soul sage, how could he possibly lose to a mere teenager? Tang Sect watched this scene and also thought that Bai Ying must be crazy. That was a soul sage level powerhouse. Even if they all teamed up, it was unlikely they could last a single incense stick under his hands, let alone now, when it was just one person. Everything must be fine. It must be fine. Xiao Wu expressed her deep concern, mumbling continuously. Zhao Wujia suddenly charged forward, instantly kicking out, even without using his soul power. This kick was terrifying purely based on physical strength. Bai Ying directly punched out, and with a loud bang, Zhao Wujia was actually pushed back a few steps. This scene left Dai Mubai and the others in disbelief. The mighty, immovable king, let alone being a 70th level soul sage, how could this be possible? The first level of the Qinkuan Great Shift could give one immense power, enough to split mountains and shatter rocks. It had only pushed Zhao Wujia back a few steps. It seemed I was still too weak, Zhao Wujia said. Your power is merely this much. At this moment, Zhao Wujia was still feeling proud. This kid was too arrogant. However, being able to last a week under his hands had proven this kid's talent. Later, I'll just go a little easier on him, Zhao Wujia thought, revealing a confident expression in his eyes. Well, it's time. He has the right to test my level 9 soul guidance device. When Bai Ying took out the diamond-shaped object radiating 9-colored light from the soul guidance device, everyone's gaze was drawn to it. Zhao Wujia frowned slightly, looking at the soul guidance device in Bai Ying's hand with confusion. He had never seen such a unique soul guidance device that emitted 9-colored light. What is the use of taking out this soul guidance device? Teacher Zhao, you need to be careful. Bai Ying smiled lightly, infused soul power into it, and the diamond-shaped block instantly erupted with a blinding white light. As the light flickered, the block began to deform, as if endless magical power was swirling within it. Everyone's gaze was fixed on this scene, watching as the block slowly enlarged, eventually transforming into a majestic and ancient cannon. The cannon emitted a strong wave of soul power, as if it wanted to tear the air apart. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhao Wujia's eyes. He could feel the extraordinary nature of this soul guidance device. At that moment, Bai Ying suddenly pulled the cannon's ring, and with a loud bang, a terrifying beam of soul power shot out from the cannon, heading straight for Zhao Wujia. Seeing this, Zhao Wujia's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect this seemingly unremarkable soul guidance device to contain such terrifying power. In a hurry, he activated his martial soul, the Great Strength Diamond Bear, instantly transforming into a massive raging bear with bulging muscles and a surge of power. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, trying to withstand the impending terrifying beam. At that moment, a blinding light flashed. accompanied by a deafening explosion as the soul power beam violently struck Zhao Wujia's defense. Zhao Wujia was instantly knocked back, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The surrounding air seemed to tremble with the force of this impact, producing a deep rumble. Everyone was stunned, as if time had stopped at this moment. Zhao Wujia, the soul sage powerhouse who was as indestructible as a mountain in their hearts, appeared so fragile under that single strike. Tang Sen's eyes widened, his mind in a state of chaos. How could this be? That was Teacher Zhao. How could he lose so easily? Xiao Wu covered her mouth, looking at the scene in disbelief. Dai Mubai's mouth opened wide, as if he could swallow an entire egg. The shock in his heart was stronger than anyone else's. Bai Ying, the one he always viewed as arrogant, had actually done it. Bai Ying, however, showed no sign of stopping. He slowly walked over to Zhao Wujia and extended his hand to help him up. At this moment, Zhao Wujia's face was bruised, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked seriously injured. Yet in his eyes, there was a glimmer of appreciation and admiration as he looked at Bai Ying and said softly, Good kid. Today I, Zhao Wujia, have lost, but you have truly impressed me. Zhao Wujia's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the cannon in Bai Ying's hand. A wave of indescribable emotions surging in his heart. A level 9 soul guidance device? He had never heard of such a high-level soul guidance device. It was beyond his comprehension. He couldn't help but swallow hard, his voice trembling as he asked, What exactly is this thing? Bai Ying looked at Zhao Wujia's shocked expression and smiled faintly. A level 9 soul guidance device, named Demon Extinguishing Cannon. He gently stroked the cannon's barrel, as if caressing his own child. He continued, You should be thankful that I can't unleash its full power yet. And this thing hasn't been fully repaired. Otherwise, its power would be even greater. A soul sage like you would probably have turned to ashes under this cannon. After saying this, the demon extinguishing cannon instantly transformed back into a diamond-shaped crystal. If this statement had been made earlier, perhaps no one would have believed it. But now everyone believed it. Teacher, does that mean we passed? Zhao Wujia's face turned green. He never expected that he, a dignified soul sage level powerhouse, would be defeated by a little brat. You all passed. Chapter 56 Tang, How? Thank you, teacher. At this moment, Bai Ying looked at Zhao Wujia's embarrassed figure and felt a bit like laughing. Turning to Tang San, he said it was resolved. Tang San was stunned. He never expected that a soul sage level expert could be so easily defeated. The power of that cannon, just now, was no less than their top secret weapon. The rain of pear blossoms, and could even be said to far surpass it. As Tang San thought about this, his gaze toward Bai Ying became increasingly filled with deep apprehension. The power of such a weapon was simply too great, far exceeding Tang Sect's hidden weapons. At this moment, Bai Ying looked at Dai Mubai and said, Dai Mubai, take me to the dormitory. Dai Mubai was genuinely scared at this point and respectfully led him to the dormitory. Watching Bai Ying leave, Tang Sen couldn't help but complain, what a hard-won opportunity gone. In the evening, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar appeared in the plaza of Shrek Academy. Bai Ying, that kid is just too terrifying, completely beyond what ordinary people can understand. You didn't see how Teacher Zhao was injured by a single shot. His soul-guided devices are simply absurdly powerful. Dai, you should be grateful they didn't have any murderous intent towards you. Otherwise, you would probably be finished. Dai Mubai was genuinely scared. He completely understood the power gap between him and Bai Ying. Such a person could not possibly come from an ordinary family. It was very likely that he was cultivated with great resources by a large family or a certain force. Even as a prince of the Star Luo Empire, he had never seen such soul-guided devices. Oscar patted Dai Mubai's shoulder to comfort him and said, Dai, I advise you not to think about that woman beside him. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, Dai Mubai no longer dared to have any thoughts about Zhu Zhuqing. Although Zhu Zhuqing was his fiancé, it was clear that his life was more important now. In the room, Bai Ying was in a completely exhausted state. Using a level 9 soul-guided device with his newly reached 40th level soul power was still too much of strain. Tomorrow, it seemed he needed to buy some materials to make soul-guided devices. With this thought, Bai Ying fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Bai Ying got up early and went to the cafeteria for breakfast, which was mostly prepared by the villagers. After finishing breakfast, Bai Ying went directly to Soto City. This time, his purpose was to search for rare materials. He wanted to know about the soul-guided bombs, especially those with great power. System, what is today's sign-in reward? Congratulations. Host, you have received a defensive, soul-guided device, the Qian Shield. The Qian Shield? It looks quite impressive. As soon as he thought this, the Qian Shield appeared in Bai Ying's hand. It was an extremely transparent, light blue sphere, smooth as a mirror, with faintly flowing colors within it. Upon careful observation, Bai Ying noticed that the sphere's interior seemed to have complex patterns and runes, which emitted a faint glow. The core formation inside was incredibly complicated. Bai Ying cautiously stored away. After wandering around Soto City for the entire morning, he had gained a lot. Just as he was returning to Shrek Academy, he suddenly saw a man in a black robe. The man seemed to be swaying, as if he had been drinking. However, Bai Ying could sense that this person was definitely not a good person. The killing intent emanating from him seemed very familiar, but he just couldn't remember where he had seen it before. Until they crossed paths, Bai Ying still couldn't recall where he had seen it. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, he suddenly slapped his forehead and remembered, I got it. This killing intent belongs to the god of slaughter. In this world, only two people currently possessed the god of slaughter domain. One was Pope Bibi Dong, who would never appear in Soto City, and the only other possibility was the one who also had the god of slaughter domain, Tang Hao. In the original story, Tang Hao had beaten Zhao Wujia. I wonder if my appearance has changed this situation. Will Zhao Wujia still be beaten? Congratulations, host. You have triggered a hidden mission. Let Tang Hao's old wounds resurface. Reward, a golden pill. To prevent the host from being killed by Tang Hao, this system has kindly applied for a god-level experience card for the host. Hitting Tang Hao sounds good. Qian Renxue's father was severely injured by Tang Hao, so he and I are also enemies. Thinking of this, Bai Ying directly found a shop and bought a set of night clothes, then followed Tang Hao. Tang Hao made his way to the back mountain of Shrek Academy. As a father, he was quite concerned about Tang San. Little San, forgive your dad. I still can't recognize you. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have suffered so much. That night, Zhao Wujia was finally cured of his long-standing injuries after a friendly exchange with Tang Hao. At this point, Zhao Wujia's face was a sight to behold, swollen like a pig's head. The most amusing thing to Bai Ying was that even after being beaten like this, he still had to say thank you. Tang Hao informed the two of Tang San's situation, and they eventually left. Just as Tang Hao was about to leave, Bai Ying silently appeared in front of him. Using the God-level experience card, user successfully used the card. Who are you? As a title Douluo, Tang Hao could sense that the person appearing before him was at least another title Douluo. You are not yet qualified to know my name. I have come today to settle the debt you owe from many years ago. Debt I owe? Tang Hao was puzzled. When did I owe a title Douluo-level expert debt? I have no memory of it. Bai Ying took a step closer, and Tang Hao could clearly feel that he had fallen into an extremely dangerous situation. The power of the opponent was terrifying. He was definitely not a match for him now. I wonder what your intentions are, senior. What did I owe you a debt? 10 years ago, you severely injured the former pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Renxue, for that soul beast. I wonder if you remember. You are from the Spirit Hall? Tang Hao hated the Spirit Hall to the bone. If it weren't for them, how could he have watched his wife be sacrificed? If it weren't for them, how could his little San have lost his mother since childhood? You lackey of the Spirit Hall, how dare you appear here? The dignified Hao Ian Douluo has turned into this. If this got out, no one would believe it. Today, I want to ask you about the strength of the youngest title Douluo. Chapter 57. Tang Hao faints. As soon as the words fell, the white figure shot out like an arrow. A heavy punch struck Tang Hao, and with a loud bang, he staggered back several steps, barely using his soul power to stabilize himself. Not bad. Indeed worthy of being the current Hao Ian Douluo. You are impressive. Not many can take my punch, and you are one of them. At this moment, Tang Hao understood that the person before him was not to be underestimated. His strength probably far exceeded his own. The opponent had not used a soul ring, which made the situation very unfavorable for him. Suddenly, a Haotian hammer appeared in Tang Hao's hand, flickering with faint lightning, as if containing endless power. He tightly gripped the hammer's handle, and 9 soul rings slowly unfolded around him, each radiating strong light, like 9 brilliant stars circling him. An absolute dominance emanated from him, resembling a waking fierce tiger. Its imposing aura making it hard to look directly at him. Tang Hao's gaze became firm and deep as he tightly held the Haotian hammer, and in an instant, he vanished from his original position, leaving behind a shadow. The next moment, he appeared in front of the white figure, swinging the Haotian hammer with the might of thunder towards his opponent. The white figure said, "Your power is quite good, but stops here." With a swish, the originally massive Haotian hammer suddenly halted just a few centimeters from the white figure. Regardless of how much strength Tang Hao exerted, he couldn't move an inch. "Who exactly are you? Why is your strength so strong?" "What am I?" "You are never worthy to know, but today I am in a good mood. So I'll tell you, I'm a priest of a spear hall. Weren't you quite arrogant when you bullied the weak earlier? You also said you don't need soul rings. Now I'm not using a soul ring against you, either. If you can withstand my hand for the duration of a stick of incense, I will let you go." At this moment, Tang Hao never expected to be so helpless, completely unable to fight back. The person before him felt like a divine punishment, and he realized that he was simply not on the same level as this opponent. What kind of strength did this person possess? Could he be a supreme Douluo? In the spirit hall, there was only one supreme Douluo, the grand priest Qian Daoliu. Could this person be Qian Daoliu? Before he could think further, Tang Hao's entire body was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through several trees before finally stabilizing himself. "Don't bully others too much." Tang Hao slowly stood up, genuinely furious at this moment. The Haotian hammer in his hand turned red, and a chilling, killing intent immediately spread out. The originally calm 9 soul rings began to exhibit violent fluctuations, with a series of loud bangs. The first and second soul rings on Tang Hao shattered and merged into the Haotian hammer. Great Summer Hammer. The Haotian hammer instantly transformed into a golden color, and terrifying soul power surged into it. With a gentle swing, the surrounding trees exploded one after another. Under the Great Summer Hammer die, Tang Hao swung the Great Summer Hammer down instantly, and a time battle knife appeared in the white figure's hand. Time seal. In an instant, the surrounding time was suspended, and the entire world appeared pale. A mere mortal dares to commit god-slaying. Time trace. The next moment, time resumed its flow, and Tang Hao let out a scream, plummeting from the air. It was a pain that words could not describe. He felt no injuries on his body, yet he could clearly sense that even his bones, blood, and soul were trembling uncontrollably. "What is this? What have you done to me? What have I done? How does it feel? Do you feel pain? Remember this feeling?" Tang Hao was also a title low-level powerhouse, renowned for his willpower, yet this kind of torment made him roll on the ground. It felt like a hammer was constantly striking his head. "I want to kill you, I want to kill you." Tang Hao was in a frenzy, wildly swinging the Haotian hammer in his hands. He already had old injuries on his body, and now he was further injured. With a loud bang, the youngest title Douluo in history, Tang Hao directly spat out blood and fainted. "Ha! Beat him up, damn it, so satisfying." Tang Hao, I never expected this day would come for you. This is not about not repaying kindness, but the time has not yet come. Daring to oppose the spirit hall? Your fate can only in one way. I'll keep you for now. After all, the wool must come from the sheep. The white figure glanced at him and then turned to leave. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, the white figure did not go back to his dorm, but instead came to Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu's dormitory. Time battle knife, time seal. Instantly, time was banned again. Pushing open the dormitory door, he saw Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, who were preparing to sleep. After glancing at the two of them, the white figure's gaze landed on Ning Rongrong. I must say, although Ning Rongrong didn't compare to Zhu Zhuqing in figure and wasn't as spirited as Xiao Wu, she had her own charm. Zhu Zhuqing was the cool type, Xiao Wu was the lively type, and Ning Rongrong was the spoiled young lady type. Ning Rongrong had just taken a shower, and a faint milky scent emanated from her, mingling with the refreshing aroma of shower gel, creating an indescribable comfort. Her long hair was damp, as if freshly pulled from the water, every strand sparkling with dewdrops, radiating an enchanting glow under the light. The white figure gently walked to Ning Rongrong's bedside, his gaze roaming over her face. Ning Rongrong's sleeping face was peaceful and tranquil. her long eyelashes casting a faint shadow on her cheeks. The white figure couldn't help but reach out to touch her cheek, but at the last moment, he withdrew his hand. Wouldn't this be a bit inappropriate? Thinking this, he turned his gaze back to Zhu Zhuqing. There's a saying that goes, while eating from one bowl, one still thinks of the food in the pot. The white figure still couldn't convince himself, and finally sighed while looking at Ning Rongrong. You will eventually be mine. The white figure gently pointed at Zhu Zhuqing, and she instantly regained her senses. What are you doing here? What happened to them? Zhu Zhuqing asked. Don't worry, they're fine. I just banned their time. They will return to normal soon. The white figure looked at Zhu Zhuqing with fervent eyes and said, My little kitty, it's been a long time since I petted cat. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned red. Although they had done this many times before, she was still quite shy. We have class tomorrow. Don't overdo it, or someone will notice. Don't worry, I guarantee that no one will find out. Zhuqing right now. I like you the most. Chapter 58. The willful and headstrong Ning Rongrong looking at his fiery gaze. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but shrink back a little. Bai Ying didn't hesitate to kiss her, and Zhu Zhuqing completely relaxed. After a long while, Zhu Zhuqing's face gradually turned red. In the next moment, she boldly moved in closer. You, let Zhuqing serve the master well. Zhu Zhuqing had been taught before, and since they had been intimate once before, all that knowledge returned to her mind. At this moment, Bai Ying was completely relaxed. The next day, Bai Ying and Zhu Zhuqing both appeared in the plaza of Shrek Academy with dark circles under their eyes. Zhuqing, didn't you sleep well last night? Ning Rongrong asked. It's nothing, just couldn't sleep, Zhu Zhuqing replied. Seeing her like this, Ning Rongrong teasingly said, You didn't do anything bad behind our backs, did you? Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed, and she didn't respond, while Bai Ying had to sigh at the little cat's endurance. Damn, my waist hurts so much. If I had known, I wouldn't have done this. Soon, the president of Shrek Academy, Flander, appeared. Mubai, you tell them the rules of the academy. You guys can go back and rest first. The first class starts in the evening, except for Ning Rongrong and Oscar. Bai Ying understood that this class was about going to the Soto Great Soul Arena for soul fights. The so-called soul fights were actually competitions between soul masters with their martial souls, and one could earn money through this. Bai Ying sighed, and then found a quiet place nearby to begin sketching the core magic array. According to the plot development, they would soon go to the Stardow Forest to obtain soul beasts. Everything had to be prepared. As the saying goes, opportunity favors the prepared. Oscar, how far do we have to run? Although Ning Rongrong often ran, she had never been this exhausted before. It's still early. I've already said this is an impossible task, but you don't need to worry about going hungry. I'm a food system soul master. Want to eat a sausage? I've got a big sausage. I still have 2 loaves of bread. What do you want to eat? Seeing this, Ning Rongrong was immediately unhappy. It's just Shrek Academy. I'm not running anymore. I'll see what he can do to me. After saying that, Ning Rongrong left directly, leaving Oscar stunned. Bai Ying saw this scene and knew his opportunity had come, so he quickly followed. Ning Rongrong planned to go to Soto City for a big meal when a voice came from behind her. I remember the president told you to run. Why didn't you complete it and just left? What does it have to do with you? Don't meddle in other people's business. Be careful, I might hit you. Since childhood, Ning Rongrong had been treated like a precious pearl by her father Ning Fengji and the title Daoliu, sword, Daoliu. Even when eating, someone would serve her, so she had developed a high and mighty, willful, and headstrong temperament. Moreover, as the most talented person in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, she looked down on others. I'm just reminding you, someone has been watching you since the moment you left the playground. You're really a dog biting Lu Dongbin, not recognizing a good person's heart. Don't lie to me about following me. Aren't you just coveting my beauty? I've seen many people like you. Bai Ying was completely stunned by her words and couldn't refute. This little witch was really too formidable. If she were in the real world, she would definitely be a master at arguing. Believe it or not, I'm just reminding you out of courtesy as a classmate. If you don't believe it, then just take what I said as nonsense. Sigh. I didn't expect the daughter of the prestigious 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to be so crude and arrogant. It seems this generation's inheritance of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is truly declining. You're talking nonsense. Let me tell you, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is an existence you can't imagine. Who do you think you are to dare say we have declined? I'm just speaking the truth. I don't want to talk to you anymore because talking to a dog is simply a waste of my time. As the little witch of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, no one had ever dared to speak to her like this before. It seemed she was being compared to a dog. You dare insult me? Do you want to die? A small Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School can't do anything to me. If you can't even withstand this level of training, I advise you to go back. What a pity. I didn't expect the current heir of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to be such an arrogant waste. Stop. At this moment, Ning Rongrong caught up. This young lady's temper was always willful, and how could she tolerate anyone insulting the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Leaving Shrek Academy, walking on the road, Bai Ying deliberately slowed down and looked at her, saying, "Do you have something to say? Why do you say I'm a waste? Why? I'm the most remarkable genius of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Do you know what it means to reach 2 rings at the age of 12? Do you know? Is that impressive? You should know that there are always people better than you. Your so-called talent is worthless in front of someone higher than you. Here, everyone is a monster. Take Oscar, for example. He is an innate full spirit power food system soul master. Innate full spirit power. How is that possible? Nothing is impossible in this world. You are too ignorant. If you want to become stronger, I advise you to train obediently. But if you want to play, I suggest you leave early. Your father has already sent someone to Shrek Academy. My father has been here, Ning Rongrong said in surprise. How do you know? Why are you telling me this? What is your purpose? No comment. Bai Ying glanced at her and said, a willful and headstrong young lady. Can she achieve anything in the future? Ning Fengji, you were wise all your life, but foolish for a moment. Ning Rongrong was truly angry at this point. She said, why do you have to say that about me? What are you? Just wait. How dare you say that about me? I will make you know my power. Bai Ying ignored her and left directly. Arriving in Soto City, he found some materials and returned to Shrek to start the sketching work. For him now, sketching this level of core magic array was simply a matter of course. Soon a soul guide bomb was developed, and the appearance of these soul guide bombs was quite deceptive, mostly resembling ordinary items. I've been looking for you for a long time. I didn't expect you to be here. Chapter 59. Ning Rongrong turned into a monster. Ning Rongrong was increasingly furious as she looked at Bai Ying. She had never been this angry before. You dare to insult me just now. Do you even know who you are? Get lost. Bai Ying coldly spat out these 2 words. Ning Rongrong was truly enraged at this moment. She looked at the bizarre objects nearby and suddenly became interested. She casually picked one up, and Bai Ying was immediately frightened. Oh my goodness, that is a soul-guided bomb. If used improperly or if it gets bumped, it could explode. This was the young lady of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. If something really happened, it would be a big trouble for him. Give this to me, hurry up. Ning Rongrong saw Bai Ying's reaction and immediately felt happy. You're begging me, right? As long as you beg me, I'll give this to you. As she spoke, she glanced at the object in her hand and couldn't help but sneer. Look at you, all nervous over just a black object. Ning Rongrong was really feeling high-spirited at this moment. Bai Ying slowly spat out, give it to me. Not giving it to you. What can you do to me? She made a face. Didn't you just call me a waste? If I'm a waste, then what are you? A wild child born without a mother? Hearing this, Bai Ying's head exploded. Is this something a little girl could say? Am I hearing things? But the reality was right in front of him, as Ning Rongrong continued to insult him with various foul words. Ning Rongrong, take back what you just said and return that to me, otherwise I'll make you regret it. I'm scared, Ning Rongrong said, then laughed directly. At this moment, Bai Ying's emotions had reached their peak, but he still forced himself to hold back. As the saying goes, you can know a person's face, but not their heart. He never expected Ning Rongrong to be so willful and unreasonable. Ning Rongrong shook the spherical, soul-guided bomb in her hand. This is the soul-guided device you developed. It looks so black and unremarkable. Bai Ying looked at the soul-guided device in her hand and suddenly thought that the core magic array of this device was not fully engraved, so its power should not be great. Then he thought of something and said to Ning Rongrong, I'll give you a chance. Hand over that thing and put it down, and I'll pretend nothing happened. Pretend nothing happened? Just let go? Simple, you have to beg me. Kneel and beg me, and then I'll let it go. At this moment, Ning Rongrong was certain that Bai Ying wouldn't dare to do anything to her, which made her so audacious. At this time, Bai Ying's anger surged. From the initial rage, It transformed into a slow smile as he said, I'm giving you a chance. If you can't handle it, then don't blame me. I've long wanted to test the power of these soul-guided bombs. When engraving the core magic array, he had deliberately infused some mental power, which could directly cause the bomb to explode through that mental power. The bomb in Ning Rongrong's hand began to heat up at a visible speed, and with a sizzling sound, she instantly threw the bomb at her feet, covering her injured palm and screaming. With a loud bang, the soul-guided bomb exploded at her feet. As the smoke cleared, Ning Rongrong's figure emerged from the haze. Her entire face was covered in black soot, as if she had just been pulled out from the bottom of a pot. Even her eyebrows and eyelashes were indistinguishable. Her clothes were in tatters, as if cut by countless sharp blades, with charred marks all over the exposed skin. She stared dumbfounded at her hands, seemingly unable to believe what had just happened. Fear and shock filled her eyes. Ning Rongrong never expected that this thing would actually explode, and she instantly collapsed. You dare treat me like this? Do you know what kind of existence our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is on the continent? As the little princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, she had never suffered such harm. Looking at her disheveled appearance, she glared fiercely at Bai Ying. Bai Ying, on the other hand, looked indifferent, as if he was a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. I already told you to return that thing to me, but you insisted on seeking your own death. You should be thankful that the core magic array of this soul-guided device is not fully engraved. Otherwise, the power would be much greater. By then, you might not even leave behind ashes. I advise you not to provoke me. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. Your Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is powerful across the continent, but there's a saying, there's always someone better out there. Ning Rongrong looked at Bai Ying with a mix of hatred and helplessness, making her grind her teeth in anger. Then, fearing that others would see her in such a disgraceful state, she fled in embarrassment. Seeing that Ning Rongrong had left, Bai Ying faintly called out, Dean, how long are you going to hide? How did you find me? Flender slowly stepped out, feeling a sense of fear towards the person in front of him for the first time. I've known since you started observing me. All right, don't keep talking here. I don't want to hear it. If the Dean wants to pursue this matter, you're always welcome to do so. Bai Ying, you are from the Spirit Hall, right? Bai Ying didn't feel surprised at all and calmly admitted it. Yeah, is there a problem? Flender let out a sigh of relief, surprised that a Spirit Hall person would appear here. No, you should go back to your dorm and rest. Get a good rest and prepare for tonight's class. This matter will naturally be dealt with. Dear ancestor, according to Xiao Gang's letter, he should be a direct disciple of Bibi Dong. As a direct disciple of the Pope, why is he here? My goodness, what on earth has our Shrek Academy done? Tang San, the son of Hao Qianhua, appeared here, and now another person from the Spirit Hall has popped up. Our Shrek Academy is completely on the path to fame. After finishing engraving all the soul-guided bombs, it was evening. At this time, Ning Rongrong had changed into a new outfit, but there were still traces of charring in her hair. Flender looked at Oscar and said, Oscar, you are so friendly. Now that you're feeling better, run 20 more laps. If you don't finish, you're not allowed to eat or sleep. I've sealed your soul power. And you, Ning Rongrong, you also Haven Tea completed my course. Tell me yes or no. Ning Rongrong was extremely angry at this moment, having just been blown up, and now she had to run. She completely forgot about that task. Chapter 60 Soto Great Soul Arena at this moment. Ning Rongrong looked at Flander and said, I forgot to run. Flander replied, I'll give you two options. The first is to pack your things and leave. The second is that you must prove to me that you won't make mistakes again. Ning Rongrong said, why should I? You're just a soul sage. Flander responded, you can't afford to offend my identity. It's better if you don't mess with me. Ning Rongrong retorted, do you think I'm afraid? Bai Ying, hearing this, walked out of Shrek Academy board. After a while, when Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mubai came out, Bai Ying immediately followed them. Bro, did you know Ning Rongrong was scolded to tears by the dean? Cried? This person is very proud and spoiled at home. It's normal to have a bit of emotion. As long as she can be guided properly, she will definitely become capable in the future. All right, don't worry about this matter. If she can't get through it on her own, then no matter what others say, she won't listen. The group arrived at the Soto Great Soul Arena. Bai Ying and the others went to the registration area. Bro, why don't we team up? Xiao Wu suggested. Bai Ying shook his head and said, you want to team up with Tang San? Didn't you say you wanted me to avoid him? Tang San has extremely rich combat experience. Teaming up with him is definitely a great training opportunity. Anyway, you should just listen to me. Xiao Wu nodded. And at that moment, Tang San was just about to suggest teaming up with Xiao Wu, but she preempted him, making it easy for Tang San. Bai Ying did not participate in the sparring, but directly entered the betting fight. As everyone knows, betting fights require bloodshed. Hello, I want to participate in the betting fight. The staff at the reception desk were not too surprised. After paying the fee, one of them said, betting fights require bloodshed. Can you handle it? Just do your job. The rest is none of your business. Bai Ying sat in the waiting area, beginning to wait. During the wait, there were all sorts of people. Most were recovering their strength. Bai Ying smelled a faint blood scent, which seemed to come from them. Soon, Bai Ying arrived at the competition arena. His opponent was a weapon spirit master whose martial spirit was a knife. This person was tall, with clearly defined muscles, and a scar on his face seemed to tell the tale of his battles. He wielded a huge battle knife, the blade filled with nicks and bloodstains. Emanating a mur de rouge. His gaze was sharp like that of a hawk, staring at Bai Ying as if trying to see through his soul. Little boy, are you really sure you want to fight me? His voice was hoarse and low, as if it came from the depths of hell. Bai Ying remained unmoved, his eyes calm and resolute, as if everything was under his control. Weapon Spirit Master, your soul power level should be around level 40. I haven't moved my muscles in a long time. Today is just right for me to play with you. The Black Knife Soul Master let out a furious roar, releasing his first soul skill. Suddenly, the entire arena seemed to be sliced into pieces by countless blades, every blade of energy radiating sharp, killing intent. Bai Ying found himself in the midst of it, feeling the cold blade intent, and he became unusually excited, reminiscent of the feeling when he was trampled by the golden crocodile Douluo in the spear hall. Bai Ying's figure flickered and instantly disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind the Black Knife Soul Master. The Black Knife Soul Master's expression changed. He did not expect Bai Ying's speed to be so fast. He hurriedly turned around and swung his knife at Bai Ying. However, Bai Ying seemed to have predicted his movement, flickering again and easily dodging the strike. Second soul skill, Shadow Dragon Claw. The Black Knife Soul Master only felt a great force coming. His wrist was instantly grasped by Ying's Dragon Claw. The claw was incredibly sharp, and with a light swipe, his defense was broken like paper, blood flowing down from the wound. He looked at Bai Ying in horror, his eyes filled with disbelief. Bai Ying, however, did not give him any chance. His right fist tightened and struck the Black Knife Soul Master in the chest. The Black Knife Soul Master felt a tremendous force, his body flying backward like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily against the protective shield at the edge of the arena. The entire arena instantly fell silent. Everyone stared at Bai Ying in disbelief. They couldn't believe that this seemingly frail young man possessed such immense power. The Black Knife Soul Master slumped to the ground, his eyes filled with terror and despair. Bai Ying's figure appeared extraordinarily tall in the arena, walking step by step towards the Black Knife Soul Master, each step seeming to tread on the hearts of the spectators, causing them to feel palpitations. The atmosphere in the arena instantly became oppressive, as if the air had solidified. Kill him! Kill him! Everyone was excited, their enthusiasm overflowing. The Black Knife Soul Master, filled with despair, tried to struggle to his feet, but his injuries were too severe, leaving him unable to move. He looked at Bai Ying's gradually approaching figure, his heart filled with fear. Bai Ying stood before the Black Knife Soul Master, looking down at him with a hint of indifference in his eyes. He extended his right hand and gently grasped the Black Knife Soul Master's neck. What? What do you want to do? The Black Knife Soul Master's voice trembled, filled with fear. With a crack, the man's neck was instantly broken. After finishing this fight, Bai Ying continued to win several more matches, undoubtedly emerging victorious each time. Just as he was about to leave, someone called out, "Hello, could you please wait a moment?" A well-dressed person approached. Although he wasn't a soul master, he exuded an extraordinary demeanor. "I'm a supervisor of the Soto Great Soul Arena. Here is my business card. What do you want this for?" To be able to win 7 consecutive matches without injury. Your strength is quite remarkable, so I would like to befriend you. "Oh, that is fine. I'm leaving now. Bye. The supervisor insisted. Please, sir, wait. Daimu Bai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ma Hongjun all saw Bai Ying participating in the betting fight. The way he defeated his opponents was simply brutal. If Tang San previously thought Bai Ying's strength was not much stronger than his own, after witnessing this, it was clear that Bai Ying was on a completely crushing level. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Bai Ying dashed out like a bolt of lightning, as if someone were chasing him for debts. Ning Rongrong should be waiting now. This is a good opportunity to get to know that little witch better. If I can win Ning Rongrong's favor, then the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School will become my strongest backing. With this thought, a playful smile appeared on Bai Ying's face. Chapter 61 Poison. The frightened Ning Rongrong Bai Ying directly used a space teleportation talisman and arrived at the entrance of the girls' dormitory at Shrek Academy. He gently knocked on the wooden door, and Ning Rongrong's voice came from inside. Who is it? Bai Ying did not respond, continuing to knock. This time, Ning Rongrong was completely enraged, and she abruptly pushed open the dormitory door, only to see Bai Ying. Are you sick? Knocking on my door like this? Are you crazy? Bai Ying stared coldly at her, his gaze sending chills down Ning Rongrong's spine. Her tone softened involuntarily as she said, "What are you doing in the girls' dormitory?" "Of course. I'm here to find you. You destroyed one of my soul-guided bombs. You don't think this is over, do you? I want to settle this account with you right now." "Settle accounts? I haven't even settled accounts with you yet, and you're the one looking for me. Do you know? If that soul-guided bomb had really caused me any harm, the price you would have to pay is unimaginable." "Heh, do you think I'm afraid? They haven't returned yet, so we can settle this now." Ning Rongrong, still maintaining her spoiled demeanor, said, "Do you dare to lay a hand on me? Do you think you can? My father is Ning Fengji, the lord of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, and my grandfather is the sword Douluo-After and the bone Douluo-After. If you dare to harm me, they will definitely not let you go. A person who relies on others' power. If I kill you now, who would know?" As she spoke, Bai Ying krabet Ning Rongrong svrist. Ning Rongrong was shocked that he would actually make a move, but she still refused to back down, saying, "You really dare to lay hands on me? I advise you to leave quickly, or I will call for help. You think I came unprepared?" Suddenly, a Qinquan shield appeared in Bai Ying's hand. The Qinquan shield instantly expanded, forming a barrier that enveloped the entire dormitory building. In this barrier, it won't matter how loudly you scream. Ning Rongrong was genuinely panicking at this moment. Her previous arrogance was gone, and her eyes filled with terror as she shouted, "Help! Help! I advise you to save your strength. This barrier is soundproof. Now, shall we discuss the matter of compensation? Okay, I'll give you whatever you want. Please don't hurt me. I can give you money, a lot of money." Ning Rongrong realized that the person before her was indeed a ruthless character. She had messed with someone formidable. The most important thing now was to save her life. Bai Ying looked at her and said, "It would have been better if you had said this sooner. Let's go inside and talk." With that, he stepped into the dormitory, pulling Ning Rongrong along by her wrist. "Now, tell me, what can you compensate me with? If it's not satisfactory, I will kill you right now." Ning Rongrong swallowed hard and said, "I'll give you 1,000. No, 3,000 gold soul coins. How about that? You think I'm easy to fool? You think 3,000 gold coins can replace a soul-guided bomb? Are you begging for change? And do I look like I'm short on money? I'm not afraid to tell you that I am the son of the Spirit Hall, one of the future elders of the Hall of Offerings. The son of the Spirit Hall? How could someone of that status be here?" Ning Rongrong was still skeptical. Bai Ying calmly took out a Pope's order from his storage soul guide. Ning Rongrong, as the princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, could easily discern its authenticity. "You really are the son of the Spirit Hall. So what do you want?" At this moment, Ning Rongrong, gripped by her wrist, looked at Bai Ying in fear. Although she seemed fearless, when faced with real danger, she was the first to panic. "My soul-guided bomb is neither cheap nor expensive. I believe you know that attack-type soul tools have been lost throughout the history of Douluo continent. As for gold soul coins, I can have as many as I want. So what satisfactory conditions can you offer me? What do you want?" Ning Rongrong pleaded. "As long as I have it, I will give it to you. Are you sure?" Bai Ying tightened his grip on Ning Rongrong's wrist. Pain flashed across her delicate face, and tears flowed from her expressive eyes. "It hurts. Please, I'll ask you one more time. You said you can give me anything, right? Yes, Ning Rongrong sobbed, her face streaked with tears. Please let go, it hurts so much. My hand is about to break. Okay, then I want you to be my servant. Only then can I let you go. Saying this, Bai Ying grabbed Ning Rongrong's fair neck and lifted her up, the intense suffocation making her dizzy. Do you agree? If you don't, I'll let you die here. After all, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect and the Spirit Hall have never gotten along. If I kill you, the Spirit Hall won't even bat an eye. Ning Rongrong shook her head, but the grip on her neck tightened. I agree. Good, you said it. Before Ning Rongrong could react, Bai Ying directly threw a golden pill and a soul evolution pill into her mouth. Then he released her, and she gasped for air. What did you give me? Something beneficial for you. Don't worry, you won't die. Although this is poison, as long as you obediently listen, you won't die, and you'll gain enormous benefits. Hearing it was poison, Ning Rongrong instantly burst into tears. Bai Ying squeezed her chin, forcing her to look him in the eye. I need to have some leverage, otherwise, how would I know if I'm going to die or not? And don't think about detoxifying. Only I have the antidote. As Bai Ying spoke, he carefully observed Ning Rongrong's expression. At that moment, she was completely terrified. It was clear she had never faced such threats before. Do you understand? Ning Rongrong finally reacted. Begging, please let me go. I know I was wrong. Knowing you're wrong? That's impossible. The poison has already entered your system. Now it's in your bones. If you dare to look at me, you will die with blood streaming from your 7 orifices. Ning Rongrong still held onto a glimmer of hope, but the intense pain coursing through her body made her start to believe this was real. You actually dared to poison me. Aren't you afraid of what might happen to you if I really get hurt? Chapter 62. Ning Rongrong's confusing behavior. Don't worry. If something really happens to you, I'll just find a random place and bury you, Bai Ying said as he watched Ning Rongrong's expression gradually collapse. Besides, this isn't poison. So how could anything happen to you? If this isn't poison, then what is it? Ning Rongrong asked. At this moment, Bai Ying calmly replied, You'll find out soon enough. A sharp pain gradually spread through Ning Rongrong's body, causing tears and snot to flow uncontrollably. At this moment, she could never have imagined that she would die here. Dad, if I had known, I wouldn't have run away. Dad, where are you? Bai Ying, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. I won't let you go. Her voice grew fainter, and Ning Rongrong felt as if something was flowing out of her entire body. She curled up tightly, as the fear of death is something everyone experiences, especially someone like Ning Rongrong, who had been sheltered all her life. At this moment, she could no longer hold back. I was wrong. I shouldn't have offended you. Please let me go. After saying this, Ning Rongrong felt a warm current surging through her dantian, continuously flowing in. Her soul power, which was originally at level 26, had suddenly risen by 4 levels. I've broken through level 30. All right, stop lying on the ground. Bai Ying's words snapped Ning Rongrong back to reality, and she asked, Why are you helping me? Helping you? Don't be silly. I'm not helping you. I'm helping myself. What you just swallowed was a golden pill, and I also specially refined a martial soul evolution pill. I've given you these 2 extraordinary pills, so this is an investment, and it requires a return. Ning Rongrong slowly stood up, looking at Bai Ying with a bit of trepidation. What kind of return do you want? I already said it. I want you, the daughter of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School's master, to be my servant. That's the return I want. Bai Ying glanced at her indifferently and said, All right, go take a shower. You really stink. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong realized what was happening. Looking at the black, foul-smelling substance on her body, she couldn't help but burst into tears. What is this? It smells so bad. This is the impurities in your body. Now that your body has expelled them, you should go take a shower first. Then I'll explain to you. Without caring about anything else, Ning Rongrong rushed to the bathroom to clean herself. While in the bathroom, she wondered, why does this person want to help me? And why does he want me to be his servant? Is it to gain something from me? Ning Rongrong was intelligent and could clearly see that Bai Ying must have some ulterior motive. Moreover, what he wanted was certainly connected to their 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. After taking a shower, Ning Rongrong looked at Bai Ying with fear and asked, What exactly do you want? I already told you, I want you. You want me? Ning Rongrong's face flushed as she bit her lip. Why do you want me? She couldn't believe she was saying such things. Bai Ying chuckled lightly. I have two pursuits in my life. The first is supreme power, and the second is collecting all kinds of beautiful women from around the world. You, Ning Rongrong, count as one. So, I really like you, a rare gem. Just thinking about pressing the little princess of the seven treasures glazed tile school beneath me is thrilling. At this moment, Ning Rongrong felt both shy and angry. How could this person say such straightforward things? Although she was known for being spoiled and capricious and had said many things, those are just words. The situation now was different. Give up on this idea. My dad will never agree. Who said anything about needing your dad's approval? As long as you agree, that's enough. Besides, do you have any room to resist now? Even if your dad finds out, he would be very likely to agree. Do you believe it? Just look at your martial soul. Ning Rongrong was skeptical, but still released her martial soul. When she saw that her originally 7-layered 7 treasures glazed tile tower had transformed into a 9-layered 9 treasures glazed tile tower, she was instantly dumbfounded. What is going on? It was you who did this? Ning Rongrong asked in disbelief. Of course it was me. Or could it be you? Now you know how powerful I am, right? It's well known that while the 7 treasures glazed tile tower is the #1 support type martial soul on the continent, it has a major flaw. It can only absorb 7 soul rings for life, stopping at the soul sage stage. I have a way to help you break free from this curse. I'm sure your dad will be very interested. Ning Rongrong was astonished. Do you really have a way? As a member of the 7 treasures glazed tile school, she knew all too well the importance of the 9 treasures glazed tile tower. If Bai Ying really had a way, he would be like a savior for the entire 7 treasures glazed tile school. Come here. Bai Ying's gaze grew increasingly fervent, his greedy eyes unabashedly fixed on Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong instinctively shrank back, but looking into those burning eyes, she gritted her teeth and walked over. As soon as she approached, Bai Ying pulled her into his arms. What are you doing? What am I doing? Of course, I'm teaching you how to serve your master. Bai Ying's hands began to roam over Ning Rongrong's thigh, filling her entire body with this strange sensation. She had just finished bathing, and the faint scent of milk on her body continuously wafted into Bai Ying's nostrils. What a lovely little witch. I can't help but want to devour you. Bai Ying whispered into Ning Rongrong's ear. Do you know how to serve your master well? Don't rush. Starting today, you'll learn every day. I will teach you well. After saying this, Bai Ying began to nibble on Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong was completely stunned, unable to hold back the sounds escaping her lips. After a long time, the two finally separated. Ning Rongrong's entire face turned red, but she did not show any signs of resistance. Instead, her eyes were filled with heat. Have you learned how to serve your master well? Ning Rongrong nodded and said, I've learned. I know what to do. Why aren't you showing any resistance? Why control it? Ning Rongrong now completely seemed like an experienced person, saying, whatever my master wants, Rongrong will definitely satisfy. In the next moment, Ning Rongrong pushed Bai Ying down. Her entire body pressed against him as she said, Master, don't worry. Tonight, Rongrong will make sure it's right or wrong. Chapter 63. Can't sleep. Simply can't sleep. Ning Rongrong is definitely the fairy among fairies. This is the only understanding Bai Ying has of her right now. Ning Rongrong, do you know what you are doing? Ning Rongrong nodded and looked at him with a half-smile, saying, of course I know. I've long seen through you. Your relationship with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing must be complicated, right? In fact, I noticed you from the very beginning. At our age, you can reach level 40. And that cannon you brought out against the unmoved Ming Wang and Zhao Wuji, I've never seen a weapon with such power. And now you can directly turn my 7 treasures glazed tower into the 9 treasures glazed tower. This proves you are simply a monster. And look at me now. Can I resist you? Rather than being half-hearted, why not be straightforward? As she spoke, Ning Rongrong's eyes revealed a determination to have her way. Then, unexpectedly, she leaned in and started kissing him, causing a thunderous reaction. After what seemed like an eternity, Ning Rongrong felt completely drained. You will be responsible for me, right? She said. Bai Ying replied lightly, I hope you won't regret the decision you made today. I've never regretted anything, she declared. Just then, the door creaked open. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu looked in shock at Bai Ying, who was here. Brother, how did you get here? Bai Ying was surprised and asked, how did you two get in? What's going on with the system? Why could they come in? Of course, it was my system that did it on purpose. Damn, you're trying to set me up. The two glanced at Ning Rongrong and found that she was already asleep. They couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, thinking Bai Ying was there to find them. Brother, you didn't let Rongrong find out, did you? Xiao Wu worriedly glanced in Ning Rongrong's direction. Ning Rongrong, pretending to be asleep, also felt relieved upon hearing this. No, we finally returned. I've waited so long for you two that the flowers have withered. Zhu Zhuqing's expression changed, and Xiao Wu's face also turned slightly red. Xiao Wu rushed forward and looked nervously at Ning Rongrong. Rongrong is still here. What she wakes up? Don't worry, she's already asleep. It won't happen. Xiao Wu took a look and cautiously walked to Ning Rongrong's bedside. Ning Rongrong's heart raced, and she dared not make a sound, only pretending to be asleep. Bai Ying also felt his heart pounding. If Xiao Wu knew he came to find Ning Rongrong, he wondered how she would react. Seeing that Ning Rongrong was really asleep, he finally let out a heavy sigh and said, Brother, you should leave quickly. Xiao Wu, do you think I would leave so easily? I haven't tasted your flavor in a long time. I really miss it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's face turned red, and she said, It's right here. Why don't we go outside? It might be too late to go out now. And besides, Ning Rongrong is already asleep. Trust Zhuqing. She won't disturb us. After hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing felt relieved. For her, Bai Ying's combat power was simply too strong. The last time he tormented her, it drained her completely of energy for the night, almost causing her to be discovered the next day. Xiao Wu glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who nodded, then directly pulled back the blanket and lay down asleep. Xiao Wu took a deep breath. Bai Ying was already a bit impatient. He quickly got up and lifted Xiao Wu in his arms, causing her heart to race. At this moment, it was not Xiao Wu who was most nervous, but Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Brother, is this really okay? Don't worry, no one will notice us. Xiao Wu, you performed exceptionally well in your first soul fight. I'm proud of you. Of course, just look at whose sister I am. Brother, don't change the subject. I want to ask you, have you attracted many girls? Sort of. Then who do you prefer compared to those girls? That? Each has its own merits. I really can't say. At this moment, Xiao Wu became angry and bit towards Bai Ying's mouth, causing blood to appear in Bai Ying's mouth. Brother, I think you're just after my body. Zhuqing told me that men are the dirtiest. Zhu Zhuqing was completely stunned. He never expected Xiao Wu would say this at this time. Did Zhuqing teach you this? I know. Then should I leave? As Bai Ying prepared to get up and leave, Xiao Wu quickly grabbed his hand and said, Brother, I was just joking. Why did you take it seriously? Bai Ying immediately caught her and emphasized, Isn't this also something Zhuqing taught you? He really has led you astray. Just wait and see how I deal with him tomorrow. This sentence startled Zhu Zhuqing. He had experience Bai Ying's methods and knew they could make you wish you were dead or alive. Ning Rongrong, watching the scene unfold, slowly opened her eyes and fixed her gaze on Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, ever since your mother died, I've been with you. Don't you still trust me? Brother, that's not what I meant. I meant you should flirt with fewer people. What does flirting mean? Xiao Wu, today I'll let you experience my power. Instantly, Xiao Wu felt a sensation wrapping around her neck. This feeling was one of irresistible temptation. Xiao Wu's tone changed, becoming incredibly seductive. Brother, I was wrong. Do you remember what I said? If you're wrong, you must admit it. This way, you can learn your lesson. Xiao Wu understood that it was too late to remedy the situation, so she could only resign herself to it. The torture gradually turned into enjoyment, and Xiao was filled with ecstasy. The two clung tightly together. Their heated breaths and sounds made it impossible for Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong to sleep. Brother, brother, brother. These cries made both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing blush completely, and the strange feelings in their hearts grew stronger. They could only tightly close their eyes and pretend to be asleep, not daring to make a sound. Especially Ning Rongrong, who could now feel that familiar heat filling her heart again. The two were being quite loud. Can't sleep, simply can't sleep. After an unknown amount of time, the sounds gradually ceased. Bai Ying was now panting, and Xiao was also drenched in sweat. I should go. By the way, tomorrow I'll take you and Zhuqing to the Stardow Forest to get suitable soul rings. At this moment, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. For Xiao Wu, Bai Ying's combat power was simply too strong. Her current body couldn't handle it all, and Zhu Zhuqing also opened his eyes, looking at Xiao Wu with a feeling of fear. Xiao Wu, are you okay? Zhu Qing, I'm fine. Don't worry. I hope I don't wake Rongrong. The two looked towards Ning Rongrong, who quickly closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep. Phew. Luckily she didn't wake up. If someone saw me like this, how would he know how to face anyone? If I hadn't begged for mercy halfway through, he might have really drained me dry. Xiao Wu, I'm really a bit scared. Zhu Qing felt the same way. Ning Rongrong, who was beside him, opened his eyes and let out a sigh of relief in his heart. That kind of sound just now made his body feel like it was on fire. The next day, why didn't Oscar show up? Everyone's first reaction to Oscar was that he was being lazy and sleeping in. Just as Flinder was about to get angry, Oscar's excited voice came over. What were you doing? Dean, I've broken through to level 30. That's great. After hearing this news, Flinder's anger slowly subsided. At this moment, Flinder, as the dean, announced the second lesson. That was to eat one of Oscar's sausages. Bai Ying was completely unsurprised by this, and even a bit excited, as this sausage was at least hygienic and clean. If such sausages existed on Earth, the business would definitely be booming. Soon after, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Zhu Qing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu all finished eating the sausages. Chapter 64 Fighting Zhao Wujia found a small hotel and booked a room for himself before heading upstairs. Bai Ying waved his hand and arranged single rooms for everyone. Oscar quickly complimented, so generous, must be a wealthy person, much richer than Boss Dai. Ma Hongjun chimed in, yeah, why don't you treat us today then? Bai Ying replied, since we're going to the Stardow Forest to hunt for soul beasts, we must eat and drink well today to have the energy. Ma Hongjun said, since you put it that way, we definitely won't help you save money. He then started ordering dishes, mostly expensive ones. Bai Ying was very generous and showed no sign of wanting to stop. Brother Bai, how are you so rich? Tang San asked cautiously. My grandfather is a very important elder in the Spear Hall. He is a figure of great authority within the Spear Hall. Even Pope Bibi Dong treats him with utmost respect. Tang San immediately understood, recalling that when he left Nodding Academy, the master had mentioned that Bai Ying's identity was quite extraordinary, and he should not get too close. Dai Mubai, with a look that seemed to say he owed him millions, scoffed. What's so impressive? Just a mere elder from the Spirit Hall. Dai Mubai, do you want me to beat you up again? Dai Mubai remembered the incident when he had a few ribs broken and felt a wave of fear. Swallowing hard and choosing to remain silent, though his veins were visibly bulging in defiance. Reflecting on the fact that he was a prince of the Xing Luo Empire. Even if he was only the second prince, he still held a princely identity and was among the best in his age group. No one dared to speak to him like that in the entire Xing Luo Empire, nor could anyone make him feel so aggrieved. The atmosphere became lively as everyone drank and ate, enjoying themselves. Suddenly, the hotel door was kicked open with a bang. A few people walked in, their faces full of disdain and arrogance. Leading them was a man with a receding hairline, followed by 8 men and 1 woman, all wearing clothes with the words Songhui written on them. That girl is quite pretty, Ma Hongjun said, greedily eyeing the only female soul master among them. For Ma Hongjun, this was his favorite pastime, as his spirit was the evil fire phoenix, and he found it hard to suppress his evil fire, needing such methods to vent. At that moment, Dai Mubai glanced over and said, just a small Songhui academy, what's there to be arrogant about? But his gaze was fixated on the female soul master. In fact, Dai Mubai was even more eager than Ma Hongjun. He had tried to approach Zhu Qing several times before, but had been rejected. And Zhu Qing had even threatened that if he continued to pester her, Bai Ying would teach him a lesson. That experience of having his ribs broken made Dai Mubai wary of harboring any thoughts about Zhu Qing. However, he believed that as long as he surpassed Bai Ying in strength, he would reclaim Zhu Qing. Dai Mubai's gaze now held a hint of playfulness. Ma Hongjun nudged Dai Mubai's shoulder, saying, how about it? I told you that girl looks good, right? Bai Ying was speechless. If this were Earth, they would undoubtedly be seen as bullies. If others didn't hit them, it was simply out of kindness. These two were clearly looking for trouble, and at that moment, the Songhui Academy group overheard Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun's conversation. They immediately became furious, feeling openly mocked and disrespected. Yi Zhiqiu whispered something to one of the students, who immediately stood up and saw a waiter about to serve Dai Mubai and the others. He followed closely behind, and as the waiter was serving the dishes, he suddenly pushed. Just as the waiter was about to drop the plate, Tang San immediately used the controlling crane catching dragon from the Shantian skill, catching it steadily. Sorry about that, the Sanghue Academy student said before attempting to cause more trouble by carefully kicking Dai Mubai's chair. At that moment, Dai Mubai was completely enraged. As the saying goes, a tiger doesn't show its might. Do you think I'm a sick cat? He kicked back with one foot, and after a double blow, the student was sent flying. The conflict officially erupted, and Yi Zhiqiu ordered the students to rush in and fight with Shrek. You two are really looking for trouble, Bai Ying said as he stood up, his movement as elusive as a ghost. With a series of slaps, several people were sent flying before they even reached the front. Yi Zhiqiu hadn't had time to react before he saw his people lying on the ground, red handprints on their faces. Bai Ying, unfazed, sat back down and leisurely resumed eating. Bro, I haven't had a good fight in ages. I want to fight. Fight what? Do you know that I say disgrace? Oscar and Ma Hongjun had no idea what had just happened. They only saw people being thrown out. The students who were knocked down were furious and about to red Ollie when Bai Ying shot them a glare. An indescribable, terrifying aura spread from him. 3 soul rings slowly rose beneath his feet. The sight of the 3 soul rings startled not only the Sanghue Academy members, but also the others from Shrek. Of course, except for Xiao Wu, the 3 rings were almost all black. Black soul rings need no explanation. They represent 10,000-year soul rings. 3 black 10,000-year soul rings. Was this something a person could achieve? This was simply a monster among monsters. Dai Mubai was taken aback. He originally thought the opponent was only slightly weaker than him, but now it seemed there was a huge chasm between them. Just one glance was enough to intimidate them? May I ask who you are? I am Yi Zhiqiu, the director of Sanghue Academy. Get lost. Saying that, Bai Ying took out a token. The moment Yi Zhiqiu saw the token, his expression changed to one of flattery. The Pope's order. So it turns out we have offended the esteemed ones from the Spirit Hall. I apologize. I told you to get lost. Didn't you hear? Yi Zhiqiu respectfully returned the Pope's order to Bai Ying and quickly led his people away, looking defeated. The Pope's order was something Ning Rongrong and Dai Mubai understood very well. It represented the highest authority of the Spirit Hall. Seeing this token was like having the Pope himself present. Chapter 65. Dai Mubai is in trouble with the Papal Order. Bai Ying's identity is definitely not simple. Dai Mubai snorted and said, I was going to vent a little. Why did you let them go so easily? They're just a bunch of useless trash. Their actions are simply beneath me. True experts don't flaunt their skills or reveal their capabilities. Dai Mubai couldn't help but sneer. Do you think you're an expert? Don't put on a facade of being a master. You're not much older than us. I'm at least stronger than you. Bai Ying's words made Dai Mubai coldly huff, and then he said no more. He stood up and walked towards the door. At that moment, Tang San quickly asked, Where are you going? To find a place to vent. Fatty, do you want to come along? This statement made everyone in Shrek understand, and at that moment, Ma Hongjun could no longer hold back and immediately stood up, saying, Why not? Let's go. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying realized these two were heading for that kind of place. Suddenly, he lost his appetite. To be honest, he wanted to go as well. But seeing the expressions of Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, he thought it was completely impossible. If the 3 of them found out he went to such a place, his fate would definitely not be good. After dinner, everyone returned to their rooms. In the middle of the night, Not good, not good. Ma Hongjuan's voice echoed from upstairs, waking up Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Oscar. Oscar, angry. So what now, fatty? Didn't you go out with thy boss? Is it because you ran out of money again? Or are you not satisfied with the fun you had? It's so late, disturbing my sleep. Fatty, what happened to your face? At this moment, everyone noticed that Ma Hongjuan's face was already swollen. Fatty, who did this to you? Tang San asked. There really was a problem. After I went out with Dai Boss, I looked for some people from Sanghue Academy, intending to vent a little, but unexpectedly, I got beaten up and Dai Boss was captured. Luckily, I ran fast, otherwise I wouldn't have come back. Zhu Zhuqing, upon hearing this, felt a bit frustrated with Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai, you really don't take things seriously, do you? No matter how you say it, you're just a 3-ring soul master. How could you possibly compete with someone from the 5-ring? It's no surprise you lost. Tang San realized this was an opportunity. If he could perform well this time, perhaps he could gain Xiao Wu's favor. Bai Ying came down from upstairs and said, "You two really don't let me rest easy. All right, let's go." On the other side, Dai Mubai was tightly bound with ropes and covered in injuries. "You have the ability to fight me one-on-one. Huh? You think it's fair to gang up on one person? Just you wait. When our people arrive, I'll make sure you regret it. You, a rogue, dare to shout in Songhue Academy and openly tease our female classmates? Don't you want to live anymore?" Yi Zhiqiu said, as a teacher, he had the right to protect his students. They came right to him, and he remained indifferent. However, he kept a wary eye. Despite Dai Mubai's serious injuries, they were just superficial wounds that would heal in a few days. After all, among them was someone with a papal order. Yi Zhiqiu was still quite wary of the papal order. When several people arrived, they saw Dai Mubai in a disheveled state. Upon seeing Shrek's people, Dai Mubai's expression suddenly became arrogant. "Fatty, you're really not loyal. Hurry and save me. Bai Ying, teach them a lesson so they know that Shrek Academy is not to be trifled with." Bai Ying ignored Dai Mubai's words and instead approached Yi Zhiqiu, saying, "Let him go." Yi Zhiqiu nodded and then instructed someone to release Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai wanted to continue fighting, but was stopped by Bai Ying. "Aren't you embarrassed enough? The inheritor of the evil demon White Tiger Martial Soul, the prince of the Star Luo Empire, actually got captured. It's truly shameful. It's them who ganged up on me. Besides, it's hard to fight four with two. If they were willing to fight me one-on-one, I could definitely take them all down." Yi Zhiqiu then spoke. "You were the one who started this. If you hadn't teased my students first, how could I have bound you? I am Trudisore. But Shrek Academy always stands by our friends, not by reason. Dai Mubai, after all, is our student. Who tied them up? Step forward." Upon hearing this, Yi Zhiqiu understood that this matter was not easy to resolve and immediately stood up. Xiangui possess. Bai Ying walked step by step toward Yi Zhiqiu, and with each step, his aura grew stronger. The terrifying dragon pressure from the shadow dragon made Yi Zhiqiu a bit breathless, his body shaking. Yi Zhiqiu regretted it a little. Had he known, he wouldn't have made things so absolute. Dai Mubai thought Bai Ying would stand up for him, but his initially happy expression was completely extinguished by Bai Ying's next words. Bai Ying glanced at Dai Mubai and then said, "But today, let's just consider it a lesson for him. I won't hold it against you this time, but if it's the next time, I advise you to think carefully. This person's identity is not simple." Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai immediately became furious. "Bai Ying, what do you mean? Just let go. I'm not satisfied." "If you aren't satisfied, if you hadn't teased someone else's female classmate first, do you think you would have been beaten? You've brought disgrace to Shrek Academy. If you want to seek justice, fine, but it has to be based on your own ability. This is the Douluo continent, not your home. What's wrong? Feeling wronged? When you did this, you should have known this would be the outcome." Yi Zhiqiu, upon hearing this, sighed in relief, retracted his martial soul, and then nodded, apologizing. "I'm sorry. We'll take our leave now." Seeing Yi Zhiqiu and the people from Songhue Academy walking away, the anger in Dai Mubai's heart suddenly exploded. "Do you think you're something? Why should they be allowed to leave? Why? Just because I can defeat you and rub you into the ground. That is my confidence." At that moment, Dai Mubai was completely blinded by rage, and he no longer cared about anything, directly using the evil demon White Tiger Martial Soul. Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Dai Mubai's aura suddenly surged. In an instant, he attacked Bai Ying, who indeed sneered and said, "What's wrong with you? Let me tell you, I'm best at curing madness. Today, you're lucky." Chapter 66. Ning Rongrong came to sleep in my room. The next moment, Dai Mubai's figure flew straight out of the room and fell to the ground. With a few cracking sounds, several of Dai Mubai's ribs were broken. Instantly, his cries of pain filled the air, and at this moment, Ma Hongjun and Oscar couldn't believe that Bai Ying would actually attack his own people. "What do you mean by this?" Ma Hongjun could no longer hold back and spoke up. "Do you want to fight me? We can have a match right now." After hearing this, Ma Hongjun immediately backed down. "All right, you clean up here." He turned around and left without looking back. At this moment, Bai Ying's actions undoubtedly aroused the anger of many. As a prince of the Star Luo Empire, when had he ever been treated this way? Unable to suppress the rage in his heart, he spat out blood and fainted directly. Seeing Dai Mubai like this, the happiest person was Ning Rongrong. It was Dai Mubai who said he was unworthy to stay at Shrek Academy, and now seeing him like this made her the happiest. Back at the hotel, Bai Ying went straight back to his room. When Zhao Wujia saw Dai Mubai's current state, he immediately exploded with anger and asked, "Who did this to you?" However, after he heard the whole story, Zhao Wujia looked at Dai Mubai with a puzzled expression and said, "This is all your own doing. You went to find women and ended up in the situation. You are simply embarrassing Shrek Academy." He originally thought Zhao Wujia would help him scold Bai Ying, but unexpectedly, he was reprimanded instead. This was blatant discrimination, and Dai Mubai couldn't take it anymore, but he could only endure. Unlike the others, Ning Rongrong had never been so happy. This was the consequence of offending her, wasn't it? All right, you all go back and rest. Tomorrow we will enter the Stardow Forest. Mubai, consider this a lesson. I understand. As everyone returned to their rooms to rest, Ning Rongrong quietly knocked on Bai Ying's door. Damn it, what now? When Bai Ying opened the door and saw it was Ning Rongrong, he asked, "What are you doing here? Can I come in and talk?" Ning Rongrong said with a flushed face, "Sure, but I have to remind you, if there's nothing important, don't just knock on my door and disturb my sleep. I'm not in a good mood right now." After entering Bai Ying's room, Ning Rongrong took a deep breath and said, "Thank you for helping me get revenge." "Revenge? What are you talking about?" Bai Ying asked. Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth and said, "It's Dai Mubai. When I first entered Shrek Academy, he insulted me, and today I got my revenge. This matter? I just couldn't stand it, that's all. Is there anything else? If not, you should go back and rest. I'm a bit scared. Can I sleep here with you? Are you sure? It's dangerous to barge into a man's room in the middle of the night. Do you understand?" After hearing this, Ning Rongrong calmly replied, "Dangerous? When you slept in the same bed with Xiao Wu in the dormitory, I watched a live stream of it. I have to say, I guessed right. You really are a little scoundrel." As she spoke, Ning Rongrong lay down by the bed and said, "Turn off the lights." To be honest, Ning Rongrong was feeling very confused. This was her first time lying on a man's bed. Although nothing had happened between them yet, her heart was racing like a deer, beating wildly. On the bed, their breaths intertwined, creating a subtle atmosphere. The moonlight shone through the window onto Ning Rongrong's face, adding a touch of softness to her. She tightly closed her eyes, trying to calm her breathing and heartbeat. However, lying on an unfamiliar bed with a rogue who could move at any moment next to her made it hard for her to suppress her nervousness and panic. Bai Ying lay on the bed, feeling Ning Rongrong's breath and body temperature beside him, and his heart stirred as well. This was definitely a good opportunity. He said, "Your heartbeat is chaotic. Do you have something on your mind?" Ning Rongrong suddenly opened her eyes and said, "It's nothing. I'm just scared." Bai Ying replied lightly. "Scared of what?" Ning Rongrong answered, "Scared you'll do something to me." Bai Ying smiled gently, his voice low and magnetic, as if it could penetrate Ning Rongrong's heart. "Do you think I'm that kind of person?" Ning Rongrong was pulled back to reality by his voice. She turned to look at Bai Ying, whose face was clearly defined in the moonlight, his eyes deep. She suddenly felt that her previous worries and fears were unnecessary. This seemingly cold man wasn't as frightening as she had imagined. I don't know." Ning Rongrong's voice trembled a bit. She admitted that she knew too little about this man. Bai Ying sat up, moved closer to Ning Rongrong, his eyes filled with seriousness. "Ning Rongrong, I can tell you that I'm not someone who likes to take advantage of others, and I would never force a woman to do something she doesn't want to do." Ning Rongrong spriatin kratwali stapediset. Bai Ying lay beside her, but it felt like he was lying in a bed of thorns, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. His mind echoed with his previous words, each word sharp like a needle, piercing him with pain. What he said just now was so righteous that he had no excuse to find now. He sighed softly, reaching out his hand to smooth the faint worry on Ning Rongrong's brow. However, his hand paused in midair for a moment and ultimately did not fall. He was afraid his actions would disturb Ning Rongrong's sweet dreams, and even more afraid he would take the opportunity to do something. After all, it was too painful to only look at such a beautiful woman without touching her. It was highly likely he wouldn't be able to resist. What would she think of him then? Suddenly, Ning Rongrong's hand rested on his shoulder, her whole body pressing against him. Feeling Ning Rongrong's steady breathing and that soft touch, the flames in his heart blazed even more fiercely, but he still gritted his teeth and kept telling himself in his heart, "Absolutely not. Absolutely not. What a little witch. A little fairy." The next day, When Ning Rongrong woke up and saw herself pressed against Bai Ying, she was momentarily stunned. How did I end up here? Bai Ying, with dark circles under his eyes, sneered and said, Damn it, what do you think? Do you know how much temptation you are to me? Yesterday, I almost. Get out quickly. Otherwise, if someone finds out, it will probably lead to misunderstandings again. Hurry up and leave. Chapter 67. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake Ning Rongrong smiled slyly and then pushed the door open. The happiest one upon entering the Stardow forest was Xiao Wu. After walking a distance, Zhao Wujie spoke up, asking everyone to stop. Oscar immediately produced a sausage, saying, My sausage has certain detoxifying effects. If any danger arises, just ask him to eat it. The others nodded, and then Dai Mu Bai and Bai Ying led the way to a relatively open area. Teacher Zhao, I actually have a method to find suitable soul beasts, Bai Ying said. Zhao Wujie turned to Bai Ying and asked, What method do you have? Hurry up and tell us. Bai Ying nodded and finally took out a Yuxiang Chilua from his storage space. As soon as the Yuxiang Chilua appeared, everyone felt a refreshing fragrance. This is Yuxiang Chilua? How did you get it? Tang Xin asked, his face filled with shock. As a disciple of the Tang Sect, he was well aware of the Yuxiang Chilua. Although it did not have detoxifying effects, any toxins within its range would lose their effectiveness. It was one of the most practical herbs recorded in the Tang Sect's Xintian treasure record. You recognize this? Zhao Wujie looked at Tang San. Tang San nodded and said to Bai Ying, You want to use the medicinal effects of Yuxiang Chilua to attract soul beasts. Correct, exactly, Bai Ying replied. But I think this method is somewhat inappropriate. While Yuxiang Chilua can attract soul beasts, it cannot ensure the strength of the attracted soul beasts. If we attract a powerful soul beast, we will be in grave danger. I have already considered this, so don't worry. Bai Ying took out a Qinkuan shield, and a faint soul power light spread out, forming a barrier. What is this? Ning Rongrong asked. A soul guide? No, it should be called a 9th level soul guide. Do you have confidence? Teacher Zhao, please rest assured. I'm absolutely confident. Zhao Wujie thought for a moment and ultimately agreed to the plan. After all, searching repeatedly in the vast Stardow forest would take much more time. The faint fragrance emitted by the Yuxiang Chilua made everyone feel a surge of soul power. Tang Xin looked at the Yuxiang Chilua with eyes that seemed to want to claim it for himself. At that moment, a sound suddenly came from a nearby bush. The group quickly prepared for battle, their eyes revealing a killing intent. Is that the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake? Bai Ying almost blurted out. Zhao Wujie asked, How do you know? I've killed too many to have muscle memory. Do you believe me? Zhao Wujie felt quite speechless. Just then, Zhu Zhuqing jumped up a tree to take a look and described all the characteristics of the soul beast. It really is a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Zhu Zhuqing charged ahead, using her first soul skill, ghostly piercing, to dive straight down. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake seemed to sense the threat of death, exhaling colorful mist. Suddenly, a black shadow pounced, and 3 soul rings quickly appeared beneath it. The shadow dragon claw tore a massive gash in the snake's body, blood flowing down. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake let out a painful cry, its body becoming more powerful. It was already injured, and the attack came without effort. The next moment, something unexpected happened. Bai Ying used his brute strength to forcibly bring down the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. The snake tried to struggle, but the aura of Bai Ying's martial soul made it unable to resist, shrinking back. With a loud bang, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake cried out in pain as Bai Ying actually tore off its wings. Such a bloody scene made everyone feel uncomfortable. Bai Ying, you're being too bloody. Oscar couldn't help but whisper. In this world, the strong survive while the weak are eliminated. This is the natural law. Soul Masters killing soul beasts has been justified throughout history. It's not about right or wrong, just strength. Oscar, stop being so sentimental and hurry up and absorb it. I have a bad feeling. Oscar quickly approached the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake and struck down. A purple 1,000-year soul, rings slowly rising from the snake's corpse. Oscar quickly sat cross-legged to absorb the soul ring. I didn't expect it to be so easy. Zhao Wujie sat on the ground, watching Oscar absorb the soul ring, surprised that it was so effortless. Just as everyone relaxed, a voice suddenly came from afar. Stop right there. Zhao Wujie quickly stood up and released his martial soul. 2 figures approached from a distance, An energetic old man with a head full of white hair, but skin as smooth as a young girl's, and behind him, a young woman dressed in tight black attire that hugged her figure, looking stunningly beautiful. When the snake granny Qian saw Zhao Wujia's 7 soul rings, her tone changed, and she cautiously said, "Noble soul sage, could you give this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake to my granddaughter?" Zhao Wujia replied, "It's too late. My student has already started absorbing it." Qian's tone changed as she looked at Oscar, who was absorbing the soul ring, and said, "This person has already broken through to level 30? She glanced at Oscar's age, thinking he couldn't be much older than her granddaughter. "May I ask your name?" Unmoving King Zhao Wujia. Qian became increasingly unwilling as she thought that the soul beast she and her granddaughter had worked so hard to hunt was ultimately taken advantage of by someone else. "Brother Zhao, please give me an explanation regarding this matter." "Explanation? If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for coming too late." Meng Iran spoke up. "You are bullying us. This soul beast was clearly obtained through our hard work, and you just took advantage of it. It's just a soul beast. I can give it to you. Give it to us? Are you joking? Finding a suitable soul beast is extremely difficult. Is this a joke? Just wait here for a moment and you'll find out." Bai spoke with certainty. Qian asked, "Who is this?" "I'm just a student from the academy. If you want a suitable soul beast, just wait here for a while, and it will appear soon. By the way, I remind you, if you want to make a move, I advise you not to. This barrier would take even a titled Douluo a bit of time to break through, let alone you mere soul emperors." "Joke. My grandmother is a soul emperor. And do you know how long we've been looking for the soul beast? Who cares how long you've been looking? Whoever gets it is the owner." Chapter 68, The Rules of the Spirit Master World. And one more thing. I want to remind you, even if you too want to cause us trouble, you need to be alive to do so. What does this mean? A soul sage may find it a bit difficult to deal with a soul emperor, but it can still be done. What Qiao Tianxiang fears is that Zhao Wujia might suddenly attack. Now that her husband, Longgong Meng Shu, is not here, she knows she absolutely cannot defeat Zhao Wujia on her own, especially since he is accompanied by his granddaughter, Meng Iran. "Brother Zhao, what do you mean by that? Are you going to attack this old woman of mine?" Zhao Wujia said, "Of course not. My student means that many soul beasts will gather here in a while. With your strength, and now having to protect your granddaughter, it might be a bit troublesome later." Qiao Tianxiang was still pondering when suddenly, the roars of soul beasts came from afar, getting closer. Countless soul beasts surged towards them like a black tide, their eyes flashing with fierce light, and their roars were deafening like thunder. Qiao Tianxiang and Meng Iran's faces instantly turned pale. They had never seen such a terrifying scene. Qiao Tianxiang tightly hugged Meng Iran, her heart filled with fear. She knew she was just a soul emperor and stood no chance against so many soul beasts. Moreover, she had to protect her granddaughter, which made her feel even more helpless. At that moment, Zhao Wujia stood in front of them. His eyes shone with determination, exuding a powerful aura. He took a deep breath and then charged forward, directly confronting the swarm of soul beasts. Zhao Wujia immediately unleashed his martial soul true form. In an instant, he transformed into a great strength diamond bear and attacked the group of soul beasts. However, there were too many soul beasts, and Zhao Wujia still couldn't hold them off. At that moment, Tang San quickly said to retrieve the fragrant Douluo fairy product, or else it would be troublesome. Bai naturally understood this, and then retracted it, bringing Meng Iran into the barrier. Qiao Tianxiang and Meng Iran were completely shocked by the scene, as dense soul beasts surrounded the barrier, frantically attacking it. "Brother Zhao, what on earth is happening?" Zhao Wujia helplessly shrugged and looked at Bai. "If I say I don't know, would you believe me?" Tang San also had no solution for the numerous soul beasts at that moment. Bai was excited and took out dozens of soul guide bombs. The soul guide bombs were tossed out effortlessly by Bai like toys, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, accurately landing in the midst of the soul beast crowd. With a series of deafening explosions, the entire group of soul beasts became agitated like a disturbed beehive. The explosive flames illuminated the surrounding forest, and a shockwave made the ground tremble and trees sway. The soul beasts were affected by the explosions, and cries and roars echoed, the scene becoming chaotic to the extreme. Tang San and the others stood inside the barrier, watching this scene, feeling shocked. They had never seen such terrifying power. It was something they had witnessed before in Tang San's past life with firearms. That's amazing, Brother Bai. You're incredible. This little bomb took out so many soul beasts. It's hard to imagine. Hearing the painful sounds of the soul beasts outside, Xiao Wu felt a bit of sympathy. Now watch me. Bai instantly released his martial soul. The moment his dragon slayer martial soul appeared, the outer soul beast group felt an overwhelming dragon might. A terrifying pressure that commanded respect and instilled fear deep within their bloodlines, causing them to scatter. At Bai Ying's feet, 2 black and 1 red soul rings appeared, astonishing everyone present. Is this Mom's soul ring? Xiao Wu stared blankly at the bright red 100,000 year soul ring, feeling a surge of emotions. Bai Ying's whole body shot up, and the next moment, a gigantic shadow dragon appeared behind him, its terrifying aura making all the soul beasts retreat. All right, it's safe now. Come out. Bai Ying gently exhaled, glancing back. Zhu Zhuqing, you've broken through to level 30, right? This soul beast should be suitable for you. He pointed to a 1,000-year soul beast. At the same time, he looked at Ning Rongrong and said, this soul beast should have the same attribute as yours. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward together. Zhao Wujia said, you two have also broken through to level 30. Ning Rongrong smiled slyly and said, this is all thanks to Bai Ying for giving us the fairy herbs. The two quickly dealt with the soul beast and dragged it back into the barrier to begin absorbing it. Bai Ying turned to Chao Tianxiang and asked, Senior, I wonder if there's any soul beast among this group that you like. Chao Tianxiang finally came to her senses, staring blankly at Bai Ying, momentarily unable to respond. What had she just seen? 2 black 10,000 year soul rings and 1 red 100,000 year soul ring. Even among title Douluo, there were very few who possessed a 100,000 year soul ring. Throughout the entire history of Douluo continent, there were only a handful. Chao Tianxiang asked, may I ask which sect you are from? The Hall of Worship. Bai Ying replied. Upon hearing that he was from the Hall of Worship, Chao Tianxiang was completely stunned. She knew what the Hall of Worship was. It was the most revered place within the Spirit Hall, only accessible to those who had broken through to title Douluo. Legend has it that there were only 7 offerings in the Spirit Hall, each of whom had surpassed level 95. Chao Tianxiang's tone became very respectful. It was my mistake. I truly apologize. It's all right. You must take care in the future. When you encounter me, you should yield. Otherwise, I can make sure you two disappear from the entire Douluo continent. Who do you think you are? My grandmother has already apologized. Meng Yiran, being young and fearless, couldn't stand to see her grandmother treated this way and felt a surge of anger. Chao Tianxiang was furious. She knew that the Hall of Worship and the Spirit Hall were 2 different places. Although they both belonged to the Spirit Hall, the strength of the Hall of Worship was several levels higher, far beyond what they could contend with. So what do you want? According to the rules of the Spirit Master world, she replied, you are the granddaughter of Long Gong and Shi Pe, yet you don't even qualify to challenge me. However, I can recommend someone for you to fight. Tang San suddenly called out. Tang San, though extremely unwilling, still braced himself and said, okay, if you could defeat him, then you will have the qualification to challenge me. Chapter 69. Meng Yiran's figure was stunning. Tang San's face darkened completely. As a noble disciple of the Tang Sect, was he someone anyone could like? But with so many people around, he had no choice but to endure his temper. Fine, after I defeat him, I'll come challenge you. Meng Yiran stepped forward, and although Tang San's expression was somewhat displeased, he still approached. Meng Yiran quickly advanced, her snake staff suddenly attacking Tang San. Tang San, already known for his bad temper, directly used his first soul skill, Bind, as the attack was about to land, stepping on Ghost Shadow Misty Steps. Countless blue-silver grasses tightly wrapped around Meng Yiran's entire body. Meng Yiran was completely bound, and with the added paralysis from the Mandala snake's poison, Tang San was confident that this match was about to end. Bai Ying warned, be careful, she is about to use her true abilities. Suddenly, Meng Yiran activated her soul power, and 2 soul rings emerged, causing her entire body to seem to melt away, instantly slipping out of the binding state. The The snake staff quickly spat out 2 flying blades towards Tang San. Tang San immediately reached out and grabbed her snake staff. If the snake lady hadn't been present, Meng Yaran would likely have been killed by him right now. The two began to compete in soul power, and with the Tang Sect's ultimate skill, Xiantian Gong, Tang San naturally suppressed Meng Yaran fiercely. At that moment, a deafening roar echoed from afar, as if the entire forest was trembling. Everyone involuntarily stopped their movements and looked towards the source of the sound. They saw a massive figure swiftly moving between the trees, and in the blink of an eye, it was within everyone's sight. It was a gigantic ape, as large as a mountain, with muscles bulging and skin as rough as iron. Its eyes gleaming with a fierce light. Its appearance brought an invisible sense of oppression, making everyone present feel as though they were struggling to breathe. The king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape. The appearance of the Titan Great Ape was within Bai Ying's expectations. Its target was Xiao Wu. Zhao Wujie and Qiao Tianxiang quickly took action. But even with their combined efforts, the Titan Great Ape completely disregarded them and immediately unleashed its gravity domain. Quick, hide in the Soul Guide device, or it will be too late. Bai Ying pulled Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun directly inside. At that moment, both had already fallen unconscious. With a loud bang, the ground shattered as if struck by an invisible giant hammer. Everyone was pressed down by this overwhelming pressure, their hearts feeling as if they were being squeezed, struggling to breathe, their faces pale. However, the instinct for survival made them desperately flee into the distance. Meng Yaran looked at the already unconscious Qiao Tianxiang. Fear surged in her heart like a tide. Her legs felt as if they had lost sensation, trembling uncontrollably. Tears of fear welled up in her eyes, ultimately flowing down her cheeks like a stream. Her heartbeat echoed in her ears, racing as if it would leap out of her chest. She wanted to run, but her legs felt as heavy as lead. She wanted to scream, but only faint whimpers escaped her throat. She could only watch as the Titan Great Ape's mountainous figure drew closer, its massive hands seemingly able to crush her body with ease. Bai Ying performed the Qianquan shift, sending Zhao Wujie and Tang San into the Soul Guide device simultaneously. Feeling the immense pressure, Meng Yaran realized that she was just a 2-ring soul master who couldn't withstand the kingly pressure from the Titan Great Ape and fainted directly. At this moment, only Xiao Wu and Bai Ying remained conscious. Ming, they are my friends. As soon as the words left her mouth, the Titan Great Ape stopped. Bai Ying said, Xiao, it's been a while since you last saw the Titan Great Ape, right? You should be able to obtain your 3rd soul ring now. Go with the Titan Great Ape. I trust you'll be safe with its protection. The Titan Great Ape looked at the human before it and said in a deep voice, Human, what is your relationship with Sister Xiao Wu? Instead of asking me that, why not ask Xiao Wu herself? All right, you two go ahead. With that, Xiao Wu followed the Titan Great Ape and left the area. Bai Ying turned to the others, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar, who were still absorbing their soul rings and would take a while longer. Zhao Wujie and Qiao Tianxiang had only sustained minor impacts. The Titan Great Ape hadn't truly attacked. The most seriously injured were Tang San and Meng Yaran. Bai Ying approached, checked Tang San's pulse, and noted that with his Xiantian Gong, he should wake up without major issues. His attention shifted to Meng Yaran, and he picked her up. Meng Yaran was a relatively cool beauty, but unlike Zhu Zhuqing's absolute chill, she had a bit of Ning Rongrong's fiery temperament. Looking at the unconscious ones, Bai Ying let out a breath and said softly, You can't blame me. You were injured, and I was healing you. He positioned her properly and used Qianquan Great Shift. A pure and domineering energy surged into her body. Meng Yaran coughed lightly and slowly woke up. Due to the immense power from the Qianquan Great Shift, her clothes, which had already been damaged by the blue-silver grass, turned to ashes. It must be said that Meng Yaran's figure was truly exceptional, her skin smooth as water. In one word, she was as soft as if she had no bones. If placed on Earth, her most suitable profession would be a ballet dancer. Her body's flexibility was simply extraordinary. However, Bai Ying knew that this was not the time for such thoughts, especially since her grandmother was still around. If he did anything now, he would definitely suffer the consequences. The first thing Meng Yaran saw upon opening her eyes was Bai Ying, and when she realized her clothes were gone, she suddenly shouted, You pervert! With a loud slap, Bai Ying's face received a solid hit. Meng Yiran quickly stood up and retreated, eyeing Bai Ying warily. I was saving you. If it weren't for me, you would have been dead long ago. Meng Yiran recalled her earlier experience, realizing that if not for him, she might have indeed died. But then she remembered her clothes and said, then you shouldn't have stripped me. Please, who wanted to strip you? With someone as old as you. I would to even look at you. And you slapped me. I'll remember this debt. I didn't ask you to save me. Who told you to save me? I see you as just a pervert. Bai Ying was at a loss for words, having never been retorted by a woman like this before. This time, I guess I'm the dog biting Lu Dongbin, unable to recognize a good person's heart. But I will settle this score. Humph. Chapter 74th Soul, Ring Grandma. Are you okay? Chao Tianxiang slowly woke up, being gently supported by Meng Yiran. Hurry, it's not safe here. The Titan giant ape might come back. We need to find your grandfather. Meng Yiran nodded and helped Chao Tianxiang away. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were the first to regain consciousness. Seeing the ruins around them, they couldn't help but wonder what had happened. You all are fine after absorbing the spirit rings. Now, Xiao has been captured by the Titan giant ape. I need to go find her. You all should leave the Douluo forest immediately after Teacher Zhao wakes up. Ning Rongrong said. What about you? Don't worry, I'm fine, she replied, then used a flying soul tool to soar into the distance. The center of the Douluo forest is that lake teeming with life energy. Few have ever set foot here throughout history because it is home to the two great kings of soul beasts, the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape. At this moment, Bai Ying was using the flying soul tool, which was as fast as some flying soul beasts. Closer and closer. Bai Ying could feel the aura of the Titan giant ape. Under the influence of this terrifying aura, all soul beasts avoided him, so he encountered no soul beasts on his way. Soon, Bai Ying spotted Xiao Wu and the Titan giant ape. From a distance, he saw Xiao Wu's entire body enveloped in a layer of blood-red light, with a yellow century soul ring and a purple millennium soul ring visible on her. However, beneath the blood-red light, a third soul ring was emerging. It seems my theory was correct. The sudden voice startled the Titan giant ape, which turned sharply to see Bai Ying. The Titan giant ape roared, and a terrifying aura rushed toward him. However, to his surprise, the unique aura of the King of Soul Beasts had no effect on this human. Rest assured, I mean no harm. I just want to take Xiao Wu back. I know her identity as a soul beast, and I have no intention of hurting her. I am her friend. The Titan giant ape's lantern-like eyes fixed intently on the suddenly appearing human. This human knows Xiao Wu's identity as a soul beast? Who on earth is he? As time passed, Xiao Wu finally completed her third soul ring. Congratulations, Xiao Wu. She suddenly heard this voice and jumped down from the Titan giant ape. Brother, I obtained my third soul ring. Congratulations. Xiao Wu introduced the Titan giant ape. This is my friend. He won't harm me. Brother, this is Erming. Xiao Wu. Humans are not to be trusted. Be careful. Don't let them deceive you. You are the one who is not trustworthy. Let me tell you, if it weren't for me saving you back then, Xiao Wu would have long become that nasty woman's soul ring. Yes, Erming, my brother's a good person. Bruce, we met a long time ago. My mother even sacrificed her soul ring to him. Upon hearing this, the Titan giant ape scrutinized the human before him. Eruo really sacrificed her soul ring to you. Is that true? You can see for yourself. In the next moment, an indescribable, terrifying aura appeared, and 3 soul rings manifested instantly. The first and second soul rings were actually 10,000-year soul rings. How is that possible? How could it be possible? But I did it. Human, what do you have on you? All right, Erming, show some respect to my brother. Brother, I'll take you to see the center of the Douluo forest. Xiao Wu, the center of the Douluo forest is my brother's hidden place. Letting a human in might be a bit inappropriate. Don't worry, Erming. Xiao Wu gave the Titan giant ape a reassuring look and then led Bai Ying toward the center of the Douluo forest. As they entered the center of the Douluo forest, they were greeted by a tranquil lake, vast and boundless. The water was clear, like a giant mirror reflecting the towering ancient trees around it. A gentle breeze rippled across the surface, as if nature were breathing. The life energy here was so rich that it was almost visible, flowing in the air like countless spirits dancing. Bai Ying stood by the lake. Feeling the surge of life energy, his heart calm. There were no fish in the lake, but Bai Ying could sense a creature sleeping beneath the water. Brother, Xiao Wu is back. As soon as he spoke, the originally calm lake suddenly roiled with waves. The true king of the forest, the sky blue bull python, declared, I am here. It had a serpentine body but a dragon's head, and an invisible aura immediately spread out, causing even the Titan giant ape to retreat. Its eyes seemed to contain a starry sky, deep and mysterious. Bai Ying stood beside, feeling the overwhelming pressure but not afraid. He took a deep breath and stepped forward, locking eyes with the sky blue bull python. Xiao Wu approached and said something. Then the sky blue bull python asked, You are the human Xiao Wu spoke of? The sky blue bull python's voice was like that of an ancient elder, carrying an undeniable authority. Bai Ying nodded, answering fearlessly, Yes, I am Xiao Wu's friend. I came here just to take her away. I mean no harm. The sky blue bull python twisted its massive dragon body and approached Bai Ying. A terrifying dragon might descended, but it had no effect on him. He possessed the dragon slayer martial soul, so dragon might was the least of his concerns. Facing the king of the forest, he spoke surprisingly calmly. Do you have any business? A human, so young, able to absorb 2 10,000-year soul rings and a 100,000-year soul ring. Your potential is unimaginable. You know Xiao Wu's identity, yet choose to actively help conceal it without harming her. Your character is indeed noble, and for that, I express my gratitude. Enough with the thanks. Can we leave now? Human, I have one more question. Did you really receive a god's inheritance? As a 100,000-year soul beast, I can vaguely sense the aura of a god on you. Since you know why, ask me. To have a god actively pass on their legacy means you will surely become a god in the future. Enough of this chatter. What do you want? If there's nothing, I want to take Xiao Wu back. The sky blue bull python, the king of the forest, did not get angry at a human's impatience. I want to make a deal with you. Rest assured, you won't be at a loss. What kind of deal? I can't tell you that for now. When you reach the title Douluo level, you'll understand what it is. Now, take Xiao Wu back. After they left, the Titan giant ape was puzzled. Brother, why did you hand Xiao Wu over to a human? I had no choice. This human has obtained a divine position, which is exactly what Xiao Wu seeks. A transformed soul beast generally has a short lifespan of just 100 years. Although soul beasts have better cultivation talent than ordinary people, their path to becoming a god is still too uncertain. That's why I let Xiao Wu go with him. After all, he is the only leverage that can help Xiao Wu break through that realm. Xiao Wu, you go and join him first. After I hunt the soul beast and obtain the 4th soul ring, I'll meet up with you. Brother, I'll go with you. Your current strength is really too weak. I need to ensure your safety. Listen to me, and besides, I have so many soul-guided devices to help, so I won't be in any danger. You go join them first, and then come find me. All right, brother, then take care of yourself. Xiao Wu's figure gradually faded away, and only then did Bai Ying feel relieved. After searching for a while, a huge red dragon with a terrifying appearance appeared in Bai Ying's sight. The bloodthirsty mad dragon. This is a special kind of soul beast. Its biggest characteristic is its berserk state. Once it goes berserk, its strength, speed, and defense are likely to be greatly enhanced. Bai Ying took a deep breath, slowly mobilizing the soul power within him, preparing to face the upcoming challenge. The bloodthirsty mad dragon let out a low roar, its massive body suddenly charging forward, its claws accompanied by a sharp wind, striking fiercely at Bai Ying. Bai Ying's eyes narrowed, his figure instantly disappearing from the spot, leaving only an afterimage. His speed was so fast that it seemed to break through the constraints of space, causing the bloodthirsty mad dragon to momentarily freeze in surprise. However, Bai Ying did not stop there. His figure flickered, continuously weaving through the bloodthirsty mad dragon's attacks, each appearance bringing him closer to the dragon. The soul power in his hand surged, and the attacks of 3 soul skills made the bloodthirsty mad dragon somewhat overwhelmed. The Time War blade instantly appeared in Bai Ying's hand, its blade shimmering with mysterious light. He gripped the hilt tightly, and his figure suddenly flashed, arriving behind the bloodthirsty mad dragon. Time Seal, he shouted, swinging the blade forward. An invisible blade aura cut through the air, instantly enveloping the bloodthirsty mad dragon. That massive dragon body seemed to freeze under the blade aura, its movements becoming slow and stiff. Immediately after, Bai shouted again, "Time slash." This time, he transformed into a streak of light, rapidly circling around the bloodthirsty mad dragon. With each rotation, a sharp blade aura accompanied him, striking fiercely at the bloodthirsty mad dragon. The bloodthirsty mad dragon seemed completely frozen, showing no reaction at all. Now's the time. Chapter 71. The entanglement of the Dragon King and the Snake Lady. The bloodthirsty crazy dragon was now battered and bruised as the white shadow released the time-stopping state. Suddenly, the bloodthirsty crazy dragon let out a furious roar. Its entire body began to thrash wildly. A red light erupted from its body, enveloping it entirely. This was the bloodthirsty crazy dragon's berserk state. Quite interesting indeed. But unfortunately for you, you ran into me. Farewell. Several soul-guided bombs were left on the bloodthirsty crazy dragon by the white shadow. With a loud bang, accompanied by the dragon's furious roar, its entire body was engulfed in an explosion. The next moment, as the smoke cleared, it was swaying unsteadily. At this moment, the white shadow quickly dealt with the bloodthirsty crazy dragon, then sat cross-legged to begin absorbing the soul ring. The dragon's soul ring was extremely unstable, with a terrifying and dreadful soul oscillation, turning the white shadow's entire body red. After several hours of arduous absorption, the white shadow's body finally stopped trembling. He slowly opened his eyes, his pupils flickering with a profound red light, as if he had devoured countless lives in the dark night. His aura became extremely powerful, as if an invisible storm was raging within him. The surrounding air seemed to twist under this power, and the white shadow's figure flickered in and out of sight. Behind him, the bloodthirsty crazy dragon's soul ring began to spin slowly, emitting a heart-pounding wave. The violence and intent to kill contained within that soul ring became docile and obedient under the white shadow's control. The white shadow slowly stood up, looking at his fourth soul ring with a smile. Finally completed, my fourth soul skill is named Bloodthirsty Berserk. Suddenly, a red light emitted from the corpse of the bloodthirsty crazy dragon. Upon closer inspection, 2 soul bones had actually formed. The formation of soul bones can only occur if the soul beast actively sacrifices itself, or if it dies with an extremely strong resentment. Moreover, for a single soul beast to produce 2 soul bones, as far as I know, only Bibi Dong, the Pope, has done so. This is a treasure. I must collect it first. Today in the Stardew Forest, I truly got a great deal. As the white shadow prepared to leave, he suddenly heard a voice coming from a distance. Initially thinking it was Zhao Wujia's group, he didn't think much of it and headed toward the source of the sound. "Grandpa, where did that human-faced demon spider go?" "Don't worry, granddaughter. Grandpa will definitely help you find it." As the white shadow approached, he realized it was Meng Iran and the others. "It's you?" "Grandpa, he bullied me." Meng Shu looked at the white shadow and said, "You bullied my granddaughter." "I didn't bully her. I was saving her. At that time, your granddaughter, Meng Iran, was injured and unconscious. When I was supplying her with soul power, her clothes couldn't hold up and tore. It wasn't intentional." Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang both tested the situation, and their expressions became subtle, while Meng Iran's face turned noticeably red with embarrassment. "Who asked you to save her?" "Did I ask you to save me? You're just a lecher." "Oomph. It seems I saved you for nothing. If I had known, I would have let you be trampled to death by the Titan giant ape instead of saving you." "All right. Since there is nothing wrong, I'll be leaving. The more I don't want to encounter someone, the more I end up meeting them. I was in a good mood, but you've ruined it." Hearing this, Meng Iran was immediately enraged and looked pleadingly at her grandfather, Meng Shu. "Grandpa, this person saw my body. You must make him pay the price." "Huh, don't talk nonsense. Who saw your body? Besides, your body isn't even good-looking. Like a snake, completely unattractive. And you slapped me. Isn't that enough? I see you'll never get married. You're such a petty woman. Do you think you're beautiful? In my eyes, you're nothing." Originally, Meng Iran was very angry, and now being insulted like this only fueled her anger further. At this time, her grandfather, Meng Shu, heard someone dare to speak like that about his granddaughter. "Kid, no matter what, you've seen my granddaughter. She has never been scolded like this since childhood. You must give us an explanation. An explanation? What kind of explanation do you want? The white shadow sighed and said, Today, I consider it a loss. I will settle this account sooner or later. How about we follow the rules of soul masters? I challenge you. If I lose, you can do as you please. But if I win, this matter will be turned around, and I want your granddaughter Meng Iran to be my servant. Do you dare or not? Meng Iran immediately said, My grandpa is a soul emperor-level powerhouse. You, a mere soul master, dare to challenge my grandpa? Fine, I'll accept your challenge on behalf of my grandpa. Iran, don't be reckless, Chao Tianxiang said. Grandma, they're bullying me. Besides, do you really think Grandpa will lose? Meng Shu, as a sole emperor among the Dragon King and Snake Lady, naturally had the pride of a powerhouse and said, Fine. As long as you can take 3 of my moves, it counts as your victory. If you can take 1 of my moves without falling, that also counts as your victory. Meng Shu took the initiative to attack, swinging his dragon-headed cane toward the White Shadow. The White Shadow stepped on the Qian shift and used his 3rd soul skill, Invincible Body, to take the blow. Not only that, but he also caught the dragon-headed cane. The next moment, the White Shadow directly unleashed his martial soul, which had a strong restraining effect on all dragon attribute martial souls. Meng Shu released his soul rings, and 6 soul rings appeared. The dragon-headed cane suddenly grew gigantic, and a black beam of light shot toward the White Shadow. However, what he didn't expect was that the White Shadow actually swallowed it whole. I must say, it was delicious. My martial soul has the ability to devour the flesh and blood of dragon-type soul masters. Although my current strength is not enough to devour you, it is still easy to absorb your traces. Next, it's my turn. You two should come at me together. Unleash your martial soul fusion skill, and you might still have a chance. Otherwise, all that awaits you is death. As strong people, the Dragon King and Snake Lady were actually compelled to use their martial soul fusion skill against the junior. Who would believe such a thing? Especially given the vast difference in their ranks and ages? What a joke. You're not even qualified to make me use my martial soul fusion skill. Is that so? I hope you'll say the same later. The next moment, the White Shadow took out a diamond-shaped block, the Annihilation Cannon, once again appearing in the air. What is this? All 3 had the same question, but the White Shadow smiled slightly and said, You are the second group to let me use the Annihilation Cannon. Although it's not fully repaired and its power is much weaker than before, it's still not something you can resist, which is why I let you use your martial soul fusion skill. Since you want to seek death, I'll fulfill your wish and let you know the consequences of offending the son of the Spirit Hall. Chapter 72. The man who will retaliate with a grin, let me show you the power of a level 9 soul guidance device. Amidst the deafening roar, the level 9 soul guidance device, the destruction cannon, finally unleashed its might. At the cannon's mouth, the originally faint red light instantly became blazing, as if a flame suppressed for a long time had finally been released. The terrifying aura surged like a waking dragon, wreaking havoc in the air and leaving people breathless. At this moment, the expressions of Long Gong and Sheepa became extremely serious. They had traversed the continent for many years and experienced countless life and death situations. But at this moment, they truly felt the threat of death. Without hesitation, the 2 of them almost simultaneously unleashed their martial soul fusion technique, Dragon Snake Strike. A flash of golden light appeared in the air, and a gigantic golden dragon emerged from thin air. It clawed and roared, radiating intense golden light, as if it could tear everything apart. The golden dragon, with the might of thunder, charged toward the mouth of the destruction cannon. As the golden dragon collided with the cannon's mouth, a thunderous roar echoed again, as if the entire world trembled at that moment. A hint of fear flashed in Long Gong and Shi Po's eyes. They felt their martial soul fusion technique was as fragile as paper against the other's power. The golden dragon let out a piercing roar. The golden light began to flicker violently, as if it would shatter at any moment. In an instant, the 2 fell to the ground, gasping for breath. They looked at the soul guidance device with fear in their eyes, having just personally tested its terrifying power, which was indeed extremely frightening. The commotion soon attracted many soul beasts, and the 2 struggled to their feet, gasping for air. However, to their surprise, Meng Yiran and Bai Ying had simultaneously vanished. Yiran and Meng Shu both felt immense regret, but before they could leave, they saw a swarm of soul beasts surrounding them. For them, these soul beasts were individually weak, but being besieged would take considerable time. Now, with Meng Yiran's fate uncertain and both of them heavily injured, their already bad situation worsened. Let go of me, let go of me. Otherwise, my grandparents will definitely not spare you. Meng Yiran struggled violently in Bai Ying's arms, her small fists raining down on his chest. However, to Bai Ying, it felt like a tickle, and he maintained a faint smile on his face, as if everything was under control. Let go of me, you big bad guy. Meng Yiran's face flushed with anger, trying to kick Bai Ying with her legs, but she was firmly restrained and unable to move. Bai Ying smiled slightly and said softly, Meng Yiran, you'd better be quiet now. Your grandparents can't even protect themselves right now. If you want them to be safe, you must obey. Otherwise, I'll leave you here. You should know what the Star Doe Forest is like. With your strength, if you encounter a slightly stronger soul beast, you would be doomed. Meng Yiran began to cry, tears rolling down her cheeks like broken pearls. She had been spoiled by Long Gong and Shipa her whole life and had never experienced such fear and helplessness. Bai Ying looked at Meng Yiran's crying face without a shred of sympathy. He said coldly, Meng Yiran, you are now my servant. Who told you to bet against me? Now that you lost, you must bear the consequences. And I haven't offended you, have I? Why do you have such hostility towards me? Now, I want to see if you can correct your bad princess habits. I was wrong, I was really wrong. I shouldn't have offended you. Please, let me go. She thought it was a good idea, but it was too late. From the moment you offended me, I gave you countless chances, but you chose to continue to provoke me. Now that you know you were wrong, it's too late. Seeing Bai Ying adamant about not letting her go, Meng Yiran decided to ask, what do you want? What do I want? According to the rules, you lost and must be my servant. After finding a safe place, they finally stopped. Meng Yiran was slung over by Ying's arm. The violent jolting had already made her feel nauseous. She wanted to use her second soul skill, Snake Body, to escape, but her plans and thoughts had long been anticipated by Bai Ying, who had already sealed her soul power and pressed her acupoint. Young lady, do you now know what social consequences feel like? I know. Then can you let me go? No. The unwavering rejection made Meng Yiran feel despondent again. What do I have to do for you to let me go? Haven't I already told you? Become my servant, and I'll let you go. Let me tell you, as a future offering of the Spirit Hall, you becoming my servant is already a blessing from your past life. Meng Yiran secretly gritted her teeth, feeling furious. This blessing is for you. Do you want it? Besides this, what do you want? I can give you anything, but I only want this. And I don't care for anything else you can give me. Didn't you just call me a bad guy? Today, let me show you what a real bad guy is. Saying this, he directly kissed her lips in front of Meng Yiran's terrified eyes. Meng Yiran was startled by Bai Ying's sudden action. Her eyes widened, and her mouth slightly opened as if she forgot to breathe. Bai Ying's lips gently brushed against hers like a feather, and in that moment, she felt as if she were in a dream. The entire world seemed to freeze. Bai Ying's lips were warm and soft, and Meng Yiran could clearly feel his breath and heartbeat. Her heart raced uncontrollably, as if it would leap out of her chest. Her mind was in chaos, completely unsure of how to react. Bai Ying's tongue gently explored her mouth, and Meng Yiran felt a tingling sensation spread throughout her body. She wanted to resist, but her body felt as if it were nailed down, unable to move. The only thought in her mind was that she was losing her purity. Is this what a real bad guy is? Do you understand? After separating, Meng Yiran realized just how terrifying this man was. He was indeed more vengeful than she was. You actually kissed me. No one dares to do this to me. Meng Yiran's face turned crimson, filled with both anger and embarrassment. All right, since you now know you're wrong, I'll give you time to think it over. Now that you've become my servant, you should behave. Don't worry, I won't treat you poorly in the future. But the premise is that you must obey. A disobedient servant has only one outcome: death. Do you really dare to kill me? Chapter 73. Meng Yiran calls her Master Hoof. What am I afraid of? Even if you die, it would just bring me a bit more trouble. Do you really think your grandparents can threaten me? The Dragon Lord and the Snake Lady may be considered elders in Douluo continent, but there are many stronger than them in the Spirit Hall. After all, they're just a soul emperor. It would be better to end it now than to fall into your hands. Meng Yiran's face was filled with determination, but the next moment, her neck was tightly gripped. The strong feeling of suffocation made her gasp for air, but the force on her neck was indeed growing heavier. Do you feel it? This is death. Don't you want to die? I can fulfill that wish right now. Meng Yiran originally wanted to threaten him with her death to make him release her, but unexpectedly, he didn't play by the rules. The intense suffocation made her instinctively feel fear. The desire to survive became extremely strong, and her eyes quickly filled with tears. However, under the pressure of this person's immense strength, she ultimately held it back. Seeing Meng Yiran's breathing becoming weaker and her gaze gradually turning pale, Bai said, "This is the taste of death. Now tell me, do you still wish to die? If you want to die, I can grant you that right now." "I don't want to die. I don't want to die." Meng Yiran was genuinely panicking at this moment. Her voice grew weaker, her arms tightly gripping the hand around her neck, begging for mercy. "Remember what you said today. If you ever seek death again, this will be your fate today. Those who offend me will either die a painful death or wish they were dead. Considering you are so beautiful, I have shown you mercy. Don't take it for granted." Saying this, he threw her onto the ground. Meng Yiran gasped for fresh air, and at this moment, her gaze towards Bai Ying was filled with fear and awe. "I'm giving you two choices now. Remember, you only have one chance to choose. If you do not make the right choice, your fate will be worse than death. Listen carefully. The first option is that I will attract some powerful soul beasts. If you can survive their attacks, our grudges will be settled. However, I must tell you that most of the soul beasts I attract are at least 10,000 years old. With your current strength, you will probably just be their food. After all, your flesh is tender and delicate." Meng Yiran thought for a moment, then shook her head, tears brimming in her eyes as she looked at Bai Ying. "The second option is for you to obediently call me master right now. Let me hear it. If you can make me happy, not only will I not harm you, but I will also give you a tremendous gift. Choose now. The opportunity is given to you, but I don't have much time. I can only give you 10 seconds to think." As Bai Ying started the countdown, Meng Yiran fell into great distress. Tears streamed down her face, and she initially wanted to refuse, but thinking of his methods made her body involuntarily shrink in fear. How could she dare to provoke this beast? If given another chance, even if it meant death, she would never provoke this calamity again. As time passed, Meng Yiran reluctantly said, "Master." "I didn't hear you. Say it louder." "Master." With each word, Meng Yiran felt as if her heart was being sliced apart. "That's more like it. Remember, from now on, I am your master. You must do whatever I say. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Do you understand? Answer me. Do you understand?" Bai Ying's voice grew louder, and Meng Yiran jumped, her lips trembling as she stammered, "I understand. That's good. I have a bit of a bad temper, so don't have any fantasies about me. All right, come over here." As soon as the words fell, Meng Yiran slowly stood up, feeling nothing but fear towards this man before her. She trembled as she approached him. "What are you doing? Don't be so scared. I told you I will give you a tremendous gift." Then, Bai Ying took out an 8-petal fairy orchid from a soul guide space. "Absorb this, and your strength will greatly increase." Meng Yiran dare not resist, sitting down to begin absorbing the fairy herb. After an hour, Meng Yiran felt as if her soul power had undergone a qualitative leap. "I actually broke through to level 35, an increase of 5 levels. How did you do this?" "You don't need to worry about that. Just remember one thing. I will not mistreat you. Follow me, and you will have meat to eat and soup to drink." Just then, the Dragon Lord and the Snake Lady arrived, both covered in wounds. Clearly, dealing with that group of soul bees had greatly exhausted their soul power and stamina. "Yiran, don't be afraid. Grandpa is here," Meng Shu said, his face already very dark. "Let Yiran go. If there's anything, come at me, old man." "Senior, you may have misunderstood. She agreed to be my servant herself." "Nonsense. How could that be possible?" "Why is it impossible? I can make her strength rapidly increase in a short time." "What would be impossible about that?" At this moment, Chao Tianxiang approached Meng Yiran and reached out, discovering that her soul power level had actually increased by 5 levels. "Wasn't it just a short time since we separated? The increase in soul power is so rapid." "Senior, please rest assured. I only gave her the fairy herb. It won't harm her talent or foundation. How about this? I guarantee that within 10 years, I can help her break through to the title Douluo level." Moreover, she will only be my servant for 3 years. After 3 years, if she wishes, I can let her return to you at any time. During this period, I will not make her do anything against her will. What do you think?" Bai Ying's words made both the Dragon Lord and Snake Lady fall silent. Breaking through to the title Douluo level within 10 years would have been unbelievable before, but now they had to reconsider. Staying by this Saint Sun's side would definitely provide Meng Yiran with more benefits than staying with them. Besides, didn't they just see? She had increased by 5 levels. Could they achieve such rapid growth in a short time? Just then, Meng Yiran took the initiative to speak. "Grandpa, Grandma, I agreed to follow the Saint's son." "Yiran, do you really want to go?" Chao Tianxiang asked. Meng Yiran nodded, then said, "Don't worry, Grandpa and Grandma. This is all my own choice." There isn't a set of parents who wouldn't want their children to succeed. In the end, the Dragon Lord agreed. "Since this is your choice, we respect you. Kid, I warn you, if you dare to do anything bad to Yiran, I will not let you go." After some small talk, the Dragon Lord, Snake Lady, and Meng Yiran finally left. Chapter 74. The end things turn out to be smoother than expected, which truly surprised Bai Ying. "All right, Grandpa and Grandma have already left. I hope what you said is true, that I can break through to the title Douluo realm within 10 years. Of course, it goes without saying. Have you finished absorbing the spirit ring?" Meng Yiran snorted at this and angrily said, "It's all your fault. The phoenix tail, chicken crown snake spirit ring was taken away by you, and now the human face demon spider is nowhere to be found. All right, I'll find a more suitable spirit beast for you. Your martial spirit is the snake staff, so to be precise, you should look for a snake-type soul sage, which will allow you to fully utilize your martial spirit. Let's go." After walking a short distance, they quickly found a suitable spirit beast, the fiery poison snake. Meng Yiran's eyes lit up as she looked at the fiery poison snake before her. Its body was as hot as flames. Its scales shone with a golden light under the sun, and its pair of crimson eyes seemed capable of shooting fire, giving a strong sense of oppression. Bai Ying smiled slightly, indicating to Meng Yiran that this fiery poison snake's spirit power was compatible with her, and its fierce nature made it perfect as her new spirit ring. Meng Yiran nodded, her eyes shining with determination. She gripped her snake staff tightly, and her figure moved like a flash of lightning towards the fiery poison snake. The snake staff drew a beautiful arc in the air, creating a sharp wind sound. Meng Yiran's speed was incredibly fast, and she reached the fiery poison snake in an instant. The fiery poison snake was startled by Meng's sudden attack, letting out a thunderous roar, its fiery red body coiling up, ready to launch an attack. However, Meng Yiran was even faster, and the snake staff accurately struck the fiery poison snake at its vital point. The fiery poison snake rolled in pain, its crimson eyes filled with terror. Seeing this, Bai Ying immediately released his spirit power to help Meng Yiran stabilize the fiery poison snake, and in that instant, Meng Yiran directly subdued the fiery poison snake. Meng Yiran took a deep breath, tightly gripped her snake staff, and began to absorb the fiery poison snake's spirit ring. The surrounding air seemed to become scorching hot, and Meng Yiran's figure flickered in the flames. Her aura gradually grew stronger, as if an invisible force was surging within her. The fiery poison snake was an extremely special spirit beast. In the entire Stardow forest, even a human face demon spider, known as a nightmare for small spirit beasts, dare not provoke it easily. The most special aspect was its fire poison, which even the king of poisons, the human face demon spider, would greatly fear. After an unknown amount of time, she finally completed the absorption. "I did it, I succeeded. What is your third soul skill?" Meng Yiran said excitedly, "Fire poison. This soul skill, the poison of the fiery poison snake, once contaminated, will feel like being burned by raging fire, ultimately leading to a painful death. A very good soul skill. All right, you should stabilize your realm first." Saying this, he returned Meng Yiran to his soul guide. At this moment, Bai Ying looked at the sky and realized he had to find them before nightfall, or the consequences would be unimaginable. With this thought, he continued on his way. After traveling a distance, he noticed sounds coming from the grass in the distance. This time he did not approach recklessly, but instead moved slowly towards it. Soon he saw a spider with a terrifying human face covered in deadly poison. The human face demon spider. It seems this little brat is about to unlock its new cheat. How interesting. How can I not help him? With this thought, Bai Ying turned and left, quickly attracting a multitude of spirit beasts. Before long, many rustling sounds came from afar. If it weren't for Tang Sen practicing the Xian Tian Gong, he wouldn't have been able to hear these movements at all. Originally, Tang Sen was already struggling against the human face demon spider, and now a large number of spirit beasts appeared, which he couldn't contend with at all. However, he was reluctant to give up on the human face demon spider's spirit ring. He used his purple extreme demon eyes to see that these spirit beasts were still some distance away, so he planned to end it quickly. At this moment, Zhao Wujin and the others also arrived. Teacher Zhao, this human face demon spider is very suitable as my spirit ring. Help me. Zhao Wujin did not refuse upon hearing this. With a heavy gravity squeeze, he firmly controlled the human face demon spider, and then with one strike, he sent the human face demon spider flying, crashing hard into a tree. At this point, the human face demon spider was already in very poor condition. It had been severely injured by Long Gong and Shi Pe, and now facing Zhao Wujin at the Soul Sage level was just adding insult to injury. The whoosh of arrows pierced through the air as Tang Sen shot arrows from the Zhuge Divine crossbow. In an instant, he struck the human face demon spider, which fell to the ground in pain. Damn it, Tang Sen, could he really be the chosen one? How strange. Why haven't that group of spirit beasts come yet? Are they dead? Tang Sen immediately sat down and began to absorb the human face demon spider's spirit ring. The spirit ring of the human face demon spider was extremely domineering, and the moment it entered Tang Sen's body, it caused him immense pain. This was truly a case of losing a wife and losing soldiers. If I had known, I would have acted sooner and wouldn't have let Tang Sen obtain his strongest cheat, the 8 spider lances. This 8 spider lance was originally mine. Damn it. One day I will let Tang Sen know what a true genius is. Thinking of this made Bai Ying feel a pang of pain. That was an external spirit bone. An external spirit bone that could transform and evolve with its owner. Its potential was not inferior to that of a 100,000-year-old spirit bone. Teacher Zhao, I'm back. Bai Ying's sudden appearance startled everyone, who instinctively got into a fighting stance. But when they saw who it was, they relaxed. Where have you been, you brat? Of course. I went to obtain my 4th spirit ring. My martial spirit is quite special. Only sub-dragon or dragon-type spirit beasts can be absorbed. Seeing Tang Sen's situation, Bai Ying, though unwilling, still said, Tang Sen actually also obtained a 3rd spirit ring. We want to find you just now, but unexpectedly, this human face demon spider came out. Just as Tang Sen broke through to level 30, we attacked and killed this human face demon spider. So that's how it is. Bai Ying asked, can you tell anything about Tang Sen's situation? Don't worry, he's fine. It's just that the power brought by this human face demon spider is too strong. The limit of his endurance lies in the strength of his physical body. I believe Tang Sen will definitely turn this crisis into safety. After a day and night, Tang Sen finally woke up. Now he had 8 spider legs growing from his back, looking like a living monster. Logically speaking, I have absorbed the human face demon spider spirit ring, but I don't know what these 8 spider legs on my back are all about. This is an external spirit bone. Congratulations, Tang Sen. You have obtained the spirit bone of a human face demon spider. Upon hearing this, everyone became extremely excited. Spirit bones are treasures that are hard to come by. I, Tang Sen, am indeed the child of destiny. After returning to Shrek Academy, everyone couldn't wait to go rest. During this time, the system's voice rang out again. Are there any rewards for this sign-in? Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Goddess Heart Sutra. The greatest feature of this technique is its ease. This skill is divided into 9 levels, and when cultivated to the peak, one can even become a saint in body, invincible. Moreover, during cultivation, the inner strength is continuous and unending. As long as there is a bit of life, one can preserve their life. Note that this technique can only be cultivated by women. This system technique is not bad. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Taiji Divine Skill. The Tai Chi Divine Skill, although not comparable to the Qian Douluo movement and the Goddess Heart Sutra, contains the principles of Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements, making its power superior to their Xian Tian skill. System, you are really generous. Chapter 75, Meeting the Father-in-Law after returning to Shrek Academy. Bai Ying was immediately called away by Ning Renxue. This situation made Oscar so angry that he was grinding his teeth. It was not easy to have three beautiful junior sisters. And now all three were revolving around one person, leaving him with nothing but scraps. Renxue, what do you need me for? I have something important to discuss with you, Ning Renxue said as they walked. As you know, our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is the #1 support sect on the continent. But we have no combat power at all. I understand. You want to use soul guiding devices to give everyone in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School the ability to protect themselves, right? But you could clearly go find Tang San. Can't his so-called hidden weapons work too? Ning Renxue shook her head. I've observed the hidden weapons he uses, and compared to your soul guiding devices, their power is simply too different. Moreover, Tang San said this is a secret of the Tang Sect, and he needs to think it over, so I'm here to ask if you're willing. Of course I'm willing, but I haven't developed any offensive soul guiding devices yet. It should be ready soon. If you need it urgently, I can probably provide it in a few days, but I will need your help with something. What is it? Every soul master with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Martial Soul has a strong ability to identify treasures. I need to gather the materials required to make the soul guiding devices, and you need to accompany me. Of course, I'll go with you tomorrow. I'm really too tired today and need to rest well first. I'll come find you tonight. Ning Renxue was shocked and said, You're coming? Please don't come find me to look for Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. What are you thinking? I'm here to impart a technique to you. This technique is very suitable for your cultivation. Technique? What technique? You'll find out tonight. The reason Tang San was able to cultivate to the title Douluo level in such a short time was largely due to the help of his technique. When I first watched Douluo, I wanted to complain about this point. Why, after thousands of years of changes, has a world like this not produced any techniques? Even if there are, they're just low-level techniques. Although Douluo continent is known as the fantasy sewer, it is still a world. Even a trash technique like Tang San's can make him a god. And the Divine Woman's Heart Sutra rewarded by the system must allow them to reach a higher level, right? At night, Bai Ying arrived on time. This frightened Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, thinking Bai Ying was there to find them. Ning Renxue saw their reaction and chuckled. I actually knew about your situation a long time ago. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. The two blushed upon hearing this. Bai Ying cleared his throat and said, I'm here to teach you cultivation tonight. Don't overthink it. What cultivation can be done at night? However, they didn't dare to say or ask anything further. Upon arriving at the back mountain of the academy, Bai Ying quickly covered the area with his soul guiding device. Before teaching you the technique, let me introduce someone. As he spoke, Meng Yiran appeared. This is Meng Yiran. I believe we've all met, so I won't say much more. She is now, like you, one of my women. Ning Renxue couldn't help but ask, How many women have you attracted, you heartless guy? I don't know, but there will definitely be more in the future. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were left speechless after hearing this. At this moment, Meng Yiran's face was also flushed. All right, you four sit cross-legged now. I will give you the technique. Upon hearing this, they complied. Under the moonlight, their figures appeared even more mysterious. They sat cross-legged, closed their eyes, and seemed to enter a wonderful world isolated from the outside. Bai Ying stood in front of them, gently waving his hands, and soft light flowed from his palms, slowly seeping into their foreheads. That was the power of the Divine Woman's Heart Sutra, like a clear spring nourishing their sea of spirit. Each ray of light felt like delicate silk, gently brushing against their souls, bringing an unprecedented sense of comfort. Start cultivating according to the technique. Remember, this is your first training, so don't be too nervous. Bai Ying's voice echoed like heavenly music in the night sky, giving endless peace and strength. Under the moonlight, Ning Renxue, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Meng Yiran sat cross-legged with their eyes closed. Ning Renxue was filled with doubts and couldn't help but ask, Is this the technique you gave us? Bai Ying nodded slightly, his voice as gentle as a spring breeze. Yes, this is the technique I've carefully selected for you. The Divine Woman's Heart Sutra can not only quickly enhance your cultivation, but also allow you to master a unique Divine Woman step. This step is not only light and agile, but can also yield unexpected effects in battle. The Divine Woman's Heart Sutra includes the Divine Woman step, Divine Woman's sword technique, and the highest realm of the technique divine woman scattering flowers. This technique has boundless power and is easy to learn, making it most suitable for your cultivation. Ning Rongrong felt a warm current flowing through her body, a comfort she had never experienced before. Her seven-treasure glazed tile, martial soul, seemed to be rejuvenated under the nourishment of soul power. She gently opened her eyes and looked at Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing beside her, seeing that their faces also radiated the same joy and satisfaction. Ming Yiran, on the other hand, kept her eyes tightly closed, surrounded by a layer of faint white mist, as if her soul power was running wildly, merging with the spiritual energy of the world around her. Her long hair fluttered gently in the night breeze, looking as beautiful as a fairy descending to the mortal realm. I feel like all the fatigue in my body has disappeared. Xiao Wu expressed her surprise, and it seemed her soul power had also improved significantly. Ning Rongrong and the others were equally astonished. This is the magical aspect of this technique. All right, Xiao Wu, you all continue to cultivate. Rongrong, come with me. I have another technique prepared for the people of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. This technique is very simple and more suitable for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Follow me, and I will hand it over to you. Ning Rongrong nodded upon hearing this, and the two walked a short distance. The technique is called Taiji Divine Skill. This technique has no limitations and possesses strong inclusiveness, suitable for everyone to cultivate. Really? Of course it's true. I'll give you the manual now. Take a look first. Tomorrow, I'll go back to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School with you. As he spoke, the manual appeared. Buying also took a look at this technique. It was easy to get started, but reaching the peak would require time. You want to go back to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School with me? Ning Rongrong said, blushing. Of course, it's also time to meet the father-in-law, and my soul guiding device needs to collaborate deeply with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, which will require your negotiation. Chapter 76. Are you really going back with me? You want to meet my dad? No, that's absolutely not possible. Mainly because Bai Ying is from the Spirit Hall, and the relationship between the Spirit Hall and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has always been tense. Moreover, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is now tightly bound to the Tiando Imperial family, while the Spirit Hall has continuous entanglements with the Tiando Imperial family. Although on the surface, it seems that both sides coexist peacefully, my dad has said that there will always be a day when they confront each other with weapons. Furthermore, the Tiando Imperial family will absolutely not allow the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to join the Spirit Hall. If the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School were to join the Spirit Hall, it would pose a significant threat to the Empire. If a country has something that can threaten its rule, the best way to deal with it is to eliminate it. This is a consensus that everyone knows. I know you are worried about the relationship between the Spirit Hall and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. But one thing you must not forget is that my representation is only as a temple servant, not as a member of the Spirit Hall. This is a fundamental difference. At least for now, the Spirit Hall is still in a state of division. Don't worry, it's fine. Anyway, sooner or later we will face it. Whether it's sooner or later, it makes no difference. But what if my dad is not good to you? Don't worry. I am still the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, and over the years, the Spirit Hall and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School have appeared to be at peace. At least the current Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School does not dare to offend the Spirit Hall. Okay, but I want to remind you, you can come home with me, but if you lose an arm or a leg, you can't blame me. My Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Bone are very precious to me. Also, my dad is very shrewd. Although our disciples from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School are weak, with those two around, you're likely to suffer a lot. Sai, what is this? Where is there a son-in-law who visits his father-in-law without suffering? This is called tradition. All right, it's settled then. I will go ask the principal for leave now, and we will set off for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School tomorrow. Isn't that a bit too early? Not too early. It's better to be early than late. Moreover, after I arrive at the Tiando Imperial City, I will need some preparation, so the time delay may be considerable. In the principal's office, Master and Flander were in a gradually tense atmosphere, both of their tones quite unfriendly. If it weren't for Tang San, I wouldn't come to you. Of course, I know you want to escape to where? I just want to prove myself. Tang San is the son of the Haotian Douluo. Only his talent can allow me to prove myself and prove that my theory is not wrong. If I cultivate a genius with twin martial souls, Then I can return to the blue lightning tyrant dragon family with dignity. I want everyone to know that I, along with Xiao Gang, have cultivated a titled Douluo with twin martial souls. You are still so stubborn. Can't you soften a bit? Do you really want her to be with you for a lifetime? The moment he mentioned her, Yu Xiaojiang fell silent. After all, he had spent more years apart from his lover, Lu Erlong, than he had together. Over the years, Lu Erlong had been thinking about him. But how could Yu Xiaojiang not? That incident back then had such a huge impact on Yu Xiaojiang that he had been dejected for so many years. It was only after he took in Tang San, who possessed the talent for twin martial souls, that he finally perked up. For Yu Xiaojiang, Tang San was his last hope for fame. Xiao Gang, you care too much about the eyes of the world. What you're doing not only tortures yourself, but also tortures a woman who has waited for you for many years. Are you really worthy of her? Enough. I have said that unless I am famous, I will absolutely not return to the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. Xiao Gong, I know you have been out of touch for so many years because you didn't want to disturb our current lives, but you know she only loves you. If there was a possibility between us, why would we have to wait until now? But I know that the moment I realized he was my biological brother, there was no longer any possibility for us. Forget it. Let's not mention this matter. The reason you are happy today is because of Xiao San. It seems you have put all your efforts into him. Speaking of this, I am angry. Zhao Wujin has been very restless these days. He, a seven-ringed soul sage, bullies a little child, and unexpectedly, he ended up provoking an elder. Humph. The Haotian Daoluo is not someone you can offend casually. How would you know? Seeing Yu Xiaojiang take out a pope's order and place it on the table, he said, "This is what he gave me. If he were just an ordinary man, how could he have become my disciple? Don't forget, he is the son of the Haotian Daoluo. He carries the bloodline of the Haotian Daoluo. Are you saying his martial soul is mutated? No, he is the third person in history to possess twin martial souls. Originally, I wanted to take Bai Ying as a disciple too, but he is too proud and unwilling to become a disciple. I will prove to him that one day my disciple will make all those who look down on me regret it. Regarding Xiao San, don't tell anyone. Make sure Bai Ying doesn't find out that he is the son of the Haotian Daoluo. His identity is too easy to attract unnecessary troubles. I understand. Suddenly, there was a knock at the principal's office door. Is the principal inside? Who is it? Guoming. Bai Ying walked in and upon seeing Yu Xiaojiang said, I didn't expect you to come so quickly. I didn't expect you to actually come to Shrek Academy. I thought you wouldn't come. Don't get me wrong. I didn't come here because of you. I just want to see how far your disciple can go in the future. This has nothing to do with you. The atmosphere instantly fell into a stalemate. Seeing this, Flander quickly intervened and said, Bai Ying, why are you here? Principal, I would like to request leave to go to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School with Ning Rongrong. Request leave? What are you going to do? Of course. I want to establish a cooperative relationship with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and also to meet my father-in-law. Is that okay? The matter has been said, so I will leave first. I believe the principal will definitely agree, right? How could Flander disagree? He thought to himself, what good is it for me to agree? What good is it to disagree? All right then, come back early. You really want to go back with me? You've asked more than once. So of course it's true. However, after we arrive at the Tiando Imperial City, you cannot go directly back to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Don't worry. A few days later, I will definitely let you return to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School in style. Moreover, the gift I prepared for Ning Fengji, he will definitely not refuse. Chapter 77 Conditions. What gift? You'll know when the time comes. For now, it's still a secret. The next morning, the two set off in a carriage towards the Heaven Do Imperial City. Sitting in the carriage, Ning Rongrong's heart was pounding. This feeling was very peculiar, both tense and fearful. She was afraid that if Bai Ying was really hurt, would it cause her heartache? Seeing Ning Rongrong's worried expression, Bai Ying was very nervous. After all, they were going to meet Ning Fengji, this old fox who could be considered one of the smartest people in the entire Douluo series. Although his style of conduct was somewhat annoying, one had to admire his wisdom. After a long while, Bai Ying finally spoke, if your dad agrees to us being together, what will you do? I don't know. I don't want to hurt you, and I definitely don't want to hurt my family. I understand you have no choice, and I have no choice. Don't worry, I won't hurt your family. At least, as long as you are with me, I won't harm them. Ning Rongrong fell silent. At this moment, she was unexpectedly touched. The carriage was moving quickly, but Ning Rongrong wished it could slow down, even more slowly. The two of them didn't speak. Bai Ying finally arrived at a hotel at dusk, and both of them were very silent. Rongrong, let's go. We need to prepare some materials. Ning Rongrong noted. And then the two of them rested in the hotel before heading out. There was still a distance from the Heaven-Do Imperial City, but since they were only a few kilometers away, the economic development here was quite good, and the streets were bustling with people. The two bought some metals and herbs. What are you buying these for? Do you remember how your 7-treasure glazed tile, Martial Soul, evolved into the 9-treasure glazed tile? I specifically developed a kind of pill that can allow Martial Souls to evolve. I believe your dad will definitely be interested. Forget it. I originally wanted to tell you later, but it seems I should let you know what I'm actually doing now. I want to develop a pill that can allow Martial Souls to evolve. This pill will definitely change the entire Soul Master World. Can you really develop it? Ning Rongrong asked, somewhat doubtful. In her view, being able to evolve her Martial Soul into the 9-treasure glazed tile was already a miracle. And now he said he wanted to develop a magical pill that could promote the evolution of Martial Souls. If such a pill really existed, the entire Douluo continent would probably go crazy. Of course it's true. I won't lie to you. With this pill and the soul-guided devices I developed, I believe your dad won't refuse anymore. Besides, I've heard about your dad. He's the master of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, the head of a sect, and he knows how to weigh things. It seems I need to work hard these days. Half a month later, when dozens of soul-guided devices were developed, and with Bai Ying's relentless manufacturing over the past half-month, supported by system rewards, he finally finished refining dozens of pills. From a distance, the 7-treasure glazed tile sect looked like a gigantic, colorful pagoda piercing the clouds, each level radiating different colored lights, resembling 7-colored clouds swirling in the air. Approaching the sect, 2 gigantic stone lions stood majestically at the entrance, seemingly guarding this mysterious paradise. The interior of the sect was extravagantly decorated. The marble floor was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting dazzling light. The walls were embedded with various rare gems, which radiated enchanting colors under the illumination of lights. The entire sect resembled a magnificent palace, overwhelming to behold. They passed through a long corridor, with exquisite murals on both sides depicting the history and legends of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. Every step felt like treading through the river of history, experiencing the 1,000-year accumulation of this sect. Rongrong, you're back. Ning Fengji appeared extremely excited, his face full of smiles. He came to greet them with sword Douluo-After. At this moment, the letter sent previously had already revealed Bai Ying's identity and mentioned that his martial soul had evolved into the 9-treasure glazed tile. Regarding what was written in the letter, Ning Fengji was still somewhat skeptical. After all, in the entire history of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, there had only been one soul master with the 9-treasure glazed tile martial soul, who was the founder of the sect and the only one to possess the 9-treasure glazed tile martial soul. Dad! Ning Rongrong immediately rushed into Ning Fengji's arms, sweeping away her previous worries. Ning Fengji affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair and said, Rongrong, you've grown up. You're so tall now. Not yet. Bai Ying gently coughed to restore the previous atmosphere and said, this is the genius of soul-guided device manufacturing I mentioned to you before. And he also possesses twin martial souls. However, Ning Rongrong's martial soul indeed convinced them completely. This person must have that ability. Bai Ying slightly nodded and saluted Ning Fengji. Their gazes met, and he felt an indescribable sense of pressure. Although Ning Fengji was smiling, his eyes revealed an unfathomable light, as if he could see through people's hearts. Bai Ying knew that the master of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect was far from simple on the surface. Sword Douluo-After was entirely different. He was like a drawn sword, sharp and fierce. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, seemingly able to cut through all obstacles. Under his watchful eyes, Bai Ying felt a strong desire for challenge, but he knew he was not Qian's opponent. Ning Fengji smiled and invited Bai Ying to take a seat, and the three began a converse. Bai Ying showcased the soul-guided devices and pills he developed one by one to Ning Fengji and Qian. When Ning Fengji saw those exquisite soul-guided devices and the pills emitting a rich medicinal fragrance. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He picked up a pill and examined it carefully, feeling the powerful energy contained within, and couldn't help but exclaim, "It's truly amazing." Ning Fengji hesitated for a moment before taking the pill, his gaze shifting over it as if weighing something. He looked at Ning Rongrong, who nodded seriously with determination and trust in her eyes. "Rongrong, are you sure this pill can really allow martial souls to evolve?" Ning Fengji's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. Ning Rongrong nodded, her eyes brighter than ever. "Dad, I'm sure. Bai Ying is not an ordinary person. He has abilities beyond our imagination." Ning Fengji fell silent for a moment, then sighed, his gaze firming. He stood up and walked toward a training ground within the sect, with Ning Rongrong and Bai Ying following closely behind. "All right, young man, if this pill is really as miraculous as you say, then the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect will be eternally grateful." After saying this, Ning Fengji directly swallowed the pill. This change surprised all three, originally. They thought Ning Fengji was going to find someone to test the medicine, but unexpectedly, he took it himself. What was Ning Fengji really up to? On the training ground, sunlight spilled onto the smooth surface, reflecting dazzling light. Ning Fengji stood in the center of the field, his eyes closed as if he were adjusting his state. Bai Ying and Ning Rongrong stood to the side, nervously watching Ning Fengji. Suddenly, Ning Fengji opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance passing through them. He took a deep breath and placed the pill into his mouth. The pill melted instantly, and a powerful energy surged into his body. Ning Fengji's body trembled slightly, but a determined look appeared on his face. As time passed, Ning Fengji's aura grew stronger and stronger. His martial soul, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile, slowly rotated in the air, emitting brilliant light. Bai Ying and Ning Rongrong waited anxiously, knowing that this moment would decide everything. Suddenly, Ning Fengji's body trembled violently, and an even more dazzling light erupted from him. At that moment, his martial soul, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, actually underwent a transformation. The tower's body gradually became crystal clear, radiating 9 different colors of light. This is the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower," Ning Rongrong exclaimed. Her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Bai Ying also looked at Ning Fengji in surprise. He never expected that Ning Fengji would actually succeed in evolving his martial soul into the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower. This was not only due to the power of the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower, but also because throughout the entire Douluo continent, martial souls are innate, and no one had ever been able to evolve their martial soul before. Chapter 78. The Bet. Ning Fengji looked at his 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, tears welling up in his eyes. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda could only add up to 7 soul rings. So the highest any past sect master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect could achieve was merely a soul sage. But now, he could clearly feel that this challenging barrier had been broken. This young man in front of him was destined for greatness. "Ning Feng Ti spoke, Bai Ying. Rongrong told me you were a genius. Today, seeing you in person, it's indeed true. Uncle Ning, you flatter me. I only have a bit of ability," Bai Ying replied. "Can we have a proper discussion now?" "Of course. Speak. What are the prices for the elixir and the soul tool? As long as you can tell me, our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect can definitely afford it. I believe the importance of this elixir and soul tool to your 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect goes without saying. I have only 2 conditions. As long as you, Sect Master Ning, can agree to these 2 conditions, I can not only give you the elixir for free, but I will also present you with a great gift." A great gift. Ning Fengji, having navigated the business world for many years, knew that free things often came with the highest price. However, this deal must be secured, as it was crucial for the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. "All right, go ahead. It's very simple. I hope we can establish a long-term cooperation. First, I need a large amount of money and materials, which I believe Sect Master Ning can provide. That's for sure. Our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect has a separate blacksmith shop, so that's not a problem. What's the second condition? I like your daughter and hope to marry her." At this point, Bai Ying felt a wave of nervousness, while Ning Rongrong blushed. Ning Fengji then realized that this person wanted his daughter. "All right, but I have a condition. If you can agree to it, I will allow you to marry my daughter right now. At this moment, Sword Douluo spoke. Sect Master, please think carefully. This concerns Rong's happiness. Ning Fengji waved his hand, his expression extremely serious as he said, you were born in the Spirit Hall. As long as you break away from the Spirit Hall and join our 7-treasure glazed tile sect, I will let you marry my daughter. That's impossible. The Spirit Hall raised me. I cannot betray them. I sincerely hope you can support us. I know the relationship between the Spirit Hall and the 7-treasure glazed tile sect has always been tense. Ning hurriedly sight. Ning Fengji waved his hand and said, Rong, you go back first. I need to have a good talk with your friend. Rong was directly taken away, leaving only Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo, and Bai Ying in the main hall. Sword Douluo Qian Renxue spoke, Kid. Our Rong is the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, raised with pampering from childhood. And now you are born in the Spirit Hall. Your identity is extremely incompatible with our 7-treasure glazed tile sect. If you can join us, I guarantee that even if the entire Spirit Hall becomes our enemy, I will ensure your safety. That's absolutely impossible. I will never betray the Spirit Hall. Bai Ying rejected without a second thought. I was raised by Qian Daoliu, and the Spirit Hall trained me. I cannot betray them. If I betray them, what difference is there from a beast? I do not wish to be a traitor and absolutely cannot do so. Ning Fengji then said, then there's nothing to discuss. You can leave. Sect Master Ning, I hope you can think it over. If we can reach a cooperation this time, it would be a historic moment for the entire 7-treasure glazed tile sect. Don't you want the 7-treasure glazed tile sect to thrive? I may be from the Spirit Hall, but I'm not entirely of the Spirit Hall. I belong to the Worship Hall. Ning Sect Master, these words only represent my personal opinion, not the Spirit Hall. I know what you are worried about, worrying about the suspicion of the Tiando royal family. But I came today to point out a new way out for the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. A way out? Tell me. The 7-treasure glazed tile sect, while being the top auxiliary sect on the continent, can only hide behind others on the battlefield due to the nature of auxiliary soul masters. My soul tool can precisely make up for this flaw. In fact, I can say that as long as you give me time to manufacture soul tools suitable for commoners, it will not be a problem. Just think about it. A commoner who has not received any training, if they use a soul tool, I can guarantee they can at least utilize 30 to 40 of its power. The number of soul masters is limited, while the number of commoners far exceeds that of soul masters. Just imagine a commoner battling a soul master. Even if the commoner dies, it's still a profit, at least with the power of the soul tool. They can exchange their life for that of the soul master. As long as you agree to marry my daughter to me, I can not only transfer the technology of the soul tool to you, but I can also continuously provide you with this elixir, which can bring about a qualitative change in my life. If it could be fully promoted, what would happen? I need not say more. The 7-treasure glazed tile sect, being weak, must rely on the Tiando royal family. But how much benefit does the Tiando royal family actually provide you? As the saying goes, giving a fish is not as good as teaching to fish. Just think about it. I believe you are a wise man. At this moment, a voice from the system sounded. Please have the host withstand the time of an incense stick in front of Sword Douluo and Douluo subordinates. Withstand the time of an incense stick in front of 2 titled Douluo subordinates? With my current strength, plus the super artifact, I no longer have the God-level experience card. If I had it, it would be completely possible to withstand the time of an incense stick in their hands. But now I can only leave it to fate. Ning Fengji truly fell silent. He really wanted this elixir and the soul tool. How about this? I will take a step back. How about we make a bet? If I can withstand the time of an incense stick in front of Sword Douluo and Douluo's 2 titled Douluo subordinates, then you must agree to my conditions. If not, I will directly give you all the dozens of elixirs I have on me. What do you think? Kid, you are too arrogant. What level of soul power do you have now? I am a level powerhouse, Sword Douluo said. I am unworthy, but I am currently only at level 40. Level 40? You can't be lying to me, right? Ning Fengji was shocked, seeing his current age. He had actually reached level 40. However, Bai Ying directly released his martial spirit, and immediately the configuration of 3 black and 1 red soul rings shocked both Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo. Ning Feng Tc Ket. It seems that the person who appeared in the Stardew forest back then must be you. I didn't expect there to be such a genius in the spirit hall. This bet, regardless of winning or losing, is advantageous for me. All right, I accept this bet. After Douluo Gurong arrived, Ning Fengji told him the situation. Looking at the soul power and soul ring configuration of the person before him, Douluo was also shocked for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. Since both seniors have no objections, let us begin. Thanks to the comment from the Star Child for motivating me to write. And thanks to all the readers for their support. Thank you. I sincerely appreciate it. And also thank the platform for giving me this opportunity. Chapter 79. The Great Battle Between the Sword-Bone Douluo's Kid. You are too arrogant. I am a 97th level title Douluo. Old Bone, stop wasting words with him. Just knock him down. Let's see how he continues to boast after that. First soul skill, sword out of the sheath. First soul skill, Bone Dragon Stab. The sword Douluo's sword aura circled around him, while the Bone Doll was enveloped in a faint aura of bones. Faced with the attacks of the two titled Douluos, Bai Ying remained unmoved. He lightly stepped, a beam of light erupted from beneath his feet, and the flying soul guide instantly activated, lifting him into the sky. From his elevated position, he looked down at the two below, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. "Oomph, do you think this can trap me?" Bai Ying scoffed, and the soul power within him surged, a golden glow bursting forth in an instant. The invincible golden body activated, coating his body in a layer of golden light. No matter how fierce the attacks from below were, they could not budge him in the slightest. The sword Douluo's sword out of the sheath sliced through the air, creating sharp currents that howled towards Bai Ying. The Bone Doll was not to be outdone, launching the Bone Dragon Stab, a massive bone dragon soaring from his back, opening its enormous mouth to bite at Bai Ying. "Is this all you have to defeat me? Old Bone, you have underestimated us. You are truly useless. Watch me." 7th soul skill, Bone Dragon True Body. 7th soul skill, 7 kills True Body. 6th soul skill, all swords return to origin. 6th soul skill, Bone Dragon Void Formation. As the attacks of the two titled Douluos converged into a terrifying energy storm, a serious expression crossed Bai Ying's eyes. He knew that this strike was not something he could withstand. At this moment, a strong sense of crisis surged within him, as if life and death were hanging by a thread. However, just as the energy storm was about to hit Bai Ying, the super artifact, the Time War blade in his hand, suddenly erupted with dazzling light. That brilliance was so brilliant that it seemed capable of tearing apart all darkness. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Bai Ying swung the Time War blade, and a massive blade aura surged forth, meeting the combined attack of the sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. At that moment, the sky seemed to split in two, with the blade aura and energy storm colliding violently, producing a deafening roar. Energy surged forth, whipping up a whirlwind, and everything around seemed to freeze in that moment. Bai Ying stood unwavering in the gale, his eyes shining with determination as if to say, "I will never let you succeed." After the attacks of the two titled Douluos collided with Bai Ying's blade aura, the entire world seemed to fall into stillness. The sword Douluo and Bone Douluo's attacks, which should have destroyed everything, halted as they touched Bai Ying's blade aura. As if time had frozen, in that still air, an indescribable sense of oppression gradually spread. Divine skill, time seal, time trace. Suddenly, time seemed to be forcibly twisted by an invisible force, and everything around began to flow backward, as if returning to the moment before the attack was launched. This was the time seal that Bai Ying had unleashed, and time became distorted and chaotic under his control. The attacks of the sword Douluo and Bone Douluo did not hit Bai Ying. Instead, due to the time trace, they ended up injuring themselves. Ning Renxue quietly peeked out from her hiding place, her eyes filled with shock and worry. She saw the man she loved dearly swinging the dazzling Time Warblade, confronting her two beloved grandfathers. Her heart felt as if it were being torn apart, filled with pain and helplessness. "Stop! You all stop!" Ning Renxue couldn't help but shout loudly, her voice echoing in the empty square. Tears welled up in her eyes. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. She rushed forward, trying to stop the battle, but her speed couldn't match the confrontation between titled Douluos. All she could do was stand at a distance, watching helplessly her heart in agony. At this moment, the battle was still raging on. Bai Ying, being only a 4-ring soul master, even with the super artifact in hand, couldn't bridge the gap with the title Douluo's. And just then, as time sped up, a stick of incense's worth of time passed. Yet the attacks of the sword Douluo and bone Douluo showed no signs of stopping. A stick of incense's time has passed. Please cease your attacks. How impressive. Then take another move from me. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 divine skills from the Time Warblade: Time Reversal and Time Acceleration. Time Acceleration can accelerate the opponent's time, causing them to quickly enter a state of aging. Through the power of time, the opponent's attack can be completely nullified. Time Reversal allows all time to return to a certain point in the past, usable for attack or for oneself. 9th Soul Skill, Bone Transformation Divine Dragon. 9th Soul Skill, Divine Demon Duel / At this moment, even Ning Fengji was panicking. The 9th Soul Skill of the title Douluo is usually the most powerful skill among their soul skills. If Bai Ying were to die, then the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School would certainly face disaster. Kid, it's not too late to give up now. In my dictionary, there is no word for giving up. In that split second, the super artifact, the Time Warblade on Bai Ying's body, suddenly erupted with brilliant white light, as if dyeing the entire sky pure. At the same time, his battle armor also developed several cracks, as if it were bearing unimaginable pressure. However, at that moment, his original battle armor unexpectedly added several pieces. The armor completely enveloped his entire body. Accompanied by a deafening roar, Bai Ying swung the Time Warblade, and 4 divine skills activated simultaneously. Time seemed to twist at that moment, and everything around became blurred. The attacks of the sword Douluo and bone Douluo, upon reaching Bai Ying, seemed to be devoured by an invisible force, disappearing without a trace. Fortunately, I used the 4th divine skill of the Time Warblade, Time Reversal. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. As Bai Ying's blade aura dissipated, the entire sky seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The sword Douluo, Qian Renxue, and bone Douluo Gurong, 2 titled Douluos at this moment, fell like leaves. Their bodies traced 2 beautiful arcs in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Both were severely injured, with blood gushing from their wounds and their faces pale as paper. They struggled to stand but found their strength seemingly drained, unable to move a single finger. Do you yield? Ning Fengji watched all of this, still unwilling to believe, but left with no choice, as he had agreed to the wager. Lord Ning, I have one. Ning Rongrong immediately ran over, supporting Bai Ying with a pained expression. At this moment, the sword Douluo and bone Douluo slowly rose, and Ning Rongrong saw that her beloved grandfathers were also injured. Grandpa Sword, Grandpa Bone, are you okay? Rongrong, we old guys are fine. This kid's strength is quite impressive. Ning Fengji looked at all this and finally reluctantly agreed. After all, whether winning or losing, it was beneficial for him. Chapter 81. Ning Rongrong's figure isn't it worth the cost I've paid? Ning Rongrong spoke up. So you mean you're heartbroken? I never said that, he replied. No matter the cost, as long as it can bring you to me, it's worth it. Ning Rongrong snorted coldly and then walked away. In the main hall of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, Sword Douluo, Qian Renxue said, Fengji, you really entrusted Rongrong to him. He is from the Spirit Hall. If the Tiando royal family finds out that a Spirit Hall member is marrying the daughter of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School's master, it might raise their suspicions. You shouldn't be so rash about this. Rash. Sword Uncle, the Tiando royal family has been declining year by year, which is an undeniable fact. Although our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School is one of the top 3 sects, we are the weakest among them. This child has brought new hope to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. I believe he can lead us to a bright future. Even if he is born in the Spirit Hall, so what? As long as he can marry Rongrong, the Spirit Hall will surely have countless connections with our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. When we face danger, perhaps we can rely on the power of the Spirit Hall. As the master of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, I must consider the interests of the sect. Fengji, we both understand. This day would change the fate of the entire 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School issued a master order, requiring all direct disciples to return to the sect. A large number of 7 Treasures Glazed Tile masters gathered, and Ningfeng Ji first showcased his 9 treasures glazed tile, informing everyone of the effects of the medicinal pills. All the 7 treasures glazed tile masters were shocked. They quickly consumed the pills, but due to the scarcity of materials, some pills could not be refined. Those who took the pills soon shot beams of light into the sky, all obtaining the 9 treasures glazed tile martial soul. Additionally, the production and research of soul-guiding devices and the refining of medicinal pills were all personally overseen by Bai Ying. Soon, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School had its first batch of soul instructors. Most of these soul instructors were direct descendants of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Initially, they were unwilling to use soul-guiding devices because they believed that the power of their martial souls was the most important. However, when they truly understood the power of soul-guiding devices, everyone was astonished. They never expected such power existed within them. Those who once looked down on the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Martial Soul were now willingly learning about soul-guiding devices. Perhaps this was hard for others to accept, but for them, the soul instructors of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Martial Soul, although they possessed top-notch support abilities, they lacked self-defense capabilities, which was the biggest weakness of the entire 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. With these equipped soul-guiding devices, the soul instructors finally had some self-defense capability. Bai Ying let them try it out, and the soul instructors equipped with soul-guiding devices were even comparable to those of different levels. Currently, Bai Ying held a high status in the entire 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Even Ningfeng Ji did not expect the acceptance of soul-guiding devices by all the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Martial Soul instructors to be so swift. Nor did he anticipate the enormous benefits that soul-guiding devices would bring to the soul instructors. Bai Ying was very aware of the current situation of soul-guiding devices, so he only made some ordinary soul-guiding devices and most 5th-level soul-guiding devices. Although these devices were not very powerful, they were the most suitable for them. As the saying goes, one must always hold back a little. In the past few days, Bai Ying had been like a spinning top. "Rongrong, how is it? Your man didn't disappoint you, did he?" Ning Rongrong replied, "I didn't expect you to really change. We, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, are very grateful." Bai Ying smiled and ruffled her nose, saying, "Silly, we are all family now." "Why, thank you. By the way, have you been practicing the Goddess Heart Sutra recently?" "Yes." "In that case, I'll guide you again tonight." Although he said it was guidance, both of them understood very well what it meant. Ning Rongrong nodded with a red face. That evening, Bai Ying arrived at Ning Rongrong's room. Ning Rongrong's room was large, truly a princess's room, filled with various items, and even the air carried a faint fragrance. Bai Ying gently pushed open the door and saw Ning Rongrong sitting on the edge of her bed, holding a book and reading intently. Her long hair fell over her shoulders, and under her slightly lowered eyelids, her bright eyes sparkled. Bai Ying walked over and gently patted her shoulder. Ning Rongrong looked up, saw him and smiled. "You're here. Why did you come so late?" "You seem a little shy," Bai Ying asked. Ning Rongrong instantly put down her book, blushing, and said, "I'm not shy at all. Am I mistaken? I can't be wrong because I can clearly hear your heart pounding." At this moment, Ning Rongrong truly wished she could find a hole to hide in. Her face was as red as an apple, and she said, "Aren't you here to see how I practice?" "Right? I almost forgot the main thing about guiding your practice." Suddenly, Bai Ying leaned in and kissed her, his hot breath spreading over her neck. Ning Rongrong's heart raced instantly. She felt as if enveloped in a warm current, rendering her soft and powerless. She closed her eyes, allowing Bai Ying to explore her lips, tasting the sudden sweetness. Bai Ying's kiss deepened, his tongue gently teasing the seam of Ning Rongrong's lips, as if inviting her to explore this unknown territory together. A strong impulse surged within Ning Rongrong. She felt as though she would be consumed by this urge. She tightly grasped Bai Ying's collar, as if wanting to merge him into her body. With a rip, Ning Rongrong's exquisite dress fell away like the broken wings of a butterfly, revealing her flawless figure. Under the moonlight, her skin was as delicate and smooth as porcelain, radiating a faint jade-like glow. Her curves were beautiful and flowing, every detail exuding alluring charm. Her bosom was full and upright, like 2 towering peaks, making it hard to look away. Her abdomen was flat and soft, like fine silk, making one want to touch it. Her legs were long and proportionate, like two straight bamboo poles, astonishing all. Bai Ying's eyes sparkled with amazement, his Adam's apple bobbing as if swallowing saliva. He slowly reached out his hand, gently caressing Ning Rongrong's skin, feeling the silky smoothness. His fingers glided over her body, as if playing a beautiful melody. His gaze was locked onto her eyes, as if trying to see deep into her soul. After a gentle breeze, the two were completely exhausted. Chapter 82. Good son-in-law, the sword Douluo-After, Bon Douluo-After, and Ning Fengji, who were eavesdropping outside, all felt as if their own cabbages had been trampled by pigs. Ning Fengji was almost unable to maintain his composure while listening to the voices inside. That brat, just as Ning Fengji was about to push the door open. He was halted by sword Douluo-After, who said, "If you push the door open now, what will Rongrong think? Fengji, you promised that kid, so you should fulfill your promise. After all, this kind of thing will happen sooner or later. Sigh, old bone, it's all your fault. If you weren't so useless, how could Rongrong possibly do this? You old man, are you bullying me? Putting all the responsibility on me, right? Aren't you also a dignified 97th level title Douluo who was defeated by a mere soul master? I'm embarrassed for you just thinking about it. Are you looking for a fight? Old bone, do you think I wouldn't dare to hit you?" Listening to the words of sword Douluo-After and Bon Douluo-After, Ning Fengji felt like he had a headache. As title Douluos, they were both rivals and close friends. Although they were very strong and had a good relationship, there were always small frictions every day. "Uncle Sword, Uncle Bone, enough of you two." Ning Fengji's words made both of them stop completely. They wished they could kill the white figure in front of them, but they were afraid that Ning Rongrong would be sad, so they could only leave angrily. Inside the room, Bai Ying felt that the people outside had left, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "What are you so nervous about?" Ning Rongrong asked in confusion. "Your dad was just outside?" "What?" Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in shock as she quickly stood up, wanted to go outside to see if it was true. However, before she could act, Bai Ying said, "They've already left. They seem to be angry. I've raised my daughter so carefully, yet she was trampled by this pig of mine. Who wouldn't be angry in this situation?" Ning Rongrong chuckled and said, "At least you have some self-awareness. Are you saying I'm a pig? Good. It seems you dare to scold me. This means you still have some strength." Hearing this, Ning Rongrong felt a shiver run down her spine. Whenever Bai Ying said this, she felt that something bad was about to happen. Instinctively wanting to escape, Ning Rongrong suddenly realized that her wrist was tightly gripped. Behind her came Bai Ying's sinister laughter. "How come my little witch wants to run? It seems you're not tired enough." With a strong tug, he pulled Ning Rongrong into his embrace. "I was wrong. I shouldn't have scolded you." Ning Rongrong looked at Bai Ying cautiously and pleaded for mercy. "It's too late." In the quiet night, the sounds of Ning Rongrong's pleas for mercy and excitement echoed. The next morning, congratulations to the host for signing in for a Divine Soul Ring. "The Divine Soul Ring looks pretty good," Bai Ying sighed. "Today is indeed a beautiful day." He turned to look at Ning Rongrong, who was still fast asleep. She was covered in fragrant sweat, and the battle last night was incredibly intense. I must say, the feeling of conquering this little witch from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is just too delightful. According to the original story, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is Tang Sect's biggest customer. Now that I've taken over the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, I want to see how the Tang Sect will appear in the future. As Ning Rongrong slowly woke up the moment she saw Bai Ying, her body couldn't help but tremble. It was a natural instinctive reaction. "Rongrong, having you is truly my blessing," Bai Ying said. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but say, "You big bad guy, big bad guy." Saying this, her little fist struck Bai Ying's chest. Bai Ying caught Ning Rongrong's little fist, gently kissed her forehead, and smiled. "I know I'm a bad guy, but only with you can I find my true self." Hearing this, Ning Rongrong's face flushed red. She glared at Bai Ying and playfully scolded, "You big bad guy, you just know how to say sweet words to coax me." Bai Ying smiled and didn't say much more. He held Ning Rongrong's hand, and they walked out of the room together. The morning sunlight poured down on them, making everything feel particularly warm. They arrived in the courtyard, where Sword Douluo-After and Bon Douluo-After were already waiting. When they saw the two of them walking out hand in hand, complex expressions appeared on their faces. "Rongrong, you're both just kids. Aren't you a bit too anxious?" Hearing this, Ning Rongrong naturally understood what he meant and involuntarily let go of Bai Ying's hand, her face turning red. She walked to Ning Fengji's side and said, "Dad, you just love to tease me." Ning Fengji ruffled his daughter's hair and said, "All right, Dad won't say anything more. Rongrong, you mustn't be willful in the future. Don't make Bai Ying angry." "I understand, Dad." Ning Fengji walked to Bai Ying's side and said, "Although I don't want to admit it, you're the first person Rongrong likes. It's fine. As her father, I also hope she can be happy. Don't worry, I will treat her well. By the way, I have something to tell you." "What is it? Speak." "It's like this. Our leave this time has been too long. We should return to the academy. When do you plan to leave?" "Today." Most of the matters of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School have been resolved. The appearance of the Soul Engineers will definitely allow the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to shine again. It should now be renamed the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School. "Yes, Dad, we've been away from the academy for too long. We must go back," Ning Rongrong also said. Ning Fengji glanced at his daughter and sighed. "This is my gold card from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Although it's not much, it's still a considerable fortune. I'll give it to you. I can't take this. I have money. Uncle Ning, I really can't take this. This is what you deserve for helping our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School." "And what did you just call me?" "I didn't react in time. I'm sorry." Bai Ying took a deep breath and then said, "Dad." Instantly, Ning Fengji beamed and patted Bai Ying on the shoulder, saying, "Good son-in-law." After accepting the card, Ning Rongrong finally let out a sigh of relief. "By the way, this secret manual is called Taiji Divine Skill. It's a practice. Dad, you should try cultivating it and see." Saying this, she took out the practice manual. Ning Fengji nodded, then sat down and began to cultivate. As he started to circulate the first cycle, he felt a faint surge of soul power within him. Sword Douluo-Chen and Bonduo Gu-Rong also sensed the fluctuation of Ning Fengji's soul power and were greatly surprised. Bai Ying nodded and said, "You two should also give it a try." Just like that, the three of them entered a state of cultivation. When they opened their eyes again, they all felt a significant improvement, especially Sword Douluo-Chen. He could clearly sense that he was just one step away from level 98. This technique, if cultivated to its peak, would be enough to give the entire Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School the ability to protect itself. Plus, with the soul tools and soul engineers I left behind, the problems of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School are completely resolved. Ning Fengji decisively instructed to quickly transcribe the technique. Then all disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School began their cultivation. It had been a long time since returning to the academy, and I really missed them a bit. Ning Rongrong snorted coldly and said, "I see you don't miss the academy, but rather Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, right? With me, that is not enough. You really are a big-hearted playboy." Bai Ying replied, "I didn't say anything. This is all your guess. I never said that." Ning Rongrong laughed upon hearing this. As the saying goes, marry a chicken, follow the chicken. Marry a dog, follow the dog. Now I understand. I have married a pig. Chapter 83, Goodbye. Qian Renxue, do you think I'm a pig? Then you must be the pig's wife. Ning Rongrong spoke up, saying, "I can't argue with you. Are you going back or what? You wait here for me for an hour. I have something very important to take care of." "What could be so important? Can you tell me?" "I can't. If you knew about it now, it might confuse you a lot, and telling you would only make you sad." Ning Rongrong nodded and didn't ask further. In the Tiando Palace, Bai Ying stood in front of the palace gate. A guard-like person immediately stepped forward and said, "Who are you? Do you know where this is?" "Of course I do. Please tell His Royal Highness the Crown Prince that an old friend has come to visit." "An old friend of the Crown Prince?" The guard glanced at Bai Ying and asked, "What is your name?" "Please tell His Royal Highness that Xiao Bai is here. The Crown Prince will naturally know who I am." "All right, you wait here." Inside the palace, Crown Prince Xue Qinghe was handling documents. Over the years, due to the unexpected death of the second prince and the third prince, Xue Bing, being a complete idler, the Emperor Xue designated the heirship to Crown Prince Xue Qinghe. At this time, Qian Renxue had also cultivated a lot of her own power. "Crown Prince, there is someone at the palace gate claiming to be your old friend." Xue Qinghe paused and lightly said, "My old friend? Did he say who he is?" "He said his name is Xiao Bai, and that he is a close friend of yours." "Xiao Bai." Qian Renxue's expression became very excited. Since she came to the Tiando Palace and disguised herself as Xue Qinghe, she had not seen Baiying again. Deep down, she had always missed him, otherwise. He would have mentioned Baiying so many times in the reports he sent back. Go quickly and invite him in, Qian Renxue said in a calm voice. The guard complied, and quickly Baiying appeared. After Qian Renxue had everyone leave, she said, "It's been many years. You no longer look like you did back then." "Yes, it's been a long time. Sister Schwer, I didn't expect you to look so good in men's clothing." Qian Renxue looked at her brother, feeling very happy, and couldn't help but smile as she said, "Did you come specifically to find me?" "No, I'm here to handle a matter by chance, and I thought I'd come to see you if I had time." Now Sister Schwer is the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, a busy person. How could I dare to disturb you? Hearing this, Qian Renxue became a bit angry and said, "Then why did you come?" "Of course, I came to see my sister Schwer. After not seeing you for so many years, my longing for you has deepened." Their essay saying, "One day apart feels like 3 autumns. How many days has it been since we last met?" Qian Renxue couldn't help but say, "You really have a silver tongue." "Grandpa said you also left the spirit hall and traveled the continent?" The old man is right. I am indeed traveling the continent, and I have found Hao Qian, as well as Tang San, whom I mentioned before." "What? You found Hao Qian Douluo? Where is he?" "I only met him once by chance, and I don't know where he is now. I guess he will show up during the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament. At that time, I will have absolute confidence to kill him to avenge Sister Schwer." "Fool, you must protect yourself, understand? My matters are none of your concern. I will personally take revenge." "Tell me more about that Tang San." "No problem. Tang San is currently studying at Shrek Academy, which was founded by Flender, one of the Golden Iron Triangle. There are dozens of Soul Emperor-level powerhouses in this academy, and it's quite special. What's so special about it? It only accepts extraordinary geniuses, not ordinary people. Among the students are not only Tang San, but also Dai Mubai, the 3rd prince of the Star Luo Empire, Zhu Zhuqing from the Zhu family of the royal nobility, along with Ning Rongrong from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and 2 ordinary people with high talents. One is a food system soul master with a sausage martial spirit, who is not only a food system soul master, but also has innate full soul power, while the other possesses a top martial spirit, the Phoenix. Among them are also the immovable king and Yu Shaojiang, etc. According to the motto of Shrek Academy, they only accept monsters, not ordinary people. However, this Shrek Academy will likely close down soon. After all, those teachers, though they are Soul Emperor-level powerhouses, have never joined any faction, so the academy environment is quite poor. Listening to all this, Qian Renxue said after a long time, "If so many strong people could be used for a spear hall, it would also be a significant boost for us." Sister Schwer, most of the teachers in the academy are proud and yearn for freedom. In the past, they proposed support to the Balik Kingdom, but were rejected by Flender. Therefore, their plans are definitely not feasible. "Sister Schwer, I came today to tell you about another matter." "Another matter? What is it?" Baiying then told Qian Renxue everything. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue said, "You dare to fool around behind my back?" Saying this, Qian Renxue grabbed Baiying's ear. Baiying yelped in pain and said, "Let me explain." Qian Renxue's stunning face was filled with a gaze that was unblinking, her eyes full of killing intent, making Baiying feel the hair on his body stand up. Baiying suddenly felt as if he had fallen into a cold abyss. An endless chill surged from all directions, freezing his heartbeat. He looked up and saw the sharp light flickering in Qian Renxue's deep eyes, as if she wanted to see through him. "Why, you let me explain." Baiying stammered, feeling as if he was being targeted by a fierce beast, ready to be pounced on at any moment. Qian Renxue said nothing, just coldly stared at him, the pressure making it hard for Baiying to breathe. He knew he had truly angered Qian Renxue this time, and it was serious. Baiying took a deep breath, mustering the courage to continue. "Sister Schwer, listen to me. Everything I did was for the spirit hall." Qian Renxue furrowed her brows, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes, but she still didn't interrupt Baiying. Baiying continued. "The Tiando Empire and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School have always had a cooperative relationship. But if I marry the princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong, then there will be a closer connection between the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and our spirit hall. At that time, it wouldn't be impossible for Ning Fengji to detach from the Tiando royal family. After all, he can't just abandon his own daughter, right?" As he spoke, Bai Ying's gaze became firm, as if he could already see the future. He continued, "And Zhu Zhuqing, she is from the royal family of the Star Luo Empire. If I can leverage her power, it can also influence the Star Luo Empire to a certain extent." Chapter 84. How about a little punishment from Qian Renxue that turns you into a eunuch? Please, everyone, give me a few more recommendation votes. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to be eating dirt during this time. Qian Renxue still had a cold expression on her face, then spoke. Is that all you have to say to me? Didn't you say you would marry me? Now you're with another woman. How can I bear this? Bai didn't know how to explain. After all, what was done was done. If it were someone else, he might have had a chance to argue. But this was Qian Renxue. To her, Bai Ying would always be a younger brother, but he didn't dare to sweet-talk her. The aura around her completely suppressed him. How many girls' hands have you held? Probably a few, right? Qian Renxue's gaze instantly became sharp as she grabbed Bai Ying's hand tightly, as if wanting to see into his heart through his skin. Bai Ying was stunned by this sudden force, looking up at Qian Renxue, whose face was frighteningly dark. Her eyes seemed to spit fire. Do you have anything else to explain? Qian Renxue's voice was low and powerful, each word hitting Bai Ying's heart like a hammer. Bai Ying took a deep breath, knowing that no matter what he said now, he couldn't quell Qian Renxue's anger, but he still decided to be honest. No. He almost blurted it out. His voice was soft but filled with determination. This time, I'll forgive you for Grandpa's sake. Qian Renxue slowly stood up, then returned to her true form and said, Then who is more beautiful than those women of yours? Of course, it's Sister Schwerer who is the most beautiful. Qian Renxue walked slowly towards Bai Ying. Each step felt like she was stepping on his heart, making his heartbeat accelerate and breathing difficult. Her eyes were filled with exploration and expectation, as if she wanted to see through his innermost thoughts. Bai Ying felt a strange sense of tension rising in his heart. He didn't know how to respond to this situation. When Qian Renxue stood in front of him, she suddenly lowered her head and gently licked Bai Ying's ear with her tongue. This action instantly made Bai Ying's body stiffen. He felt an electric current spreading from his ear throughout his body, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Qian Renxue's breath lightly brushed against his ear, bringing a slight chill, but also filled with seduction. Sister Schwerer, do you know why I forgive you? Although I do like you. That's not the main reason. We've grown up. We're not children anymore. You're a genius with dual martial souls. Plus, you've already passed the Shiranine trials. If we can have offspring, that child's talent will be extraordinary. At that time, my angel lineage will also have a successor, and they should be very happy, right? I'm telling you this not to make you feel guilty, but because I really do like you. Otherwise, I wouldn't say these things, and I certainly wouldn't get engaged to you. Qian Renxue's words stunned Bai Ying. He had never thought he held such an important place in her heart. He looked up at Qian Renxue and saw her eyes filled with tenderness and expectation, as if all worry and anger had vanished in that moment. She gently caressed Bai Ying's cheek, her eyes revealing deep love. Bai Ying felt his heartbeat accelerate again. He tightly grasped Qian Renxue's hand, as if wanting to convey his feelings to her. Sister Schwerer, Bai Ying's voice trembled. He didn't know how to express his feelings. Qian Renxue smiled slightly, gently embracing Bai Ying, as if wanting to merge him into her body. Her breath softly brushed against Bai Ying's ear, bringing him warmth and comfort. Suddenly, Qian Renxue's tone changed. Her voice became gentle yet firm. However, mistakes must be punished. Sister is going to give you a little punishment. As soon as she finished speaking, Qian Renxue suddenly lifted one foot and stomped hard on Bai Ying's face. This sudden action completely stunned Bai Ying. He felt a tremendous force coming from his face, as if the whole world had turned upside down. Bai Ying's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Qian Renxue. In her gaze, he saw determination and an unyielding spirit. He knew he had truly angered Qian Renxue this time, and this little punishment would probably not end easily. Qian Renxue's gaze slowly moved down, finally fixing on a certain part of Bai Ying's body, her lips curling into a playful smile. Bai Ying felt the coldness and playfulness in that gaze, a strong sense of unease rising in his heart. He tightly closed his eyes, not daring to meet Qian Renxue's gaze, his body trembling involuntarily. Tell me, if you were made into a eunuch, would you learn to behave? Qian Renxue's voice was soft yet icy, like an invisible knife stabbing fiercely into Bai Ying's heart. Bai Ying's eyes widened, a surge of intense fear rising within him. He felt the threat in Qian Renshue's words, an irresistible power. He didn't want to be a eunuch, nor did he want to lose his dignity as a man. Don't worry, it's just a joke. With that, Qian Renxue slowly withdrew her foot from his face. Instantly, Bai Ying let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that Qian Renxue still had a little bit of feelings for him. Looking at this younger brother, Qian Renxue felt overwhelmed. Host triggers a special task. Please engage in dual cultivation with Qian Renxue. Reward unknown. The system's voice suddenly rang in Bai Ying's mind, like a thunderclap, making his heart race. He stared wide-eyed at Qian Renxue, his shock hard to express. Dual cultivation? How could this be possible? However, just as he hesitated, Qian Renxue had already pounced on him like lightning. Her movements were swift and decisive, completely unlike someone who was joking. Bai Ying only felt a strong fragrance rushing towards him, and then Qian Renshue's lips were tightly pressed against his. Bai Ying's mind went blank. He couldn't think at all, only passively accepting Qian Renshue's kiss. Her tongue skillfully invaded his mouth, entangling with his. This intimate contact made Bai Ying feel an intense stimulation, causing his body to stiffen involuntarily. What is happening? Even Qian Renxue didn't expect herself to act this way. Just as she wanted to stop, her body was completely out of control. What is wrong with me? Why is this happening? But gradually, a surge of energy began to rise from both their bodies, enveloping them completely. Bai Ying and Qian Renxue could feel their soul power continuously increasing. Chapter 85. Ning Fengji, the old fox, although I don't know what happened. I can feel my power growing. For Qian Renxue, at this moment, power and authority are the most important things. An hour later, Bai Ying finished tidying up and looked at Qian Renxue, saying, "Sister Schwer, you've almost drained me dry." Hearing this, Qian Renshue's face turned red, and she quickly replied, "It's my fault. I didn't notify you in advance. Besides, aren't you benefiting from this? How about it? I'm much better than those people, right?" Bai Ying looked at Qian Renxue in disbelief, unable to imagine she would say such a thing. "Sister Schwer, you're being too straightforward. Are we going to scheme against each other? All right, do you have anything else? If not, you can leave. I will personally send someone to investigate Shrek Academy. You must keep this matter confidential and not explain it to anyone, all right? I understand, don't worry." "What took you so long?" Ning Rongrong asked. "Nothing much, just want to meet an old friend," Qian Renxue replied. "All right, let us go." Ning Rongrong noted, and the two used a flying soul guide to leave the imperial city of the Tiando Empire. On the other side, Qian Renxue was sitting cross-legged, the soul power generated from their dual cultivation, allowing her realm to break through once again. "All these years, although I have been cultivating, my soul power has increased very slowly. I didn't expect to break through in this way." "Shrek Academy? Interesting. Xiao Bai, you really have a lot of secrets." "Sister, I like you the most. Your Highness, are you there?" "Yes, I'm currently cultivating." The voice from outside instantly transformed into the figure of Xue Qinghe in Qian Renshue's ears. Qian Renxue opened the door to see Ning Fengji. "Teacher, what brings you here?" Ning Fengji smiled warmly and said, "Qinghe, is it inappropriate for the teacher to come at this time?" "Teacher, you say that as if it's an honor for Qinghe that you came." Ning Fengji smiled, gently shaking the handgun in his hand. Sunlight streamed in through the window, reflecting off the metallic surface and giving off a faint glow. His eyes sparkled with excitement, as if what he held was not an ordinary weapon, but a divine artifact capable of changing the entire situation. "Qinghe, do you know what this means?" Ning Fengji asked, his voice filled with anticipation. Qian Renxue, slightly frowning, could naturally sense the extraordinary nature of this handgun, but she also knew that any weapon is merely an extension of power. True power comes from within. However, looking at Ning Fengji's eager expression, she chose to indulge his excitement. Ning Fengji, with a gleam of excitement in his eyes, said to Xue Qinghe, "Qinghe, let us go. I'll show you its power." Xue Qinghe nodded and followed Ning Fengji to a spacious shooting range. The range was surrounded by tall walls, and in the center was a large open area filled with various targets. Ning Fengji gently caressed the handgun, a hint of affection in his eyes. He infused it with soul power and with a bang, a dazzling beam of light shot out from the muzzle. Like an enraged fire dragon wreaking havoc on the shooting range. Wherever the beam passed, the air seemed to tear apart, emitting a sharp, wind-breaking sound. The targets, under the bombardment of this beam, crumbled like fragile paper, instantly turning to dust, with the dust swirling in the air. The charred marks left on the wall seemed to tell the tale of the terrifying power of this beam. Teacher, this weapon is really powerful. How did you get it? Thanks to my son-in-law. His name is Bai Ying. He passed on the technology and manufacturing process to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Bai Ying, Xiao Bai. Why would Xiao Bai give the manufacturing technology of such a weapon to this old fox, Ning Fengji? Moreover, if this technology could be used by the Spirit Hall, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Ning Fengji looked at Xue Qinghe's eager expression and smiled, saying, Qinghe, you don't need to rush. Although Bai Ying has left, the weapons he made remain with our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. When the opportunity arises, I will let you personally witness his talent. After hearing this, Qian Renxue could only nod helplessly. For Ning Fengji, the reason he came to the Tiando Imperial Palace today was to discuss with his disciple. The struggle for the Tiando Empire's throne has intensified. The body of Emperor Shui Yi is deteriorating for some unknown reason, and the competition for the throne is becoming increasingly urgent. Although Xue Qinghe has already become the crown prince, it is not without its risks. The transition of imperial power is like a war without gunpowder, silently spreading in the depths of the Tiando Imperial Palace. Although there are no bloody storms like in the struggle for the throne of the Xinluo Empire, the defeated princes can still retain their noble titles and enjoy a lifetime of wealth and honor. However, in Ning Fengji's eyes, this is far from enough. If Xue Qinghe, as his disciple, can smoothly become the master of the Tiando Empire, it would undoubtedly be a huge benefit for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Among the only two princes, Xue Beng is unruly, while Xue Qinghe is exemplary in both character and academics. Although Xue Qinghe is already the legitimate crown prince, it does not rule out the possibility of accidents. Xue Beng's uncle, Prince Xue Xing, has been quietly supporting him for many years. Although Prince Xue Xing is just a prince, he holds real military power and a significant portion of the empire's economy. For many years, the two brothers have been in a subtle struggle, but in the end, it is still Xue Qinghe who sits on the throne of the crown prince. What Ning Fengji wants is for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to stand taller and last longer. This is why he flatters both the Spirit Hall and the Tiando royal family. He deeply understands the vulnerabilities of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. A family with a top-tier auxiliary martial soul may seem glorious on the surface, but secretly, crises abound. He must plan ahead, which is why he wants to introduce this son-in-law from the Spirit Hall to Xue Qinghe. Although the other party is from the Spirit Hall, as long as he can gain his assistance, it would be nothing but beneficial for Xue Qinghe. Ning Fengji, you really are an old fox. While flattering the Spirit Hall, you also want me to take the initiative to get to know Xiao Bai. You really know how to calculate. Since you have such plans for me, how could I refuse your kindness? After all, it would be foolish not to take advantage of a good opportunity. Chapter 86 Training at Shrek Academy. When Bai Ying and Ning Renxue returned, they saw the others from Shrek running with bamboo baskets on their backs, looking extremely fatigued. You're back, the master said lightly while sitting in a pavilion and sipping a pot of tea. What are you doing? Can't you see? Exercising. The physical fitness of this group of kids is really poor. They need to train properly. Ning Renxue looked at them and said, since it's training, I'll join too. If the previous Ning Renxue was willful and headstrong, now she had completely changed. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and train. You Xiaojiang. What do you mean? I still need to run. Now I'm a teacher at Shrek Academy. My words are orders. If you don't want to do it, then leave Shrek Academy. Brother, you two are back, Xiao Wu said breathlessly, already drenched in sweat but still persisting. Is this training beneficial for you? But this kind of training is of no use to me. You all should hold on. Just as she was about to leave, Yu Xiaojiang suddenly stood up and said, are you provoking my authority as a teacher? Either run or leave. Yu Xiaojiang had long disliked him since he was at Nodding Academy. And now that he had become a teacher at Shrek Academy, how could he miss this opportunity? Master, I respect you as a master. but my training methods are really different from theirs. In terms of physical fitness, I am stronger than any of them." Hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang said, "Let's make a bet. If I win, you will obediently listen to me. How about that? What do you want to bet on? Didn't you say your physical fitness is better than anyone else's? You just need to carry 10,000 gene of stones and run 10 laps with them. If you can still jump around like this when you come back, I will exempt you from training. How about it? 10,000 gene? That's no joke. It could really kill someone. Even if I am a soul master now, I might not be able to hold on." All right. Bai Ying found a bamboo basket, loaded it with stones, and started running. Before leaving, he even had the master check the weight. Bai Ying's speed was like the wind. Having absorbed the eightfold ice grass and the blazing apricot flower, along with all the water from the ice and fire duality eye, his physical condition had long surpassed that of his peers. Therefore, he returned with them in just one afternoon, and he showed no signs of fatigue at all. At this moment, the master's face was extremely grim, and then Bai Ying directly released his martial soul, with 4 10,000-year soul rings appearing on him, which revealed an absolute longing in the master's eyes, an excitement that was purely masculine. After all, the first, second, third, and fourth soul rings were all 10,000-year level. It was unlikely to find anyone else in the entire soul master world with such a configuration. Yu Xiaojiang originally wanted Tang San to cultivate the blue-silver grass to the title Douluo level and then match it with such a terrifying soul ring configuration. Now that he had seen it for real, how could they not be astonished? Finally, Flinder made the decision, and Master Yu Xiaojiang had no choice but to agree to exempt Bai Ying from training. By evening, the others had completed their training and had collapsed from exhaustion. At this moment in the academy, only Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu remained, while Meng Yiran had already been taken back by Long Gong and Shipa before leaving, agreeing to meet at the Continental Elite Soul Master competition. Since Bai Ying broke through to level 40, he felt like he had hit a bottleneck. Originally, after running a small circulation and a large circulation, he felt his power was abundant, like a surging river. But now he felt a sense of fatigue, as if the bottle was full. Bai Ying sighed. "I didn't expect I would also hit a bottleneck. Am I being too impatient?" With this thought, he walked towards Xiao Wu's residence. As soon as he entered, he smelled a strong medicinal fragrance. Judging by the scent, most of it was some foundational strengthening medicines. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong had completely fainted from exhaustion. Although they had cultivated the Divine Goddess Heart Sutra, their bodies were still very weak. Since it was like this, let's make it more interesting. With this thought, he approached a medicinal barrel, bit his finger, and let his blood flow into the medicine. The originally calm and gentle medicinal power was instantly disrupted. Bai Ying's blood infused with the medicinal properties of the eightfold ice grass and the blazing apricot flower, both of which were extremely potent. As soon as the blood entered, the expressions of Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing immediately turned painful. The surging medicinal power continuously washed over their bodies, and the intense pain forced them to wake up. "Brother, what are you doing here?" Xiao Wu was the first to wake up, and, seeing Bai Ying there, couldn't help but ask, "I came to check on you. For now, don't speak, just operate your soul power. Your bodies have reached their limits. But the more it is like this, the more you must persist. As long as you can hold on, your physical bodies will rise to the next level." The intense pain also caused Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong to wake up simultaneously. When they heard Bai Ying's words, the pain in their eyes made Bai Ying show no mercy. Operate the Divine Goddess Heart Sutra, relax your bodies completely, and absorb the medicinal power. In a short while, the overwhelming medicinal power was completely absorbed by them, and their bodies transitioned from initial fatigue to later ease, feeling as if their entire bodies had undergone a rebirth, like a feather floating in the air. "Brother, I feel so much better. Don't speak yet. They have already entered a meditative state, so don't disturb them." At this moment, Xiao Wu noticed that they were soaking in the medicinal bath and was momentarily stunned, but then thought of something and her face turned red. "How we end up soaking here?" "Don't worry. The attendants helped you take off your clothes." "Oh, then it's fine." "All right, you haven't eaten, right?" "I happen to have some food in my soul guide." Bai Ying took out a set of assassin bunny girl attire from his storage soul guide. Bai Ying walked outside. and Xiao Wu rinsed the medicinal liquid off her body with clean water before putting on the outfit. Brother, how do you think it looks? Beautiful. It's truly beautiful. You look just like a fairy. Chapter 87 Training. Xiao Wu appeared even more mysterious and alluring. The black stockings she wore clung tightly to her skin, resembling a dark phantom in the night, both cold and ethereal, yet with a hint of playfulness. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with an enticing glow under the light, as if they could draw in souls to sink deeply within. Bai Ying's gaze was firmly fixed on Xiao Wu, as if afraid that she would disappear with a blink. After finishing her meal, Xiao Wu wiped her mouth and felt her strength had recovered a bit. Although Yu Xiaojiang was somewhat useless, his methods were still effective, and she needed to cooperate well with his training these days. Got it? Xiao Wu nodded, indicating she understood. Where have you and Rong been these days, brother? Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School must be a fun place, right? What are you doing there? Seeking cooperation. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School controls 90 of the wealth on the continent, and cooperating with them is my best choice. Fortunately, with Rong's help, it didn't take longer. By the way, has anything happened at the academy these days? Not much, just Tang San keeps hovering around me, always offering me food and drinks. But I've listened to you, and haven't spoken to him at all. Bai Ying gently touched Xiao Wu's hair and said, "Good girl, as expected of my woman. Tang San is my enemy, and I don't want you to appear too close to him. Understand? Don't worry, brother. Now that there's still time, let me help you open up your meridians. This way, your recovery speed will be a bit faster." Xiao Wu nodded, and the two of them went to the dormitory bed. Bai Ying gently held Xiao Wu's hand, and an immense force surged forth. The power of the Great Shift was extremely domineering, but fortunately, Xiao Wu had practiced the heart of the goddess. Xiao Wu closed her eyes tightly, concentrating on operating the heart of the goddess, guiding this powerful force to her dantian. It felt as if her dantian had transformed into a blazing furnace, converting this power into her own. As her mind moved, the force surged from the dantian like a torrent, quickly flowing to her limbs and bones. Xiao Wu felt as if her body was enveloped in a warm current, every cell rejoicing. This power flowed through her meridians like spring water rushing through a stream, unimpeded. Suddenly, Bai Ying's finger gently tapped at Xiao Wu's dantian, and a more powerful force surged in like a flood breaking through a dam. Xiao Wu felt as if her body might burst from this force, but she gritted her teeth, using the guidance of the heart of the goddess to slowly suppress and absorb it. As the last bit of power flowed in, Xiao Wu felt as if she had been reborn, every cell brimming with strength. She opened her eyes, which sparkled with bright light, shining like stars. Bai Ying looked at Xiao Wu with admiration and joy in his eyes. He gently patted her shoulder and said, "Very good. You have completely absorbed this power. You are now stronger than before." Xiao Wu nodded, feeling her level, originally at 30, had directly risen to 34. She looked at Bai Ying, her eyes filled with gratitude and affection. "Thank you, brother." Bai Ying smiled slightly, gently holding Xiao Wu's hand, and said softly, "You are my woman, so I will naturally support you wholeheartedly. Next, we have a lot to do, so be prepared." Xiao Wu tightly grasped Bai Ying's hand, her eyes shimmering with determination. "I will, brother. You should also be able to practice the goddess step now. If you combine it with your 8, the results will be unexpected. I'll teach you." Xiao Wu nodded, and the two went outside. Xiao Wu began to practice the techniques in her mind, combining them with the 8 she had created, along with the goddess step from the heart of the goddess. "To help you understand this movement better, I will be your sparring partner," Bai Ying said softly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Xiao Wu nodded, her gaze becoming firm and bright. She took a deep breath, adjusting her state, and prepared to start practicing. Her steps became light and agile, like a deer darting through the forest, sometimes fast as lightning, sometimes slow as a wisp of silk. Her figure flickered under the moonlight, resembling a mysterious phantom. Suddenly, Xiao Wu's body surged forward, her speed dazzling. Bai Ying reacted quickly, but was still caught off guard by her speed, barely managing to dodge the attack. Xiao Wu's figure traced a graceful arc in the air, her feet attacking Bai Ying's vital points like they were equipped with springs. Bai Ying continuously dodged, his eyes shining with appreciation and surprise. He hadn't expected Xiao Wu to perfectly combine the 8 with the goddess step, creating such a unique attack method. Just as Bai Ying prepared to counterattack, Xiao Wu suddenly stopped, her body gently spinning in the air like a blooming flower. Her eyes sparkled with bright light, as if she had seen through Bai Ying's next move. Bai Ying smiled slightly, knowing this practice had come to an end. He walked over to Xiao Wu, gently patting her shoulder. Very good. You have completely mastered this movement. Next, we can start the next phase of training. Next, we need to combine your third soul skill, instant movement, with this part. He said softly, just think, if you use this movement combined with instant movement and then execute the 8, what kind of power do you think it would have? Xiao Wu's eyes instantly brightened, as if she saw a new world. She closed her eyes, mentally simulating the scene. The suddenness of instant movement, the agility of the goddess step, combined with the ferocity of the 8. This combination's power was simply unimaginable. Suddenly, Xiao Wu opened her eyes, her gaze shining with determination. She gently nodded, indicating she understood. Then, she took a deep breath and began to attempt to combine these 3 elements. Xiao Wu immediately started her training, with Bai Ying also serving as her sparring partner. Her figure suddenly vanished from the spot, leaving a faint afterimage. Bai Ying was momentarily stunned. His reaction speed was extremely quick, but he still couldn't catch Xiao Wu's figure. Just then, a shadow suddenly dashed out from his side. Xiao Wu's attack after using instant movement. Bai Ying's figure flashed, cleverly dodging Xiao Wu's attack. However, he did not stop, but quickly counterattacked with a palm strike toward Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was already prepared. She twisted her body skillfully to evade the strike. Then, using the agility of the goddess step, she continuously attacked Bai Ying. Xiao Wu suddenly executed a rapid side kick, her toes sharp as blades, slicing through the air, directly aimed at Bai Ying's chest. Bai Ying's expression tightened, his body instantly shifting to avoid this deadly strike. However, Xiao Wu's attack did not end there. Her other foot swiftly extended like a snake, landing accurately on Bai Ying's neck. In that moment, Bai Ying felt a tremendous force surge, involuntarily lifted into the air by Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu twirled gracefully in the air, her figure appearing as beautiful as a fairy under the moonlight. Using the agility of the goddess step, she danced elegantly in the air, each step perfectly timed. Suddenly, Xiao Wu's feet propelled her forward like a cannonball aimed at Bai Ying. A hint of surprise flashed in Bai Ying's eyes. He had not expected Xiao Wu to perfectly combine instant movement, the goddess step, and the 8. He quickly adjusted his stance, preparing to face this strike. At the moment when the 2 figures were about to collide, Xiao Wu suddenly rolled to the side, skillfully dodging Bai Ying's attack. Then, using the agility of the Divine Maiden steps, she launched another attack at Bai Ying. Her attack speed increased rapidly, and her figure became more and more blurred, as if a bolt of lightning was darting through the air. Bai Ying kept dodging, his expression becoming increasingly serious. He realized that Xiao Wu had completely mastered this attack style, and her speed and power were continuously rising. This surprised and excited him. Just when Bai Ying thought he had figured out Xiao Wu's attack pattern, she suddenly executed a backflip, her body tracing a perfect arc in the air, before pushing off the ground with both feet, launching herself at Bai Ying like a shooting arrow. This time, her attack speed was so fast that Bai Ying couldn't react at all. As Xiao Wu's attack was about to hit, Bai Ying suddenly trembled, and a powerful soul force erupted from him. His figure instantly became blurred, as if transforming into a phantom. Xiao Wu's attack missed, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She didn't expect Bai Ying to be able to counterattack in this situation. At that moment, Bai Ying's figure suddenly appeared behind Xiao Wu, and he gently placed a hand on her shoulder. Xiao Wu's body stiffened, feeling the warmth of Bai Ying's hand. She slowly turned around to look into Bai Ying's deep eyes. "You did very well," Bai Ying said with a smile. "You have completely mastered this attack style, and even created new moves. I look forward to seeing you unleash the power of this technique in actual combat." "All right, it's getting late. Let's move on to the next item." Xiao Wu, filled with excitement, asked, "What training is next?" "Let's go back first, and I'll tell you," Bai Ying replied. Xiao Wu had no doubts and followed him. After returning to the dormitory, Bai Ying suddenly lifted Xiao Wu into his arms. his warm breath brushing against her neck. Xiao Wu's heart raced like thunder, and her cheeks instantly burned with embarrassment. Bai Ying's embrace felt like the safest harbor, making her feel a sense of inexplicable security amidst her shyness. She closed her eyes tightly, not daring to look into Bai Ying's profound gaze, only feeling his warm breath gently blowing against her neck. Is this also training? Xiao Wu's voice trembled, carrying a hint of undeniable shyness. Bai Ying smiled slightly. This isn't your training, it's my training. In an instant, Bai Ying kissed Xiao Wu's red lips. All the longing he had felt for her over the past few days was completely expressed. The next day, when Xiao Wu woke up, Bai Ying had already left. On the playground of Academy, someone asked, "Are you sure you want to do this?" "Teacher Zhao, I'm sure. By constantly improving my ability to take hits, my body has reached a point where just running doesn't help much anymore. Only this extreme method can quickly enhance my physical strength." Chapter 88. Extreme Methods. Zhao Wuji nodded. He had never seen anyone so ruthless to themselves. This method of continuously striking the body to enhance physical fitness was certainly more significant than running, but it was also fraught with danger. Initially, Zhao Wuji disagreed with using this method, but Bai Ying insisted that it was the only way to improve his body in the shortest amount of time. After all, he already possessed a divine spirit ring. And the greatest feature of the divine spirit ring was that as long as one could endure, his fifth spirit ring could even reach the 100,000-year level. Suddenly, Zhao Wujia seemed to transform into another person. The fluctuations of soul power around his body became intense, and that thick soul power seemed to materialize, condensing into the form of his martial spirit. His eyes sparkled with golden light. Bai Ying took a deep breath. He knew this would be a significant challenge for him. He steadied his stance, his body tense, and gave it his all. Suddenly, Zhao Wujia struck out with a palm, and a loud explosion echoed in the air like thunder. Bai Ying felt a tremendous force surge towards him, causing his internal energy to surge backwards, as if it might break through his body. However, Bai Ying did not make a sound. He gritted his teeth and resisted that enormous force with all his might. The sounds of thuds resounded again and again. Each time Zhao Wujia's attack landed on Bai Ying, leaving his body increasingly battered. Yet, Bai Ying showed no signs of retreat. He remained firmly planted in his stance, unmoving. Yu Xiaojiang rushed to the side of the two, his face filled with shock and concern. The scene before him was hard to believe. Zhao Wujia, known for his strength in the academy, was fully attacking Bai Ying, who was gritting his teeth and silently enduring the fierce onslaught. "Stop it!" Yu Xiaojiang shouted loudly, his voice filled with tension and urgency. He was not afraid that Bai Ying would get hurt, but rather that Bai Ying could not die at Shrek Academy. Zhao Wujia's attacks suddenly ceased. He looked at Yu Xiaojiang, confusion and dissatisfaction in his eyes. "Master, what are you doing?" "I'm helping him improve his physical fitness." At this time, the Shrek 7 were all present. When Zhao Wujia mentioned Bai Ying's method, everyone else was taken aback. Dai Mubai's eyes widened. He had thought that Zhao Wujia making them run with weights for 300 or 400 meters was already a maximum challenge. But Bai Ying was enduring an even harsher training regimen. His pride surged, as if ignited, and without a second word, he turned and ran to the side. The bamboo basket on his back swayed as he ran, making a dull sound. Tang San, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun were initially stunned by Dai Mubai's actions, then exchanged glances, determination flashing in their eyes. They knew this was a challenge to themselves and an opportunity for growth. Thus, they followed Dai Mubai and started running. Tang San had also wanted to use this method, but Yu Xiaojiang completely forbade it, not wanting his disciples to suffer any injuries. Although this method could improve one rapidly, the harm to the body was immense. Only a madman would use such a method. Although Ning Rongrong was not as fast as the boys, her tenacity was no less than anyone else's. Ma Hongjun ran while loudly calling, "Daoliu.After, wait for me," as he tried to catch up with all his might. Under Zhao Wujia's relentless strikes, Bai Ying's body was already swaying, as if he would collapse at any moment. Seeing this, Zhao Wujia couldn't help but feel a wave of concern. He stopped, panting heavily, his eyes fixed on Bai Ying, afraid he might have an accident. Bai Ying fell to the ground, his body covered in wounds, blood staining his clothes. Yet, he made not a sound, silently enduring it all. His gaze was resolute and profound, as if an endless strength was supporting him. Suddenly, Bai Ying's body began to tremble. It seemed as if a powerful force was surging within him. He sat cross-legged, continuously operating the Qian Renxue Great Shift and Soul Power to begin healing his injuries. The fluctuations of soul power around his body became intense, and that thick soul power seemed to materialize. This extreme method lasted for several days. Bai Ying, like an indomitable warrior, fought against the limits of his body every day. Each nightfall, he was covered in wounds, but his eyes sparkled with resolute light, as if to say, "I can still hold on." This method continued for several days. Finally, after a few days, Bai Ying sat cross-legged, a faint golden glow enveloping his body. That was his soul power healing his bodily injuries. Each breath brought pain, but he gritted his teeth and silently endured. As time passed, the scars on his body gradually faded, replaced by more resilient muscles. "Brother, why are you working so hard?" In the girls' dormitory, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong looked at Bai Ying with worried expressions. "Ordinary training has no effect on me anymore. I can only improve using such extreme methods. I must become stronger." Ning Rongrong was filled with worry, having seen Bai Ying covered in wounds for the past few days without any recovery. The 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda activated instantly, and with the healing of the 9-treasure divine light, Bai Ying's soul power finally recovered. "You can't use this method anymore. What if something really happens?" "Don't worry. I'm fine now. The physical training has ended, and I won't use this method anymore for the next few days. Next, it's your turn, the 3 of you. Although that guy Yu Xiaojing has given you a break, I guarantee your days will not be easy." Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu suddenly felt an ominous premonition. "No way, you still want to train us?" Ning Rongrong said lamentingly, "We've already been trained for so long. We don't need any more training." "That's not acceptable. I can skip training others, but you must train. Do you want to become stronger? If you want to become stronger, you must endure hardships." Bai Ying brought the few of them to the Rose Hotel and opened a room there. Although they all knew it was for training, having the training location set here felt strange. "Brother, are we sure we want to train here? You're not planning to do anything strange to us, right? Training is something I can distinguish clearly, okay? All right, put away those messy thoughts in your heads." Chapter 89. Cultivation. The most troubling thing for me is you. How many levels of distraction control have you achieved in the 7-treasure glazed tile school? The Soul Master competition for the entire continent is coming soon, and this time, I must make a name for myself across the continent. Ning Rongrong felt a wave of dizziness. It should be known that the distraction control of the 7-treasure glazed tile school is not some extraordinary skill. At the beginning, other forces also had a bit of this skill. However, the difference is that only the 7-treasure glazed tile school has developed this extraordinary skill to its full potential. The biggest difficulty of this skill is that it is very hard to practice, and not just generally hard. Bai Ying continued, "Although the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda consumes an enormous amount of soul power, it is still the strongest auxiliary martial soul. The key lies in distraction control. Distraction control is divided into 5 levels. The heart of control, 3 apertures. The heart of constancy, 4 apertures. The heart of dispersion, 5 apertures. The heart of wishes, 6 apertures. And the heart of clarity, 7 apertures. With each additional level, the control over soul power becomes more precise, which is why the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda can become the strongest auxiliary martial soul in the Douluo continent. Bai Ying, of course I know this. My father has told me many times. I have now cultivated to the 3 apertures of the heart of control. It should be barely enough, right? No, for today's training. I can let others take it easy, but I must be strict with your training. Therefore, you will definitely suffer, but it will be worth it. Ning Rongrong said, "Alright. I can't change your decision. So, what do you plan to do to train me?" "Okay, next you need to take a deep breath and calm your mind. I have also learned about distraction control. Based on my investigations and research, I have a rough idea of how to cultivate it. You need to completely calm your heart. It is not about controlling your memories, but about quietly feeling the flow of your soul power within your body without forcing control. Feel the changes in yourself and the environment reaching a state of being as gentle as water. I can't understand what you are saying at all. Ning Grongrong sighed, feeling overwhelmed as she looked at Bai Ying. Bai Ying sighed and then said, "You sit cross-legged, adjust your breathing, and operate the Goddess Heart Sutra. Then, completely release your mental strength and let go of all distractions. Feel the changes in your soul power and the surrounding environment. Relax and do not let anyone disturb you." Ning Rongrong closed her eyes, and the world around her seemed to blur. Following Bai Ying's guidance, she adjusted her breathing and completely relaxed herself. As the Goddess Heart Sutra operated, she felt the soul power within her beginning to flow slowly, like a gentle stream. Gradually, she felt her connection with the surrounding environment becoming closer. The trees, the air, and even the distant birdsong seemed to merge into her perception. She no longer needed her eyes to see. She could clearly sense all the changes around her. At that moment, Ning Rongrong seemed to enter a whole new world. She could feel every subtle tremor in the wind, hear the whispers among the leaves, and smell the fresh scent in the air. Her spirit seemed to be infinitely magnified, merging with the surrounding world. "Xiao Wu, it's your turn next. You are the one I trust the most. After all, you have cultivated the Goddess Heart Sutra's movement technique. Plus, with your teleportation and 8, you need to combine them. I have taught you this process before. So, during this time, you must practice these 3 techniques, understand? You need to fully combine them to reach a level of freedom and create your own soul skill. This process will be difficult, but it is necessary to go through. Do you understand?" Xiao Wu nodded and began her cultivation. Bai Ying said, "Zhu Qing, come with me." Zhu Qing felt very anxious, but still followed him into the bedroom and closed the door. "Take off your clothes. I will teach you some acupoint techniques." At this moment, Zhu Qing felt a wave of panic, but complied. Bai Ying said, "Don't misunderstand. This is really just teaching you. Don't think too much." Zhu Qing nodded, and then Bai Ying had her lie down on the bed. He began the teaching process by pressing various acupoints on her body, allowing her to experience them properly. At first, Zhu Qing was a bit flustered, but when she saw that it was indeed just teaching, she relaxed and began to learn seriously. After a day of training, Zhu Qing had grasped some basic acupoint techniques. At this moment, Zhu Qing said, "There's really so much to learn. Of course, I am the great saint's son of the Spirit Hall. How can I not know much? Besides, if I didn't learn these skills, I would have died a long time ago." Zhu Qing nodded and said, "I'm sorry for making you sad. It's okay. I'm used to it. Now, you should practice these acupoints well. Remember, these acupoints are very dangerous and are specifically used for assassination. So be careful, and careful." Zhu Qing nodded and then began her training. When everyone had woken up, Bai Ying sighed and said, "Not bad. You all did well. It seems that the training during this time has been effective. The gains of everyone were quite good. Shall we go soak in a hot bath to relax?" "Soak in a bath?" Everyone was thrilled to hear that. "Are we all going to soak together?" Zhu Qing asked. At this moment, Bai Ying said, "Of course." Zhu Qing was a bit shy at first, but seeing Bai Ying's serious expression, she ultimately agreed. Soon, they arrived at a spacious and bright bathhouse. The edges of the bath were inlaid with exquisite tiles. The water was clear and steaming, exuding a faint herbal fragrance. Under the moonlight, the water sparkled like a giant gem. Ning Rongrong was the first to excitedly take off her outer clothes, revealing her petite yet curvaceous figure. She lightly stepped into the water, and immediately, the hot water enveloped her skin, bringing a refreshing shiver. She closed her eyes, enjoying this rare peace and relaxation. Xiao Wu followed closely behind, wearing a pink gauze dress that fluttered gently in the water. She smiled and jumped into the water, splashing everywhere. She moved like a nimble little fish, swimming freely in the water. Zhu Qing was a bit shy at first, although she looked tough. She sighed and eventually entered the water. Bai Ying watched the scene and couldn't help but feel his nose bleed. The fire in his heart seemed to be uncontrollable. At that moment, he wished he could swallow the 3 of them whole. Bai Ying swallowed hard and said, "What enchanting creatures you are. Let's see how I deal with you." Bai Ying's first target was Zhu Qing. "Zhu Qing, where are you going?" Zhu Qing suddenly woke up and saw Bai Ying, instantly feeling a sense of foreboding. Chapter 90. Ning Rongrong's scheme. Zhu Qing had already anticipated this situation, but she didn't expect it to come so soon. Before Zhu Zhuqing could react, Bai Ying's hand was already on her waist. Zhu Zhuqing shivered slightly, but quickly adjusted. Feeling Zhu Zhuqing's soft skin and perfect figure, Bai Ying could no longer hold back. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing was thinking of her worst outcome. She struggled desperately in his arms. But this struggle only fueled Bai Ying's desire. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing's lips were captured by Bai Ying, and his hands instinctively climbed up her waist. After a bout of intense action, Zhu Zhuqing collapsed in place. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing realized that this was not a bath at all. It was just making her suffer. Now she deeply regretted agreeing to the bath. Wouldn't it have been better to cultivate in her room? However, it was too late. There was no room for regret. Her arms and legs felt extremely weak, and she didn't even have the strength to lift her arms. Her face was flushed red, showing that she had reached her limit. Take a good rest. Bai Ying kissed Zhu Zhuqing on the forehead. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze fell on Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu. Filled with pity, she could no longer withstand it and wondered if those two would be the same. Ning Rongrong was the first to notice something was off. Xiao Wu was still leisurely soaking in the water, completely unaware of the impending danger. Ning Rongrong smilets lili. There's a saying, a friend's death doesn't concern Taoist. Anyway, she would eventually fall into his hands. So why not let others help her pass the time? Xiao Wu, you see, something happened to Bai Ge and Zhu Zhuqing. Swim over and check what is going on. Xiao Wu opened her eyes and noticed that something was indeed wrong on Zhu Zhuqing's side, but then she felt something was very off. Xiao Wu, hurry up. What are you waiting for? Rongrong, what happened? Seeing that Xiao Wu was not falling for it, Ning Rongrong became very anxious. If she didn't fall for it, it would definitely be herself who suffered. Although she and Xiao Wu were classmates, at such a critical moment, it was more important to protect herself. I don't know. You go check what happened. Xiao Wu had a vague sense of foreboding, but she swam over to Bai Ying. Seeing that Xiao Wu had already gone over, Ning Rongrong breathed a sigh of relief and said to Xiao Wu, I'm really sorry for you. When Xiao Wu swam over, she saw Bai Ying's gaze fixed on Zhu Zhuqing, who looked very tired. At that moment, she felt something was off. But before she could act, her wrist was grabbed by Bai Ying. Xiao Wu, what are you doing here? Bai Ying had now turned his attention to Xiao Wu. His next target was supposed to be Ning Rongrong, but Xiao Wu had come to him voluntarily, forcing him to change his plan. I just came to see you. It seems you and Zhuqing Jia are having a great time. I want to disturb you. Since you're here, you can't just leave. Xiao Wu thought she could escape, but now it seemed she couldn't. So, she could only face it. Rather than passively defending, she might as well take the initiative. Xiao Wu leaned close to Bai Ying's ear, her warm breath brushing against him, and in a weak, enticing voice, she said, Go. I'm scared. This sentence ignited Bai Ying's desire completely, unleashing the beast within him. He looked at the super attractive Xiao Wu in front of him and said, Don't worry. I'll be very gentle. Then, splashes of water erupted as Xiao Wu understood what was about to happen. She became like an octopus. As the sounds of water echoed in the pool, Ning Rongrong saw this scene and finally breathed a sigh of relief. With Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu occupied, Bai Ying's anger should have been mostly spent, and perhaps she would be safe. Thinking of this, Ning Rongrong looked at Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu with gratitude, thankful that they had shared the burden of his wrath. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Wu finally collapsed in Bai Ying's arms, her body in pain. But her heart was very satisfied. Xiao Wu, Zhuqing, you two go rest first. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu breathed a sigh of relief and turned their gaze toward Ning Rongrong, especially Xiao Wu, who looked at Ning Rongrong with a resentful expression, wanting to know why Ning Rongrong had tricked her. Now it seemed she was going to reap what she had sown. Go, treat Rongrong well, and don't be polite. Don't worry, if she dares to trick you, I will definitely make her experience the consequences of her deception. When Ning Rongrong heard this, her body felt as if it had fallen into an ice cave. Even soaking in hot water made her feel cold. What the hell is this? Sure enough, everything must be paid back. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing limped out of the bathroom, and at this moment, Ning Rongrong was completely stunned. Bai Ying looked at Ning Rongrong's expression and instantly felt playful. He swam over to Ning Rongrong, who was mentally preparing herself. Did you call Xiao Wu over earlier? You really are a little witch. Bai Ying had a smile on his face, but it was a smile that sent chills down the spine. I saw something happening on your side, so I sent Xiao Wu to check. By the way, after soaking for so long, I'm indeed a bit tired. Why don't we leave? Want to leave after doing something bad? Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Explanation? What explanation? Ning Rongrong stubbornly replied. You should know what I want to say. Chapter 91. Where do the flies come from? Ning Rongrong continued to play dumb, saying there was nothing to explain. Rongrong, you really are a little troublemaker. Ning Rongrong's lips curled up slightly, revealing a hint of a mischievous smile, like a blooming flower under the morning sun. She blinked her starry eyes, looking at the other person with a mix of innocence and playfulness. Where am I a troublemaker? She asked softly, her voice carrying a teasing tone. She gently pinched her cheek, batting her eyes, putting on an adorable, innocent look. Besides, if we're talking about troublemakers, you're much worse than me, Ning Rongrong continued, her tone laced with provocation and mischief. All right, let me show you what a real troublemaker is. The next moment, Ning Rongrong felt the world turn upside down. She sensed something unusual in her body and slowly let out a whimper. After an unknown amount of time, she collapsed in Bai Ying's arms. Do you dare anymore? Bai Ying asked this little witch. Ning Rongrong quickly shook her head, saying she wouldn't dare again. At that moment, she realized how powerful his body was. It was like a perpetual motion machine, seemingly unaware of its own strength. In the room, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were recovering their bodies. It's all Rongrong's fault. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone to your place, Xiao Wu said, her face full of pain. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing shared the same thought, wishing she hadn't gone to take a bath. Ning Rongrong, dragging her exhausted body, slowly walked in, looking like she had learned her lesson. Upon seeing Ning Rongrong's appearance, Xiao Wu immediately gloatingly said, That's what you get for plotting against me. Huh? Ning Rongrong, still stubborn, replied, Who plotted against you? I just wanted you to see how they were doing. Who knew that Bai Ying would have bad intentions? As the three of them spoke, the fatigue from their bodies quickly made them fall asleep. Meanwhile, Bai Ying leisurely took a bath before entering the room. Seeing that the three had already fallen asleep, he covered them with blankets and then went to the living room. Extract the rewards from these days, he said. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice rang out in succession. Congratulations, host soul power has increased by 3 levels. Congratulations. Host soul power has increased by 3 levels. As soon as the system's voice faded, Bai Ying felt an incredibly terrifying soul power continuously pouring in. Before long, he had already reached level 46. Not bad, this feeling of power. After these few days of training, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong finally made breakthroughs as well. The sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, casting its glow over the bustling city. Colorful banners of the shops swayed gently in the breeze. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Bai Ying walked side by side on the stone-paved road, their laughter and chatter intertwining, drawing envious glances from passers-by. Suddenly, a discordant voice broke the peaceful atmosphere. Boss, look quickly, there are pretty girls over there, a slender person suddenly exclaimed. Beside them stood 5 others. 2 of them were hefty and looked formidable, while one was dressed in a blue gown adorned with the emblem of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Xiao Wu and the others sensed something was off and huddled closely together, while Bai Ying's expression grew increasingly grim as this clearly challenged his limits. Yu Feng, don't scare them, said Yu Qianheng, the son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan leader. Yu Qianheng and his companions had just come from a soul battle and were feeling carefree, but they didn't expect to see such beautiful girls on the street, which made them envious. Ladies, may I ask if you have some time? Yu Qianheng stepped forward and spoke. I am from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, and I hope you beautiful ladies can give me a chance. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan was one of the top 3 sects with a profoundly deep heritage. In the past, the girls around Yu Qianheng, upon seeing his wealthy young master appearance, would know he was rich and would almost stick to him. Where do these flies come from? So noisy, Zhu Zhuqing said mercilessly. Yu Qianheng frowned slightly, not expecting his first proactive invitation to be rejected. Just as he was about to speak again, Yu Feng impatiently stepped forward, his voice carrying a hint of threat. Ladies, our boss wants to invite you for tea. Are you refusing to give us face? Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances, determination flashing in their eyes. They knew that they couldn't easily back down in the face of such harassment. Xiao Wu stepped forward, her voice clear and firm. Get lost. We don't want to have anything to do with you. Yu Feng was taken aback, not expecting this seemingly fragile girl to reject him so directly. His expression darkened, and he was about to explode, but was stopped by Yu Tianheng. Yu Tianheng looked at Xiao Wu, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. He didn't expect this little girl to be so courageous, which intrigued him even more. All right, since you're unwilling, we'll take our leave. But remember, if you want to find me, come to the Soto Great Soul Arena. Saying this, he took out a card from his pocket. As Yu Tianheng turned to leave, Bai Ying suddenly moved. He flashed and instantly appeared in front of Yu Tianheng, slapping him hard. Smack! The crisp sound echoed on the street, and Yu Tianheng was spun around a few times before crashing heavily to the ground. This scene unfolded too quickly, leaving everyone stunned. Yu Tianheng covered his face, looking at Bai Ying in disbelief, his eyes flashing with anger and fear. He never imagined that this seemingly ordinary youth would suddenly strike him. Why you dare hit me? Yu Tianheng struggled to stand up, his face filled with rage. Bai Ying merely looked at him coldly, his eyes showing no emotion. I hit you. Remember, some people are not to be trifled with. After saying this, Bai Ying turned and pulled Xiao Wu and the others, striding away, leaving Yu Tianheng and his companions stunned in place, their faces filled with disbelief. This scene also sparked discussions among the surrounding onlookers. Boss, he actually dared to make a move. Yu Feng stepped forward to help Yu Tianheng up, his eyes flickering with anger. Yu Tianheng's face darkened, but inside, a storm was brewing. He had never thought he would be so humiliated in public. Investigate. Find out this person's background. A ruthless glint flashed in Yu Tianheng's eyes. He vowed to make the person who hit him pay. However, they did not know that this slap was just a small lesson from Bai Ying. If they continued to pester, a harsher punishment awaited them. Meanwhile, Bai Ying and the three girls had already disappeared at the end of the street, leaving behind shocked passers-by and a flurry of discussions. Chapter 92. The unhappy trio turned eunuchs. The group quickly forgot their previous unpleasantness, and the atmosphere soon became lively again. Just then, Xiao Wu suddenly spoke up. Brother, you can look at the fatty and Daoliu.After Tang Sect. What are you three going to do? Xiao Wu stepped forward and saw Ma Hongjuan's face was covered in bruises, clearly having been beaten. Daoliu.After, seeing the others, said, the fatty got beaten up while looking for girls. Now we're going to take revenge for him. Do you want to come? Fighting sounds great. I love fighting. Xiao Wu was the most excited one, while Zhu Zhuqing stood aside, disdainfully not moving at all. Bai Ying said, all right, I haven't fought in a long time anyway. It would be nice to have some fun. They quickly arrived at a narrow alley where the environment was very poor, mostly filled with places like foot massage shops. The alley was dark and damp, with mottled moss on the walls, and the air was filled with an indescribable foul smell. Suddenly, an angry voice broke the silence. Ma Hongjun pointed at a man not far away, his face filled with rage, saying, it's him. He hit me. The others followed Ma Hongjuan's finger and saw a man around 40 years old, looking lewd and disdainfully staring at them. His eyes revealed a kind of lewdness, as if he had seen something exciting. Dai Mubai frowned and stepped forward, asking in a deep voice, is it him who hit you? Ma Hongjun nodded, gritting his teeth. That's right, it's this guy. Next to him were two other men, one extremely short and the other wearing a hat, looking like a lackey. Unhappy. So it's this bad uncle. According to the plot, he will lose his martial soul for teasing Qian Renxue. It's karma. I came at the wrong time, right? According to the plot, it should only be him. How could there be three? Be careful. One is a soul zone, one is a soul king, and the other is also a soul zone. If you fight, you'll be in trouble. However, before Bai Ying could make a move, Xiao Wu immediately jumped out. Seeing such a beautiful girl, the three men's eyes revealed evil glints. Unhappy immediately stepped forward, saying, little girl, where are you going? Xiao Wu replied, I'm going to buy candy. Do you know where I can buy candy? Unhappy immediately said, I know. Come, I'll take you there. The other two looked like a middle-aged uncle, looking somewhat decent, while the other was a small child who looked like he hadn't grown up. Just as they reached a dark corner, preparing to do something inappropriate to Xiao Wu, Bai Ying moved like a ghost, swiftly darting through the dark alley. His gaze was sharp as an eagle, locking onto the three lewd men tightly, just as Xiao was about to fall into their clutches. Bai Ying flashed and appeared behind them. Bang! With a muffled sound, Bai Ying's fist slammed hard into the middle-aged uncle's neck, knocking him unconscious with incredible force. This scene happened too suddenly, and the lewd, unhappy, and the child hadn't reacted before losing a companion. A flicker of fear crossed unhappy's eyes, but was quickly replaced by lewdness as he sneered, "Kid, you dare to ruin my good time." Saying that, he lunged at Bai Ying. However, Bai Ying was faster, delivering a kick to his knee that sent him crashing to the ground. The child, seemingly innocent, released a powerful aura at that moment. His martial soul turned out to be a sharp kitchen knife, contrasting sharply with his small body. He swung the knife at Bai Ying, each strike filled with power, as if trying to cleave Bai Ying in half. However, Bai Ying remained unfazed, dodging the child's attack with a swift movement. His eyes flashed with coldness. How dare this child tease his woman in front of him? Bai Ying moved again, instantly appearing behind the child, and a punch landed heavily on his back. The child let out a scream, flying out and crashing hard to the ground. Unhappy was treated to a good beating by Xiao Wu. The sound was simply horrific. The others quietly watched everything unfold. They initially thought they would join in, but didn't expect these two to be so pumped up, completely giving them no chance to show off. After resolving everything, Bai Ying said, "Cutting the grass without removing the roots will allow it to grow back in spring." Dai Mubai said, "You're not going to kill him, are you? Killing them would dirty my hands, and people like this aren't worth it. Then what do you plan to do?" "What to do? I have a very good idea right now." Ma Hongjun spoke up. "What do you want to do? Do you know what is the most painful thing for a man?" "What is it?" The others almost said in unison. "Becoming a eunuch. For the majority of male compatriots, this is the most painful thing. Even death is not 1/10,000th as bad. You're not thinking of turning the three of them into eunuchs, are you?" Dai Mubai said with a hint of fear, realizing how brutal this method was. It was simply making life worse than death. Even Tang San just wanted to kill them and hadn't thought of such a perverse method. Ma Hongjun was even scared to shiver. This person is simply a pervert among perverts. You guys should go out first. The scene later might be too bloody for you to watch. Hearing this, the group quickly left. In the dark and damp alley, the three slowly regained consciousness. "What do you want?" "Don't come over." "What do I want?" "Just confiscating your tools of crime." "Don't worry, it won't hurt." "Confiscate what tools of crime? If you have the guts, fight us one-on-one. Fighting you one-on-one is simply wasting my time." "All right, it might hurt a little later. Just bear with it. Just bear with it." The three widened their eyes, feeling an ominous premonition. The alley echoed with heart-wrenching wails, sending chills down one's spine. After dealing with these matters, the three were completely fainted. This was undoubtedly physical castration. Looking at the current state of these three, Bai Ying nodded in satisfaction and then walked out. Outside, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar were startled by the sound. Without looking back, they left directly. "What about them? They all got scared away by you, brother. Isn't this a bit too perverse? This is the real punishment. Do you understand? Let us go back to the academy." Chapter 93. Soul fighting as time passed. This matter gradually faded from people's memories. On this day, Yu Xiaojiang suddenly announced the second phase of the training mission. More precisely, it was to participate in the soul fighting at the Soto Great Soul Arena. Bai Ying originally thought he could take a good rest, as all the opponents in the Soul Arena were no match for him. However, he didn't expect that Xiao would actually team up with him, while Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing teamed up together. Besides dealing with his own match, he also had to occasionally help Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Most of the matches Bai Ying participated in were life and death battles, and each time he earned a considerable amount of money. Recently, Bai Ying's name had become notorious in the Soto Great Soul Arena. Soon, the day of the team soul fighting arrived. Shrek Academy faced the Berserker team. "Are you interested in ending the match within a minute?" Dai Mubai said. "Aren't you being a bit too arrogant? The strength of the Berserker team shouldn't be underestimated. However, I really like this." The few quickly prepared for battle and released their martial souls. If it weren't for Bai Ying changing the color of Huan's ring with his bronze mask, the Soto Great Soul Arena would have been in an uproar. Ning Rongrong instantly released 2 beams of light from her 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, quickly covering the other 7. The group charged towards the Berserker team. The members of the Berserker team were somewhat wary, As soul masters with the seven treasure glazed tile martial soul were usually direct descendants of the seven treasure glazed sect, and their background was incredibly intimidating. The captain of the Berserker team, Guangxi, faced Bai Ying as a man who dared to tease Zhu Zhuqing. Bai Ying showed no mercy and charged straight for his opponent's vital points. Guangxi roared, and his body suddenly expanded, transforming into a giant rhinoceros covered in a thick layer of keratin, shimmering with a cold sheen. His eyes turned crimson, filled with wildness and fury. His two teammates also transformed into large sheep-shaped soul beasts, with sharp horns and robust bodies, charging towards Bai Ying. Facing this powerful impact, Bai Ying showed no fear. He took a deep breath, and the soul power within him surged wildly, unleashing a powerful force. He clenched his fists and struck forward. A tremendous shockwave erupted instantly, and Bai Ying's fist, like a cannonball, slammed into Guangxi's chest. Guangxi's solid keratin layer shattered under Bai Ying's punch as if it were made of paper. Guangxi let out a scream, being blasted away and crashing hard against the wall. Having cultivated the Qian Renxue Great Shift and nourished by immortal herbs, his body had already reached an impregnable state. The audience outside the arena was dumbfounded by this scene. They widened their eyes, hardly believing what they were seeing. Master Yu Xiaojiang and Dean Flender were also stunned. They could not imagine that this match would unfold in such a crushing manner. Bai Ying moved swiftly in the arena, each appearance accompanied by a scream. His fists hammered down on the Berserker team members like iron hammers. Those seemingly indestructible soul, beast, martial souls fell apart under Bai Ying's fists, as fragile as paper. The members of the Berserker team were sent flying, crashing against the walls, and then heavily falling to the ground. Their bodies were covered in wounds, groaning in pain. Meanwhile, Bai Ying charged down like a tiger descending a mountain, his momentum unstoppable. Now there are only two of you left on the field, pigs. The dazzling woman and the food-type soul master were instantly terrified, realizing that the person before them was not someone they could provoke, so they could only admit defeat. Daimubai, Tangsan, Ma Ongjun, and Oscar never expected things would end so easily. In just a minute, what he said actually came true. His strength was simply terrifying, completely beyond everyone's comprehension. After the match ended, Bai Ying left to participate in one-on-one matches. Bai Ge, I need to talk to you. After a day, Bai Ying suddenly heard Tang San's voice at the door and couldn't help but frown. What does this little brat want with me? Forget it. I'll talk to him and see what he wants. Tang San's eyes sparkled with eager light as he approached Bai Ying, his voice filled with anticipation and curiosity. Bai Ge, I've always been confused about how you obtained those high-quality soul rings. Bai Ying looked at Tang San, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. He smiled and said, Xiao San, the question you asked is very interesting. In fact, there is no fixed method to obtain high-quality soul rings. Everyone is unique. But there is one common point, and that is the strength of the body. He paused and continued explaining. The quality of the soul ring and the ability to bear it are closely related to our bodies. When our bodies are strong enough, we can bear higher quality soul rings. That's why some people can obtain powerful soul rings. Is there anything else? Nothing else. Thank you for the information. After leaving the room, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Tang San, and Oscar all sat together. Bai Ying's strength is simply terrifying. If it weren't for that, I would have attacked him long ago. Daoliu.After. Actually, there's one question I never understood. Why do you keep targeting Bai Ying? Tang San asked. Damn it, he took away my fiancé. Zhu Zhuqing and I were originally both from the Qian nobility. She was originally my fiancé. I was originally the third prince of the Qing Luo Empire. And Zhu Zhuqing is the direct descendant of the Zhu family of the royal family. Is it just a woman? Daoliu.After. Is it really worth it to go against someone like him for a woman? What do you know? Zhu Zhuqing is my childhood sweetheart. Just thinking about her being taken away makes me unwilling. Hearing Dai Mubai's words, the expressions of the others became serious. They took a deep breath, trying to calm their inner fear and shock. Tang San fell silent for a moment and then slowly spoke. Daoliu.After, you're right. Bai Ying's strength is indeed terrifying. But is it really worth it for a woman? Shouldn't we reconsider our strategy? Tang San had no grudge against Bai Ying, but the master told him to be careful of this person, which made him curious about the reason behind it. Maong junolso ekod. Yeah, Daoliu.After. The gap between us and Bai Ying is too great right now. If this continues, we might never have the chance for revenge. Finally broke through to level 48, just 2 levels away from reaching level 50. Chapter 94. Yu Qianheng's miserable defeat. It seems that fighting can indeed enhance my strength. Bai Ying thought as he walked, completely unaware of the person ahead. Who the hell dares to bump into me? Yu Qianheng looked at the masked Bai Ying with great anger. You dare to bump into me? You must want to die. Yu Qianheng, how could he be here? Bai Ying didn't want to cause trouble and said, I'm sorry. My apologies. After saying that, he was about to leave. Stop, did I tell you to leave? Yu Qianheng immediately stepped forward and spoke. As a direct descendant of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, he had been pampered since childhood. When had he ever been treated so rudely by someone? Let me see what kind of person you are to dare bump into me. Yu Qianheng instantly attacked, but his hand was caught by Bai Ying just a few centimeters away from the mask. If it's about bumping into you, I sincerely apologize. But if you want me to take off my mask, I'm afraid that's not possible. After finishing, Bai Ying suddenly exerted force, and Yu Qianheng let out a cry of pain as his hand was thrown aside. At this moment, Yu Qianheng recognized the voice. He widened his eyes and glared angrily at Bai Ying, who slowly turned around, revealing the face beneath the familiar mask. It was indeed Bai Ying, the one who had slapped him on the street that day. Surprised to see me? Bai Ying said coldly, his eyes filled with disdain and mockery. Yu Qianheng's expression immediately darkened, and he clenched his fists as if ready to attack at any moment. However, he quickly relaxed his fists, took a deep breath, and forcibly suppressed his anger. He knew he was not a match for this person. That day on the street, he could sense that this person's strength was not beneath his own. Moreover, he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble here. After all, he was here for a purpose, not to fight. If Teacher Qi Ming found out, he would surely face consequences. But he was a member of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. How could he admit defeat? Just as Yu Qianheng finished speaking, Xiao Wu jumped out eagerly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She clenched her fists, seemingly ready to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. If you two have the ability, come with me to the Soul Arena to see who is stronger. Not interested, I don't duel with fools. All right, just what I want. Let's fight. Xiao Wu's voice was filled with fighting spirit. Who are you calling a fool? I'll tell you, unless you fight me, this matter isn't over. Bai Ying glanced at Xiao Wu, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. He turned to Yu Qianheng, his voice cold and firm. Yu Qianheng, are you sure you want to fight us? Yu Qianheng was enraged by Xiao Wu's attitude. He widened his eyes and gritted his teeth, saying, so what? Are you brave enough to go to the Soul Arena and compete with me? We could have a fight, Bai Ying said lightly, but one thing, if I accidentally injure you, you can't hold me accountable later. Yu Qianheng replied, I promise I won't hold you accountable later. Just then, Yu Xiaojing suddenly appeared. Bai Ying, Xiao Wu, what are you doing here? The familiar voice made Yu Qianheng think of someone, and he turned to see a familiar figure and face. It was his uncle, Yu Xiaojing. Back then, Yu Xiaojing had left the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family because of his limited talent and martial soul mutation, which prevented him from breaking through level 30. Disheartened, he had wandered outside for many years without returning to the family. His father and grandfather had always missed him. Qianheng, how did you end up here? Uncle, how did you end up here? You go first. It's like this. I'm here to participate in the soul fighting tournament for the Heaven Do Royal Academy. We came here to train, so I ended up here. I see. While the two were chatting, Bai Ying's voice suddenly rang out. Are you going to fight or not? After Yu Qianheng explained everything, Yu Xiaojing strongly opposed it. He didn't want his nephew to be beaten by Bai Ying. But Yu Qianheng said, with his strength, even if there's some gap between us, I might not necessarily lose. Yu Xiaojing could only reluctantly agree. Then the two went to the Soul Arena. They arrived at the waiting area, and Bai Ying put his mask back on. Admit defeat. That way you can still keep a little bit of dignity, Bai Ying said. Yu Qianheng replied, how could I, as a member of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, easily admit defeat? And are you really that confident to accept my challenge? Considering your worth as Xiaogang student, I'll give you 3 moves. Stop talking nonsense. Let's settle it in the Soul Arena. The two quickly arrived at the Soul Arena. Come on, I'll make a move. I'll give you 3 moves. You are too arrogant, but your arrogance indeed proves you are a fool. Yu Qianheng attacked several times and finally exhausted his 3 moves. Bai Ying lightly shook his head, his eyes beneath the mask filled with disdain. He spoke lightly, his voice laced with mockery. You Qianheng, your confidence comes from your family's glory, not from your own strength. Today, I'll let you know what a true strong person is. Yu Qianheng was enraged by Bai Ying's words, his eyes blazing with fury, his soul power surging. He let out a low roar, his body transforming into a blue blur as he charged towards Bai Ying. Bai Ying stood still, not moving at all, as if waiting for something. At the moment when Yu Qianheng's attack was about to hit Bai Ying moved. His movements were incredibly fast, almost impossible to see. In an instant, Yu Qianheng felt as if he had been struck by a great force, and his whole body flew out, crashing heavily against the wall of the Soul Arena. Yu Qianheng slumped to the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief. He looked at Bai Ying, who stood in the center of the arena, as if everything was under his control, a surge of indescribable anger and humiliation rising in his heart. He had actually lost, and he had lost so thoroughly that his opponent hadn't even used any soul skills, defeating him solely with speed and power. From the moment you chose to attack me, you had already lost. Bai Ying's voice was cold and cruel, like a sharp knife piercing Yu Qianheng's heart. He looked up and saw Bai Ying's eyes beneath the mask flashing with a sharp light, as if they could see through his innermost thoughts. Yu Qianheng clenched his fists tightly, his teeth grinding together. As a member of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, he had undergone strict training since childhood, and the family's glory and dignity were of utmost importance to him. However, at this moment, he was utterly defeated in front of an outsider, which was undoubtedly a huge blow to him. Just you wait, I will make you pay the price. Chapter 95. Are we really leaving? Bai Ying looked at Yu Qianheng's disheveled appearance and couldn't help but sneer. Is the direct line of the Nandian Tyrannosaurus family really that insignificant? Xiao Wu, let's go. Don't let our enjoyment be disturbed by someone not worth it. Xiao Wu nodded, and the two of them left. At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang watched the backs of the two leaving, his hands tightly clenched into fists. Watching his nephew being defeated by Bai Ying, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Qianheng is still too young. I hope this failure will teach him a lesson. With this thought in mind, Yu Xiaojiang turned to look in Bai Ying's direction and paused. At this time, Yu Qianheng, who had been defeated, was filled with rage. He punched the wall, and it immediately caved in. No one should know that my uncle is here, right? Why not spread the news about this place? The family should send someone over soon, and then I can take revenge using the family's power. Just thinking about this made Yu Qianheng feel exhilarated. Xiao Wu, I want to go home. Go home, brother. Where are you going? To the Spirit Hall. The Elite Soul Master Tournament for the entire continent is about to start, and I must go back quickly. My purpose for coming out this time was to form a team to participate in the tournament. I hope Rong Rong, Zhu Zhuqing, and you can come back with me. Shrek Academy, after all, is not a place to stay for long. So you mean you're going to take us away from Shrek Academy soon? That's right. Why do I feel a bit reluctant? Xiao Wu's expression was slightly sad. After all, she had experienced a lot with everyone at Shrek Academy and had long regarded it as a second home. Now she had to leave this home. It was impossible not to feel heartbroken. Don't worry, we will have time in the future. Brother, okay, I agree to leave, but can we leave a bit later? After all, Shrek Academy has nurtured us for 5 years. Don't worry, it's not time to leave yet. We will prepare to leave after this training is over. So you still have time. Yu Xiaojiang called everyone back to Tang San's room. Flinder was the most excited, not only because each battle brought him immense wealth, but also because of the sense of achievement as a teacher. Just as everyone was celebrating, a voice suddenly came from outside the door, followed by a knock. Seeing this, Tang San immediately went over, opened the door, and saw Yu Qianheng. Upon seeing Yu Xiaojiang as well, Yu Qianheng felt a surge of happiness. Uncle, I have something I want to discuss with you. Do you have time? Qianheng, what is it? Xiaojiang, since your nephew wants to have a good chat with you, why don't you two go and talk? It's not a big deal. Otherwise, I can't accompany you to finish, Flinder said as he took Yu Xiaojiang away. Who is this person? He seems to know the teacher. This person? It's simple. He is Yu Qianheng, the direct descendant of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, known as the twin star of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Tang Sen looked at Bai Ying in surprise and said, Teacher, does this have something to do with the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family? The relationship is quite significant. It's not just related to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, but it also relates to our spirit hall. However, you don't need to know about these matters yet. Come on, everyone, let us drink. Yu Qianheng led Yu Xiaojiang to a room, gently knocked, and said, "Uncle, I brought you here." As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened automatically, and an elderly yet strong voice came from inside. "Bring him in." This voice not only changed Yu Tianheng's expression, but also made Yu Xiaojiang and Flender feel uneasy. Upon entering, they found a very old man, but with bright eyes, sitting on the sofa. As soon as the three of them arrived, the door slammed shut behind them. "Xiaojiang, I didn't expect you to be here." "I didn't know until now, huh?" Yu Luomian said lightly. At this moment, Yu Qianheng sighed and then walked out. "What are you here for, second uncle?" "Of course, I'm here to see you. Can't I come? It's been so long. Don't you really want to return to the family?" "Family?" "Since the moment I was expelled from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Since the moment my martial soul mutated. Did you ever treat me as your kin? I've been doing quite well on my own these years, so don't worry, I have no intention of returning home." "You mean you don't plan to return to the family?" "Yes, if you're talking about this matter, I can give you a clear answer. I will not return home. At least not now." "Then you plan to wander outside forever?" "Xiaojiang, I know you still hold a grudge about what happened back then, but don't forget, Erlong is my daughter, your cousin." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang's expression suddenly changed, and his clenched fist relaxed, but then he felt pain and said, "I understand." "Don't worry." Yu Luomian looked at Yu Xiaojiang's pained expression and sighed. "I don't blame you for what happened back then. It's all fate. You should go back once. Your father has always missed you. Even if he doesn't say it, I can feel it. I will not go back. That one T change." As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Xiaojiang felt an extremely terrifying pressure. 9 soul rings suddenly appeared on Yu Luomian's body. "So you don't take your second uncle seriously. This has never happened before. It didn't T happen in the past, and it won't T happen in the future. I will not go back. I will prove myself first before I return. So until I prove myself, I will never go back." "Good, Xiaojiang, you should never come back. I want to see how long you can wander outside without the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family." Yu Luomian appeared very angry, and with a bang, the door was thrown open. Outside, Yu Qianheng looked nervous, but then Yu Luomian sighed. "Let us go." At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang's heart was also extremely heavy. How could he not understand what had happened back then? It was merely fate playing tricks. "You said someone was bullying you. Where is that person now? Take me to him." "Come on, everyone, we are all brothers." The Shrek gathering was lively. Ning Grong Grong, Su Suking, and Xiao were all drinking with them. The three of them knew they would soon be leaving, so they didn't know when the next gathering would be. After the gathering ended, everyone returned to their rooms, and at that moment, Bai Jing called out to Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu. "Are we really leaving?" Ning Rongrong spoke up. "We really must leave." At this moment, even Zhu Zhuqing said, "Why don't we think about it some more?" Chapter 97. Massaging feet is so damn refreshing. What? You killed people from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan? At this moment, Ning Rongrong's face changed drastically. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan is one of the upper 3 sects, holding a status equal to the 7 treasure Glazed Tile sect. He actually dared to come and trouble me. Then he must die? If you don't eliminate the root of the problem, it will spring back to life when the spring breeze blows. This principle you will understand sooner or later. Ning Rongrong didn't expect that as soon as the 3 of them finished packing and came out, they would hear such explosive news. "We must hurry back to the Spirit Hall, otherwise the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan will definitely not let me go. We need to leave quickly, right?" Ning Rongrong sighed. "Don't you know how to avoid trouble? Now, it's all good. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan is not easy to deal with. They are very petty and will definitely not give up. It's good that you understand, but there's no need to be so nervous. I don't believe they can openly make a move against me." Xiao Wu also nodded and said, "Brother, even though you say that, there can always be unforeseen circumstances. Leaving first is the best choice." The group quickly used their flying soul tools to leave Soto City and head towards Spirit City. Spirit City does not belong to any family or empire. It is a city that solely belongs to the Spirit Hall. It can be said that even if the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan wanted to act in Spirit City, it wouldn't be that easy. The speed of the group was very fast, and at this moment, Yu Qianheng, who saw all this, was already dumbfounded. He never expected that his uncle, a strong figure among title Douluo, would be like this. How could that white shadow be so powerful? It was able to kill a title Douluo-level expert. This matter must be reported to the clan as soon as possible. If he hadn't shown mercy back then, perhaps he would have already become a soul under his blade. Just thinking about this made Yu Qianheng break out in a cold sweat. A few days later, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu appeared south of the Tiando Empire, still some distance from Spirit City. Xiao Wu, what is wrong with you? Is there something wrong with your body? I'm fine, brother. My legs are just a bit sore, nothing serious. Also, I'm a bit hungry. We Haven Tea had proper rest for the past few days, and most of the time has been spent on the road. Ning Rongrong also said, I am a support-type soul master, and my physical strength is inherently much weaker than yours. Although there is help from the soul tool, I still get tired easily mentally. Moreover, most of the time we are in wild and desolate areas with no places to stay. I really want to rest for a bit. All right, it's getting late, so let us take a good rest. It's also a chance for you to see the second form of my Qian shield. Immediately, under the gaze of the three, the white shadow smiled slightly, waved his hand, and a faintly glowing spherical soul tool appeared in his hand. That was the Qian shield. Under everyone's attention, the white shadow gently pressed a mechanism on the soul tool, and in the next moment, the seemingly ordinary spherical Qian shield instantly unfolded, transforming into a stream of light, suddenly becoming a delicate small house. The small house had an ancient style, primarily in light gold, surrounded by a faint halo, giving a sense of tranquility and mystery. The roof was carved with exquisite patterns, as if telling ancient stories. Ning Rongrong looked at this scene, her eyes flashing with amazement, exclaiming, "It's really amazing. This is the first time I've seen a soul tool that can turn into a house." The group entered one after another. Although the house looked small from the outside, the interior space was surprisingly spacious. The exquisite interior, soft beds, warm lighting, and even a small kitchen and bathroom were all complete, as if it were a mobile little home. The white shadow smiled gently and said, "This Qian shield, although its attack and defense capabilities are not strong, its concealment and comfort are top-notch. It has an invisibility function. Unless the opponent's mental strength is extremely strong, they will not be able to detect our presence at all." Xiao Wu curiously looked around, exclaiming, "This is so amazing, brother. You're really impressive to have gotten such a great soul tool." The white shadow shook his head slightly, with a gentle smile on his face. "It's nothing. Soul tools exist to make our lives more convenient. Everyone has indeed been tired from traveling these past few days. Let me help you relax a bit." Saying this, he gestured for the three to sit on the soft bed, while he walked in front of Xiao Wu, gently extending his palm and placing it on her foot. Xiao Wu's face flashed with surprise, followed by a hint of redness, and she softly asked, "Brother, do you really know how to massage feet?" The white shadow smiled slightly, remaining silent, but his hand movements became even softer. His palm was warm and strong, as if it could dispel all fatigue. Xiao Wu could feel the comfort in her body, as if a warm current was flowing from her toes throughout her body, taking away the fatigue of the past few days. The white shadow's technique was skilled and gentle, like an experienced masseur. Suddenly, his fingers gently touched her calf, where the skin was as smooth and delicate as jade. The white shadow was slightly taken aback, as if captivated by that jade-like touch. His fingers gently rubbed there, as if admiring a rare treasure. "Damn, this feels too good. I really wish I could just eat it right now." As the pressure increased, Xiao Wu's face turned even redder, and she occasionally made strange sounds. This sound made Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong's expressions change. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they might have thought that Xiao Wu and the white shadow were doing something inappropriate. "Xiao Wu, how do you feel?" "I feel very comfortable," Xiao Wu mumbled. At this moment, although her face was red, she was exceptionally enjoying it. This strange scene caused Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong to look at each other with somewhat strange expressions. "Don't worry, you three will each have a turn." Although they both knew what kind of person the white shadow was, and both had already become women, such things were no longer surprising. The two hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed. Xiao Wu felt as if her body was being blown by a gentle breeze, every cell stretching. The white shadow's massage technique was professional and detailed, as if he could touch the deepest fatigue in her body. She slightly closed her eyes, enjoying this rare relaxation and comfort. Xiao Wu, do you feel better? The white shadow asked softly, his tone filled with concern and tenderness. Xiao Wu nodded, opening her eyes, looking at the white shadow with a hint of gratitude and dependence. Brother, I feel much better, thank you. Her voice was a bit hoarse, but carried an indescribable charm. The white shadow smiled slightly, putting down his hands, sitting back on the edge of the bed, looking at Xiao Wu and saying, "It's good that you're fine. These past few days have indeed been hard on you. All right, the second one, Rong Rong, it's your turn." Ning Rong Rong laid down on the soft bed, and the white shadow gently placed her jade-like foot in his hands. At first, she felt a bit uneasy, as being massaged like this was still quite a novelty for her. Her toes curled slightly, and her skin appeared delicate as jade under the light. The white shadow's fingertips gently glided over her instep, bringing a tingling sensation. He first gently kneaded her sole, then lightly tapped with his knuckles, as if awakening every cell in her foot. Ning Rong Rong felt a warm current rising from her soles, gradually spreading throughout her body. The white shadow's technique became more and more skilled, his fingertips dancing between her toes, sometimes gently pressing, sometimes softly rubbing. Ning Rong Rong unconsciously relaxed her body, feeling as if she were floating on a cloud, all her fatigue swept away. "How is it? Isn't it refreshing?" Bai Ying looked at Ning Rong Rong, who appeared to be enjoying herself, and said, "It's simply too refreshing." The third person was Zhu Zhuqing. She had always been calm and reserved. At first, she sat on the edge of the bed with her head slightly lowered, seeming a bit shy. But when Bai Ying began to massage her, her expression started to change. Bai Ying's hands gently touched the tops of her feet, and she felt a slight numbness. Bai Ying's fingertips glided between her toes, sometimes gently pinching, sometimes softly caressing. Her body gradually relaxed, as if wrapped in a warm current. Under the watchful eyes of Ning Rong Rong and Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing's transformation was particularly striking. The originally composed and self-restrained her seemed to have completely transformed. Her expression became dreamy and charming, her eyes slightly closed, as if she were savoring this rare moment of relaxation. Her breathing became increasingly rapid, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled into an enticing arc. The sounds she made, though faint, were filled with allure, stirring the imaginations of those around her. Ning Rong Rong and Xiao Wu sat by the bed, watching Zhu Zhuqing's change, and an unusual feeling arose in their hearts. They had never seen this side of Zhu Zhuqing. Her charming and dreamy expression seemed to have completely released her inner self. Zhu Zhuqing's legs trembled slightly, as if she were experiencing an indescribable pleasure. Her toes curled, seemingly enjoying Bai Ying's massage. Her breathing grew heavier, as if responding to the rhythm of Bai Ying's movements. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing let out a delicate moan, her body shuddering as if touched by a strong stimulus. Ning Rong Rong and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, a hint of surprise and curiosity flashing in their eyes. They couldn't help but imagine Zhu Zhuqing's inner feelings at that moment. The unprecedented relaxation and pleasure. After an unknown amount of time, Bai Ying said, "All right, you all sit here for a while. I'll go prepare some food for you." After Bai Ying left, the two looked at Zhu Zhuqing with unusual gazes. Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed, and feeling a bit shy, she said, "What are you looking at me for?" Ning Rong Rong chuckled and said, "I didn't expect you, Zhuqing, to look so aloof, but when you relax, it's a different story." They had just witnessed Zhu Zhuqing's sounds, which had made both Xiao Wu and Ning Rong Rong feel a similar heat, as if fire were burning within them. "You two are really annoying," Zhu Zhuqing said, embarrassed. Ning Rong Rong, seeing Zhu Zhuqing's flustered expression, couldn't help but laugh. She reached out her arms and gently pulled Zhu Zhuqing into her embrace, saying softly, "Zhuqing, don't be so shy. We're all women. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. Your reaction just now is actually a very normal physiological response. We all understand." Zhu Zhuqing felt even more embarrassed by Ning Rong Rong's words. She struggled to break free from Ning Rong Rong's embrace, blushing as she said, "Stop talking about it. I really feel embarrassed." Xiao Wu couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle at Zhu Zhuqing's bashful appearance. She walked over to Zhu Zhuqing and gently patted her shoulder, saying, "Zhuqing, don't worry. We want to laugh at you." Actually, both Rong and I had quite a reaction too. We just manage our emotions better. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing wished she could find a hole to hide in. She felt her cheeks burning as if they were on fire, filled with embarrassment and helplessness. She had always thought of herself as a calm and reserved person, but today, under Bai Ying's massage, she had shown such a charming side, which was difficult for her to accept. Just then, Xiao Wu suddenly turned the topic to Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, your reaction wasn't T-small either, right? Ning Rongrong's face flushed, and she shot Xiao Wu a glare. What nonsense are you talking about? I didn't T. Xiao Wu smiled slightly, unconcerned, and said, don't be shy. We're all women. What is there to be embarrassed about? I saw your reaction. It was quite significant. By the way, what do you all think about going to the spirit hall? What do you mean? Didn't we already make our decision? Ning Rongrong suddenly said. That's true. Since we're all so familiar now, why don't we talk about something interesting, like where we're from? I'll go first. Ning Rongrong stood up and said, I'm from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Zhu Qing, where are you from? I've always wanted to ask you. You and Dai Mubai seem to know each other well. Were you two very close in the past? Ning Rongrong, being clever, directly pointed out the key issue. Zhu Zhuqing sighed softly and said candidly, I used to be engaged to Dai Mubai, but I've already severed ties with him. I'm from the Zhu family, a royal family of the Star Luo Empire. Oh my gosh, I've heard my father mention the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire. That's the most powerful family in the Star Luo Empire. Every generation of royal family members marries someone from the Zhu family to ensure mutual status. No wonder you dislike Dai Mubai so much. Zhu Zhuqing felt a bit nostalgic and said, that's all in the past now. What about you, Xiao Wu? Zhu Zhuqing suddenly asked. You haven't said where you're from. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong also became very curious. Xiao Wu's expression suddenly turned a bit sad. Chapter 99, Unable to sleep at all. What on earth did you make me drink? Why do I feel so hot? Exactly. The reason you're feeling hot is that your constitution is too weak. The medicine is improving your condition. Once you take deep breaths and circulate your soul power, you'll be fine. Ning Rongrong closed her eyes, fully concentrating on the circulation of her soul power. The 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda behind her slowly rotated, emitting a faint glow, as if providing her with an endless source of strength. She could feel a surge of energy within her, as if an infinite power was surging. However, the heat wave continued to assault her, making it somewhat unbearable. Beads of sweat began to appear on her forehead, and the flush on her cheeks became more pronounced. She gritted her teeth, determined not to give up. Just then, she suddenly felt a cool breath emanating from the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, instantly enveloping her whole body. The heat wave seemed to be suppressed by this cool breath, becoming more bearable. She opened her eyes in surprise, discovering that her constitution seemed to have genuinely improved. The feeling of fatigue and weakness had disappeared without a trace. I need to check on Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Among the three, Ning Rongrong had the weakest physique, which is why she reacted so strongly. Meanwhile, Buying arrived at Xiao Wu's door, knocked, and said, Xiao Wu, are you okay? Seeing no response, Buying pushed the door open and saw Xiao Wu lying on the bed, her face flushed, beads of sweat trickling down, exclaiming, I'm so hot. Brother, why are you here? Buying replied, I came to see how you were doing. How do you feel? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Xiao Wu said, I'm fine, while wiping the sweat from her face. I'm just a bit hot right now. I'll circulate my soul power to absorb the medicine's effect, and it should be fine. You should go check on Zhu Qing. Brother, hurry. Buying nodded, concern filling his gaze. He turned and walked out, gently closing the door, as if afraid to disturb Xiao Wu's rest. His figure quickly disappeared at the end of the corridor, and soon he arrived at Zhu Zhuqing's door. He gently knocked, his voice tinged with a hint of nervousness. Zhu Qing, how are you? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Bai Ying's voice came through the door. After a moment, a faint voice from within replied, I'm fine, just feeling a bit hot. I should be absorbing the medicine's effect. Bai Ying sighed in relief, pushed the door open, and walked in. He saw Zhu Zhuqing lying on the bed, her face equally flushed, her forehead covered in fine beads of sweat. Her hands were tightly gripping the bed sheets, as if enduring immense pain. Seeing this, Bai Ying felt a surge of strong protective instinct. He quickly stripped off all his clothes, revealing his strong physique, then gently sat on the edge of the bed, holding Zhu Zhuqing in his arms. Is this better? His voice was gentle and deep, as if capable of soothing all unease. It feels so good, he thought. In fantasy novels, the male protagonist always cools down the female protagonist this way. Haha, I really am a genius. It seems all those novels weren't for nothing. Zhu Zhuqing gently nodded, her cheeks pressed against Bai Ying's chest, feeling the firmness and warmth emanating from him. The cool breath seeped through her skin into her body, bringing her a sense of comfort. However, the medicinal effect seemed to still be wreaking havoc within her, and her expression began to grow dazed. Her eyes gradually lost focus, as if falling into some kind of illusion. Bai Ying sensed something was off with Zhu Zhuqing's body. He looked down and saw her eyes tightly closed, her face flushed, and her breathing rapid. He was alarmed, realizing this might be a reaction to the overpowering medicine. He quickly laid Zhu Zhuqing flat on the bed, placing his hands on her back, and began to circulate his soul power to help her channel the medicine within her. A cool breath from his palms entered Zhu Zhuqing's body, countering the raging medicinal effect. With Bai Ying's help, the medicinal effect within Zhu Zhuqing gradually calmed down. Her breathing became steadier, and her complexion slowly returned to normal. However, her consciousness remained immersed in that wonderful feeling, unable to extricate itself. Suddenly, Bai Ying began to breathe heavily, his hands becoming restless as they embraced Zhu Zhuqing's slender waist, gazing at her beautiful features. Bai Ying's actions suddenly turned domineering and intense. He stared at Zhu Zhuqing, his eyes flickering with undeniable desire. He lowered his head and gently bit Zhu Zhuqing's earlobe, causing her body to tremble violently as if struck by an electric current. Her heart raced instantly, her cheeks flushed again. However, this time she did not resist, but chose to submit. She closed her eyes, taking a deep breath, as if welcoming her impending fate. Bai Ying's lips and tongue gently explored her earlobe, an unusual sensation overwhelming her. Her body trembled lightly in Bai Ying's embrace, as if expressing her inner desires. Bai Ying. Master, Master, Bai Ying. Zhu Zhuqing's voice echoed from within, making Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu feel quite uncomfortable. Are they both too energetic? Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu arrived at the door simultaneously, but did not enter to disturb them. Their voices were so loud. Did they think no one needed to sleep? Ning Rongrong couldn't help but complain, her face flushing. She turned to look at Xiao Wu, finding her with a similarly weak expression, clearly affected by the intense sounds. It seemed that sleeping would definitely not be peaceful tonight. Xiao Wu murmured softly, her hands pressed together, seemingly praying for a quiet night. The two exchanged smiles, deciding not to linger any longer, lest they be affected by the heat of passion. They tiptoed back to their rooms, closed the doors, trying to isolate themselves from the heartbeat-quickening noises. Lying in bed, Ning Rongrong could not help but envision the intimate scenes of Bai Ying and Zhu Zhuqing. Her cheeks turned slightly red, and a surge of inexplicable emotion welled up within her. She turned over, trying to banish those images from her mind, but the heat surged like a tide, making it impossible to resist. Ning Rongrong's body began to feel hot as well, as if an unnamed fire was burning within her. She felt her cheeks grow hotter, as if she could cook an egg. She couldn't help but swallow, attempting to alleviate the dryness. She closed her eyes, taking deep breaths, trying to calm her racing heart. However, images of Bai Ying and Zhu Zhuqing's intimacy kept surfacing in her mind, as if taking root in her heart, making it impossible to escape. Suddenly, she felt her body also becoming overheated, as if some force was circulating within her. Her heart raced, and her breathing quickened, as if something was about to burst forth. What is happening to me? Why is this happening? No, I must circulate my soul power to suppress this feeling. On the other side, Xiao Wu lay curled up tightly in bed, thinking about how things might have turned out differently if she hadn't sent her brother to Zhu Zhuqing's room. At that moment, Xiao Wu was also feeling uncomfortable, biting her silver teeth and softly calling out, "Brother, brother." At this moment, it seemed that expressing her feelings in this way might bring her some relief. Chapter 100. The Destroyer. Brothers, I feel that this novel I'm writing is quite lacking. To be honest, I really want to finish it right now, but I am grateful for your support, especially to the Son of the Stars. Now I'm hesitating whether or not to conclude it. The next day, congratulations to the host. You have received a soul-guided tank turret. Oh my god, did I hear that right? That's a soul-guided tank turret. Although tanks weren't particularly powerful weapons in my previous life, in this cold weapon era, they're definitely considered overwhelming. This is what you call a dimensionality reduction attack. A tank is just a hunk of iron. And with this, even Tang San's Buddha's Fury Lotus would definitely be unable to handle it. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing had also woken up, her face slightly flushed, clearly feeling embarrassed about last night. Zhuqing, I'm sorry, it's just that you're too beautiful. It's fine, Zhu Zhuqing said as she got up and went to the living room. At this time, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu had been waiting for a while. When the two appeared simultaneously, Bai Ying glanced at them and said, "Did you not sleep well last night? Your dark circles are so big." Ning Rongrong scoffed and said, "I don't know whose voice was so loud last night that it kept us both from sleeping well." "Right, Xiao Wu." "Rongrong, Xiao Wu, it's my fault." Bai Ying walked in front of them and said softly. He gently brushed his hand across Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu's cheeks, tenderly wiping away the fatigue from their eyes. Ning Rongrong was slightly taken aback, then she smiled gently. She looked up at Bai Ying, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Since you know, then you should be punished to make us breakfast today." Bai Ying chuckled lightly, not refuting Ning Rongrong's words, but a hint of indulgence flashed in his eyes. He turned and walked toward the kitchen, starting to get busy preparing a hearty breakfast for them. In the kitchen, Bai Ying's techniques were skilled and graceful, as if every dish was a work of art. Flames danced in the pan, releasing an enticing aroma. Before long, the scent wafted throughout the living room, making one's mouth water. Breakfast was finally ready, and Bai Ying served exquisite dishes on the dining table. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu eagerly sat down and began to taste. Each bite was filled with deliciousness and satisfaction, as if all their fatigue had been swept away. Especially Zhu Zhuqing, who ate the most, clearly exhausted from last night. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's ravenous state, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh, a playful sparkle in her eyes. She teased, "Zhuqing, were you really worn out last night?" Some people are like a hungry wolf, completely unaware of satisfaction. As soon as those words came out, Zhu Zhuqing almost spat out the food she had just put in her mouth. She quickly swallowed, her face turning red as she glared at Ning Rongrong, reproaching, "Rongrong, how can you say that?" Bai Ying watched the interaction between the two and couldn't help but laugh. He patted Ning Rongrong's head and said seriously, "Rongrong, it seems you're really mischievous. Should I let you try it too?" As soon as Ning Rongrong heard this, her face turned red, and she waved her hands repeatedly. No, I don't want to be like Zhuqing. Please spare me." Bai Ying looked at Ning Rongrong's shy appearance and couldn't help but laugh. He gently scratched her nose and said indulgently, "All right, I won't tease you anymore. Hurry up and eat. We have things to do later." After breakfast, Bai Ying took Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing to the yard. He smiled mysteriously, then took out a soul-guided tank turret. "What is this?" Ning Rongrong asked curiously. "This is a soul-guided tank turret, which I created in the past few days," Bai Ying said proudly. "Wow, that's so cool," Xiao Wu exclaimed, circling the soul-guided tank turret and curiously examining the massive object. "Does this turret have any special features?" Ning Rongrong asked with curiosity. "Of course. This turret can fire powerful shells capable of destroying a small mountain," Bai Ying said with pride. "Is it really that powerful?" Zhu Zhuqing also looked at Bai Ying in surprise, not expecting the turret to have such formidable power. "That's right, and this turret can also auto-target. Once it locks onto a target, it can automatically fire shells, which is very convenient," Bai Ying explained. "That's great. With this turret, we won't be afraid of anyone coming to trouble us," Ning Rongrong said excitedly. "Moreover, we can use this turret to attack enemies, catching them off guard." Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Seeing the three girls so excited, Bai Ying felt a warmth in his heart. He gently patted the top of the turret and said, "All right, let's see how powerful this turret really is." Saying this, he took a shell and loaded it into the turret, then aimed at a small mountain in the distance. With a loud bang, the shell shot out, instantly creating a brilliant trajectory in the sky. Soon after, a loud explosion came from the distant mountain. with smoke and dust rising, clearly hit by the shell. Wow, that's amazing. The three girls cheered excitedly, watching the small mountain being destroyed by the shell. Their eyes filled with shock. How about that? This turret is pretty powerful, right? Bai Ying said with a proud smile. That's incredible. It's simply a divine tool. Ning Rongrong exclaimed excitedly. Exactly. With this turret, we can practice here without worry. Xiao Wu also said excitedly. All right, since everyone loves this turret so much, let's give it a name, Bai Ying suggested. Great, let me think of one. Ning Rongrong said excitedly. I think we can call it the Destroyer. The Destroyer? That name sounds really powerful. Bai Ying nodded in agreement. Yes, the Destroyer sounds very strong. Xiao Wu echoed. Then we'll call it the Destroyer. Zhu Zhuqing also agreed with the name. Bai Ying looked at the three girls' excited expressions, feeling a warmth in his heart. He gently patted the top of the Destroyer and said, that's the name. On the other side, when they saw Bai Ying leaving with Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, their faces were filled with sorrow. Dean, cheer up, you still have us. Flinder turned around and saw Tang San, Ma Hongju and Oscar, and Dai Mubai's concerned expressions, and a warm current surged in his heart. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. Thank you, kids. He looked at them with a rare smile, his eyes shining with determination. I won't be defeated by this setback. I will do it for you, for our Shrek Academy. Just then, Yu Qianheng hurriedly rushed over, and as soon as he saw Master Yu Xiaojiang, he couldn't hold back. Uncle, Yu Lumian is dead, killed by Bai Ying himself. Yu Qianheng's eyes were slightly red, his voice trembling. Uncle, this is true. I saw with my own eyes, Bai Ying killed Grandpa Yu Lumian with his own hands. Yu Xiaojiang's body swayed, as if struck by a heavy blow. He leaned against a nearby table to steady himself. His face turned pale, filled with disbelief and grief. How is that possible? Yu Xiaojiang's voice was low and trembling as he looked up at Yu Tianheng, his eyes filled with urgency. Tianheng, tell me, is there some misunderstanding? Bai Ying, how could he possibly kill Yu Lumian? Yu Tianheng bit his lip tightly, a glint of hatred flashing in his eyes. I wish it were a misunderstanding, but the facts are right in front of us. Bai Ying, he has become very powerful now. I saw with my own eyes him unleash a powerful soul skill, and Grandpa Yu Lumian was no match for him at all. Bai Ying would never strike casually. What on earth happened? At this moment, Yu Qianheng finally spoke the truth, admitting that this was my fault. At first, I was unwilling to accept being defeated by him, so I returned to the family. Then, I told Uncle Yu Lumian about what happened here. Uncle Yu Lumian originally intended to bring you back to resolve this matter, thinking it was just a conflict between him and me. As a senior, it was not appropriate for him to act recklessly. Unexpectedly, Bai Ying actually insulted Uncle Yu Lumian. Not only that, but also insulted the entire South Electric Tyrannosaurus family. Uncle Yu Lumian couldn't tolerate it any longer and directly struck back at him, and this time he used deadly force. However, in the end, he was still killed by him. Yu Xiaojiang felt a loud bang in his mind, as if he had fallen into endless darkness. He trembled, gripping Yu Tianheng's shoulders tightly. His voice choked. Tianheng, is what you said true? Uncle Yu Lumian, he really is dead? A hint of pain flashed in Yu Tianheng's eyes as he lowered his head, his voice deep. Yes, uncle. I saw with my own eyes Bai Ying kill Grandpa Yu Lumian. His power has exceeded our imagination. We are simply no match for him. Yu Xiaojiang's body shook violently, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. He released Yu Tianheng, slowly stood up, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. Uncle, I vow to avenge you. I wonder if someone is thinking about who I am? Bai Ying sneezed and said. Chapter 102. Found a beauty. Bai Ying directly picked up Shui Binger and placed her on the bed. Xiao Wu looked at Shui Binger and, seeing her condition, couldn't help but worry and asked, Brother, is she still alive? Ning Rongrong also felt anxious. Shui Binger is covered in injuries. She can't be dead, right? Bai Ying checked her pulse and found she still had a faint breath. He said, she still has a breath, but she's very weak now. We must treat her immediately. Rongrong released the 9-treasure glaze tile to help with the treatment. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong immediately summoned her martial soul. First, power. Second, restraint. Third, soul. 3 beams of light instantly enveloped Shui Binger's entire body. After an unknown amount of time, Shui Binger's complexion gradually regained some color, and her breathing became more stable. A fine layer of sweat appeared on Ning Rongrong's forehead, but she didn't stop and continued to focus on the treatment. All right, Rongrong, you should go rest now. I'll take over from here. Ning Rongrong nodded and retracted the 9-treasure glazed tile. Xiao Wu, take Rongrong back to rest. She's exhausted her soul power and needs to rest as soon as possible. Xiao Wu nodded and asked, Okay, brother, how confident are you in saving her? That's hard to say. She's already very weak, and even with the help of the 9-treasure glazed tile, whether she can recover depends on her own strength. I can only do my best. All right, you two go out now. Leave the rest to me. After the 2 women left, Buying turned his gaze to the weak Shui Bing'er on the bed. Xiao Wu looked at Buying with a strange expression and took a deep breath, saying, Brother, it's not good for a man and a woman to be alone in a room. Don't do anything bad. What? I'm not that kind of person. She's about to die. And even if I wanted to do something, I have to wait until she's recovered. Wait, am I really that kind of person? Xiao Wu looked at him faintly and said, Aren't you that kind of person? You're just a big pervert. All right, stop teasing me. I'm telling you, if I don't act soon, she's really going to die. Hurry up and get out. After sending the 2 away, Buying gently propped up Shui Bing'er. Her body was as light as a feather, so fragile it seemed like it would break at a touch. He carefully began to remove the torn clothing clinging to her wounds, which had formed shocking marks. Every movement was filled with tenderness and caution, afraid of causing her any extra pain. During the process of adjusting her clothing, Shui Bing'er occasionally let out faint groans. Her brows furrowed, as if she was enduring immense pain. However, she still did not awaken, remaining lost in a deep and painful dream. When Buying finally removed all of Shui Bing'er's clothing, a heartbreaking sight unfolded before him. Her skin, which should have been as white as jade, was now stained red with blood, with wounds covering her entire body. Don't look. I'm not taking advantage of you, but I have to do this to treat your wounds. Don't hold it against me when you wake up. I'm doing this to save you. Buying took several deep breaths, as if making a significant decision. His hands trembled slightly as he took out several glowing celestial herbs from his storage soul guide. He carefully chopped the herbs and poured them into a large wooden tub. As hot water was added, the fragrance of the herbs became more intense, filling the entire room with a refreshing scent. Buying gently placed Shui Bing'er into the wooden tub, ensuring her body was fully submerged in the herbal solution. At that moment, her skin seemed to merge with the liquid, and her wounds began to heal at a visible rate, her pale complexion gradually regaining some color. Buying nervously watched Shui Bing'er, afraid of any unexpected incidents. If she didn't survive, it would be a huge loss for him. Slowly, Shui Bing'er opened her eyes, and what came into view was a hazy mist and a blurry figure. She felt as if she were enveloped in warm fog, comfortable and serene. As her vision gradually cleared, she saw a handsome face, the deep eyes gazing at her with concern. You finally woke up. Buying felt quite helpless. If she had really died, then his few celestial herbs would have been wasted, and he would have suffered a great loss. Looking at her, she should be from a wealthy family. If she lived, it meant that his herbs were not wasted, and he could let her bleed a lot. If she didn't mind, it could be a fair trade. Buying silently thought to himself. Shui Bing'er was momentarily stunned, a surge of inexplicable feelings welling up in her heart. She had never seen such a handsome man before, and his deep gaze and gentle voice made her heart race, her cheeks slightly warm. Where am I? Shui Bing'er's voice trembled as she tried to sit up, only to find her body still weak and powerless. Suddenly, she realized she was in the bathtub and panicked. Where were her clothes? She was in a state of undress, which meant this man had seen her body. Shui Bing'er's heart raced violently, as if it would leap out of her chest. She couldn't believe she was naked in front of a stranger. The embarrassment and awkwardness made her feel at a loss, and her hands gripped the edge of the tub tightly, as if that could steady her trembling body. Buying looked at Shui Bing'er's shy demeanor, and his heart couldn't help but ripple. He had never seen such a shy girl before. Her innocent embarrassment made his heart flutter. He took a deep breath and tried to make his voice sound calmer. Miss, you don't need to worry. I didn't intend to look at your body. Your wounds were severe, and I had to help you treat them, so... My clothes. Where are my clothes? Her voice trembled, and her hands gripped the edge of the tub tightly, as if looking for some support. Your clothes were torn when I rescued you. Most of the pieces were stuck to your wounds. So, I had to remove them. What? Shui Bing'er exclaimed. A wave of inexplicable fear surged in her heart. She felt as if she had been stripped bare, exposed in front of everyone, and that helplessness and shame almost made her cry out loud. However, at that moment, Buying suddenly reached into his storage soul guide and took out a large white robe, gently draping it over Shui Bing'er. His movements were soft and careful, as if afraid to startle this frightened little bird. This is my robe, put on for now. Bai Ying's voice was filled with tenderness and concern, as if he could soothe Shui Bing'er's inner fear and unease. Shui Bing'er was taken aback. She looked up at Bai Ying, her eyes filled with gratitude and surprise. She had not expected this man to be so thoughtful and considerate, which eased her embarrassment and awkwardness a little. She shyly opened her mouth, her voice trembling slightly. Thank you. Bai Ying cleared his throat. It's nothing. Miss, what is your name? Shui Bing'er looked up at Bai Ying, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She hadn't expected this man to kindly ask for her name. She gently bit her lip and replied, My name is Shui Bing'er from the Heavenly Water Academy. The Heavenly Water Academy? No way. Shui Bing'er, in the original Douluo, developed admiration for Tang San after being defeated by him. Later, this admiration even turned into love. But she buried these feelings deep in her heart and never revealed them to Tang San. At the end of the Douluo novel, she supported Shui Bing'er and the Tiando Empire in their fight against the Wuhuan Empire. They are definitely enemies, and she never expected to meet him here. Seeing the man in front of her silent, Shui Bing'er couldn't help but feel a bit nervous, gripping the edge of her white robe tightly, and asked shyly, Excuse me, who are you? Bai Ying came to his senses, and only then did he feel embarrassed, swallowing hard. I am Bai Ying, from the Wuhuan Temple, the holy son of the Wuhuan Temple. I am on the mainland for training and was planning to return to the Wuhuan Temple today, but unexpectedly ended up saving you. The holy son of the Wuhuan Temple? I never thought the one who saved me would be the holy son. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. It was a small matter. I must say, Shui Bing'er is truly beautiful. Although she can't compare to Xiao Wu, each has her own beauty. Bai Ying couldn't take his eyes off her. Shui Bing'er sat in the bathtub, her white robe gently draped over her, covering most of her skin, yet still allowing her perfect body curve to be faintly seen. Her blue hair cascaded down her back like stars in the night sky, sparkling with a charming glow. Her fair skin, illuminated by the light, exuded a crystal-clear beauty that made one unable to resist wanting to take a closer look. Bai Ying's gaze slowly slid from Shui Bing'er's face to her exposed shoulder. He was momentarily stunned, a surge of inexplicable impulse rising within him. He quickly averted his gaze, took a deep breath, and tried to calm himself. Stay calm. I must stay calm. Shui Bing'er naturally noticed Bai Ying's gaze and swallowed hard. Being looked at this way, instead of feeling shy or annoyed, she felt a mix of shyness and happiness. What is happening to me? Why do I have such feelings? What is going on? Bai Ying was indeed plotting in his heart, thinking she was too beautiful. He finally understood why emperors in ancient times would forget their homeland. There is always someone more beautiful, never the most beautiful. Such a person must be brought under my wing. Fortunately, I have read many novels and know how to play the game. Chapter 103. The maid Shui Bing'er, now that you're awake, let me tell you. Do you know how expensive this medicinal bath is? I've already figured you out. You're from the Tianxue Academy, so I believe you can afford it. Shui Bing'er said a bit awkwardly, I don't have any money right now. Bai Ying began his first step to trap her, lightly clearing his throat and saying, If you don't have money, then anything valuable will do. Shui Bing'er replied, I don't have that either. Her response caught Bai Ying slightly off guard. He didn't expect this seemingly delicate girl to be so straightforward. A glimmer of cunning flashed in his eyes, and a playful smile appeared on his lips, as if he could see through her embarrassment. Nothing? Bai Ying feigned surprise, raising his voice before calming down again. He smiled gently, his eyes betraying some slyness. You must have something to show for it, right? Otherwise, wouldn't my medicinal bath be in vain? Saying this, he pointed to a light blue bracelet on Shui Bing'er's wrist. The bracelet emitted a faint glow, clearly not an ordinary item. This bracelet looks nice. It should be worth a few hundred gold coins, right? Bai Ying said casually, although a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. Shui Bing's expression changed slightly. This bracelet was the only keepsake left to her by her mother and held significant meaning for her. She tightened her grip on it. Seeing Shui Bing's reaction, Bai Ying's heart leaped with joy. It seemed he had truly stumbled upon a treasure this time. He deliberately sighed and said, "Alas, forget it, forget it. Considering how pitiful you are, I want to press you. But you must remember the cost of the medicinal bath. You need to repay me when you have the money in the future." With that, he turned to leave. However, at that moment, Shui Bing suddenly spoke up. "Wait, I can do something for you to repay the debt." Bai Ying revealed a cunning smile and asked, "Anything at all?" Shui Bing replied, "Of course." "Then how about you offer yourself to me?" Bai Ying said casually. Shui Bing's face turned as red as the rising sun, spreading from her fair neck to her ears. She widened her eyes, clearly not expecting Bai Ying to make such a request. Her heart raced as if it might leap out of her chest, leaving her momentarily speechless. Bai Ying watched Shui Bing's reaction, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He knew he had successfully lured this innocent girl into a trap, and now it was time to enjoy the thrill of the hunt. In fantasy novels, the protagonist often uses such tricks to woo girls. One must say, the intelligence of people in Douluo continent is quite low. If this were real life, I would have probably been beaten up long ago. However, at that moment, Shui Bing suddenly raised her head, her eyes shining with determination. She took a deep breath, as if making a significant decision, and then slowly spoke, "Okay." Bai Ying's eyes flashed with surprise. He didn't expect Shui Bing to agree to his request so easily. A strange emotion surged in his heart, a mix of joy and disappointment. He looked deeply at Shui Bing, his eyes flickering with complex emotions. Just then, Shui Bing unexpectedly reached out, grabbing Bai Ying's collar and pulling him closer to her. Bai Ying was taken aback by Shui Bing's sudden move. Could this be starting already? Isn't the plot moving a bit too fast? Or is Shui Bing just that kind of person? "You." Bai Ying began to speak, but was interrupted by Shui Bing. "You misunderstood. I meant I can work for you to repay the debt." Bai Ying was stunned. He didn't expect Shui Bing to directly misunderstand his meaning. He chuckled softly, ruffling Shui Bing's hair. "Silly girl. Did you really think I would have any improper intentions towards you?" Shui Bing's face reddened even more. She shot Bai Ying a glare, but didn't pull away from his hand. She seemed to sense Bai Ying's sincerity, and her guard relaxed a bit. "Then what do you want me to do?" Shui Bing asked softly, her voice trembling slightly. Bai Ying smiled slightly, his eyes gleaming with cunning. "It's simple. Be my maid. You'll be responsible for serving me tea, washing clothes, cooking, until I'm satisfied." Shui Bing's eyes widened in shock. She clearly didn't expect Bai Ying to make such a request. To her, being a maid was a very lowly job, and she had never imagined she would fall to such a level. However, thinking of the enormous debt she owed, she felt a wave of helplessness. At that moment, Bai Ying suddenly reached out, gently holding Shui Bing's hand and saying, "Don't worry, I won't make you do too hard a job. Besides, I believe you have the ability to do this job well. Okay, I'm willing to be your maid. But I have one condition. I must return to Tianshui Academy first, or my sisters will be very worried." "I can agree to that, but your injuries are quite serious right now. Let us talk about it after you've healed." Shui Bing didn't expect the person before her to be so easy to agree. "Aren't you afraid I'll run away? No one has ever escaped from my hands, and I believe in you. This is your uniform. Change into it." Soon, Shui Bing changed into the maid outfit and walked out of the room. She wore a simple maid's outfit, but it couldn't hide her elegant and refined aura. Bai Ying looked at her, a glint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. "This maid outfit looks really good. I remember feeling excited when watching those Western movies in my previous life." Shui Bing stood nervously in front of Bai Ying, her hands tightly clasped together, seemingly trying to suppress her inner tension. Bai Ying smiled at her and said, "Don't be nervous. Starting today, you are my maid. Remember, your job is to obey my orders. Whatever I request, you must comply unconditionally." Shui Bing nodded, although she felt some dissatisfaction in her heart. She also knew she had no choice at the moment. She took a deep breath, adjusted her mindset, and then looked up at Bai Ying, her eyes shining with determination. "I understand, master." Bai Ying nodded in satisfaction and turned to lie down on the soft couch in the room. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, seemingly enjoying the feeling of being served. Shui Binger stood by, feeling somewhat at a loss. She had never imagined she would have such an experience, but she knew that she must work hard to adapt to this new life. At that moment, Bai suddenly opened his eyes, sat up, and looked at Shui Binger, saying, "Go to the kitchen and boil some hot water for me. I want to take a bath." Shui Binger was slightly taken aback, but quickly nodded and turned toward the kitchen. Although she felt some dissatisfaction in her heart, she also knew that her current identity was that of a maid and had to obey her master's orders. Before long, Shui Binger entered with a basin of steaming hot water. She placed the basin on the small table beside the soft couch and respectfully said to Bai Ying, "Master, the water is ready." Bai Ying opened his eyes, looking at Shui Binger's respectful demeanor, and couldn't he help but chuckle. He sat up, tested the water temperature with his hand, and nodded, "Very good. You can leave now." Shui Binger sighed in relief, turning to leave. However, at that moment, Bai Ying suddenly called out to her, "Wait." Shui Binger stopped in her tracks, feeling a bit anxious. She turned to look at Bai Ying, only to see a playful glint in his eyes, as if he had something in mind. "Do you have any other requests?" Shui Binger asked cautiously. Bai Ying smiled slightly and pointed to his hair. "My hair is a bit messy. Can you help me comb it?" Shui Binger was stunned. She didn't expect Bai Ying to make such a request. To her, such trivial matters were usually handled by maidservants, and, as a handmaid, she believed she should be responsible for more important tasks. However, considering her current identity and situation, she had no choice but to brace herself and step forward. Taking the comb, Bai Ying handed her and began to help him comb his hair. Bai Ying sat quietly, feeling Shui Binger's gentle fingers weaving through his hair. Although her movements were somewhat clumsy, they exuded a sense of seriousness and attention to detail. Bai Ying couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. Suddenly, he reached out and grasped Shui Binger's wrist, pulling her into his embrace. "You!" Shui Binger gasped, wanting to break free from Bai Ying's hold. But he held her tightly. "Don't move," Bai Ying whispered. "Let me hold you for a while." Shui Binger's heart raced, and she felt her cheeks burning. She didn't understand why Bai Ying was suddenly treating her this way, but she could feel the warmth and security in his embrace. After hesitating for a moment, she ultimately did not struggle against him. Bai Ying gently released his grip, looking at Shui Binger's flushed cheeks and flustered eyes, and couldn't help but feel amused. He knew he was being a bit excessive, but he also wanted to test the trust and feelings between him and Shui Binger. From the looks of it, her reaction was quite satisfactory. "I'm sorry, I might have been a bit abrupt," Bai Ying said softly, "but I just wanted to tell you that I won't treat you as an ordinary maidservant. I hope we can build a closer and more trusting relationship." Shui Binger looked up at Bai Ying, her eyes shimmering with complex emotions. She didn't know how to respond to his words, but she could feel the sincerity and warmth in his voice. After hesitating, she nodded. I'm willing to try." "All right, you can go out now." "Rong Rong, I know you're here listening to us. Come in." Ning Rong Rong, who was called out from outside, changed her expression and took a deep breath before opening the door. Shui Binger's face stiffened as Ning Rong Rong casually said, "All right, you can go out first." After hearing this, Shui Binger felt relieved and hurried out, realizing that everything she and Bai Ying had said was overheard. Isn't it a bit too fast to make a move on her when you just met? Chapter 104. The dark spirit cat Ning Rong Rong rolled her eyes and pretended to be angry as she said, "Do you think I don't know? Look at your lecherous face. I can see that you have your eye on Shui Binger." Bai Ying, caught off guard by Ning Rong Rong's words, nodded without hiding his feelings and said shamelessly, "Rong Rong, you have to help me. You need to come up with a way for us to have a chance to be alone together." Seeing the urgency in Bai Ying's expression, Ning Rong Rong found it amusing but maintained a serious demeanor. Her eyes turned as an idea crossed her mind, and a mischievous smile appeared at the corner of her lips. "All right, I'll help you," she finally said, leaning in closer to Bai Ying and whispering, "I have a plan that will give you a chance to be alone with Shui Binger." "Really? Rong Rong, you're the best," Bai Ying exclaimed, nearly jumping up as he grabbed Ning Rong Rong's hand. Ning Rong Rong mischievously blinked and said softly, "Of course, but you have to follow my plan exactly. No mistakes allowed." Bai Ying nodded repeatedly, eagerly asking, "What should I do?" Ning Rong Rong smiled slightly and said softly, Shui Bing'er is injured, right? You can use the opportunity to help her heal, and then you could be alone together. Bai Ying slapped his forehead, realizing, right? How did I not think of that? Rongrong, you're so clever. He looked at Ning Rongrong and had to admit that although she was a bit of a little witch with a bad temper, in terms of intelligence, she was the most brilliant among the three goddesses of Shrek. Rongrong, how do you think I should reward you? Ning Rongrong's expression changed suddenly as she took several steps back, her face slightly flushed as she said, "All right. I came to tell you that there's been a situation with Zhu Qing. You need to go check it out." Zhu Qing, something happened? I'll go check it out now. When Bai Ying arrived at Zhu Qing's room, she was currently absorbing the soul ring of the dark demon Evil Tiger. Although this dark demon Evil Tiger was only 1,000 years old, its strength could rival that of a 10,000-year soul beast. Zhu Qing, what happened? Bai Ying asked when he saw Zhu Qing. She replied, "Nothing happened. It's just a bead that was born from the body of the dark demon Evil Tiger." "Let me see the bead." Zhu Qing brought the bead over, and as Bai Ying held it in his hand, he suddenly remembered that in the original story of Douluo continent, it was mentioned that this was the life bead of the dark demon Evil Tiger. Each dark demon Evil Tiger has a life bead that contains all of their abilities. This is their life bead? Zhu Qing, quickly absorb it with your soul power. This is a tremendous opportunity for you. Seeing Bai Ying's serious expression, Zhu Qing immediately sat down to begin absorbing the bead. Bai Ying watched Zhu Qing nervously, feeling a bit of sweat in his palms. He knew that the life bead of the dark demon Evil Tiger contained extremely evil power. And if Zhu Qing couldn't handle it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Suddenly, Zhu Qing's body was enveloped in a thick mist, her face becoming indistinct as if swallowed by endless darkness. Bai Ying's heart tightened. He felt the surging power within Zhu Qing. The life bead of the dark demon Evil Tiger was taking effect. In this thick mist, Zhu Qing seemed to be in another world, surrounded by evil and darkness. However, she didn't back down, but instead faced the impact of this power with determination. Her body trembled, but her gaze was exceptionally firm, as if an indomitable force was supporting her. Meanwhile, Shui Bing'er had been brought to her room by Ning Rongrong. "My name is Ning Rongrong, and I come from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person." Shui Bing'er sat on the edge of the bed, looking a bit anxious. Ning Rongrong noticed this and found it amusing, but pretended to be concerned as she said, "Shui Bing'er, you really don't need to be polite. Although he sometimes looks a bit lecherous, he actually has a good heart and knows how to take care of people. Since you're injured, he will naturally care about you." Hearing Ning Rongrong's words warmed Shui Bing'er's heart, and her tension eased significantly. She looked up at Ning Rongrong, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. "Ning Rongrong, thank you. I'm really fine, and I think Bai Ying is really nice." Just then, Xiaowu pushed the door open, her face beaming with a bright smile. As soon as she entered, she asked with concern, "Shui Bing'er, how is your injury? Does it still hurt? Let me introduce myself. My name is Xiaowu, with Wu meaning dance. My brother didn't do anything to you, right?" Xiaowu looked at Shui Bing'er with a strange expression, clearly aware of Bai Ying's temperament. "He didn't make me do anything. Shui Bing'er will explain it. I heard my brother say he wanted you to be his maid, to repay a debt. My brother is really something. Picking on a young girl?" Shui Bing'er quickly clarified that this is my choice. It has nothing to do with him. "You really chose this voluntarily? He didn't force you?" Xiaowu asked, her eyes wide in disbelief. Shui Bing'er nodded, her gaze avoiding Xiaowu's. Ning Rongrong understood the situation and quickly intervened. "All right, Xiaowu, don't make it feel like an interrogation. Relax a bit, it's fine." After hearing this, Xiaowu stopped asking further questions. "Let me treat you again." Ning Rongrong sighed. Shui Bing'er didn't refuse, taking a deep breath. She understood that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda was the top auxiliary martial soul in the entire continent, so its healing ability was absolutely first-rate. Right now, her priority was to recover from her injuries quickly. With a burst of power, a stream of light surged into Shui Bing'er's body in a flash. She could feel her injuries healing rapidly, and the fatigue in her body vanished instantly. Meanwhile, Zhu Qing finally fully integrated with the life bead of the dark demon Evil Tiger. "Zhu Qing, how are you? Are you okay?" Bai Ying watched Zhu Qing nervously. noticing her aura had changed drastically at that moment. The originally icy demeanor now had an inexplicable charm. Her eyes sparkled with a deep light, as if they could pierce through one's heart. "Don't worry, I'm fine, you can relax." Zhu Qing took a deep breath and said, "It seems my martial soul has mutated. Buying, can you help me take a look?" She asked softly, her voice filled with an indescribable confidence. Buying nodded, his eyes filled with anticipation. He knew that Zhu Qing was about to display her new powers. Zhu Qing took a deep breath and suddenly unleashed her martial soul. The dark spirit cat. In an instant, the entire room was enveloped in a dark aura. The figure of the dark spirit cat flickered in the darkness, its eyes shining with a deep light as if it could pierce through everything. A hint of surprise flashed in by Ying's eyes. He clearly felt that the aura emanating from Zhu Qing was entirely different from before. This aura was extremely evil. Now, in terms of quality, Zhu Qing's martial soul was not inferior to the evil white tiger. "Zhu Qing, your martial soul has really mutated," Bai Ying exclaimed. "I can feel that immense, evil, and powerful force within you. Your dark spirit cat martial soul has perfectly fused with the life bead of the dark demon evil tiger, forming a brand new martial soul form. I think this martial soul shouldn't be called the dark spirit cat. It needs a new name." "A new name? Give me one." "It's called the nether cat. Chapter Osuta Chinch. Asurefire Merchant Iming Evil Cat." "Sound good. Let us call it that. You should rest well. I won't disturb you today." The skies soon darkened. "Shui Binga, you're injured right now. I need to help you with your treatment tonight. So let us share a room. There are only 4 rooms in this house. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, and Xiao will need to meditate and can't be disturbed. So you can stay with me." After hearing this, Shui Binger did not refuse and agreed obediently. Before entering the room, Ning Rongrong chuckled, which made Shui Binger's face turn red. Bai Ying said, "Don't worry, it's just treatment." As they entered the room, Bai Ying continued, "Don't worry, I'm a gentleman. Just take off your clothes a bit. Let me see your wounds." Although Bai Ying's words eased Shui Binger a little when it was time to face it, she was still filled with tension and unease. She sat at the edge of the bed, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her clothes, hesitating whether to undress. Seeing her indecisive look, Bai Ying couldn't help but smile gently. He walked over, gently patted Shui Binger's shoulder, and said softly, "Don't worry. I just want to see your wounds and help you treat them. This little girl seems to be shy. It looks like I need to think of a way." Hearing Bai Ying's words, a warm current surged in Shui Binger's heart. She gathered her courage and slowly began to loosen her belt. As her clothes gradually slipped off, revealing her fair skin and the deep wound, Bai Ying's brow couldn't help but furrow slightly. Although Bai Ying's words had eased Shui Binger somewhat, when the two were actually together, her voice trembled slightly, revealing her inner tension and unease. "How is it? Is my injury okay?" Bai Ying gently held her wrist, his tone filled with tenderness and reassurance. "Don't worry. There are just a few more wounds that need treatment. I will be careful." In the dim light, Bai Ying's eyes appeared particularly deep. He gently picked up some herbs nearby, dipped his fingertips in the juice, and carefully applied it to Shui Binger's wounds. Each touch felt like a feather lightly brushing over the surface of water, creating ripples. Shui Binger felt the cool sensation and couldn't help but shiver gently. She gritted her teeth, trying hard not to make a sound. Bai Ying noticed and felt a pang of pity in his heart. He slowed his movements and softly said, "Binger, if it hurts, just tell me. I will be gentler." Feeling Bai Ying's attentiveness and gentleness, Shui Binger's tension and unease gradually dissipated. She couldn't help but think to herself, perhaps she was overthinking it. Bai Ying really was a gentleman, as he claimed. Under Bai Ying's meticulous treatment, Shui Binger's wounds gradually healed, and the pain lessened significantly. She couldn't help but look at Bai Ying with gratitude, a hint of affection flashing in her eyes. At this moment, however, Bai Ying's heart was somewhat unsettled. He couldn't help but glance at Shui Binger a few more times. Her graceful figure was partially illuminated by the faint light, even more attractive than the actresses on television. He couldn't help but sigh. Although the Douluo continent was a fantasy world as sewer, some things were indeed much better than in reality. Just say, "Isn't this figure a perfect match? I must pursue this beauty." "Binger, there's something I've always wanted to ask you. How did you attract the dark demon, evil god tiger? Such soul beasts are generally very rare. Even though I was born in the spirit hall, I've only seen them in books. Originally, I was hunting soul beasts with others, and at that time, I accidentally angered this soul beast while helping the elders of the academy hunt, and it charged at me. Then you were lucky to encounter me. Otherwise, you would have been dead long ago. Shui Binger, if I may. The previous conversation had made her feel much more relaxed. Your current injuries have healed quite well. You could try to operate soul power. As soon as the words fell, Shui Binger asked, really? Yes, give it a try. Shui Binger directly attempted to channel a faint blue light, which appeared on her body. Although it wasn't smooth yet, she could feel that her body was indeed much better than before. Time seemed to stand still, and the application of the ointment was finally completed. Shui Binger felt as if she was liberated and wanted to immediately stand up and leave the room where she was alone with a strange man. However, before she could tidy up, her hand was grasped by a warm and firm hand. Binger, I need to help you open the 7 meridians and 8 vessels, so your talent can reach a higher level. Shui Binger was slightly taken aback, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. 7 meridians and 8 vessels? What is that? Bai Ying smiled gently, his eyes sparkling with a mysterious light. You don't need to know, just know that once it's opened, your strength will soar. I don't need it. Shui Binger, now wanting to leave the room immediately, was stopped by Bai Ying's next words. You are now my servant. You said it yourself. You must do whatever I ask. You haven't forgotten, have you? Shui Binger slightly furrowed her brow, a hint of hesitation flashing in her eyes. Although she didn't understand what the 7 meridians and 8 vessels were, Bai Ying's tone and attitude made it hard for her to refuse. She sat at the edge of the bed, her hands tightly clasped, her heart filled with tension and anticipation. Bai Ying smiled gently, his eyes revealing a hint of confidence. He walked behind Shui Binger, gently placing his hands on her shoulders, and a warm force instantly surged into her body. Shui Binger felt a warm current flowing throughout her body, as if countless small snakes were weaving through her meridians. Relax, don't resist. Feeling Shui Binger's icy skin, Bai Ying was quite satisfied. Not bad, like tofu, completely beyond my expectations. I wonder how they maintain it. Tianshui Academy is one of the 5 elemental academies with a peculiar rule. It only admits female students, and they must be beauties. It seems this reputation isn't undeserved. Shui Binger, although young, is definitely a beautiful girl. Bai Ying looked at Shui Binger with satisfaction, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. He lightly clapped his hands, as if celebrating a great achievement. Shui Binger was still immersed in the wonderful experience from earlier, feeling the surge of soul power within her, as if she had gained a new strength. However, Bai Ying's next words caused her mood to plummet. All right, let us calculate the costs. Bai Ying's voice was calm and firm, as if discussing an ordinary transaction. Shui Binger was taken aback. A wave of unease surged in her heart. She widened her eyes, looking at Bai Ying as if she couldn't believe her ears. What costs? Her voice trembled, filled with confusion and unease. Bai Ying looked at Shui Binger's surprised expression, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. He walked to the table, took a piece of paper and a pen, and quickly wrote down a series of numbers. 15 million gold soul coins. This is the cost of treating you, including the ointment, healing, and opening the 7 meridians and 8 vessels. He handed the paper to Shui Binger, his eyes revealing a hint of cunning. Shui Binger took the paper, and at a glance, the numbers almost made her faint. She widened her eyes, looking at Bai Ying, hardly daring to believe her ears. So much? Why don't you go rob someone? Her voice was filled with anger and indignation. Bai Ying merely smiled slightly, as if everything was under control. Bingya, how can you say that? Haven't you felt your soul power has increased? Don't you feel a significant change in yourself compared to before? This is all the benefits of opening the 7 meridians and 8 vessels. And I never said this was free, did I? Shui Binger was rendered speechless by Ying's words. She widened her eyes and glared at him in anger, yet felt helpless. She indeed sensed changes within herself. The flow of her soul power was smoother, as if a new force was surging inside her. However, The expensive cost still left her feeling dissatisfied. Bai Ying looked at Shui Binger's adorably puffed-up appearance and couldn't help but feel a ripple of amusement in his heart. He boldly continued, "But you need to understand that everything I do for you is for your own good. Besides, I am a very conscientious businessman and would never cheat my customers." As he spoke, he pretended to ponder while stroking his chin. Then his eyes lit up as if he had thought of a good idea. "How about this? If you agree to one condition of mine, I will give you a discount on this fee. What do you say?" Upon hearing this, Shui Binger perked up immediately. She widened her eyes, looking at Bai Ying as if she had found a lifeline. "What condition? Hurry up and tell me." Bai Ying smiled slightly, a hint of cunning in his gaze. "It's simple. As long as you agree to kiss me once, I'll waive half of this fee." Shui Binger was taken aback. She hadn't expected Bai Ying to propose such a condition. She hesitated for a moment, but thinking of the expensive cost, she looked at Bai Ying again, his handsome face, and finally gritted her teeth and agreed. Although she felt dissatisfied, she steeled herself and leaned in, giving Bai Ying's cheek a gentle kiss. She felt her cheeks heat up, but her heart was filled with helplessness. Bai Ying looked at Shui Binger's shy demeanor, a glint of pride flashing in his eyes. He gently touched his own cheek, as if savoring the soft sensation. "All right, the fee is halved, and we're even," Bai Ying said with a smile. Shui Binger shot him a glare, but felt a sense of relief in her heart. Although she didn't like this kind of transaction, at least the cost was reduced, which was a small advantage for her. She turned to leave, but suddenly heard Bai Ying's voice. In her heart, she silently thought, "This is definitely a scheming businessman. He has completely setting me up. I'm absolutely being played." Chapter 106. Did you take it? What else do you want from me? Shui Binger said angrily. 15 million gold soul coins minus half. And after calculating, there's still 10 million left. Bai Ying's voice floated over, and Shui Binger immediately felt a surge of weakness. She widened her eyes, staring at Bai Ying in front of her, unable to suppress her inner curse. 10 million? Did a PE teacher teach you math? However, she didn't dare to say these words out loud. She knew that Bai Ying was not someone she could easily offend. She bit her lip tightly, clenching her fists, trying to suppress her anger and anxiety. Bai Ying seemed to be unaware of Shui Binger's emotional changes, continuing, "So, how do you plan to pay back the remaining 10 million? Shui Binger's mood fluctuated like a roller coaster. She took a deep breath, attempting to calm the storm within her. Under the faint moonlight, her face looked even more beautiful, but her eyes sparkled with determination. She knew she had no choice but to accept the reality before her. "All right," Shui Binger finally spoke, her voice trembling slightly, "since I'm already your maid. What do you want me to do to pay it back?" Bai Ying was slightly taken aback, seemingly not expecting her to compromise so easily. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in his eyes as he replied, "How about this? It's getting late, and they have all gone to rest. My bed is quite big. 2 people can sleep here without any problem. When you wake up, tell me how you plan to pay it back." "No way. I can't sleep in the same bed as you." "Then you'll have to find a place to sleep yourself. Don't forget, my house doesn't have a sofa. Besides, if you sleep on the floor, it might cause your wounds to reopen. If you end up in pain, don't blame me. Also, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu's room is locked. I guess they are already asleep. Where else can you sleep now? Mind your own business." After saying that, she pushed the door open and walked out. "Is anyone there?" No one responded in the first room, nor in the second, nor in the third. Shui Binger's emotions fluctuated once more, ultimately leading her to Bai Ying's door. After hesitating for a moment, she took a deep breath and gently knocked on the door. However, there was no response from inside. She felt a slight sense of relief, seemingly glad that no one answered. She pushed the door open and walked in. The room was simply and elegantly decorated, with moonlight streaming through the window, creating a tranquil and mysterious atmosphere. Shui Binger walked to the bedside, looking at the large bed. Feeling a bit anxious, she took off her shoes and gently climbed onto the bed. The bedding was soft and comfortable, making her let out a sigh of relief. However, when she lay down, she found that Bai Ying was not lying on the bed as she had imagined. She was slightly startled, glancing around, but did not see his figure. Suddenly, she felt a cold breeze pass by, followed by a chilly hand gently resting on her shoulder. Shui Binger immediately let out a scream, and jumped up from the bed. However, when she saw the scene before her, she couldn't help but freeze. Bai Ying was standing by the bed with a teasing smile on his face. He reached out, gently pinching his nose, and said, "So, were you scared?" Shui Bing'er stared wide-eyed at Bai Ying, a surge of indescribable feelings rising in her heart. She was both angry and helpless, but in the end, it turned into a sigh. She looked deeply at Bai Ying, then laid back down, pulling the blanket over her head, muttering, "I'm tired. I'm going to sleep now." "You do as you please." "All right, then sleep early," Bai Ying replied. Shui Bing'er lay on the other side of the bed, slowly peeking her head out. Her heartbeat gradually calmed down. She had thought Bai Ying would do something inappropriate, but the scene before her surprised her. Bai Ying was quietly lying on the bed, already fast asleep. At that moment, Shui Bing'er finally let out a sigh of relief. Bai Ying was lying quietly on the bed when he suddenly sensed a faint movement, as if someone was slowly approaching. He opened his eyes abruptly, only to find Shui Bing'er kicking off the blanket and uncontrollably leaning toward him. Bai Ying was slightly taken aback, looking at Shui Bing'er, whose body was exposed to the air after losing the blanket. An inexplicable feeling surged within him. He gently reached out to help her cover the blanket, but at that moment, Shui Bing'er suddenly turned over and fell directly into his arms. Bai Ying stretched out his hand, gently pulling the kicked-off blanket back to cover her exposed shoulders and arms. The moment he covered her, Shui Bing'er seemed to feel his warmth, moving her body slightly to snuggle closer to him. Bai Ying felt a bit embarrassed, but he did not push her away. He lay quietly there, feeling Shui Bing'er's breath and body warmth. "You big bad guy, always bullying me. One day I will make you pay." Bai Ying's heart skipped a beat, as if touched by Shui Bing'er's murmur. He felt his heart racing, and his body began to heat up. He tightly embraced Shui Bing'er, trying to calm the waves within him. However, he found it increasingly difficult to control his desires. He looked down at Shui Bing'er's delicate face, a hint of longing flashing in his eyes. Her skin was as white as jade, and her lips slightly parted, as if inviting him. He felt his breath quicken, and his body started to stiffen. Just at that critical moment, Bai Ying suddenly thought of something. He gritted his teeth, forcefully suppressing his inner impulses. At that moment, Shui Bing'er seemed to sense the chill of the outside world and unconsciously kicked off the blanket again. Bai Ying frowned slightly, looking at the woman in his arms who was still causing trouble in her sleep, feeling both helpless and amused. He sighed gently and leaned down, preparing to help her cover the blanket again. However, just as his face was only a few centimeters away from Shui Bing'er's, she suddenly opened her eyes, as if sensing something. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere suddenly became a bit subtle. Bai Ying's heart involuntarily raced, while Shui Bing'er also seemed to realize something. Her cheeks slightly flushed. At that moment, Shui Bing'er suddenly reached out her arms, tightly hugging Bai Ying like an octopus. Her actions caught Bai Ying off guard. He was stunned for a moment, then felt his heart race even more. Shui Bing'er's body pressed against him, as if they could feel each other's heartbeats and breaths. Am I dreaming? I even dreamed of him in my dreams. Shui Bing'er murmured to herself, then slowly fell asleep again. Her arms wrapped around his waist, her legs entwined with his thighs. Her whole body seemed to be attached to him, tightly sealed. Bai Ying felt a surge of surprise, his body instantly stiffening, not daring to move at all. Is this a damn sleepwalking? Bai Ying thought. He didn't know how long had passed when Shui Bing'er's breathing gradually became steady, as if she had entered a deep sleep state. Bai Ying also felt his heartbeat gradually returning to normal. He began to gently shift his body, trying to break free from Shui Bing'er's embrace. However, at that moment, Shui Bing'er suddenly let out a low moan, her hands tightly gripping Bai Ying's back, as if unwilling to let him go. Bai Ying felt a sense of helplessness. He could only lie there quietly, allowing Shui Bing'er to hold him tightly until dawn. She should be asleep now. A kiss should go unnoticed. It's just to confirm whether he's really asleep, not for taking advantage. Bai Ying comforted himself, then leaned down and kissed Shui Bing'er's lips. Did Shui Bing'er seem to feel something? However, there was no waking up, and the white shadow confirmed that he was indeed asleep. The morning sunlight spilled through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating Shui Bing'er's face. She slightly furrowed her brows and slowly opened her eyes. When she realized she was tightly hugging the white shadow, she exclaimed in surprise and jumped out of bed. "You, how could you be here?" Shui Binger asked, her face flushed and stammering. The white shadow smiled slightly, sat up from the bed, stretched, and said, "Last night you sleepwalked and insisted on hugging me to sleep. What could I do?" Upon hearing this, Shui Binger felt a wave of embarrassment. She actually sleepwalked last night and hugged the white shadow all night. This was simply too humiliating. I. Shui Binger stammered for a long time, not knowing what to say. "Don't blame me. You kicked the blanket yourself, and you leaned over on your own." Upon hearing this, Shui Binger's face turned even redder. She lowered her head, not daring to look the white shadow in the eye, feeling secretly frustrated. She had thought last night was just a dream, but it turned out that such a thing really happened. Now that the white shadow brought it up in front of her, she felt utterly ashamed. She stood by the bed, her hands tightly twisted together, as if that could alleviate her inner embarrassment a bit. She secretly raised her head and glanced at the white shadow, only to find him looking at her with a half smile. Her heart raced instantly, as if it were about to leap out of her chest. Shui Binger took a deep breath and finally spoke. "So, did we do anything?" Her voice was so faint it was almost inaudible, but the white shadow still clearly caught it. The white shadow leaned slightly closer to Shui Bing, his eyes carrying a hint of teasing. "What kind of things? What do you think we should do?" Shui Binger's face instantly turned an even deeper shade of red, and she stammered, I didn't do anything strange, right?" As she spoke, her hands anxiously twisted together, her gaze darting around. The white shadow looked at Shui Binger in this state and couldn't help but feel a surge of mischief. He deliberately leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "Oh, strange actions? Like right now," blushing and heart racing, as if waiting for some big event to happen. Shui Binger felt the warm breath from the white shadow tickling her ear, and her heart raced again, as if it were about to jump out of her chest. She suddenly looked up, her eyes wide open staring at the white shadow, her lips slightly parted as if she wanted to say something, but not a word came out. Just then, the white shadow suddenly chuckled, pinched her cheek, then jumped off the bed and said, "Don't worry, you just sleepwalked last night. We didn't do anything." Shui Binger was stunned for a moment, and then reacted, feeling a wave of anger. She stamped her foot and glared at the white shadow's back. "You jerk. How dare you tease me?" The white shadow coughed lightly, then took out a fairy herb from his storage soul guide, a herb called 8-Petal Fairy Orchid. "You should absorb it." Shui Binger looked at the herb and shook her head, saying, "You're going to trick me again, right?" The white shadow nodded and said, "You can think of it that way. After all, you've been tricked by me more than once. What if one more time? Besides, do you have the right to choose right now? If you refuse, then I can use other means," he added, "like kissing you." The white shadow's words left Shui Binger speechless. She glared at him and huffed. "You always act so unseriously." However, when her gaze landed on the fairy herb in the white shadow's hand, her expression turned serious. It was a herb emitting a faint glow, with 8 petals resembling a blooming lotus, exuding a refreshing fragrance. "Is this really a fairy herb?" Shui Binga askekul yusli. The white shadow nodded, smiling proudly, "Of course. This is specially prepared for you. The 8-Petal Fairy Orchid can enhance your soul power cultivation, which is greatly beneficial for your training. And as long as you absorb it, your injuries will recover immediately, and you can leave right away." Shui Binger looked at the fairy herb in the white shadow's hand, feeling a bit swayed. She knew that the white shadow wouldn't give her such a precious gift for no reason. However, she also understood that she indeed needed this fairy herb to improve her cultivation. "All right, I accept." The white shadow looked at her, a glint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He reached out and gently pulled Shui Binger into his arms, letting her sit on the bed. Then, he carefully handed her the fairy herb and instructed, "This fairy herb is not simple. You must absorb it carefully. Don't be too eager for success." Shui Binger nodded, tightly gripping the fairy herb, closing her eyes, and began to focus on absorbing its energy. As time passed, her aura gradually became stronger, and her soul power continued to rise. Shui Binger opened her eyes sparkling with excitement. She felt her soul power fluctuate, leaping from level 43 to level 47. The speed of this progress was simply unbelievable. She lifted her head, looked at the white shadow, and a charming smile appeared on her lips. What reward do you want? Shui Binger asked softly, her voice carrying a hint of playfulness. The white shadow smiled slightly, a sly look in his eyes. Since you asked, I want to be polite. The reward I want is your promise. Shui Binger blinked, curious, what promise? The white shadow leaned closer to her and said, I want you to promise me that no matter what happens in the future, you will believe in me and stand by my side. And you have to kiss me again as a farewell kiss. Shui Binger knew that this man was always trying to take advantage of her, but she didn't refuse. Shui Binger slowly leaned closer to the white shadow and kissed him directly. At that moment, she felt something unusual. The white shadow gently nodded, a proud smile on his face. He turned to the door, gently pushed it open, then turned back to look at Shui Binger, his eyes filled with tenderness. This counts as a farewell kiss, he said softly, his voice tinged with reluctance. The two exchanged smiles, their eyes filled with understanding and tacit agreement. Shui Binger gently bit her lip, then leaned closer to the white shadow again, giving him a deep kiss. The white shadow smiled and accepted her kiss, then slowly released her and turned to leave the room. Inside the room, Shui Binger quietly sat on the bed, a faint blush still on her face. She gently touched her lips, as if savoring the kiss from earlier. Shui Binger and the white shadow both walked out of the room one after another, only to find Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu looking at them with strange expressions. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu sat at the table, their gazes darting back and forth between the white shadow and Shui Binger, their faces filled with curiosity and gossip. Ning Rongrong broke the silence first, blinking her eyes and teasingly saying, Did you succeed? That was quick. The white shadow felt a bit embarrassed and rubbed his nose, glaring at Ning Rongrong. What are you talking about? We are serious people. How could we do anything out of line? Chapter 107. Return to the spirit hall. Ning Rongrong spoke up. It seems we missed a great opportunity. As soon as her words fell, Bai Ying gently coughed, breaking the awkward silence in the air. He slowly began to speak, his voice gentle yet tinged with a hint of helplessness. Matters of the heart are never that simple. His words seemed to carry a certain depth, leaving people pondering. Shui Binger's face turned even redder, as if a sunset glow had brushed her cheeks. She lowered her eyelids, not daring to look directly at Bai Ying, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes, revealing her inner shyness and unease. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu watched from the side, unable to help but exchange amused glances. A hint of mischief flashed in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes as she gently patted Shui Binger's shoulder, teasing Binger, be careful. He's a big bad wolf, not a good person. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes sparkling with playful light. Zhuqing, if you say that, won't you make our Mr. Bai Ying sad? Bai Ying shook his head helplessly. He walked over to Shui Binger, gently reached out, and softly tousled her hair. Binger, don't listen to their nonsense. I'm a good person, not a bad guy. You mustn't be misled by them. After some light-hearted banter, Shui Binger took her leave, while Bai Ying, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and the others continued towards Spirit City. Spirit City, I'm finally back, Bai Ying exclaimed excitedly. Old man, I'm back. Did you miss me? Inside the worship hall, Qian Daoliu was sitting in a spacious and bright study. Suddenly, a hurried sound of footsteps shattered the tranquility of the room as Bai Ying stormed in. Old man, Bai Ying shouted as he rushed to Qian Daoliu's side, placing his hands on his shoulders, his face full of pride and excitement. Qian Daoliu was startled by this sudden action, almost dropping the ancient book in his hands. He shook his head helplessly, looking at this mischievous boy with fondness, and laughed. Only you dare to speak to me like this. If it were anyone else, I would have thrown them out long ago. Bai Ying grinned and winked. That's because you care about me the most, old man. Qian Daoliu affectionately ruffled Bai Ying's nose and said with a smile, You sure know how to flatter me. Now, tell me what brings you back this time. Bai Ying smiled mysteriously, leaned closer to Qian Daoliu's ear, and whispered, I brought you some good news. Guess what it is? Qian Daoliu found Bai Ying's mysterious demeanor amusing. He shook his head with a smile. You always come back with something secretive. All right, let me guess. Did you get into trouble again? Or have you made a breakthrough in your cultivation? Actually, to be more precise, I did get into trouble. But from another perspective, it's a good thing. I killed Douluo, one of the 3 titled Douluo of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Qian Renxue's eyes widened in shock, his expression instantly frozen. Waves of emotion crashing over him. He looked at Bai Ying in disbelief, his voice trembling slightly. You killed Douluo? That titled Douluo from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family? Bai Ying smiled proudly and nodded, as if it were a trivial matter. He casually said, "Yes, old man. You really understand me. In fact, on my way back, I took care of this trouble. That old guy, Douluo, has always wanted to harm our spirit hall. I just resolved him ahead of time." Qian Daoliu took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. He looked at Bai Ying, his eyes flickering with complex emotions, shock, worry, and a hint of pride. He knew his grandson had always been exceptionally talented and courageous, but this action still made him feel a bit apprehensive. Qian Daoliu frowned tightly, his voice carrying an almost imperceptible tremor. Have you really become strong enough to contend with a titled Douluo? His gaze was fixed on Bai Ying, as if searching for an answer. Although Douluo was not particularly strong among titled Douluo, he was still one. Quick, tell me how you killed him. Bai Ying smiled slightly, a glimmer of confidence in his eyes. He extended his hand, revealing a small soul guide that shimmered with a soft glow. He pressed a button, and the soul guide suddenly lit up, emanating a sharp aura. I used this, Bai Ying said softly, simultaneously swinging the soul guide forward. Instantly, a dazzling light burst forth from the soul guide, like a blade cutting through space, directly slashing toward the air ahead. The air split, creating a clear crack as if it had been cleaved by a sharp blade. Qian Renxue's eyes widened as he watched the crack left in the air by the light, his heart churning with astonishment. He knew that the power of this soul guide was extraordinary. It was unbelievable that Bai Ying possessed the strength to contend with titled Douluo at such a young age. Moreover, the technology of soul guides had been completely lost since ancient times, although there were still some ordinary simple soul guides on the Douluo continent. None had ever displayed such immense power. Is this your soul guide? Qian Daoliu's voice trembled slightly. He could hardly imagine how powerful this soul